Noah threw his flying sword to the ground and jumped onto it, sending wind energy into the blade and taking to the skies. Below him, Fluffants trumpeted in rage, stampeding after him. He angled straight up, pulling away from the plateau and heading back up to the one he'd arrived on. The monsters didn't seem to have any way to attack him from range, so all they could do was trumpet in anger and watch their prey escape. Cresting the cliff, Noah landed on the moist ground and stumbled off his sword. He wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced over the edge. The monsters were still looking up in his direction, though many of them had lost interest and returned to grazing. Noah shook his head and walked away from the cliff. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the catch papers that Moxie had given him, leafing through them. They were all blank. He let out a heavy sigh and returned them. Great, that was a complete waste. I guess I did learn that giant fluffy things are indeed too good to be true and are actually beady-eyed geese in cloud form. Seems like they've got either a horde mentality or really like the scent of blood. Creepy bastards, and they look like they're resistant to wind on top of everything. Vibration is possibly the least useful tool against them, as I can't even get close to their bodies with all that fluff, which only leaves ash of which I have none. Good job, Noah. Maybe remember to bring something along that lets you use your strongest runes next time. Noah took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He was starting to get really frustrated, a lot more than he should have been. The lack of sleep and constant stress from the Hellreaver's mental attack was really getting to him, but losing his cool wasn't going to help. One step at a time. He slowly turned around and edged back over to the cliff, looking down at the Fluffants below. They'd completely forgotten him once he got completely out of sight, but they weren't the only ones that had forgotten something. I haven't used my master rune at all. It's been a good bit since I last tried accessing its power, and I feel a lot stronger now. I wonder if I'd be able to use any of Sunder's abilities yet. Noah sat down, crossing his legs, and sent himself into his mental space. His runes bloomed in the darkness around him, all nearly full aside from his newest vibration rune, which was now just a little over a quarter full. Above him loomed Sunder. Its intimidating form crackled with dark energy, looking down on him like the scarred eye of a giant. Sensing his intention, the massive rune lowered. Force pressed down on Noah's body, but he'd gotten used to it by now. As used to it as one could, that was. It still felt like the world itself was grinding down on Noah's shoulders and trying to drive him into the ground. But despite the pressure, it also felt like that very power that was oppressing him could be turned and called forth once he figured out how to handle it. Noah extended a single finger, pressing back against the rune's energy. He moved slowly, trying to see if he could draw any power from Sunder without actually touching it. Unfortunately, nothing came. Guess I'm going to have to make contact if I want to try it this way. The only other way would be to try channeling it outside of my mental space, and I feel like testing it here and potentially giving myself some soul damage is better than testing it outside and giving myself both soul damage and blowing myself up at the same time. Okay, I guess that wouldn't actually be that different, unless calling the master rune and dying while using it somehow interfered with its passive effect. I better be careful about that, actually. It's not an unrealistic bet to assume that opposites cancel each other out. Noah drew in a breath and let it out slowly. He was stalling for time. Stealing his nerves, Noah pushed the rest of the way up to the rune and let his finger brush across it. What felt like a distilled bolt of lightning erupted from the rune and slammed into him, coursing through his hand and into his chest. Pain erupted inside Noah's body as the energy bounced around his soul form, electrifying his skin and fighting to escape his body. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to contain it. Noah wasn't even sure how he was meant to contain it. He just tried. The 7 runes around him shuddered with effort, the pressure coming off them intensifying and pushing back against the overwhelming force of the master rune. And even as pain burned in his stomach and down the base of his spine, Noah's eyes slowly opened, and the darkness of his mind space fell away from him, replaced with the wind-scorned plateau. Sickly gray ran through the veins of his arms, pulsating faintly with his heartbeat. Noah swallowed heavily. His entire body felt heavy, like he'd put on 100 pounds out of nowhere. He pushed himself upright with a significant amount of effort and glanced around, searching for a target. Noah's eyes landed on a flower. It wouldn't fight back, so it was good a choice as anything. He trudged up to it, dragging his feet through the dirt and laid his hand on a plump petal. Releasing the master rune's magic was easy, easier than he'd expected. It slipped out of his palm without even the slightest resistance, and then it was gone. The heaviness faded away and Noah's veins returned to their normal color. He frowned, pulling his hand back and looking at his palm. It looked normal. The plant hadn't changed at all either. Noah scratched his cheek. Well, I suppose progress is progress. Even if it didn't do anything, at least I managed to call on it. Maybe I'll actually be able to do something with it once I reach rank 2. The flower quivered. Noah immediately took a step back, lowering into a fighting stance and gathering wind in case something lunged at him. He watched the flower warily as it peeled down the middle and splattered to the ground, split into 2 perfect halves. He couldn't even see where it had been cut. The line running through the flower was perfectly straight, without even the slightest variation or imperfection. Noah stared at the flower, then looked down at his hands. He flexed his fingers, then let a grin creep across his features. Okay, more progress than I thought. Not quite cleaving runes from nothing, but it's a step and a half in the right direction. Noah looked back down at the fluffants roaming around on the ground far below him, then back to the flower. The most logical next step would be to test Sunder on the monsters, but it took so long to gather that he wasn't confident he'd be able to draw it before something killed him. Drawing its power before he flew down seemed like an even more unrealistic option. There was no way he'd be able to pilot his temperamental flying sword while he was holding the power of the Master Rune. Ah, screw it. The worst that could happen is that I die. Not really that big of a deal. Hopefully the fluffants have a very short memory. If they recognize me, there's no way I'm going to be able to call the power of the Master Rune in time before they take a bite out of me. Noah unhooked his gourd and grimoire, setting them on the ground before adding his travel bag to the pile. After a moment of consideration, he added the papers that Moxie had given him as well. Statistically, he was pretty sure something was going to go wrong. It had been too long since the last mistake. He stepped onto his flying sword and rolled his shoulders before sending a pulse of magic into it and launching off from the ground. He whistled down toward the plateau below, pulling up when he drew close and doing a wide circle above the fluffants to gauge their reaction. They didn't even glance in his direction. Evidently, he'd been relegated back down to scenery. That worked for Noah. He flew down, cutting the magic going to his sword well before he got into range, and took several large steps once he hit the ground to keep himself from tripping. He then turned back and collected his sword. After checking the area to make sure no fluffants had been bothered by his arrival, he sat down and reached into his mental space once more. The energy came no easier this time than it did the last. If anything, it was even harder to call on. All Noah's other runes felt like they'd been heavily drained of their energy after having to contain the minuscule speck of Sunder's strength. Noah's eyes forced themselves back open a few minutes later, his veins pulsing a grayish-black once more. Every movement arduous, Noah braced his hands against the ground and shifted up to his knees, then clambered upright one leg at a time. He gritted his teeth and forced himself toward the nearest fluffant. The monster was happily drinking away from one of the large blue flowers, completely uninterested in him. He trudged up to the fluffant. As soon as he got close, the monster finished its meal and lumbered away to another flower. Noah's eye twitched. He forced himself after it, his brow furrowed in concentration and annoyance. He extended a hand, reaching for the monster's fluffy side. Noah didn't want to risk the Master Rune only giving it a haircut instead of killing it, so he wanted to make contact with its body. His hand pressed through the fluff and kept going. The fluffant didn't seem to care. Noah kept reaching deeper, struggling to keep his arms straight as the increased force pressing on him fought to make him drop it. Finally, Noah felt his hand connect with something hard. The fluffant stiffened instantly. Noah didn't wait to see what it would do. He released the magic, letting it flood out from his fingertips and into the monster. A wave of exhaustion passed over him. Every single one of his runes sputtered, unable to properly resist the energy from Sunder as it coursed through his body. An instant passed and Noah blinked in surprise. It didn't hurt. I've gotten so used to agony when things go wrong that it's a bit weird too. All over his body, spikes of pain erupted within Noah. Bruises formed beneath his skin as blood welled all over him and the strength flooded from Noah's limbs. He staggered, coughing blood up onto the ground before him. God damn it, there it is. Before him, the fluffant crashed to the ground, split perfectly in two. Noah got a perfect look at the monster's innards for a second before blood realized that it was no longer contained within the monster and started to flow. A moment of victory was all Noah got before he doubled over, hacking more blood onto the ground. Energy rushed into his body, but not nearly enough to replace what he'd lost. Shit, I think I just cut myself in a dozen important places internally. That can't be good for my health. A dozen loud, trumpeting calls rose into the air. Noah raised his head, watching the fluffants all turn toward him, their eyes blaring red. He grimaced, ignoring the pain pulses that tore through his body as he lurched toward his flying sword. His runes were nearly completely drained, but he'd gotten a little energy back from the kill. Not nearly enough for any of them to recover enough to be of significant use, but it would be enough. Noah's left arm refused to cooperate with his mind. Something important must have gotten severed. He didn't have time to worry about it. He grabbed the sword with his other hand, hissing in pain as he reared back and hurled the blade, sending what little wind magic he could scrounge up into it. The flying sword shot off toward the plateau. Unfortunately, his aim hadn't been the best. Instead of sailing on top and landing safely, the blade buried itself in the cliffside about 20 feet below the edge. Noah didn't get a chance to be disappointed in his aim. A fluffant slammed into him from behind, ripping his soul free of his body as he died instantly. His body flailed as it rolled across the ground before sliding to a stop beside a flower. Well, at least it works, Noah said, crossing his translucent arms. One of the fluffants reached down, hooking Noah's body with its trunk and pulling it toward its mouth. Noah sighed. Lovely. Take me back now if you would. I don't need to see this. I'm ready for my extra bad headache. Almost as if it heard him, a band of energy tightened around Noah's throat. He shot away, hurtling up toward the gourd waiting for him at the top of the cliff together with his promised headache. Noah spent the next 12 or so hours sitting next to the field of blue flowers and cradling his head as a violent headache rocked his body. The increased damage from getting eaten was bad, but the soul damage wasn't quite back to where it had been before, not yet, at least. In his hazy state, he occasionally caught a glimpse of winged monsters flying through the sky overhead and lumbering forms on the distant plateaus. They were too far to get a good look at, but it was clear that the wind-scorned plateau had a slightly more diverse ecosystem of monsters than the scorched acres did. Noah couldn't help but notice that, despite the visions still being there at night, the Hellreaver hadn't struck during the day again unless he was attempting to take a rest by napping. The only link he could put together was that he wasn't fighting monsters in the scorched acres. The Hellreaver must have only been able to figure out when he was fighting if he was going up against the creatures it controlled. Otherwise, it clearly didn't care enough to bother him unless he was trying to sleep. Noah was forced to gain most of his rest from the energy that he got from killing monsters, but there was only so long that could last before he actually went insane. Is the Hellreaver really this petty? God, I hate that thing. When the pain relented and the fog lifted from his mind, he trudged over to the edge of the cliff and peered down. His sword was still wedged in the wall, far out of reach. Noah rubbed his chin. No way am I leaving that behind. It cost too much gold and I'm still not getting paid for a little while there's about a week until the next month. Waste not, want not. Noah wasn't confident the small amount of energy in his wind runes would be enough to pull the sword up to him, and he still had no ash to work with. That would be rectified as soon as he got back to Arbitage. I wonder how precise I can make my vibrations, Noah mused. He sat down on the ground and focused on a small patch of the ground, touching it with his hand, sending a pulse of magic into it. The dirt trembled in response. Noah narrowed his attention to a single rock, his brow furrowing slightly. He tapped it with the tip of his finger and the stone shuddered. Noah nodded to himself, then sent another wave of magic into the ground. Dirt trembled, piling up in a small ring and forming a crater in its center. Over the course of the next few hours, he swept the dirt away, then repeated the experiment, this time making the hole deeper and thinner. Over the course of the next few hours, Noah continued to hone his fine control of the vibration runes. He used their magic until it ran out, then paused to let it recover before repeating the process once more. He wasn't sure of the exact amount of time that had passed, but the sun dipped and rose once again over the horizon by the time he was confident with his modifications. Noah stood, ignoring the protests his knees and joints gave him after hours of sitting still, and rolled his neck. If this doesn't work, I'll just come back for the sword later and hope nobody has claimed or eaten it. Noah approached the edge of the cliff and looked down, locating the blade. Noah knelt several feet away from the edge of the cliff and placed his hand against the ground. He'd found that his fine control was still far better when he sent magic through his hands rather than any other part of his body. Whether that was due to a mental block or some other reason, Noah wasn't quite yet sure. It was yet another thing to look into on an ever-growing list. He gathered the magic from his full vibration rune and sharpened it in his mind before sending it down in a spike. The ground groaned. Noah took several steps back, quickly distancing himself from the cliff. Dirt cascaded to the plateau below as the earth split apart in a thin line, peeling away to form a very rough, slanted path down to his sword. Noah grinned at his handiwork. He'd left the ground behind him completely scarred with similarly shaped, crisscrossing fault lines. Noah stepped into the thin gap, pressing his hands against the dirt on either side of him to make sure he didn't slip and lose his footing on the moist soil, and made his way downward. He drew up to his sword, wedged into cliff wall just below his foot. Noah slowly lowered, keeping his weight on his heels. He stretched his hand out and snagged the hilt of the blade. Grinning, he gave it a slight tug. It didn't budge. It was stuck. Noah's eyes narrowed. He pulled harder and the dirt beneath his feet slipped, sending him over the edge of the cliff. Noah grabbed onto the hilt of his blade, ripping it free as he fell. Squeezing himself into a ball, Noah brought the sword to his feet and sent a pulse of wind magic into it. The blade hummed to life and his knees shuddered, absorbing the shock as the sword launched him forward. He zipped in a circle, then flew back up to the top of the plateau he'd been standing on and landed in a running jog. Noah wiped the sweat from his forehead with a grin, turning and picking his sword back up. Not too shabby. Could have been a bit more elegant, but we'll count it. Noah tucked his blade away and gave himself a satisfied nod. All things considered, it hadn't been a completely wasted trip. He'd killed 2 fluffants and improved his control over both the vibration runes and sunder. That was a good day. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to fill any of the catch papers, but Noah was confident that would come with time and with getting a way to actually use ash here. For the rest of the time until the transport cannon called him back to Arbitage, Noah just sat and waited, watching the clouds float across the sky. Noah's back thudded against the metal turret of the transport cannon and he slid out of the turret, catching himself on the lip before he fell to the ground. He straightened and Tim gave him a friendly wave. "Looks like you didn't get yourself torched this time," Tim said. "Get some good training in." "Not exactly," Noah admitted. "I'm still happy with my progress though. Small steps, you know. Small should be my middle name," Tim said with a wry smile. "Or perhaps lesser would be more accurate." Noah paused before he stepped onto the lift in the center of the tower. "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, nothing important." Tim waved his hand and chuckled. "Don't mind me. Us old men have a habit of reminiscing on the past. I'm perfectly happy where I am now." Noah wanted to press the issue, but the look in Tim's eyes made it clear that he wasn't just being polite. Tim didn't want to speak about it, and it would have been inappropriate to disrespect his wishes at the moment at least. "We're coming back to this, Tim. If you're sure," Noah said. "I'll be seeing you tomorrow then. Have a great one, Tim." "You too, Vermal. Looking forward to it." Noah stepped onto the lift and it rattled away. Once he'd been set on the stairs, Noah made his way down them to the ground and set off, making for the market district of Arbitage at a brisk pace. He passed by a group of students chattering quietly to themselves. As he walked by, their conversation seemed to trail off. Noah glanced over his shoulder, catching several of them looking at him. They quickly turned away. Noah frowned to himself, but he didn't stop. Perhaps they just recognized Vermal from his reputation. As he continued, it steadily became clearer that something else was going on. It wasn't every group of students, but roughly 1 in 10 of the people he passed gave him a second glance. Many of their gazes lingered on Noah's name tag. What's going on here? Noah increased his pace, uncomfortable with the extra attention. Something had happened, but he wasn't sure what in that made it even worse. Had the Linwicks decided not to let him get away with shaming Edward? Had his cover been blown? Was Moxie publicly propositioning to him and waiting for a response? Probably not that last one. Well, don't want to cross any possibilities off without proving them wrong first. Noah arrived at a large storefront, still glancing over his shoulder every few steps to see if people were still paying him attention. It was like when he'd been seeing visions of the monkeys from Scorched Acres, except this time there were actually people watching him. Luckily, nobody actually seemed to care enough to pull Noah aside and say what was drawing their attention. That eased his mind slightly, as it meant that whatever was going around was more likely to be rumor than fact. If he was actually in trouble, someone would have shown up and interfered with his trek to the store. A bell on the door jingled as Noah stepped inside. A pudgy-cheeked woman with a graying-brown ponytail looked up at him from behind a counter on the other end of the store. She straightened up, brushing her hands off and giving him a polite smile. "Welcome, I'm Tissa. Are you looking for anything in particular?" Noah nodded. There was no point delaying his original purpose of coming here, after all. He could always gather ash from the Scorched Acres, but it would be a lot nicer to get something a little less obvious than carrying a bag of ash around. Surprise was the most effective tool he'd used so far. "Yes, I'm looking for ash. I've got an ash rune, but it struck me that most places don't have any ash conveniently lying around and waiting for me to use it. Carrying some around is useful, but I also want a way to generate more if I need it." Tissa smiled. "I can imagine." Most mages with an ash rune also have a fire and something to get the flame going. They tend to go hand in hand. "I am not a conventional man. Read, I'm stupid." Tissa's smile turned to a laugh. "I can help you out. Are you looking to just buy a pile of ash? Any grit or specifics? What about a refillable source?" Noah tilted his head to the side. "Refillable? You mean like imbued?" "Yes. We've got a few options there, though most are meant for fire rune users. They may not be of much use to you." "Humor me just in case," Noah suggested. "You never know what might pop up." Tissa shrugged. She stepped out from behind the counter and walked across the store to a shelf along its side, taking down a lantern and heading back over to show it to Noah. "This has a wick imbued with a nature rune. It's made from a fast-burning plant and quickly regrows after you ignite it. As long as you gather energy while it's near you, it'll keep refreshing itself and last a good bit until the rune eventually wears out or the lantern is damaged. That's genius. But lighting a wick inside a lantern, not to mention carrying a lantern, around everywhere seems like a bit of a bother." Tissa read the look on Noah's face before he could even say anything. She gave him a knowing smile and returned the lantern to its spot on the wall before picking up a small leather bundle and walking back over to him. She unwrapped the bundle, revealing a finely carved wooden pipe in a small bag. She removed the bag from the bundle and loosened its drawstrings, revealing a small gray bunch of grass growing from dirt at the bottom of the bag. "Flashgrass," Tissa explained. "It's a similar imbuement to the lantern, and it regrows quite quickly. Unfortunately, it burns slower. Makes a ridiculous amount of smoke and ash, though. Smoking isn't good for you," Noah started automatically, launching back into a lecture he'd given dozens of students back on Earth before he could catch himself. He cleared his throat and shook his head as Tissa raised an eyebrow. "Old habit. Sorry. Smoking doesn't matter if you can control the ash and keep it from entering your lungs," Tissa said dryly. "I wouldn't recommend inhaling flashgrass smoke. It'll probably burn your lungs out." But if you've got a sufficient grasp over your ash rune, you should be more than capable of gathering it before it enters your lungs and just directing it out. Noah considered the bundle. It was considerably more portable than the lantern, and it would leave both of his hands completely free. Tissa had a point, but it wouldn't be of much use unless he could actually light the flashcrest. I don't have a heat or fire rune, but I do have vibration. Can I vibrate something fast enough to get it to ignite? Could I test something out? Noah asked. Tissa's eyes narrowed. Break the merchandise by the merchandise. How much is it? 1 gold. The imbuement isn't too expensive since it's on the weaker side. Cheap my ass. Guess it's still magical. Fine, Noah said. Tissa handed the grass over to Noah. He snapped a blade of grass off from the bundle and held it between his fingers. His brow furrowed as he gathered vibration magic. It took quite a bit of vibration to get something to actually go up in flames, unfortunately. He had no clue exactly how much. Noah released the magic into the blade of grass. It shuddered, then violently tore itself to shreds and fell down like sad confetti around his feet. Tissa cocked an eyebrow and Noah scrunched his nose in annoyance. He thought for a moment, then pulled out 2 blades of grass. What if I do it more like starting a fire in wood? Noah held the blades together and gave it a second shot. A low-pitched whine came out from between his fingertips as the blades trilled against each other. A tiny wisp of smoke rose up from one of them as the other disintegrated. The smoke petered out a moment later. You don't last too long, honey. You might want to work on that. Noah looked down the bridge of his nose at her. I saw smoke. It counts. If that's what you want to tell yourself, she chuckled. Interesting way to start fire. You buying? Might as well, Noah said, shaking his head. I am about to set a very bad example for my students. I never bought the I'm not actually inhaling, Mr. Vine's argument, but now I'm about to be the one using it. How the tables turn. This will have to do until I can figure out a better way to generate ash and smoke. He dug one of his few coins out and handed it over to Tissa. She wrapped the bundle back up and handed it over to Noah. Pleasure doing business with you. I hope you figure out how to get a spark up. I'll certainly do my best. Noah returned to his room at a brisk pace, still all too aware of the eyes trailing him on the way back. Instead of heading inside, he made a detour and stopped at Moxie's door, rapping several times to get her attention. He waited for a few minutes, but there was no response. She must be out doing something. Damn. Giving up, Noah headed back to his own room. When he opened the door, Lee was already sitting on his bed, reading one of the books he'd borrowed from the library. She looked up as Noah closed the door behind him. Made yourself comfortable, I see, Noah said. Lee set the book aside and sat up. It's nice. Much nicer than the forest. You humans are lucky. In many ways, Noah agreed. Have you noticed anything strange happening on campus? I just got back and I'm suddenly getting a bunch of people staring at me. Lee rubbed the back of her head and furrowed her brow in thought. I've kind of been avoiding interacting too closely with anyone. I don't know enough about arbitrage to blend in properly if anyone digs too deep. Probably for the best. Noah pulled his chair out and sat down with a frown. He set the leather-wrapped pipe and flashgrass down on his desk, then leaned his chin on his palm, drumming his fingers on his cheek. Do you think we're in danger? Lee asked. If the entire school comes down on us, we won't be able to get away. Not immediate danger, Noah replied. Nobody actually approached me. How long have you been in this room? Most of the day. Did anyone knock? No. Then it's very unlikely we're in direct danger. Someone would have tried to come find me if that was the case. Perhaps Isabel and Todd's performance on the exam was significant enough to garner attention, or it's something to do with Edward, I'm not sure. Moxie wasn't home, so I couldn't ask her. She's teaching right now. She and Emily went somewhere. Noah glanced over at Lee. You saw, I watched them leave out the window. I thought about following them, but it's much more fun to just lounge around in the shade. Noah turned his attention back to the desk. Chances were that this was probably somehow the fault of Magus Allen or Edward. Allen had been pretty furious after the loss, but Noah had imagined he would have tried to keep things as down low as possible, not start spreading rumors around. He pulled the pipe out of its wrapping and sat it on the table. The best solution would be to ask Todd and Isabel what happened during their class tomorrow. Until then, he had a pipe to figure out how to light properly. Noah plucked 2 strands of flashgrass out of the bag and concentrated on vibrating them against each other. Once more, they went up in a single puff of smoke and left no fire behind. Noah's eyes narrowed and he leaned in closer, preparing to start testing. The rest of the day flitted by. He'd already taken huge steps in getting finer control over his vibration rune, but the grass stubbornly refused to let him get away with anything other than perfection. It insisted on either falling apart or failing to properly catch fire. Using a fire rune of some sort would have made everything significantly easier. It was more tempting than Noah cared to admit, but because he still wasn't sure on the exact combination he wanted to settle on when he combined his runes, he was hesitant to sacrifice something that could still be useful for a fire rune, especially if he didn't end up even keeping ash. There was also the matter of needing to get a new greater fire rune, as his current one had burned away when he'd let Todd learn it. He'd have to pull Todd aside at some point and ask him to redraw the rune once Todd learned how to imbue things. Noah worked well into the night trying to perfect his vibrating grass technique, but he didn't manage to make any real headway before the night crept up on him. The day had been successful enough that Noah wasn't too perturbed about his setback. He was confident that even if he couldn't get it yet, he could eventually get the grass to alight without actually needing to spend a rune slot on something new. The fine control training was useful anyway. Lee slipped out of the room at some point, but Noah didn't even notice. He was too focused on his own work. He tested his magic well into the night before finally heading to bed. When the next day dawned, Noah headed out early to his classroom. Ignoring all the gazes didn't mean that he'd solved the problem, and he didn't want to run into anyone before he could figure out what was happening. The added benefit of avoiding anyone noticing where he was headed, even if anyone searching for him could probably figure it out pretty easily, was also nice. Noah set up in the classroom, practicing his control over the vibration rune once more. He kept at it until he heard footsteps announce Todd and Isabel's arrival down the hall. Now somewhat peeved at his lack of success, Noah put the grass away as his students entered the room. "You're early," Todd observed. He glanced around the room. "Where's Lee? She'll show up at some point. I'm sure Moxie and Emily will too," Noah replied as Todd and Isabel took their seats. "Did the two of you happen to pick up on any rumors going around?" "Which ones?" Isabel asked. "There are a lot." Noah frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Literally everyone gossips," Todd said. "Do you mean about you?" "Man, you made Alan look like an idiot, and he lost a challenge against a rank 1 teacher. The only rank 1 teacher. Everyone's laughing at him. That isn't as bad as I was worried it might be." "That's it, essentially," Isabel said. "Some of our friends were curious about how we did so well, but when we told them we just trained against the monsters, that pretty much ended most of the interest. We wouldn't be the first ones too poor to be able to afford shields that try to get stronger by fighting a ton of monsters. It usually ends up in people dying, and that's not interesting until it happens." Noah's frown deepened. "Ah, well, that isn't going to be the case with us." Isabel and Todd both gave Noah a flat stare. "What? It probably will," Isabel said. "I mean, you made a really good point, and we've clearly got a much better chance at this with your help since you're insane and can show us the moves the monsters make, but that won't last forever. Eventually one of us will slip up and you won't react fast enough." Noah blinked. "Wait, you're expecting to get killed?" "Expecting isn't the right word. I don't want to die." Todd crossed his arms. "On that first day, sure, I was really excited, but we spoke after it, you know. I don't want to just waste away with a bunch of lesser runes and never progress. This is the best chance I've got, and it's the same for Isabel. Might as well take it, you know. And hey, if I survive, I'll be strong. Maybe I'll be able to become a soldier." "You feel the same?" Noah asked. Isabel shrugged. "I was already blacklisted from the noble houses. It's not like I'm getting other options. Most merchants won't even sell to me anyway. Okay, now I really want to know what happened there. The urge to avoid prying too deeply into my students' lives is going to drive me insane. Now isn't the time, though. Not yet." "I see," Noah said with a frown. As much as he hated to admit it, they had a point. No matter how confident he was at fighting the monsters, it really did only take one mistake. Isabel and Todd had a single healing potion each, and they likely couldn't afford more. Death had lost so much of its meaning to Noah that he'd let his attitude toward it stretch farther than he'd thought. "I need to find a way to protect them better. I've been letting my willingness to throw my own lives away seep into them. For now, that won't be a concern as we'll be training with Lee," Noah said. "Nobody is going to die from that, probably." "Sure," Isabel said, "but don't start giving up on us now. You can't dangle a chance to change our lives in front of us and then pull it away because you don't want us to get killed. The school can replace us. They don't care that much. We aren't part of noble houses. Either you help us or we do it on our own." "Yeah, we'll steal your strategy," Todd said with a grin, "but probably do it worse. I'm not giving up on anyone." Noah pressed his hands against the podium and leaned forward. "Perish the thought. I'm just going to figure out a way to do things that is maybe just a little less suicidal." "Not sure how you're going to do that," Isabel said. "Don't worry about it for now. We've got other things to focus on." "Like me," Lee said, dropping from the ceiling and landing on a table behind Todd. All three of them flinched, and Noah nearly had a blade of wind formed in his hand by the time he stopped himself. He quickly let the magic drain away, relieved that nobody had noticed it. Lee hopped down from the table and yawned. "Did everyone do their stretches this morning?" "Oops. We'll find out," Lee said, slipping past Todd to walk up beside Noah. "Magus, Moxie, and Emily are heading over. They'll join us a little later. I ran into them on the way over here. For now, there's no point wasting good time. Outside, everyone. It's time to get to work. Why'd you come through the ceiling?" Todd asked, staring at Lee as they all followed her out of the building. "The door is perfectly good, you know. It's not nearly as fun." Noah regretted not stretching. Lee didn't seem concerned with making sure that human bodies could actually move in the same way that hers could. By the time her class was finished, he could barely stand on his own 2 feet. Moxie and Emily did show up about halfway through it, but he was so caught up trying to keep with Lee's ever-increasing demands for flexibility that he didn't even have a chance to greet them. Lee finally dismissed the class for Noah, leaving everyone lying on the ground in varying stages of pain. Noah shook his limbs off in a futile attempt to get some feeling back in them and caught Moxie's attention as she stood. Say, have you heard any rumors? Noah asked. About the exam. You mean your escapades with Magus Allen? Moxie asked with a wry smile. Yes, they're quite amusing. People are saying you defeated him in a test of magic. That's technically true. But that's also definitely not giving anyone the right idea, Noah said with a frown. I don't suppose you've met Magus Allen recently. Why would I associate with him? Moxie asked. He hates my guts, not nearly as much as he hates you, though. I've heard he's got Edward locked in a room, forcing him to copy runes for hours on end. He's pissed. That's not a very constructive way to get a student to improve. Feel free to tell him that, but he might try to smash your face through a wall. If you do, please let me know. I'd pay good money to watch that. How much? What? Never mind, Noah said, clearing his throat. I thought you didn't hate me anymore. You've still got an annoying face. Moxie shrugged. A girl's got to have some hobbies. Hobbies should not include watching your friends smash through walls, says the whackjob that fights monsters without a shield. Moxie crossed her arms. Which was the main reason I shadowed your class, by the way. I'm still waiting for that. Noah winced. Yeah, I'm sorry. There has been so much happening as of late that I haven't been able to properly teach the class. I owe an apology to my students as well. I've been distracted, badly. I'm hoping to have it dealt with very soon, and I'll make it up to you once I have. I'm also working on getting those greater wind runes. You didn't tell me the monsters in the Windscorn Plateau were fluffy. Moxie stared at Noah. Why would I need to tell you that? You could have found out yourself if you just went to the library and checked a dossier on the area. Noah gave Moxie a blank look. Her eyes narrowed. You just went to an area you don't know without reading up about it at all. I really hate waiting around, Noah admitted. It sounded a lot more interesting to just go and do things. Reading is great, don't get me wrong, but true learning is experienced by doing, and I really don't want to sit around if I can avoid it. I can't afford to sit around anyway. I need to kill the Hellreaver before it drives me to insanity or I trip up from the lack of sleep. I've done far too much of that. I'll save the books for the really important things like learning about the Linwick family. Moxie read his face before he could even speak. I haven't gotten the book yet. How'd you know I was going to ask? It wasn't a very difficult guess. I'll probably have it in a week. You could always try to ask Alan to get it from Edward for you. That sounds like a roundabout way of getting him to drive my face through a wall. Moxie grinned. Maybe he'll be feeling charitable. Did you make any progress on getting a greater rune? No more than you made on the book. Maybe we're equally incompetent, eh? I told you it would take time, Moxie said with a frown. It's not easy getting something like this from an entire town over. I'm not controlling myself as well as I should be. This lack of sleep and constant stress is screwing with my head. Damn the Hellreaver. Sorry, that was uncalled for, Noah said. I haven't been fully here recently. About the greater rune, I wasn't prepared for how fluffy the monsters would be, but I'll be more ready next time. I'm going back after this class. It's fine. And have fun with that, Moxie said. I've got even more meetings to go to. You're lucky your family got you out of all of them. Granted, I'm pretty sure that was to make sure you couldn't do anything to disappoint them even more. She chuckled at the glare Noah gave her, then picked Emily up by the back of her shirt from where she was lying on the ground and set her on her feet. 5 more minutes, Emily asked hopefully. My legs feel like noodles that got soaked in boiling water. You'll live, Moxie said with a heavy sigh. Get going. Emily pouted. She nodded to the others and trudged off. She seems more like your little sister than a student, Noah observed. That's because she is. Basically, at least, Moxie said with a shrug. She's a younger member of my family. She's really my niece twice removed or something along those lines, but they sent her here so they could make sure she got a good teacher. The best, Emily said, sending Noah a challenging glare over her shoulder. Moxie scowled at Emily and the student jogged off before her teacher could say anything else. That's cute, Noah said, and kind of you. It's just my job. Good luck with the greater wind runes. For both of our sakes, I really want one of those. What family are you from anyway? Noah asked as Moxie turned to leave. She paused for a moment. Torin, Moxie said, and headed off after Emily, disappearing around the corner of the building. I'm off as well, Lee said. Don't forget to stretch this time. It'll be worse for you next time around. She hopped onto the side of the building, scaling it in seconds, and vanished onto the roof. Noah and his students stared at her retreating back, then silently glanced at each other. She's interesting, Isabel hedged. Crazy, Todd finished. I think I'm more flexible, though. I can almost touch my shins now. That's pretty pathetic, Isabel said with a laugh. You really should practice more. Professor, are we going to be doing anything else today? No, I'm going to be working on getting my hands on a new greater rune. The two of you should just work on sparring since you don't have any other good ways to strengthen your runes safely right now. No going into the forest without me. That's not true. We can still just strengthen them normally, Todd said. It's not really fast, but it's all we ever did before you decided to change things up. That's what pretty much everyone our age does, you know. It's just slow because we don't have access to any of the resources to speed it up that noble families do, Isabel said, a bitter edge to her words. It's not easy to distill a bunch of monster parts down into some super soup that makes your runes absorb energy faster. Runes absorb energy from the environment passively. Moxie did mention something about that, but I thought it was something you had to do on purpose. I suppose it doesn't change anything about my strategy, but that's interesting to know. Maybe I could augment their training by trying to get some of these monster parts. I definitely kill enough of them. I'll have to look into it without coming off as too clueless to Isabel and Todd. I'd also imagine you need stronger monsters for that to be effective. Hey, if it works and you think it's worth your time, then do it. Noah shrugged. He paused for a moment. But while you're at it, could you keep your ears to the ground? Let me know if those rumors are getting too out of hand. Isabel gave Noah a grim nod. I'll pay attention. I don't want to find Magus Allen waiting at my door one morning. That would probably go very poorly for me. He's a professor, Noah said, sounding more confident than he felt. I'm sure he wouldn't resort to anything that vile. Maybe leave something on the handle when you sleep just in case, though. A little caution never hurt anyone. Isabel snorted. I'm used to sleeping with one eye open. I'll be fine. It's Todd you should be worried about. Hey, I'm not the one that crushed Edward in the exam. That was you. The two of them devolved into an argument with surprising speed. Noah watched them for a few moments, a small smile on his face, then headed off to find Tim. It was time to get back to hunting Fluffants. His greater wind rune was waiting for him. Just like that, 2 weeks passed. The rumors never did amount to anything more than just that, but Noah never saw Magus Allen or Edward again in that time. Amy also swung by to deliver his pay of 10 gold for the month, which Noah stashed away. His time was all spent split between classes with Lee and hunting Fluffants in the windscorned plateau. The pipe continued to give him trouble, though he continued to practice trying to light the strands of grass aflame every day. But instead of wasting time until the pipe was working, Noah dropped by the scorched acres to collect a large bag of ash. He took to carrying it around while fighting the Fluffants and put it to enormous use against the monsters, cutting them down with little difficulty. He did avoid using Sunder again, as even though he could now handle it for a few moments, the damage it tended to do was usually just as much against him as it was against his opponent. For the time being, he was satisfied to know he was getting closer to being able to truly use it. When he wasn't fighting Fluffants or in class, Noah finally forced himself back to the library to both return the previous books he'd taken and check some new ones out. He finally confirmed that there were far more ways to grow the strength of his runes than he'd initially thought, though killing monsters was still by far the most efficient way. The method that Todd and Isabel had spoken of was barely even a method in the way that they used it. Runes, like muscles, grew stronger with usage by drawing energy from the body. It was at such a low rate that it was nearly unnoticeable for greater runes, but when augmented by parts from dead monsters, users could improve at significant rates without ever putting themselves at risk. There were also a variety of other strengthening methods that involved intentionally drawing energy from the environment while meditating, copying down runes, contemplating the benefits of one's runes. The list went on. Nobody seemed able to agree on how many variations of improvement there were, but none of them matched up to absorbing energy from other runes directly. Unfortunately, the only way to properly absorb the energy from another rune was to take it from the owner. It wasn't like the monsters could understand Noah even if he asked politely for their runes, though. Noah also checked out the dossier on the windscorched plateau. It identified the Fluffants as flower sappers, information that he promptly wiped from his mind. His name was far superior. He'd gotten fairly good at fighting the Fluffants in the past 2 weeks, but he couldn't help but notice that they had far more variation in how they fought than the monkeys did. Some were aggressive, and others would try to rip clods of dirt up and throw them at him, to essentially zero effect beyond maybe the slight satisfaction of pelting someone in the face. Almost no two of the monsters fought exactly the same, though. When Noah checked the dossier, one of his earlier theories was confirmed as well. There wasn't any record of a master rune-wielding monster in the area, which explained why the Fluffants seemed more unique. They weren't part of a hive mind. Noah filed the information away. His methods would be far less effective if he brought Isabel and Todd to the windscorned plateau. It was best to continue in the forest or find another location governed by a monster wielding a master rune when the time came. To his delight, Noah managed to fill several of the papers during his hunts in the windscorned plateau. 3 to be precise, but less fortunately, they were all lesser runes. But as Noah stood back and watched the last of the group of Fluffants he just killed that day fall to the ground, the papers in his pocket trembled. That felt like a lot of energy. Noah pulled the papers out. 3 lesser wind runes stared up at him, but he leafed past them. Swirling blue lines greeted him on the paper, and a huge grin stretched across his lips. Greater rune. About damn time. Noah crowed, laughing in delight. Your days are up, Hellreaver Ape. Once I learn this, I'm coming for you. My days of torture are about to end. Noah returned to Arbitage and nearly sprinted back to his room. He'd promised Moxie one of the greater runes he got, but he'd never said it would be the first. Sorry, I really hate waiting, Moxie. And hey, maybe I'll get lucky and the rune will survive me learning it. I didn't destroy the vibration rune after all. Perhaps I'm just good at this. Once Noah got home, he slipped inside and sat down at his desk. Lee wasn't home she'd taken to roaming the campus more often, but there hadn't been any problems thus far, so Noah didn't see an issue. Noah set the catch paper bearing the Greater Wind rune out on the table and grinned, a trill of excitement running down his spine. It was the first rune he'd technically earned himself, though Moxie had technically given him the tool he'd used to gather it. He made himself slow down and studied the rune for several minutes, memorizing the lines and curves of the flowing sigil. Noah inspected it, closing his eyes and imagining the rune in his mind before checking the paper to see if he'd gotten it correctly. After a dozen attempts, Noah finally closed his eyes and slipped into his mental space. His 7 runes materialized in the air as a dark cover washed over his surroundings. Noah approached his 2 lesser wind runes. When he'd seen the vision Sunder had given him, the spear-wielding man had literally cut runes apart and taken one directly. If he'd understood the books he'd read correctly, energy could be drawn out of a complete rune, but nobody could take energy from their own runes. What would happen if I sunder a rune instead of just breaking it normally? Would I be able to harvest any of the energy left over? I've already called its power, and I know I can handle it for a moment as long as I only use it once. Noah considered his rune for several minutes, debating with himself. Finally, he nodded. He raised a hand above his head. Sunder lowered above him, the massive energy stored within the rune making the hair on his body stand on end. It brushed against the back of his fingers, and energy poured into Noah, flooding into every nook and cranny in his body. He stiffened, the veins going black beneath his skin as a wave of force slammed down on him. All of Noah's runes lit, burning energy as he drew on them to keep a hold of Sunder. Gritting his teeth, Noah reached out toward the lesser wind rune. Not daring to hold Sunder's power any longer than he had to, he released it. A black line traced down through the lesser wind rune. A trilling chime rang out through Noah's mind, and a spike of pain pierced his chest. He staggered, grimacing but unwilling to let his eyes turn away from the rune. Cracks spiderwebbed through the wind rune. Instead of splitting perfectly in half like everything else he'd sundered, the rune shattered. Fragments floated in the air, spinning aimlessly as they dissipated. Noah tried to will them toward him. A little under half of the particles fluttered toward Noah's hand, sputtering and burning as it tried to remain lit. The rest faded into the yawning mouth of the endless darkness and vanished. Lines materialized in the darkness as Noah recalled the greater wind rune, moving as quickly as he dared to try and keep the energy he'd managed to save. Burning blue carved through the sky before him as Noah drew the rune out. Whether it was the ability to remember things that he'd gained after his death on Earth or simply some aspect of runes themselves, Noah was able to recreate it on his first try. A brilliant thrum ripped out from the rune, washing across his skin and filling his mind. The empty rune snapped into place, dull and empty, but full of potential. The energy from the lesser rune rushed into the greater, filling it a little under a quarter of it. Noah's eyes snapped open and he drew in a sharp breath. Damn, Noah breathed, straightening as the pain receded with his missing rune. Well, that answers one thing. I can't split apart basic runes, but I can kind of snatch some of the energy from the lesser rune as it fades away. The temporary drawback of losing the lesser rune wouldn't impact him much, and now he had something that would hopefully fill a large amount of energy when he killed the Hellreaver ape. There was also still a good bit of energy left to use in the rune, so he wasn't worried about running out on his flying sword, which meant he could try to form the second greater rune as well. To Noah's delight, the rune was still on the catch paper when he checked it after his first attempt. He readied himself and returned to his mind space, holding the catch paper tightly in his hands. He broke the second and last lesser wind rune, gathering the fragments that it left behind and forming them into another great rune. It snapped into place and Noah stepped back, smiling to himself. It does look like I can only keep energy when it's from the same kind of rune, but I suppose that makes sense. Maybe there's some conversion process that happens between runes of different energy types that makes it more efficient to keep things in the same style of energy. If that was the case, then it would be better to train in areas where the monsters have similar runes to me. I'll have to look into that. Noah opened his eyes and looked down at the catch paper bearing the greater wind rune. Or more accurately, he looked down at the blackened wisps of smoke that were rising up from it. The paper was badly burnt and completely ruined. Swearing, Noah gathered the smoke in a ball and directed it out his window using an ash rune. He scrunched his nose and picked at the remains of the paper. Well, that sucks. So much for being a genius. Though I did get the runes on the first try. That's pretty nice. Once the Hellreaver ape goes down, I'll get Moxie that rune I promised her. Maybe I can learn to imbue things and make Moxie a rune instead of killing more fluffants, actually. That could work. Noah pulled the other catch papers out of his pocket. There were 2 that were still unfilled, and the remaining 3 all had lesser wind runes on them. Noah set them all down on his desk. He considered the papers for a few moments. On one hand, he didn't want to lose all the energy he'd get from killing the Hellreaver ape to a piece of paper. On the other, he wasn't sure what would happen to the master rune if he killed the monster. None of the books he'd read in the library had mentioned anything about anyone ever managing to get two master runes at once. That was simultaneously exciting and nerve-wracking. Would they combine, clash, just destroy each other completely? I have no damn idea. I don't want to test that out and risk damaging Sunder somehow until I'm absolutely certain nothing would go poorly. It's not worth losing the ability to come back to life for a jumped-up fire rune. Actually, for that matter, are all master runes made the same? Are all greater runes? Damn it, I have no idea, even after scouring a bunch of books. Why is everyone in this world so blasted stingy with their information about runes? Noah grabbed one of the papers and slipped it into his pocket. He could always just leave it out if he decided not to use it. He picked up his travel bag with its spare set of clothes, tucked his sword into his belt, and headed out. Lee dropped down beside Noah as he stepped out of the tea building. He didn't even flinch, having gotten so used to her appearing out of nowhere over the past weeks. "Hello, Lee, you've got good timing." "I do, yes, I was hoping to speak with you soon," Noah said, continuing along the road. Lee fell in step beside him, something changing, just temporarily. "I'm going to be working on a personal project for a little while. I don't know how long it's going to take, though, maybe a few days. Maybe a week or two. It's going to have me pretty out sorts while I'm doing it. Can you keep everything moving with class? I'll keep up the stretches." Lee tilted her head to the side. "We were just about to start getting to imbuing. Why are you suddenly leaving?" "Damn, I do actually want to learn how to do that. I'll try to speed things up," Noah promised. "But this is something I've been working for on a long time. I don't want to wait any longer." "Why?" Noah pressed his lips together. He didn't have a good answer beyond, "I don't like waiting." How was he supposed to describe the excruciating feeling of absolute nothingness and boredom that came with waiting in line for thousands of years, unable to even lift his own finger in protest? Chewing his lip, Noah just shook his head. "I'll catch up with you and the kids. Don't slow the class down for me. Maybe just fill me in after hours. I'll still be on campus and in my room, just less frequently than before for a little while. If anything goes wrong, find me." Lee shrugged. "If you're sure, I'm sure Moxie will help as well. I think I've got an inkling of what you're trying to do. And good luck, I won't miss it. I don't think you can do it, though." Noah grunted. They walked in silence for a few minutes. Lee gave Noah a small nod when they reached the transport cannon building. She broke away, heading back toward Noah's room while he continued onward. He ascended the steps and took the lift up to Tim, who was sitting with his back turned, staring out a dirty window at the campus below. The old man turned as the lift rattled to a stop and let Noah off. A smile crossed his wrinkled features. "Ah, Vermal, I haven't seen your students in a while, lad. Have they graduated?" "Nothing like that," Noah said with a laugh. "They're just doing some physical training right now. It's good to keep your body in shape, you know." Tim nodded sagely. "Ah, yes. I used to be quite the fan of that sort of thing in my younger days. You wouldn't know by looking at me now, would you? I'm all skin and bones." He let out a snorting laugh, flexing a thin arm to demonstrate. "I'm sure it's still there, you've just got to get back into it." Maybe, Tim said, shaking his head and patting the table. "Not sure if my old bones could handle it anymore." "Well, let's get you on your way, lad. Windscorn Plateau. Actually, I'm headed back to the Scorched Acres this time." "Why does it seem like you swap it every time I ask?" Tim asked with a chortle. The tower rumbled as it rotated and the turret lined itself up with its new destination. "How long?" "Let's do 2 hours. This one won't be long." Tim raised an eyebrow but nodded. "It's set up for you. Good luck out there." Noah stepped over to the turret and climbed into it. It hummed and then he was gone, a blue streak screaming across the sky. Moments later, Noah slammed down in the Scorched Acres. His knees bent with the landing, and he straightened back up while rolling his neck. His soul was almost completely healed, and he'd avoided dying in the recent days. His runes were upgraded and ready to be filled. He could use Sunder if just for a moment. Everything was ready. It was time to kill the Hellriver ape. Noah used his greater wind rune to power his flying sword as he searched for the Hellriver ape's ring of fire. Excitement, weariness, and hatred mixed in his stomach. He hadn't hated anything more than the Hellriver ever, as far as he could remember. After 30 minutes of flying around, he spotted the ring of smoke curling into the air and landed beside it. His greater rune, despite currently holding less energy than the lesser one did, had taken him the entire way over and still had some to spare. It was refilling much slower than the former, but the improvement was impressively significant. Noah gathered his belongings and set them all up in a tree a fair distance away, far enough that the Hellriver's flame ring wasn't even in sight. He considered the catch paper for a moment. Then he picked one of the sheets up and tucked it into his pants. The risk of the master rune somehow interfering with his own if he absorbed it was too great for him to take. As much as he wanted the energy from the monster, he could always spend a few weeks killing other monkeys until he had enough to rank up. Steadying himself, Noah turned toward the direction of the ring of fire and headed over to it, arriving after a few minutes of walking. He shook his hands off, shifting from foot to foot to make sure the blood was properly flowing, then charged forward. The flames sputtered in and out, and Noah dove through one of the gaps as soon as it appeared. Heat seared him from every angle and he hit the dry ground in a roll, shooting straight to his feet and already pulling ash from the environment. A black spike ripped free from the trees and lanced toward the Hellreaver. The monster's eyes snapped open and it whipped an arm up, blocking the attack. Noah's ash spike pierced into its skin, drawing blood. Snarling with rage, the monster clambered to its feet. Its eyes locked with Noah's and it paused for a moment. Pure, smug hatred radiated off the monster. It knew what it had been doing. There was no doubt in Noah's mind. It didn't seem to care that Noah could come back to life. It just enjoyed tormenting him. Noah shot himself into the air with a burst of wind to avoid a wild swing, then launched himself back down as the Hellreaver breathed a sheet of fire toward him. Ash swirled from the spike in the large monster's arm, slithering up toward its neck and sharpening into a point. The Hellreaver roared and a wave of fire washed over its body, burning with such intensity that Noah was momentarily blinded. He instinctively threw himself to the side, and a violent thud behind him showed he'd done the right thing. Noah forced his eyes open, squinting through the dots floating in his vision. The Hellreaver's body was still completely alight, but it had somehow gotten hot enough to burn his ash away. He staggered away, boosting himself with a burst of wind as flame washed toward him. Noah quickly dodged back as the Hellreaver's fist smashed down directly before him, passing so close that the wind from the blow buffeted his hair back. A furious roar ripped through the scorched acres, and the Hellreaver beat its chest, hatred burning in its eyes. Noah took the momentary opportunity to gather more ash and send it flying at the Hellreaver's back. The spike carved along the ape's shoulder as it shifted its weight to avoid the attack. It stomped the ground, and Noah nearly lost his footing as a tremor ran through the earth. "That's my move. You can't do that." He launched himself into the air as the Hellreaver lunged forward, grabbing at him with both hands. Noah just barely cleared the monster, and it slid for a few feet beneath him. One of its hands passed through the ring of fire and slammed into a stump of a charred tree beyond it, shattering it with a crash. The Hellreaver rolled over, nearly batting Noah out of the air as he dropped back down with its other hand, and lurched upright. Noah landed back on the ground, stumbling slightly at the hard impact, then ripped more ash from the air and sent a dozen spikes whipping for the Hellreaver's face. It crossed its arms before it, and the spikes slammed into the Hellreaver, biting deep through its fur and into its flesh. Dark blood seeped from the wounds, and the Hellreaver ripped the spikes out with a snarl. The ring of flame surrounding them surged in intensity. Heat licked at Noah's back, and he formed a barrier of ash behind him. Fire roared as it splashed against his shield. The Hellreaver reared back and kicked at Noah, but he dove forward and rolled past the monster's foot. He came up, sending another barrage of spikes into the beast's side. Blood splattered, and it staggered, howling in pain. Determination etched across Noah's face. He dashed forward, calling on his vibration rune. Noah leapt, empowering his jump with wind, and shot for the Hellreaver's shoulder, angling himself so that it could only try to block with its already injured arm. The monster instead dodged to the side, moving with more agility than Noah thought it still had. He stopped his flight with a blast of wind and dropped to the ground. Noah unleashed the vibration energy he'd gathered into the floor rather than the Hellreaver. A tremor shook the forest, ripping a gap open in line with the Hellreaver's foot. The monster stumbled, slipping into it for a moment before it could catch its balance. Noah sent two blades of wind shooting for its throat, a grin starting to cross over his lips. "Gotcha." Noah sprinted forward, calling on all the vibration energy he could muster. The monster's fur was too dense for him to be confident of a killing blow with wind, and it still had a chance of blocking his ash magic with its arms. But vibration was a different kind of attack. If he touched the monster, there wouldn't be any blocking anything. Noah lunged, extending his hand for the Hellreaver as it struggled to rise. Malice burned in the monster's eyes, catching his as he approached. The fire all around them sputtered, then it vanished. The flames covering the Hellreaver blinked out instantly, and it threw itself back, whipping dirt at Noah and pelting him with small stones as it avoided his hand. Noah turned to give chase, preparing to boost himself with the wind rune to catch the monster. He drew a breath, or at least, he tried to. As Noah tried to inhale, nothing entered his lungs. His wind rune failed to activate. Noah could still feel the energy in it, but it stubbornly refused to do so much as budge. He tried to breathe even harder, but his lungs failed to gather anything. He'd been breathing heavily from the fight, and Noah had far from much breath stored up. His chest heaved and he staggered away from the Hellreaver as its bloodshot eyes narrowed and it took a step toward him. All too late, Noah realized exactly what the passive effect of the Hellreaver Ape's Master Rune was. It wasn't controlling fire at all. It was controlling air, and the Hellreaver Ape had just sucked all of it out of the clearing. Noah didn't get any more time to think. The monster swung its arm down for him. Without any wind to increase his speed and nearly no air left in his lungs, all he could do was dive to the side. The ground trembled and he scrambled back to his feet, but another fist was already flying toward him. This time there was no way to dodge. Noah's body crumpled beneath the blow and his soul ripped free. His corpse bounced across the clearing and slammed into a dry tree, smashing through it before coming to a stop several feet past it. "Shit," Noah swore. "I'm an idiot. I should have expected that." You know, a few of the Hellreaver's moves weren't all that different from the ones the monkeys used. I guess that makes sense since the monkeys are basically imprinted by the Hellreaver. Unfortunately, it's a whole lot smarter than they are. The Hellreaver straightened back up. Fire sputtered to life along it again, and its ring of flame reignited as it sat back down to nurse its wounds. Noah gritted his teeth and let the pull of his gourd call to him. His new body formed, and Noah jerked upright beside his tree, his head pounding in pain. Irritably, Noah threw his spare clothes on and gathered his belongings before trudging over to where his body had landed. He wasn't concerned about anything eating it now he'd already reformed, so he wouldn't take any more soul damage, but he didn't want to leave a corpse sitting around for someone to find. To Noah's surprise, he wasn't the first to make it. Lee sat in a tree branch above his body, swinging her legs. She raised an eyebrow as Noah approached. "How'd it go? What do you think?" Noah asked with a grimace as he massaged his temple. "I thought you stayed in Arbitage." Lee hopped to the ground and shrugged. "I wanted to watch." Noah grunted, "Not much to see, just me being a moron. I'd gathered that much. For someone who can't die, you sure don't value life much. I suppose that makes sense." Noah's brow furrowed. "What's that meant to mean? I'm not dying for no reason. You talk about death like it's some transactional exchange." "I guess it is for you," Lee said with a shrug. She knelt beside Noah's corpse and nudged it. "Not for the rest of us, though. That's why I'm not making anyone else do it." "Isn't it what you're doing for your students?" "That's different," Noah replied through a grimace. "Besides, I'm trying to find a better way to help. You heard them, though. They don't have another choice. That's how things are here. Besides, death isn't." Lee raised an eyebrow. Noah shook his head. "Never mind. I don't want anyone to die. That's why I'm doing this, to get strong. Also, the Hellreaver cursed me or something. I'm going insane every day this damn thing is alive. It needs to go before I do, or worse, someone else realizes that I can come back to life after I slip up when the Hellreaver sends me a vision at the wrong time." "What are you talking about? Can't you just hold off until you're stronger?" "I can't explain that without talking about the soul damage, and I'm not sure if I want to share that quite yet." Noah just shook his head. "I can't explain it. I won't deny that I've not made the best decisions at every turn, but anything is better than nothing, and I don't think I'll survive another month in this way. The Hellreaver has to die, if you say so. You going to eat this?" Lee nodded to his body. "Help yourself." Lee hunched over the corpse, and Noah turned away. He wasn't particularly interested in watching Lee eat his body. Something about that just felt wrong on multiple levels. There were a few loud crunches, followed by a satisfied sigh. Noah turned back as Lee wiped her mouth and offered Noah the blank piece of catch paper he'd had in his pocket. "Here." Noah took it from her, then glanced around. "Where are my clothes?" "Ate 'em. I've got a strong stomach. I hope you didn't want those." Noah sighed and shook his head. "Better this way. Saves me from trying to find out how to clean them from a gallon of blood." His head pulsated, and he rubbed at it with a sigh. Fog still blocked his mind from magic, which was almost more annoying than the actual headache. "So what now?" Lee asked. Noah leaned against a tree and gave her a shrug. "You trying to get me to say something, like I should stop?" "Nah, I'm having fun, so I don't care much what you do. I just don't want you getting your students killed or deciding to wander off without me." "I'd have to leave Arbitage if you did." Noah grunted. "I guess a selfish motivation is as good as any. I can't say I'm any better. What do you think I should do? There are too many powerful players, and I'm already drawing their attention. If I'm not strong enough to hold my own, things could go very poorly for all of us." "Do what you do. I eat people. I don't think I'm the moral advice you're looking for. Ask Moxie if you trust her enough." "It's clear you care about those kids just as much as you care about whatever it is that motivates you. I'm just making sure you aren't losing your mind." "I appreciate it," Noah said. "I think I can get the Hellreaver the next time around." "That's what you said this time." "Maybe you are losing your mind. It had a trick. What if it has more?" Noah scrunched his nose. "Then I'll get it the time after that." "The scary thing is that I believe you," Lee said. "You're like a cockroach, but you get stronger every time someone kills you. Kind of scary, honestly. I'm not sure getting called scary by something that just ate my corpse in front of me is reassuring." "It's a compliment." Lee shrugged. "Just keep leaving me corpses. It's a good replacement for eating other people. You'd be really popular with skinwalkers. Infinite snacks. The moment you start looking at me like nothing more than an infinite food source, we're going to have problems. And I don't plan on making deals with any other skinwalkers." "Good," Lee said. "You don't die too often, so there wouldn't be enough food for both of us, and I hate sharing. I'll stop by the Hellreaver's area after class for as long as you insist on doing this. Who knows, maybe you'll actually succeed. I'll turn my attention to other things if this goes on longer than a week," Noah promised. "At that point, there are better ways to spend my time. A week of good food, not bad." "I'll take it," Lee said with a right. "I'm going to get pulled back to Arbitage soon. I asked Tim to only send me over for an hour, and it took me a bit to find you. I'm gonna go run around until it happens. The only thing that I don't like about cities is that I can't move at full speed." "Have fun," Noah said, raising a hand in farewell as Lee slipped into the trees and vanished. Then he sat down and waited, running back over the fight in his mind to identify all the spots he'd gone wrong in. The mistakes wouldn't happen again. Eventually, the Hellreaver would run out of surprises. Then it would fall, and Noah would have his revenge on the scorched acres and his sanity back. 3 days, 3 tries, 3 deaths. Noah challenged the Hell Reaver every day after discovering its ability to control the air. He'd had to spend some coin on buying some new clothes once again, which had gotten him a strange look from the seamstress. Every time Noah arrived to fight the Hell Reaver ape, he found it lying in the same spot, uninjured. He'd managed to do some significant damage to the monster his first time around, but all of it was completely gone the next time he arrived. He could swear he felt himself losing his mind in real time. The visions continued, plaguing his nights so badly that sometimes he even saw them in his waking moments, when the Hell Reaver wasn't even trying to bother him. Noah hunted monsters and took naps in his best attempt to stay sane, but there was only so long he could avoid proper sleep, and the Hell Reaver's constant interference with any fights in the Scorched Acres made things even more problematic. Noah scoured the library for any information on the monster, but there was borderline nothing beyond its possession of a master rune, and the books didn't even state which one it was. As such, he simply determined that he'd have to defeat the monster while they were both at full strength rather than whittling it down, and that was what he tried to do. Every time he challenged it, he tried to come up with a new strategy that would give him an upper hand. The first, he just held his breath when the Hell Reaver ripped the air away. It let him last a little longer than before, but with the complete loss of his access to his wind runes, Noah had no good way to avoid the monster's attacks and fell quickly. He did, however, confirm that while the Hell Reaver was sucking up the airflow, it also made itself unable to use any fire. That was a fairly logical conclusion, but it relieved him nonetheless. It meant he only had to deal with the monster's physical prowess when it sucked up all the air, canceling the powers of his wind runes. Unfortunately, the Hell Reaver ape certainly recognized Noah just as much as he recognized it. The monster had started to predict his own attacks and had wised up to the power of Noah's vibration rune, refusing to let him get into range for a devastating blow. That had led to Noah's next attempt, where he tried to sneak up on the monster and kill it before it could even wake up by attacking from far above it from the safety of his flying sword. He'd hoped that the monster had a range on its abilities, and by staying far above, he'd be outside of it. That was the day that Noah discovered that, if the Hell Reaver had a range on its powers, a few hundred feet was within it. He also discovered that his flying sword was quite useless when he couldn't feed wind magic into it. He also discovered what it felt like to impale himself on a brittle tree after falling for several long, shameful seconds. Lee had laughed for nearly 5 minutes upon finding Noah staring up at his corpse doing its best impression of a bloody Christmas ornament. Luckily, he'd managed to find his flying sword with a little help from Lee. When Noah returned the third day, he had a new plan. He'd gone through several, actually, but many of the ideas had gotten dismissed before they could come into fruition. One of them had involved selling his collection of monster parts to buy enough magical items to just lob things at the monster until it died. That one had been tempting, but Noah decided against it, telling himself that wasting so much money was pointless when he could keep it for a rainy day. Noah simply just didn't want to admit that he needed the help of magical items to defeat his foe. Their fight had gotten more personal with every day, and the thought of needing a crutch to win irritated him. It also didn't help that he still really wanted to spend all the money on something really nice rather than using it now. He hadn't given up his dream of a big shopping day, and the only thing he was okay with dying in this forest was himself, not his dream no matter how shallow it was. A variety of other strategies raced through his head. Some involved trying to bring other monsters into the fight to distract the Hell Reaver or otherwise shift the flow of the battle. Noah scrapped that, as there was a good chance that the monsters just grouped up on him. For a moment, he considered asking Lee for help to distract the Hell Reaver, but that was also tossed aside. Her words about his view on death still resonated in his head. Noah wasn't sure if he could bring himself to ask anyone to put themselves in harm's way just due to his impatience. It was one thing if he died. It was an entirely different one if someone else did. And so, Noah returned to the Hell Reaver on the 4th day, a vendetta in his eyes and conviction in his face. Noah had already died enough times to the monster to risk worsening his visions if he did it too much more, but he was beyond the point of caring. Part of him, the part that was responsible for logical, thought-out decisions, was broken, and it would stay that way until one of them was dead for good. Noah arrived at the flaming circle and stepped through a gap in the fire, his jaw set. He'd brought his last spare piece of catch paper with him that he'd been saving up if this attempt didn't work. He might have to get more from Moxie. There was one thing left that Noah had yet to try. Something that the Hell Reaver ape hadn't seen him use that it couldn't be ready for. The Hell Reaver snorted as Noah stepped into the circle. Its nostrils twitched, but Noah had waited until the wind was in the correct direction to buy himself time from the monkey smelling any burnt hair he earned upon entering the circle. Without wasting an instant, Noah drew in a deep breath and called on Sunder. He reached out to the Master Rune, drawing on its power as gently as he dared. Sunder responded. Noah's back stiffened as ice rushed through his veins, and they turned black with the Master Rune's power. The gravity pressing down on Noah seemed to quadruple, and his foot scuffed the dirt as he fought to remain upright. All of his runes burned their power, holding Sunder's enormous energy back from tearing through his body. At the same time, a deep thrum echoed through Noah's head. The Hellreaver ape's eyes snapped open. It knew. Noah could tell just from looking into its eyes. Intelligence and malice swirled within them, mixed with what just might have been a flicker of fear. Good. Instead of waiting for a perfect moment like it had in the previous fights, the air around them whooshed. The flame covering the monster and making up the ring instantly vanished, and the Hellreaver ape lurched to its feet. There was no roaring or displays of strength. There was no time for such things. The ape stomped a foot on the ground. Noah forced his body to leap into the air, avoiding the rumble that shook the ground. The Hellreaver threw a punch at Noah. He couldn't use wind to boost himself anymore, but Noah had more ways to move around than just wind. Ash surged beneath his feet, launching him to the side like a springboard. Noah hit the ground in a roll and came up, diving for the Hellreaver ape's feet. The monster leapt back, avoiding his grasp, and stomped in his direction. Another wall of ash shoved Noah to the side. Skidded across the dirt. Sharp rocks and dirt dug into his clothes and bit into his back, drawing blood. Another pillar of ash erupted before Noah, and he grabbed on, using it to pull himself upright. Noah thrust his hands forward, and the trees around them all groaned. A huge cloud of ash tore away from them, swirling around his body and forming into a large sphere. He swung it at the Hellreaver like a bowling ball. The monster drove its open palm into the spell, and a loud crash shook the clearing. Ash exploded, raining everywhere as the ape's fist demolished it. Falling ash slithered beneath Noah's feet and aided his charge toward the Hellreaver. He lunged once again. Roaring in panic, the Hellreaver pitched back, flailing its arms and missing a step as it just barely managed to keep out of range of Noah. It drove a foot into the ground, shattering it. Cracks raced through the dry dirt like spiderwebs, and it shifted beneath Noah's feet, threatening to send him tumbling. Noah would have loved to try and cancel the earthquake with his own vibration magic, but he was still nowhere near the point where he could match the exact frequency of the trembling. Instead, a platform of ash materialized before him, and he stumbled onto it. The ash ferried him forward, building momentum before launching him into the air toward the monster. Eyes widening, the Hellreaver stepped out of the way. Noah's trajectory would take it well past the monster, leaving him open as he passed it by. Both he and the Hellreaver knew it. The monster started to turn, lifting a foot to crush him into paste when he landed. A grim smile crossed Noah's lips. It was only for a flicker of an instant, but the monster was paying attention to where he would be, not where he was. Ash spiked out of the ground before Noah in a thin pillar. He grabbed onto it as hard as he could. Pain spiked down Noah's arm as he jerked to a sudden stop. There was a loud pop and something shifted where it shouldn't have, but Noah forced himself to ignore it. He spun around the pole once, holding on for dear life with numbing fingers, then flung himself at the Hellreaver's side. The monster realized that he'd changed his path of attack an instant too late. It bared its teeth, and a vision of its massive eye ripped open before Noah, burning into his soul. Evidently, the Hellreaver had saved one final trick. It had yet to actually use the visions in their fights, clearly hoping to catch Noah off guard with it, but it had miscalculated one thing. Noah was beyond the point of feeling fear. He had been for a while. Noah launched right through the eye, ignoring it completely. The Hellreaver spun, trying to duck out of the way, but Noah was already upon it. He drove his hand into the side of the Hellreaver's neck and unleashed the pent-up power of Sunder. Energy flooded through his fingertips in an instant, pouring into the Hellreaver's body. It opened its mouth to roar in defiance as Noah slammed into the ground with a pained grunt. Agony shot through his shoulder, and he rolled to a stop against a rock. Darkness encroached on the edges of Noah's vision, but he forced his eyes open to look up at the Hellreaver. It had a foot raised, prepared to crush him, but it had frozen. A trickle of blood ran down its lip. The fur on the Hellreaver ape's neck shifted in the breeze. A black line traced across its neck. Then it burst into flames. The monster pitched forward, its head rolling off its body as it fell. Noah's eyes widened and he reached for his wind runes. He wasn't fast enough. The Hellreaver's body crashed down on top of Noah. A momentary flash of pain flooded his body before his soul was launched out, leaving him floating above the dead Hellreaver as it set his squashed corpse alight. God damn it. That's not how that was supposed to go. I still won though. Damn you and your maddening visions. Damn you and your monsters constantly killing me. I hope you rot. A sudden rush of energy flooded into Noah. He stiffened, his eyes widening in shock. That wasn't just a little energy. It was a lot. More than enough to fill both of his greater wind runes and top off his second greater vibration rune. Well, at least that answers the question of whether it's the soul or the body that gets stronger for a fact. That was definitely enough for me to get to the next rank. As a grin stretched across Noah's features, the Hellreaver's body shuddered. Red lines flashed through the air above its still smoldering back, drawing a pattern in the air. It wasn't a rune that Noah recognized, though. It didn't even look like a rune. A shrill shriek split the forest as a beam of light erupted from the Hellreaver's back, tearing up into the sky and piercing through the clouds. Noah's grin vanished. Oh shit. Energy bound Noah's neck, and he was yanked away, denied the chance to even think anything else. Lee watched from the tree line, staring up at the burning beam of light in horror. A thrum washed through the scorched clearing. A swirling disk of white energy carved itself into the air on the edge of the tree line. She pressed her lips together and burst into motion, charging for the still burning Hellreaver's corpse. Somehow, Vermal had actually managed to kill the damn monster. She hadn't thought he'd pull it off for a second, but now they had bigger problems. Lee drove her shoulder into the Hellreaver's body, shoving it up. Fire licked across her body, burning her skin. Vermal's corpse laid beneath the monster, already burnt beyond recognition. She didn't have time to eat the body. The energy washing off the portal forming across from her was like a blaring signal to her mind. She grabbed Vermal's jacket and ripped the nameplate out of the stitching, hissing in pain as the metal seared her fingers. Lee let the Hellreaver crash back down and turned, sprinting for the tree line as quickly as she could. Behind her, the portal finished forming and opened with a sharp snap. As soon as Lee was back into the trees, she slammed to a stop and shoved the metal nameplate into the ground to let it cool. She risked a glance over her shoulder, squinting through the trees. A tall, bald man stepped out of the portal. He had a long scar that ran vertically along his face and through his right eye. He wore an Arbitage uniform with 5 stripes. Behind him, a second older man stepped out of the portal as well. A white beard framed his face and he leaned heavily on a rugged stone staff with a yellow gem affixed at its top. Like the first man, his robes also marked him as rank 5. What in damnation happened? The bald man asked, striding toward the Hellreaver. Lee swallowed heavily. The urge to bolt away filled her body, but she instead called on her runes, slipping into the darkness and obscuring herself from detection. It was easy to be fast or stealthy, but not both. Judging by the dangerously high ranks the two men had, Lee didn't doubt for an instant that they could catch her if she ran. That left only one option, so all she could do was wait and watch while praying they didn't look closely enough to spot her through her rune. The older man pointed his staff at the Hellreaver, and it lifted into the air as if it weighed nothing, revealing the charred corpse beneath it. The two men walked up to it, deep frowns on their faces. Someone tried to kill the Hellreaver ape, the bald man said. Succeeded, the older one put in, and then got himself killed right after. Then we're fine, the master rune. Isn't here, the old man finished, his eyes glinting in fury. This one died, but he must have not been working alone. Someone has taken the Hellreaver's master rune. Report back to the headmaster immediately. The bald man spun and strode back into the portal, leaving the other alone in the clearing. Floating the corpse of the Hellreaver to the side, the older man studied Vermal's body. His lips pressed thin, evidently noticing the lack of a nameplate on the robes. They'd been badly burnt, but still clearly were from Arbitage. Vermal had luckily been wearing his cheaper uniform during the fight, so at least they weren't clearly from a teacher. Infiltration, the old mage growled, or perhaps stolen robes, dead fools. Why would someone act against Arbitage? Troublesome indeed. He leaned heavily on his staff, rubbing his chin with a deep frown. Lee barely dared to even breathe. Then, finally, the man let the Hellreaver's body thud to the ground. Vermal's burnt corpse lifted into the air and floated over to the man, who turned and strode back into the portal. It snapped shut behind him. Lee didn't budge. She kept herself hidden in the darkness, not even risking so much as to move her eyes. Her efforts weren't in vain. The portal whirred back to life and the old man emerged from behind it, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Damn, I was hoping some idiot would run for it. They couldn't have gotten far by foot in this time, and I didn't pick up any usage of magic while we were arriving, the old man mused. They must have already teleported away. A powerful opponent then, damn it all. He strode through the portal for a second time. There was a sharp pop and his body vanished. Lee remained still, watching as the portal slowly sealed itself shut. Then she waited 15 more minutes. Nothing changed. Lee finally let herself shift, peeling away from the darkness and carefully scooping the now cooled nameplate from the ground with burnt fingers. She tucked it into the pocket of her pants and padded away. Noah didn't budge after coming back to life. Even as pain rocked his head, all he did was sit frozen. The Hellreaver had set some sort of beacon off the moment it had died, and that almost certainly meant that someone would be arriving much faster than he could get away. The act of fleeing from the site would almost certainly be more suspicious than just sitting there looking like a moron, which was the exact strategy Noah took on. He remained in the tree. Some distant words reached his ears from where the Hellreaver had fallen, but nobody actually stepped out of the clearing. Lee was right. I'm an idiot. Why didn't I think about the Hellreaver being defended? I thought killing the monsters was a good thing, but the Hellreaver was keeping the other monkeys in the area. The goddamn school brought it here on purpose. Shit. I was too focused on getting rid of its visions. Noah didn't even dare to move enough to put his clothes on until he heard the sounds of whoever had arrived at the clearing fade away. He wasn't sure why they hadn't gone around to check for what had happened, but he wasn't about to question it. Head still pounding with a headache, Noah pulled his clothes on. Then he sat still, waiting for the call of the transport cannon. There wasn't anything else he dared to try. Noah's back thumped against cold metal and he slid out of the tube, landing on the ground of the tower with a grunt. He opened his eyes and straightened, expecting to see Tim. Instead, his eyes met the gaze of a tall, bald man with a scar running through his right eye. 5 stripes adorned his coat, indicating his rank. Noah fought to keep the fear from flickering across his features. He caught a glance of Tim over the man's shoulder, sending Noah a concerned glance. "Hello," Noah said, rubbing the side of his head. "Can I help you?" "Quite so. You were just in Scorched Acres, correct?" The man asked, his eye cold. "My name is Near. I'm an enforcer for Arbitage, if you haven't guessed, I see." "And yes, I was in Scorched Acres," Noah replied, looking as confused as he could. "Why, an attack has been launched against Arbitage, and all entities that were present within Scorched Acres over the course of the last day are suspects," Near replied. "Do not move. Any sudden motions or attempts to draw on your runes will be treated as aggression and dealt with promptly." "I've got no idea what you're talking about," Noah stammered, but he raised his hands into the air to show he meant no harm. "What happened? That is not your concern," Near replied. "I will not be sharing information about an investigation with weight." Near grabbed Noah's shoulder and spun him to the side so he could see the single bar on his jacket. Near's cold expression twitched. He glanced back at Tim. "You didn't tell me that he was a rank 1. Do you know this person, or has he stolen someone's clothes?" "Yes," Tim replied with an empathetic nod. "A kind lad that comes through every few days to practice in Scorched Acres or Windscorn Plateau. He's a professor. I've met his students and he was part of the group that took the exams with their students a little while ago." Near let out a bark of laughter. "A rank 1 professor? Is that even possible? How do you even teach your students?" "By doing my best and a lot of practice," Noah replied with an irritated frown. With the pain coming from his headache, it wasn't too difficult to make. "That's why I was in Scorched Acres. I train against slashers every other day." "Put your hands down, rank 1. You couldn't have done this," Near said with a dismissive shake of his head. "Maybe a rank 2 or 3, but not you unless you were working with even more people." "Working with more people?" Noah didn't even have to pretend to be confused this time. "I'm sorry, I really don't understand what happened." "Never mind that. Were you in the forest with anyone?" Near asked. "Not today. I occasionally go in with my fellow professor, but we went separately today and I didn't see her." "Who was that? The woman that left before I could get here?" Near asked, looking back at Tim. Tim nodded slightly. "Who is she? What's her rank?" "Her name is Lee. She's helping teach my class physical combat, and she's also a rank 1. I brought her on myself." Near sent a flat stare at Tim. "2 of them?" Tim shrugged. "Their students like them. I'm sure they do," Near said through a snort. His posture relaxed significantly and he rolled his eyes. "Right, and physical combat. Really? What, are you going to punch rune magic away?" "It's good for your health," Noah said meekly. Near let out a heavy sigh. "Get out of my face. You aren't even old enough to be a professor, kid. Don't go anywhere. You're still a suspect and we'll be following up with you once the investigator arrives. Any attempts to flee the premises of Arbitage will be treated as an admission of guilt and dealt with accordingly." Noah started to nod and turned toward the lift. Near clapped him on the shoulder before he could leave. Noah stiffened, turning to look back at him. "One last thing," Near said. "You said you were training. Did you notice anything odd happening while you were practicing?" There was a hidden edge to Near's words that nearly went unnoticed by Noah due to his headache. Luckily, he'd spent so much time berating himself in the past hours that he'd already thought of his answer to that question. "Yeah," Noah said, nodding and trying not to show how much the movement hurt. "The slashers suddenly got harder to read. I nearly got myself killed twice. Had to use my healing potion. It was like they were going insane. Do you know what happened? Will I still be able to train here?" "I don't know if my students can handle things if they stay like that." "No more questions," Near said. "Leave. I need my focus for anyone else that arrives." Noah didn't make Near say it twice. He silently stepped onto the lift and let it lower him to the ground, where he made a beeline to his room. Noah didn't let himself relax until he was inside and had his door slammed shut behind him. He flopped onto his bed, cursing under his breath. "Damn it all, I'm a fool." "If you wanted someone to insult you, you could have just asked," Lee said, slipping out from Noah's bathroom and nearly making him jump a foot in the air. "I would have done it for free." "Lee," Noah exclaimed. He winced as a spike of pain shot through his head. "Did you see?" "What part?" Lee asked with a smirk. "The one where you got yourself squished by the Hellreaver, or the part where it set off a massive alarm?" Noah groaned and pulled at his hair as he sank back into his bed. "This is bad. They're going to find my corpse." "They already did," Lee said, burnt to a crisp. "It had my name tag on." A piece of metal clinked on the ground in front of Noah. He squinted down at it. His eyes widened and he glanced back up at Lee. "How? I've got my ways," Lee replied with a shrug. "They aren't going to be able to identify you from that, but they know the Master Rune is missing. It wasn't on your body, so they think some big group worked together to kill the monster." Noah chewed his lower lip. "I stuck my dick in a beehive, didn't I? And swung it around," Lee agreed with a nod. "This ought to be fun." "Did you at least manage to get the Master Rune?" Noah blinked. He hadn't even had a chance to check yet, but his headache was severely interfering with his ability to think. He swallowed heavily. "I'll check tomorrow morning. I need to sleep. Can you let me know if Something happens, Lee finished. Yeah, you owe me, I know. Noah's dreams were plagued with visions of the Hellreaver, and it was laughing. The monster seemed to be mocking him, even in death. He couldn't even do anything against it. The damn thing was probably waiting in a line somewhere. Despite the dreams, Noah slept uninterrupted for the first time in what felt like ages. It wasn't anywhere near a good rest, but it was better than what he'd been getting. His eyes snapped open, and he drew in a sharp breath, breaking out of his sleep and bolting upright. Noah's forehead was covered in a thin sheet of sweat, and his entire body felt hot. He grimaced and let out a slow breath. Nothing happened, Lee said from above him. Noah looked up, only slightly surprised to see Lee splayed out across the ceiling, somehow holding onto it with just her fingers and toes. She dropped down, landing in a handstand before flipping to her feet. Except for you, Noah said dryly. Why the ceiling? It's comfortable. Most people don't look up when they try to get inside places looking for something. Noah grimaced. I'm going to look up every single time I go anywhere from here on out. He peered out the window. The sun was rising over the silhouette of Arbitage. He'd slept through the day and night. I tried to wake you up, but you were completely out of it. As long as nothing happened, it's fine. What about class? Taught it as normal. Moxie thinks you're an idiot. You told her what happened. No, she thinks that normally. I just figured I'd remind you. Noah snorted. He slipped out of bed and entered his bathroom, splashing cold water on his face from the sink and pulling his hair back. His entire body still felt uncomfortably warm. After all the shit I'm about to go through for this, I better see if I actually got anything worthwhile out of killing the Hellreaver aside from ridding myself of its accursed visions. Give me one moment, please. Noah closed his eyes and plunged into his mind space. Runes spawned around the awaiting darkness. Every single one of them was completely full. Despite himself, a grin crossed Noah's face. He was just about ready to advance to rank 2. He could use Sunder's ability once now, which would hopefully work just as well on a rank 2 rune as it did on the Hellreaver. The scene above Noah, however, was different. When he raised his eyes to check on Sunder, the master rune wasn't where it should have been. Instead, it floated to the side, floating in a gentle circle above him, and directly opposite to it was a new rune, Combustion. Well, I'll be damned, Noah said, staring up at the second master rune. That explains a lot. The passive effect must be something that stops reactions. Considering it's specific to fire, maybe it stops the reaction of oxygen with anything else. That would explain why I couldn't use my own wind magic. Or is it all air? Noah studied the Combustion rune. He wasn't sure how exactly it was different than fire. While the energy bearing down on him from it was far stronger than any of the greater runes he had, it was vastly less than what came off Sunder. Are there differences in how strong different master runes are? Both of them look completely full, so it's not that. I suppose there must be. Maybe there are ranks within master runes. If only the damn people here weren't so stingy with their information. Noah released his mental space and stepped back into the real world. The power from the Combustion rune almost felt manageable. He raised a hand. It would be a shame not to test what it could do, if just for a little. He paused, then took his gourd and brought it into the bathroom, closing the door behind him when he walked back into his bedroom. There was no point taking any risks. Lee watched him with a raised eyebrow. You might want to back up, Noah suggested. I don't know what this is going to do. Is it smart to do that inside your own room? Better to do it here where nobody is watching. Lee shrugged and slid under his bed, poking her head out to watch. Noah mentally reached out to the new master rune. Power rushed through his body in response. His throat tightened and his skin warmed even further. A wisp of smoke rose up from Noah's palm. Only taking the smallest amount of the energy offered by the Combustion rune, Noah snapped his fingers. A spark flashed above his hand with a whoosh, coiling up into a small tongue of flame before fading away. Noah tried to control the fire as it moved, but nothing happened. It simply flickered up, scorching his ceiling slightly before dissipating into the air. He could feel that there was a lot of energy within the rune, more than any of his rank 1 runes, though definitely far less than Sunder. Terrifying, Lee drawled. Noah ignored her. So that's the difference. It literally only combusts. No actual control of the fire. Curious. I wonder how the passive effect works. I've never had to activate it on Sunder. Do I just... Noah inhaled, but no air entered his lungs. He quickly released the power of the master rune and gasped for air. His greater runes shuddered, pushing back against Combustion and forcing him to release it before the pressure overwhelmed him. What was that? Lee demanded. What did you do? Made it so that the air was basically inert, I think, Noah replied with a scowl. Having the air inside his lungs suddenly go inert was not an enjoyable experience. That'll take some getting used to. The Hellreaver must have been holding its breath when we fought. It just has bigger lungs than me. Well, that or it could choose what air went inert. Lee stared at Noah like he'd lost his mind. What? Never mind, Noah said, shaking his head. It works. Why didn't the rune go to my catch paper, though? Shouldn't it have been absorbed instead of transferring to me? Lee crawled out from under the bed and shrugged. No idea. I hate it. They were silent for a few moments. Was it worth it? Lee asked. I've never talked to someone who got their hands on a master rune. I guess I'll let you know, Noah replied, but his mind was more on being free of the Hellreaver than it was on his new rune. It's definitely powerful. I'll have to speak with Todd and learn more about fire runes to see just how useful this is in comparison with them. The passive seems considerably more powerful than the normal abilities. Lee opened her mouth to respond, but she froze midway through. Her nose twitched and her eyes narrowed. Someone is coming. She and Noah both turned toward the door. Not more than a few seconds later, there was a sharp knock. Noah glanced at Lee. "Who?" he whispered. Lee shook her head and shrugged. Noah called on his vibration magic and approached the door. "Who is it?" Noah asked. "Did you suddenly get popular?" A deep male voice called, laced with humor. "You know who it is, Vermal. Nobody else would bother visiting you." The voice sounded familiar, but it took Noah several seconds to place who it was coming from. "It's the person that knocked on my door the first day I got to Arbitage. He said he was going somewhere for a few months or something, didn't he?" Noah let out a forced laugh. The door handle jiggled. "Let me in already, you idiot. Don't just leave me standing outside." Noah searched his mind for an excuse to send the man away, but he couldn't think of anything that would actually make sense. Then again, not knowing somebody that clearly knew him would probably be even worse. "Open the door, Vermal." "I'm not in the mood for this." The voice darkened. "I'm not here for fun. This is official Linwick business." Noah pressed his lips together. He unlocked the door and pulled it open, coming face to face with a towering wall of muscle. The man before him stood an entire head taller than Noah and barely fit in his shirt. A large broadsword hung at his side, its blade nearly as wide as Noah. Several metal wristbands hung above his hands, clinking gently with his movements. His hair was cut neatly, revealing sharp eyes and an easygoing grin. He had a sharp, angular jawline and pronounced, handsome features. "There we go," the man said, pushing Noah to the side with one hand like he was a child and turning sideways to fit through the door. It looked like a child trying to squeeze into his sister's dollhouse. The man paused as he spotted Lee standing to Noah's side. He let out a weary sigh and nodded to her. "Get her out of here, Vermal." "Another student?" "No, she's a teacher." "And I'm your mother, are you?" "No, idiot." They stared at each other. The large man's eyes drifted back to Lee, who met his gaze. He grunted. "Damn, she's actually not a student." "No, she isn't." "Well, good job, I guess. Now get her out. We need to talk." Noah frowned. He wasn't sure if getting rid of Lee was a good idea when he was facing off against someone the size of whoever this was. On the other hand, insisting she stay would probably set the man's alarms off even more. "I'll see you around," Lee said, solving the problem for Noah. She gave him a knowing look before stepping past the man and heading out the door. He watched her leave, then grunted. "Nice. She'd eat you alive, man. Literally. So what's the reason for the social visit?" Noah asked, leaning against the wall and trying to look as relaxed as possible. "Can't a man just drop by to check on his wayward friend? You're acting odd, Vermal." Noah pressed his lips together. He had absolutely no idea how he was supposed to work his way around this man. Vermal was clearly someone he knew and was friendly with, so there was probably no way to actually skirt the subject without getting caught. "I've got to admit something," Noah said, rubbing the back of his head and letting out a heavy sigh. "You remember that whole thing I mentioned about having memory loss?" The man's brow furrowed. "Not particularly, but sure. What about it?" "Well, it's pretty bad. I don't remember who you are." The man burst into laughter. "Oh, that's a good one. Great way to do it. Gets you a lot of time off work too, I bet. Can't teach if you've got issues, but if they fire you for skipping out, then you can argue that they didn't properly accommodate your medical needs." "Clever, Vermal, very clever." Noah stared at him. The man wiped the mirth from his eyes, still snickering. He cleared his throat and gave Noah a mock salute. "Right, I won't blow your cover then. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Vermal." "My name is Braden, your elder brother." He extended a hand. Noah reached out and took it, half expecting his hand to get crushed in Braden's massive mitts. Braden shook his head. He glanced back at the door, then let out a sigh. A wave of purple energy coiled off his body, washing over the entire room before Noah could even react. It filled the gaps beneath the door and covered the window as it flowed. Noah nearly lunged to unleash a blast of vibration into Braden, but he caught himself at the last moment. The larger man didn't look like he was about to start fighting. He looked bored. "There," Braden said. "Not like anyone would ever bother trying to spy on you, but you know how father is about things like this. Rules and all that." "Right," Noah said slowly. "Well, in the spirit of that, care to share why you're actually here?" Braden rolled his eyes. "Damn, you're cautious, more than normal." "Nobody's going to break through my shield, Vermal. You can drop the act. Doesn't it get tedious?" Noah stared at Braden. Braden groaned. "Fine, whatever, don't trust me. That's why you got picked for this, I guess. I'm here to ask you why in the damned plains you aren't dead yet, Vermal. You had a job to do, and the family is starting to wonder what's going on." Noah stared at Braden. There wasn't a single speck of the former amusement in the man's voice. He was deadly serious, but it didn't sound like he was making a threat either. It was more like a statement of fact and surprise, as if Vermal logically should have known and agreed that he was in the wrong for still being alive. Gears whirred in Noah's mind as he tried to figure out what was going on. Braden seemed to think that he was putting on some sort of act with the amnesia. That could work in his favor, but it didn't answer any of the questions it brought up. Above the dozens that churned, one rose above all. "Just who was Vermal? You going to say anything? I'm here to help, you know." Braden crossed his arms. He glanced at the grimoire on Noah's desk and walked past him, picking it up and leafing through it before Noah could raise a hand. I've been working, evidently, but doing the wrong thing. Father wants to know what the delay is, Vermal. We've got a schedule to keep. Everything was lined up, you know. You were so confident everything would work, so he said that we could trust you. Are you really letting him down? I'm afraid I've got no idea what you're talking about. I have important things to do, you know. Noah waggled his eyebrows in the direction of the door. I have no idea what we're talking about, but speaking in vague, bullshit phrases that sound creepy will probably line up with Vermal, at least for a little. Braden groaned. He snapped the book shut and set it back down on the desk. Hells, man, please, enough of that. I don't care how dedicated you are to the cause. It's creepy. Why can't you trust me? The shield is good. Noah crossed his arms. Braden massaged his forehead. I need answers, Vermal. There's nobody watching us. We're safe. Silence was all that greeted Braden. Noah simply raised an eyebrow and walked past Braden, plucking the book from the desk and sliding it into his holster. The less the man got to look at it, the better. Fine, Braden snapped. If you're so convinced that arbitrage is dangerous, I won't make you talk. How about I talk and you just listen? That way you can have plausible deniability. I've got no idea what you're talking about. Sure, Braden said, waving a hand. He opened his mouth, then grimaced. I don't know how I'm supposed to ask you any questions if you won't answer them. That's kind of the whole point of this, you know. That doesn't seem like my problem. Will be, Braden growled. Damn it. Okay, fine. Can you at least tell me if everything is going correctly? I need something. Father really splurged to make sure you were the one chosen for this, Vermal. All those damn runes you needed. When in doubt, tell people what they want to hear. Everything is going well for me, Noah said. The tension drained out of Braden's shoulders and he let out a relieved sigh. Good. I was worried that something may have happened when I heard you were still alive. I mean, the Hellreaver getting killed made sense, that's why I came back after all. But when I heard you were still strolling around and were actually one of the suspects for killing it, I damn near blew my cover. Right, Noah said with a knowing nod, despite knowing absolutely nothing at all. Braden opened his mouth to ask something else when a dull thud echoed from Noah's door. He'd never been more thankful to hear someone knocking. Braden's eyes narrowed. Who's that? Could be a lot of people. We should probably. Noah gestured vaguely to the purple shield covering his room. Braden grimaced and nodded. He flicked his fingers and the shield peeled away, shooting back into his body and fading from view. Braden shifted to the side, knocking into Noah's chair to make room for him to step by. Noah walked over to the door. Who is it? Noah asked, more to put on airs for Braden than to actually find out. And if it is someone that actually knows what I did, I need to be ready. Who do you think, idiot? Moxie's voice came from the other side of the door. Let me in. This isn't the time to screw around. Braden's eyes widened and he mouthed her words to himself, a frown crossing his features. I literally just said that, Braden muttered under his breath. Who's at the door, Vermal? Noah ignored him and pulled the door open. Moxie stepped past him immediately, then froze as she locked eyes with Braden. The large man shifted instantly, his gaze going cold and a purple blade forming in his hand. Moxie dropped into a fighting stance and vines whipped out around her feet as a green shimmer from her shield covered her. Whoa, Noah exclaimed, stepping in between them. What's going on? He was about to attack me, Moxie said. She's a Tauren, Braden said flatly. What the hell is a Tauren doing at your room? She's clearly trying to interfere. Interfere with what? Moxie questioned, tilting her head to the side. Are you trying to do something? Why shouldn't I know? Braden ground his teeth together. Even if he could have passed his previous words off as unimportant before, that opportunity was now gone. I can see why you weren't chosen to do whatever it is that Vermal was supposed to. You would have blown your cover in a solid 5 minutes. How about we all calm down, Noah suggested. Braden was just leaving. He wanted to visit to talk about things at home, but we got the big stuff out of the way. The purple blade faded away and Braden lowered his hands, giving a curt nod to Moxie. Quite. I have to get going. Only so long I've got for a familial visit. They brought me here as one of the investigators to see what happened to the Hellreaver after all. We'll be in touch soon. Braden lumbered forward, pushing past Moxie and ducking out the door. He turned down the hallway, the heavy thuds of his steps fading into the distance. Moxie and Noah watched him leave silently. Slowly, Moxie turned back to Noah and arched an eyebrow. What did you get yourself wrapped up in? Noah scowled. More than I should have, a lot more. With a shake of her head, Moxie closed the door and commandeered Noah's chair. Lee found me and said I needed to get back. I haven't been outside aside from going to class today. What happened? And why is someone researching what happened to the Hellreaver ape? Noah cleared his throat. It was time to decide exactly how much he trusted Moxie. This wasn't his biggest secret, but if it got out anywhere, it could be disastrous. Over the past days, Moxie had helped him more than she had any reason to. She'd extended the olive branch, even though Noah hadn't actually confirmed that Vermal was truly dead. He studied her for a few moments, then let out a slow sigh. It wasn't just about him. He needed something more to ground him. The previous day's events had already shown that, and he had to start somewhere. Would you be willing to swear a rune oath? Moxie's eyes narrowed. About what? That's a very big ask, especially from someone who might get killed soon. If I told you, that would be defeating the purpose. Trust me, this is something you want to know. Moxie crossed her arms. Tell me the terms, if not the content. Noah considered her offer for a few moments. Swear under the rune oath that you will honestly tell me if you plan to report anything I say to anyone. Moxie ran through the words in her head, then slowly nodded. She pressed her lips together and drew in a sharp breath. Fine. On my runes, I swear that I will honestly tell you if I plan to report anything about or related to something you tell me during the next 5 minutes. Is that sufficient? Yes. Moxie exhaled. There. Now tell me what you're hiding. The Hellreaver ape died yesterday. Moxie's eyes widened. Oh shit, there was an attack on Arbitage. That's really bad. There hasn't been a war between the Bastions in years. Or was it an outside force? And how did you get involved? Did you see something happen? See. Something like that, Noah said with a frown. His gaze wandered over to the table, where the 3 catch papers bearing lesser wind runes laid. Beside them was the burnt-out paper that had once held the greater wind rune that he'd learned. Moxie followed his eyes. She stood and walked over to them, then shook her head. I did say you'd probably get a lot of lesser wind runes, but what were you even doing in the Scorched Acres? I mean, you must have been there if you're a suspect. There aren't any wind runes there. Why did? Her voice trailed off as she spotted the burnt paper. Moxie tilted her head to the side and Noah reddened. You found a greater rune. Yeah, learned it. Well, I suppose I can't blame you. I would have done the same. But I still don't see how that has anything to do with the Scorched Acres, Moxie said, picking the paper up and thumbing at the burnt lines running along it. And I don't see the other catch papers here. I wasn't going to let you have them for free if you didn't get me a greater rune, you know. Yeah, I was still looking for one. Noah scratched the back of his head. In the Scorched Acres, Moxie's eyes narrowed. Wait, no, you were looking for a different rune there. That's how you got caught up in this. That's not inaccurate. Why lie? But what rune could you have even wanted in the Scorched Acres? None of the monkeys have any recorded runes worth taking other than. Moxie trailed off, her eyes widening in disbelief. She slowly set the papers down and turned to look back at Noah. You tried to kill the Hellreaver. I didn't exactly think things through, Noah admitted. It wasn't my smartest move. Not by a very wide margin. No shit, Moxie scoffed. You really are insane. A rank 1 trying to defeat a monster using a master rune is laughable. You're lucky that someone attacked when they did, Vermal. Them killing the Hellreaver before you got to it probably saved your life. Moxie, Noah cut Moxie off. What? Noah stepped past Moxie and peered out the keyhole of the door to see if anyone was standing outside. He couldn't see anyone, but that didn't set his nerves any less on ease. Noah straightened back up and stepped close to Moxie, leaning in to whisper as quietly as he could into her ear. I killed the Hellreaver. Moxie choked. What? Noah stepped back. You heard me. She stared at him in disbelief. You can't be serious. How? Sheer dumb perseverance and a little bit of cheating. Moxie rubbed her forehead. Wow, okay, I did not expect that. Arbitage is going to be looking for whoever did that, but the Hellreaver was provided to the school by the Linwick family. They're one of the school's biggest sponsors. That guy in your room was one of the investigators. Does he know? Nope. A quick, nervous laugh slipped out of Moxie's lips. That's terrifyingly hilarious. You can't tell anyone else. You know that, right? And don't worry about people listening in. Lee is making sure we're alone. Noah let out a relieved sigh. Yeah, I know. You need to make absolutely sure you stay on the investigator's good side then, Moxie warned. It looked like he was friendly with you and didn't suspect anything. If that's the case, this might blow over. Did you leave anything identifiable behind? Nobody is going to believe a rank 1 took out the Hellreaver without help. The running theory seems to be that a group worked together, Noah said, pursing his lips. Moxie raised an eyebrow. Did a group work together? Considering Lee helped me, the answer is technically yes. I won't say a group didn't, Noah hedged. Moxie's nose scrunched in annoyance, but she nodded her understanding. Good. The less anyone knows, the better. I won't even ask why you did something like this. The look on your face tells me you're wondering the same thing yourself. If only the Hellreaver was the only thing I was confused about. What in the world is up with my family and Vermal? I need to figure out what was supposed to be going on over there before someone other than Moxie catches on to me. I have. That pretty much sums up everything I can share at the moment. Complete the oath. Moxie shook her head. I won't be sharing anything you just said, nor do I have plans to try to get you in a difficult situation. I'd like to think I'm better than that, and you aren't the person I knew. She put more emphasis on the last sentence than she needed to. Noah just nodded. No problem, Moxie replied. She turned back to the table and plucked the 3 lesser rune-bearing catch papers from it. Turning back to Noah, she pulled out a fresh piece of catch paper. For me to go hunt for another greater rune, Noah guessed. No, you're going to imbue this. You might get killed or taken away during this whole debacle with the Hellreaver. Then where will I be? I need my rune, and I'm taking the lesser runes as payment for giving you the catch paper. I'll split the profit I make from selling them with you if you survive this. That's fair enough, Noah admitted, but I don't know how to imbue, Moxie said dryly. Figures. Imbuing a rune isn't too difficult if you aren't trying to actually make it do something. It's much easier with catch paper as it naturally absorbs rune energy. Just call on the rune and let its form appear at your hand. Then press it into whatever you're imbuing and imagine cutting some of the rune's energy away, using it to tie it to the surface. Don't use too little, or you risk wasting the energy and doing nothing. I do remember you mentioning that at one point. Noah took the paper from Moxie and held it out before him. He'd been so obsessed with killing the Hellreaver to stop the visions that he hadn't fulfilled his promise to her, and Moxie had a very good point. Things could go south very quickly now, and then she'd be left with less than what she started with. He gathered energy from his greater wind rune and let it manifest in his hand. The flowing lines shimmered through the air between his fingertips, and Noah pressed it onto the catch paper. It was easier to think about separating energy away from the rune than it was to actually do it. The rune didn't want to let go of its power. It was like trying to scoop water with a slotted spoon, but eventually Noah managed to catch a portion of it. Pressing his lips together, he willed the energy away from his rune, severing it. He instantly felt the well of overall capacity in the rune reduce, draining away into the imbuement. The paper sizzled as a greater wind rune burned itself in, a perfect replica of the one in his mind. Moxie plucked the paper from Noah's hands and studied it before giving him an approving nod. You used more energy than you needed to, but that's no loss for me. And get that look off your face, the rune isn't permanently weakened. You just need to kill a few monsters to fill it back up. Glad to be of help, Noah said, shaking his head. Now that I've done that, I'm afraid I still need your help urgently. Do you have that book on the Linwicks? Noah asked. I'm starting to think I might be wrapped up in a little more than I initially thought. I've got it, I can get it after this, but you can't just say that and stop. Moxie gestured for Noah to continue. What do you mean? I'm not sure how much I can say, Noah admitted. There's a lot, but when I spoke to Braden, he seemed to have been expecting the Hellreaver's death. He wasn't surprised that it died. The thing that he was surprised at is that I was alive. What? Why? I don't know, Noah replied, shaking his head helplessly. The strangest part was that he didn't seem to have any ill feelings against me at all. He just thought I was supposed to be dead and was confused as to why I wasn't. Moxie's gaze drifted down to the gourd at Noah's hip. Do you think? I'm not sure, it's certainly possible, but the note that came with it didn't look like it came from him. It was a little girlier, I guess. Braden probably wouldn't have given me a note at all. I'm still missing something. Well, that's not good. If he expected you dead, isn't there a chance someone tries to assassinate you? Moxie asked. Forget the Hellreaver ape, someone from your own family might be out for your blood, especially with what happened with Edward and Alan. Noah grimaced. Yeah. You don't have to remind me, there's no way to know anything for sure yet. It's all just speculation. So what are you going to do? Noah didn't respond immediately. He rubbed his chin, staring out the window in thought. Then he shook his head and turned back to Moxie. Play it by ear for now. Nothing else I can do. I didn't get the feeling that Braden would try to kill me, and I'm certain he's going to try to talk to me again. I don't envy your position. The book is in my room. I was waiting until you got back to give it to you, Moxie said. She went to stand, then paused halfway up. A strange look passed through her eyes, and she lowered her voice. I have a question. I have an answer, Noah replied promptly. Moxie glared at him, and Noah cleared his throat. Sorry, force of habit from long ago. What is it? You have it right. The Master Rune. Depends, is that question still part of the oath? It's within the time limit, but you've already finished it. Moxie pursed her lips. Damn. I really don't want to make a second oath. One is going to be a pain enough. I'm pretty sure this would fall under it, though. Here, just don't answer that. I know you've got the rune because you killed the Hellreaver, which means I got that information while under oath. Logical, Noah said. So what was your question related to it? How does it feel? I've heard stories, but... Moxie trailed off and looked at Noah expectantly. He frowned, trying to find the right words. It's terrifying and exhilarating at the same time. They're nothing like normal runes. I can't control it properly at all, though I really haven't had much time to practice. Every time I use its energy, I'm a little worried that I'll end up blowing myself up instead of my enemy. Moxie snorted, her face returning to normal. That sounds about right. Try not to get yourself killed before you figure out why the Linwicks want you dead. At this point, I'm too invested in the mystery, and it would be a letdown if you kicked it too early. Good, Moxie replied. She rose to her feet and pushed the chair back into the desk. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a minute with the book. She left the room, letting the door swing shut behind her. Noah chewed his lower lip, staring at where she'd been sitting. I need to figure out what the Linwicks want. That'll help me deal with both problems right now. Keeping close to Braden will hopefully mean he'll think I'm innocent of killing the Hellreaver ape, and it'll also let me figure out what the Linwicks' true goal is. But how am I supposed to stick close to him if I don't know the slightest bit about what Vermo was actually doing here? A minute later, Moxie pushed through the door and thunked a leather-bound book down on the table. Noah jerked his head up, pulled from his musings. Here, Moxie said, tapping the book with one finger. It's all yours. I'm not sure how useful it will be, though. Moxie rolled her eyes. Yes, do try and keep yourself from getting killed. What are you going to do about Isabel and Todd, though? Keep teaching them, of course. Unless something comes up that stops me, there's no reason to leave them to rot. From everything I've seen, this school doesn't care about them. Someone has to. Moxie's gaze softened. It's sad to agree with that, but you're right. Almost everyone is related to a noble house in some way or another here, or at least they aren't blacklisted from them. If something does happen to you, though, I'll step in. Noah blinked. A small smile crossed his lips and he nodded. I appreciate it. They deserve better. But maybe what they needed was a crazy bastard. Just don't get them killed. I'm going to get out of here before I somehow get suspicion cast on me, Moxie said, raising a hand in farewell. Seriously. Be careful and don't keep leaving me out of the loop. I want to help, especially if it brings the Linwicks down. I was going to ask about that, actually, Noah said before Moxie could leave. She paused and glanced back at him. Why did Braden recognize you? Moxie's face twisted into a grimace. You know, that was the biggest giveaway. Before you gave your whole ship analogy, that is. The Linwicks have been at war with the Taurans for years. No outright battles since a treaty 5 years ago, but we hate each other. Anyone in our families worth their salt would recognize someone from the other on sight. You didn't recognize Braden. Moxie's shoulders sank. I'm not a very good Tauran. There's a reason I'm out here teaching instead of hunting monsters and living it up with the rest of my family. Noah opened his mouth, then let it close. Moxie shook her head and gave him a knowing look. Read that quickly. Arbitage isn't going to wait around for long if they suspect you, and neither will the Linwicks. I will, Noah promised, giving Moxie a nod as she swept out of his door and closed it behind her. He turned his attention down to the book she'd left behind. Sitting down on the desk, Noah flipped the cover open, revealing a long list of names and affiliations. He drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. Then he started to read. The book was boring. Noah didn't have any other way to describe it. The whole thing was just one giant list of names and descriptions, along with associations of who was directly related to who and their roles in the Linwick family. There wasn't even any information on the runes that the members of the Linwick family used. That didn't surprise Noah too much, given how guarded that kind of information was, but he'd still been hoping for more than this. He did manage to go through and memorize the people that seemed to be the most relevant to his immediate situation, though. Noah managed to find Braden and himself on the same page. According to the book, they were twin brothers. Noah wasn't sure how the same woman had popped out Braden's near 7-foot form and tried to pass it off as related to Vermal, but he wasn't about to start arguing with a piece of paper. Not yet, at least. Their family tree linked them to a man named Father. Named, not titled. He didn't have any other names in the book, so either he'd been born Father, which would have been amusing at best, or he'd taken the title up and had his previous name wiped. Curiously, Noah couldn't find any information linking Father to literally anyone else in their family. There were dozens of elder members, and many of whom Noah suspected simply had to be dead by how far back the list went, but none of them showed any association with Father or his small branch. Damn it, Noah muttered, leafing back and forth through the book in attempt to find out what was missing. Someone is screwing with me. What's going on here? Nothing makes sense, and the more I think about it, the weirder it gets. Braden says I was supposed to die, and Vermal was apparently in on it. That means Vermal should have wanted to die, but he was drinking a healing potion, so he didn't want to die at all. Does that mean he was going to double-cross Braden so he could live? Did the family know that he would do that and poison him intentionally, or is the poison from a third party? And none of that answers the questions of why Vermal needed so many runes or what he was hoping to accomplish with his death in the first place. I just want to fiddle with my runes and test out combinations. Magic is fun. This is stupid. Noah let out a heavy sigh and closed the book. The sun was already starting to set outside. He'd spent the better part of the day locked up in his room, studying and memorizing everything he could about the Vermal family, even the tiny, badly drawn pictures of everyone. Now there was only one thing left that he could think of. I need to be on the offensive. If I wait around for Braden to poke at things, my story is going to fall apart like one-ply school toilet paper after budget cuts. No, I have to keep him on the back pedal without giving too much away. He rose to his feet, stretching his hands over his head and arching his back. Then Noah set his jaw and strode out the door, grabbing his coin pouch on the way. Hopefully, Braden was thirsty. There was one way he knew was better than any other to butter up a supervisor. Unfortunately, it wasn't cheap. It was time to get some real answers. By the time Noah was out of the tea building, he had a plan. Unfortunately, he wasn't a huge fan of it, but he couldn't think of any other good ways to get information in a short period of time. Lee fell in step with Noah as he headed out toward the market. He barely even noticed her approach until she was already beside him. They didn't speak for several minutes. Well, Lee asked, "You've got a look on your face. Everyone has looks on their face, and yours is dumber than usual." "No problem," Lee replied. "I knew you needed some help getting Braden out of there, so I told Moxie it was urgent. I take it that it worked." "Yeah, but I'm going to need your help again." "Well, your help would make things easier." "Need someone killed?" "What? No." Noah glared at Lee and she snickered. He paused for a moment, then pursed his lips. "Actually, I might. It depends how things go. But first, how good are you at finding people?" "It's not exactly part of my skill set, but if you mean Braden, it probably won't be too hard. He shakes the ground when he walks." "Good. I need to get him back to my room." They drew up to the market and Noah stopped at the front of a large tavern, peering through the window. It was fairly empty, but there were still a fair number of patrons in it. "Do you think you could find him? He knows you're with me, so he'll probably listen." Just tell him I want to meet with him to celebrate his arrival, but make sure he doesn't stick with you. Lee shrugged. Shouldn't be an issue. I can probably find him within the hour. Fantastic. Once you do, I'd appreciate if you could hide in my bathroom. I'm going to need your help, and I'd prefer that he doesn't know you're there. She raised an eyebrow but nodded, setting off. Noah turned and walked into the tavern, making straight for the counter at the back next to the kitchen door. The bartender looked up at him and gave a polite nod. He adjusted his glasses and set down the mug he was polishing. What can I get you? A barrel of the strongest drink you have, Noah replied, preferably one that doesn't taste like acid. Easy to down, that kind of thing. The bartender tilted his head to the side. Planning a party, something like that. Noah nodded. I don't have a lot of gold for this, so let's lean more toward the strong side than the tasty one. And just how much do you have to work with? I'm not typically in the business of reselling my stock, but I'm not opposed. How about 5 gold? 8, Noah winced. Will it be strong, and it'll taste more than a step beyond passable? My own personal stock. It's good stuff, I can promise you that. Aged for a year and flavored with a special combination of spices that I won't be sharing. You'll like it, assuming you don't black out too soon to remember drinking it. A grin stretched over Noah's features and he reached into his coin pouch, pulling out the requested coins. That sounds exactly like what I'm looking for. I don't suppose you can include a way to move it in 2 mugs as well. Call it a seller's fee. The bartender studied Noah for a moment, then inclined his head. Very well, 2 mugs and my assistant will help you move it anywhere on campus within an hour from here. Is that acceptable? Perfectly. Can we do it now? The bartender rapped twice on the kitchen door. A moment later, a large man wearing a stained apron poked his head out, glancing curiously at Noah before turning his attention to the bartender. Please get a barrel of my spiced rum and deliver it to wherever this professor needs it to be. You've got an hour. The man gave them a curt nod and turned back around, letting the door swing shut behind them. Don't be offended if he doesn't say anything, the bartender said. He's mute. Just tell him where to go and he'll deliver it. Don't treat him like an idiot, though. He's mute, not a moron. I won't, Noah promised. A few minutes later, he was on his way back to his room, 2 mugs clasped in his hands. The assistant followed in tow, carrying the large barrel of alcohol over his shoulder like it was a small child. The 2 of them made their way back to the tea building and up to Noah's room. Right here is fine, Noah said, nodding to the middle of the room. The assistant set the barrel down gently, raising an eyebrow slightly as Noah set the mugs down on top of it. He didn't say anything, but his silent features had a remarkable way of carrying emotion and thought without needing a single word. Noah crossed his arms defensively. It's a small party, okay? The assistant snorted, then nodded to Noah and headed out without another word, which was to be expected, Noah supposed. With him gone, Noah quickly grabbed his gourd and headed into the bathroom, taking one of the makeshift daggers made from a slasher claw with him. Lee hadn't returned yet, which he'd been counting on. Noah knelt by the cabinet and gently placed his gourd at the bottom, letting the end of it stick out slightly. From all his revivals, he'd found that he never actually arrived directly on top of the gourd, but rather next to it. He'd also never appeared impaled in any tree branches, so that meant he showed up in the closest area he could actually fit in. Noah closed the door slightly, leaving only the tip of the gourd poking out. It would be borderline impossible to spot if someone wasn't looking for it. Nodding to himself, Noah straightened back up. He set the dagger down at the edge of the sink. There was a small window above his bath, which would probably be more than large enough for Lee to slip through should she need to escape. It wasn't like size was a big restrictor for her. Good, everything is ready. Now I wait. Hopefully Lee can find Braden. Noah left the bathroom, closing the door behind him and sat down in his chair. He picked up the book on the Linwicks, scanning through it one more time to refresh his mind on the information it contained, which wasn't much, but it was still far better than nothing. And thus he waited. Lee was true to her word. A little under an hour passed before a heavy knock thudded against the door. Noah snapped the book shut and rose to his feet. He slipped the book into a drawer beneath his desk, then opened the door to reveal Braden. Your girl told me that you wanted to talk, Braden rumbled. What is it? Did you finally decide to report on something? Noah raised an eyebrow and stepped to the side, revealing the barrel. I think business discussions can wait. I haven't had a chance to properly welcome you to Arbitage. Braden blinked, then a wide grin stretched across his lips. You don't say. You really have been living it up here, haven't you? Stepping inside, Braden carefully picked up one of the mugs using just 3 fingers. The rest didn't fit in the handle and sat down cross-legged on the floor. Noah closed the door and walked over to join Braden. Noah turned the spigot at the bottom of the barrel, filling Braden's mug. He filled his own drink, then sat down across from the larger man. Too long since we got to sit down, Braden said with a satisfied sigh. He took a sip from the mug and his eyes lit up. Not bad at all. I've had better though, don't feel too bad. The good stuff is hard to get. On a teacher's salary, especially that of a rank one, I bet this was most of what you could afford. Noah grunted. Braden was right about that. He wasn't a huge fan of wasting an entire month's salary, but some things had to be done. How has work been treating you then? Noah asked. Better than it's been treating me, I hope. Braden let out a bark of laughter. He drained the mug and poured himself another one. I think that's a given. It's been good, Vermal. Better than normal. Things are going well. It's a shame the Hellreaver died, but it isn't the only monster with a master rune. It'll take a few months to get a replacement captured, and it'll cost a good bit of coin, but nothing we can't afford. Noah nodded sagely, nursing his drink. He didn't dare avoid drinking from it entirely despite Braden's actions and words. His eyes were sharp. It was too likely that he'd notice that something was amiss if he didn't drink as well. I don't see why you've got to be worried about any of this, Braden said with a shake of his head. He poured the entirety of the mug down his gullet once more. The man was like a living alcohol disposal machine. He glanced over at Noah as he poured another drink. By the time it actually gets around to affecting anything, you won't have to worry about the fallout. Yeah, I know, just curiosity, really. You always were. They drank for a little over 20 minutes, exchanging idle words and jokes. Noah worked his way through a cup and was forced to pour himself a second. He could already feel the effects of the alcohol creeping into his system, slowing his thoughts and actions. I never did have your drive, Braden said, breaking the silence. His smile flickered for a moment. He wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve and set the mug down on the ground. Getting stronger is great, but I don't understand how you weren't at least a little scared. I never said I wasn't. Noah poured Braden another drink. Braden accepted it with a nod. His cheeks had gotten flushed, but he was still far from completely drunk. They both worked through their drinks. Noah was well and truly drunk now, even though he drank less than half of what the other man had. Vermal's body was just too small in comparison. If I wait much longer, I might end up being too drunk to actually do what I need to. It just must be nice to trust your abilities that much. I wouldn't have had the balls, Braden said with a heavy sigh as he refilled his mug. Still don't take it the wrong way, but I'm glad it's you and not me. There's no way I wouldn't screw this up. Even if you're delayed, I know you'll be able to handle this. I'm looking forward for when you rejoin us and stop this worthless teaching job. Noah blinked heavily. It was getting harder to think through the fog building in his mind, but hadn't Braden said he was supposed to die? How was anyone supposed to do things after they'd died? He gritted his teeth and raised the mug to his lips. Then he lowered it slightly, hiccuping. I gotta go. One moment. Braden took a long drink from his mug and snorted. Lightweight. You better not pass out on me. I won't, Noah said. His words slurred as they came out of his mouth. He staggered upright, struggling to keep his balance as he stumbled over to the bathroom. Noah nearly missed the handle on the way in, catching himself a moment before he smacked his face into the door. Braden burst into laughter behind Noah as he swore, fumbling before managing to turn it and step inside. Noah quickly closed the door behind him, his head spinning as he grabbed the counter to catch his balance. Lee raised an eyebrow from him within the bathtub. She really likes doing that. The eyebrow thing. Noah shook his head. He was getting distracted already. Fumbling, Noah shrugged out of his jacket. He slung it over the sink, then pulled his shirt off as well. Lee tilted her head to the side curiously as Noah pulled the rest of his clothes off. He grabbed the dagger from the sink and staggered into the bath. Lee stepped out of the way to let him in. Noah tightened his grip on the dagger and gave her a pointed look. Lee nodded. Noah steadied himself. His thoughts were swimming so hard that he nearly forgot what he came there to do in the first place. Bit harder than I thought this would be. No matter, I need to be able to think. It's just one. A good price to pay for information. He raised the dagger and ripped it across his throat. It wasn't the fastest death Noah had ever had. In fact, it was considerably slower than he'd been hoping. He doubled over, resisting the urge to clutch at his searing throat as blood poured out of it. Noah fought the urge to desperately draw breath, worried that the gasping would alert Braden that something was wrong. His life coursed out of his body and into the drain. Noah's heart thumped violently. Knowing what would happen didn't make dying that much easier when he was still actively doing it, and especially when it didn't happen quickly. When Noah's soul finally peeled out of his body, he was relieved. He floated up and Lee grabbed his corpse by the shoulder before it could thud against the ground. She paused, glancing around. Noah waited for a moment, and when the pull of Sunder's magic started to call him, he immediately gave in. His soul flitted down, a new body materializing as he jerked upright, stifling his gasp as he drew in air once more. Noah's head thumped against the edge of the counter as he stood up and he swore. You all good in there? Braden's voice called from the other side of the door, a slur to it. Fine, Noah called back, nursing his forehead as he pulled himself upright. Lee tilted her head to the side and looked down at the corpse. Noah gave her a nod, then turned around to grab his clothes and pull them on. He didn't recall her being the quietest eater, so it was probably a good idea to keep Braden distracted. Once he was fully clothed, Noah slipped out of the bathroom. His head thumped, both from hitting it and from the headache that came with death, but it was probably the mildest pain he'd ever felt from a death. Unfortunately, that didn't stop the fog from creeping in and sealing off his magic. Interesting. I killed myself, and I guess that means the energy didn't go to someone else, so I took less soul damage. That's very good to know. Might be useful in the future. Then again, killing myself was not a pleasant experience in the slightest. Not something I want to repeat a lot. Noah kept his face from showing the pain as he poured himself another drink. All the alcohol was gone from his body, so he had a fresh start. Even with that, had Braden not already been fairly drunk, Noah probably would have still gotten drunk under had Braden still been paying attention to how much he was drinking. Instead, he was able to just touch the mug to his lips and tip it back, only drinking minuscule amounts at a time. Braden continued to go through the barrel like it was water. The large man had sprawled out at some point, abandoning his cross-legged position to stretch his legs. He leaned back on one hand, using the other to drink. Dull crunches came from the bathroom as Lee ate Noah's body, but Braden didn't notice. His cheeks were flushed a ruddy red and his eyes had started to gloss over. If he went for much longer, Noah was pretty sure that he'd just end up keeling over. It's difficult for me too, Noah said. Braden blinked heavily at him. Having to do all of this on my own. You said you wouldn't be able to do it. I hope I haven't given you the impression that I felt the same way. It's difficult not to doubt myself. Really? Braden asked. Noah nodded, sending a dull flicker of pain bouncing around his head in the process. He leaned back as well, mirroring Braden's position. I try not to show it. It's not right. Father wouldn't have approved, Braden said with a slow nod. I never knew. You were so confident. It's easy to be confident when you don't think about the consequences of your actions, Noah said, his gaze tightening. Maybe I didn't quite realize that yet. I've just been getting through things by squeezing my eyes shut and running as hard as I can, hoping that the road will just lay itself out in front of me. I hear you, brother. Never realized you felt that way too. Braden hiccuped and chuckled. Who wouldn't feel like that? I'm an idiot for not realizing you're just like me earlier. That's why we're doing this. Noah nodded, choosing to remain silent. People tended to say far more than what they originally planned to when they were left in silence, and Braden was no exception. The large man ran a big hand through his hair and shook his head. You didn't do it because you were scared, huh? Noah didn't respond, and Braden took that as agreement. He shook his head in disbelief. I can't believe I never noticed. Not much of a brother to you, am I? Just father's taskmaster. We've all got our own roles to fulfill. Braden grunted and nodded to the barrel of rum. Except you break yours to treat me, and I just come to deliver your next job to you. What kind of family are we? We're supposed to be trying to make the world a better place, but here I am treating you like scum. Noah rubbed the back of his head and shifted, trying to find a more comfortable position while keeping the effects of his headache from showing through. I don't blame you. Like you said, we've all got things we need to do. That's just how it is. Bradley nodded sadly. So it is. He reached for his mug and poured himself another drink. He took a slow sip from it and sighed, smacking his lips and setting the mug back down. I won't tell Father that the delay was because of your nerves if that's what you're worried about. I wasn't worried in the slightest. I know you wouldn't do that to me. Braden stared at Noah, his eyes welled with tears that he quickly wiped away. He cleared his throat and nodded, quickly appending the rest of the drink into his mouth. What are you going to do, though? If things aren't done soon, Father will make you return everything and find someone else. Could someone else even do this? Noah asked, choosing his words carefully. They were starting to get close to the meat of the matter. Braden let out an amused snort, then sniffled and wiped his eyes again. That's why you got the job. Nobody else was crazy enough. It's good to hear that you aren't inhuman, though. It makes me look up to you even more, A frown crossed Braden's lips as he considered Noah's question, trying to make his addled brain work properly. I think it's more that he was impatient. We all are. After working toward the summoning for so long and having everything this close to hand, well, we're hoping you get back in time soon. Finally, something I can work with. But a summoning, and get back in time for what? I don't think dead bodies typically do a lot of moving around. That's outside their job expectations. Of course, Noah said, I would hate to be late. Father would hate it too, Braden said with a laugh that might have had more of a bitter undertone than he'd intended to let through. It's all about his stupid election. He keeps saying it's about family, but from what it seems, you're the only one that actually cares about it. What do you mean? Noah asked, praying Braden would keep going. Braden hiccuped and gave him a one-shouldered shrug. He's so obsessed with becoming part of the family's main branch that he sends one of his sons out to get himself killed, and then has the other one ferry information around like a spy. I'm a terrible spy. Everyone knows I'm a spy, and the whole point of a spy is for people to not know you're a spy. His voice steadily rose with every word until he was practically yelling. Braden froze, then buried his head in his hands and groaned. See, it's fine. You said it yourself. Nobody is listening to us here, although they definitely heard that all the way to the G building. Braden would be a great choir singer, maybe the whole choir. I can't blame him for anything. He's just trying to improve life for both of us, Noah said. At least I hope he is. Getting into the main branch is clearly important, and Braden clearly respects his dad enough to care deeply about him, even if he's pissed about whatever it is that Vermal was supposed to be doing. I know, Braden said into his palms, but nobody's ever managed to do this successfully before. What if you weren't right about your offerings or properly preparing your body? You could just end up dead for real instead of in hiding. How would your life really be worth some ranking? In hiding? What is this? Oh, I'm an idiot. He didn't mean Vermal was actually supposed to die. He was supposed to fake his death somehow. How did I manage not to consider that? Why would I just assume that Vermal was actually trying to get himself killed? I'm a moron. Or what if the part after the summoning went wrong? Braden continued. It's not easy to kill yourself. If you messed it up, you could die. Okay, you know what? I'm confused again. Was Vermal supposed to die or not? I shouldn't have gotten Braden this drunk. Damn it, I've got no idea if he's just talking out of his ass at this point. Well, instead of dying, I could just choose to live, Noah suggested. Everyone knows that you can't die if you tell death no. It needs your consent. Braden burst into laughter. Noah was pretty sure his joke hadn't been that funny, but Braden brayed like he was the greatest comedian on the planet. Wiping the tears of mirth from his face, Braden shook his head. He nearly lost himself to another bout of laughter before he managed to wrestle control of his emotions again. I didn't think about that. Good point. Braden snickered, then let out a long sigh in an attempt to keep himself from laughing again. You're right. You're confident this will be okay, right? Of course. I knew it, Braden said with a goofy smile. Even if you're scared, you're the one comforting me. You should consider treating other people like this more. They'd like you more. It was in. Come on, Braden sniffled. We both call it an act, but is it one when you're like this 98% of the time? Maybe even 101%. This is the first time I've seen you like this since we were kids. Noah's smile flickered. I'm sorry. He laid back and closed his eyes as Noah gaped down at him. Within moments, Braden's chest rose and fell with heavy snores that threatened to shake the room out of its foundations. And despite that, all Noah did was stare. Did he just say demon? Braden snored away, completely oblivious to the expression on Noah's face. He splayed out across the floor, managing to take up nearly half of the ground in the room. Noah slowly stood, careful to avoid bothering Braden, not that he suspected he could, even if he started dancing aggressively on his face. Vermal was trying to summon a demon. Were they going to make it somehow influence this election for their father, or did they have motives beyond that? It really sounds like Vermal was either meant to fake his death or possibly die to bring the demon into this world. I'm still not sure on which Braden actually meant, but that could be why my soul ended up seeking his body. I bet Vermal was in that forest because he was trying to summon the demon then. It's pretty secluded, and there isn't much of anything in the area. Other teachers seem to only go there for the exams, but why not choose somewhere even farther away? Noah walked up to his door and reached for the handle. He needed some air to think, and there wasn't going to be any rest getting accomplished with Bradley shaking the room with every breath. His hand paused as it touched the metal. What if Vermal succeeded? The back of Noah's spine prickled. When he'd first heard the word demon, his mind had instantly gone to the monster that had attacked Renewal at the waters of life, but that hardly made any sense. There was no way that Vermal, no matter what his true goals or motivation was, could have been strong enough to summon a monster like that. It was much more likely he'd tried to summon something comparatively powerful. And if he had, but Noah had killed him upon arrival before he could do anything else, then the demon could still be strolling around in the scorched acres. Noah's jaw tightened and he pulled the door open, throwing a glance back at Bradley. Or worse, it could be an arbitrage. Stepped out of the door, coming face to face with Lee. Well, Lee asked, did it work? It answered some questions, Noah replied softly, and added many others. Let's walk. Lee's features stilled. She nodded, following Noah out of the tea building. They headed out into the garden, following the thinning dirt path through the multicolored foliage. It was empty, aside from the gentle rustle of leaves and crunch of dry foliage beneath their feet. You're not a skinwalker, Noah said. Lee jerked her head up to look at Noah. What, am I wrong? It was several moments before Lee responded. No, why'd you lie? Because it's easier for you to assume than it is for me to correct it. You thought I was a skinwalker from the day we first met, so there was no reason to try to change your mind. It would have just made things harder. What are you then? Lee's shoulders slumped. A demon, lesser to be exact. Noah stopped beside a bush covered with beautiful red flowers. What was the point of pretending to be a skinwalker? I don't get it. You could have just told me. I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have even known the difference. Can't say that. I wouldn't have cared, Noah finished. But you hid information from me. You already knew the answers to half the questions I was asking Braden, didn't you? Lee sat down next to the bush, hugging her knees to her chest. Yes, I did. Noah stretched his hands out. Why? What's the point of all the secrecy? Do you have any idea what it's like? Lee asked, looking up at him. Sitting around in one of the damned plains for years on end, desperately fighting tooth and nail to survive with absolutely nobody to talk to. No friends, no enemies, just hunger. You can't do anything but survive. I might have a better idea than you think. Noah remained silent. It was clear that Lee's question was rhetorical. I got a chance to finally get to the human world, to survive without having to rip the chance at life from the jaws of someone else. Of course I took it. And of course I lied about it. What do you think would happen if someone found out what I am? Straight back to the damned plains with me. I can't beat a high-ranked mage if they come after me, and then I'll be sent to rot for a few hundred more years if I'm lucky. Leaves cracked as Lee crushed the dirt by her sides in her hands, squeezing it tightly. Noah squatted beside her. You thought I would banish you. A smirk played across Lee's face. Come on, you aren't Vermal. I've been playing along, but you were asking Braden questions about things that Vermal literally already did. I watched him do them. Noah's back stiffened. Another one of his secrets out. And only a powerful mage would be able to crush someone's soul, Lee continued. Not to mention you come back to life after you die. I don't know of anyone who could do that other than some archdemons at the peak of their power, and certainly not with the casual disregard that you do it with. On top of that, I can tell that you aren't a demon. You don't smell like one. Someone like you wouldn't be likely to tolerate having a demon around. Then why even make contact with me in the first place? Noah asked softly. You copied my body and approached Todd, all the while fearing I would try to kill you. I was stuck in the scorched acres with no way to leave. Vermal's summoning bound anything that passed through it to his will, and he demanded that the summoned demon not leave the boundaries of the place it arrived in without permission. Noah's eyes widened. The wording of Lee's rune oath ran back through his head. Original owner of this body, Noah murmured. He didn't bother trying to reach for his magic. If Lee was going to try to attack him, then he doubted he'd be able to stop her in time. He'd seen how fast she was, and they both knew how little the attack would actually accomplish. Sly, you never made a rune oath with me at all, did you? Everything you did was just to get out of the scorched acres. A smile flickered across Lee's face. I still needed your permission to get out of the scorched acres. Vermal's contract didn't have any clauses saying that it had to be his soul speaking. He just said himself, and his body was the one that signed it. Nitpicky, but enough to make a loophole. If that's the case, why did you stick around? Noah asked. Because I was lonely. Noah shifted back in surprise as Lee sent him a bitter, watery glare. I wasn't planning on sticking around, but I got to Arbitage and realized that I didn't know anyone. I didn't know what I was going to do, despite having waited for this for most of my life. So I figured I'd see what you were up to, as I wanted to see why you stole Vermal's body. Then I got to meet your students. You spent time with me and you trusted me enough to let me teach them. They were fun. I was starting to get attached. She shrugged helplessly, then looked away to wipe her face with the back of her sleeve. And now it doesn't matter. You killed the Hellreaver and that idiot from your family showed up. Now it's ruined. Noah sat, crossing his legs. He wasn't sure exactly what the proper way to comfort a crying demon was, but he figured it probably wasn't all that different from a human. He put a hand on Lee's shoulder and she stiffened. Why does it have to be over? What? Lee sniffled. You mean because I could kill you? As if that would change anything. Sure, I'm out of the scorched acres, but it'll only be a matter of time before you or someone else hunts me down. And why would I do that? Well, assuming you don't kill me, I do prefer not dying, because you know what I am, and you know what I am. Kind of, Noah said with a shrug. I might be missing some context here, but I'm not exactly sure why I should care about you being a demon rather than a skinwalker. I could just be biased here, but I'm pretty sure that skinwalkers are the ones that make it a habit of wearing people's corpses even if you've picked up on their hobby. Lee let out a snort of laughter, then wiped her nose and stared at Noah with a mixture of hope and disbelief. Are you serious? You haven't really given me a reason to doubt you. I don't have a lot of allies here, especially ones that know anything about me, Noah said. I don't appreciate getting lied to, but I can't pretend like I'm not doing the same, so it would be hypocritical of me to be angry. So you aren't going to try to banish me. I'd banish that little prick Edward over you if I could. Lee laughed again. You're an idiot, I'm well aware. I might understand your situation more than you'd think, Noah said with a slight smile. If you don't give us any reason to be enemies, I don't see why we need to be. Really, now we're just on even ground. You know some of my secrets, and I know some of yours. Does this mean you'll tell me who you really are? Lee asked. Noah snorted. No, don't get ahead of yourself. Lee scrunched her nose. Noah rose to his feet and held his hand out. Lee studied it for a moment, then slowly reached out to let Noah pull her back to her feet. This means you aren't bound by that oath at all, right? Noah asked. Lee glanced to the side. I'm not. I specified Vermal's original body to avoid fulfilling yours, but your command to leave the scorched acres still affected my original contract since it was still technically part of him speaking. Do you want me to? No, you've gone this far without betraying my trust. I'll extend the same to you. You're going to trust a demon. You've been trusting a body-stealing idiot. Okay, that's a good point. They walked in silence for a minute, heading deeper into the garden, both equally lost in their own thoughts. I've still got one question, Noah said. Why did Vermal try to summon you? What did he want you to do about this election thing? Oh, he wasn't trying to summon me. What? Noah stopped walking and Lee looked over her shoulder at him. He was trying to summon a different demon. I just managed to slip through the opening in the process. It's passing through the portal that starts the binding process, you know. Lee, Noah said, his voice taut. What happened with the other demon? I'm not sure. I ran away as soon as I arrived, but it was pretty powerful, Lee replied. As soon as I saw it start to arrive, I hid to make sure it wouldn't kill me. God damn it. Lee, Noah's words were measured. Is there another demon running around? A potentially very powerful one that Vermal summoned specifically to cause some sort of significant change in the social power of his family. Yup. Please elaborate more than just yup. That's a massive problem. Why? Lee asked, tilting her head to the side. It's stuck in the scorched acres. It was a lot stronger than you, right? Lee nodded. And you never saw it in the scorched acres. No, Lee allowed, a small frown crossing her features. Now that you mention it, I didn't. And you managed to get out of the contract with Vermal on a technicality, Noah continued, which means it wasn't that sound. Sure, he didn't prepare for something to sprint through, but the point stands. If you were a lot more powerful than you currently are, do you think you'd be able to get out of that contract? Lee swallowed heavily. Oh, yeah, I almost certainly would have, especially if Vermal hadn't gotten a chance to properly bind the demon he summoned. Could you elaborate on binding? Yeah, it works for anyone, but it's commonly used on demons since we have difficulty projecting our runes outside our bodies like humans do. Since we're partially magical ourselves, our bodies resist magic. That also means that if we can't draw on our magic, we're much weaker than a human. Interesting, Noah said, a frown crossing his face. And how do you bind something? By reversing the energy coming from their runes. It's difficult since you need to know exactly what runes your target has, and demons guard that very closely. The most common way humans figure it out is by constantly establishing contact for very brief periods of time, then matching up the energy they can detect with. A bunch of runes that they're carrying around, Noah muttered, his skin prickling. Vermal's book. He'd asked for dozens of runes to figure out which ones the demon was using, and demons just let them do that. Lee waggled a hand in the air and grimaced. Not happily, but we also know it's our best way out of the damned plains. A lot of demons tolerate it and intentionally try to give humans the wrong idea about their runes. If you try to bind something and get one of the runes wrong, they can use that rune, Noah finished. Vermal screwed up. He got the rune combination wrong. The demon escaped and killed him, and it's safe to assume it's probably roaming around. It could probably be anywhere. Tell me, are demons usually as happy as you are about getting out of the damn plains? Lee cleared her throat and looked down in shame. Some of them are bitter about being stuck there, which tends to get people to send them back, which makes them even more bitter. So older ones are usually worse. Yeah, let me guess. The older they are, the stronger they are. Yep, so we've got a likely very old, incredibly powerful demon strolling around somewhere, and it's got a grudge against humans, Noah concluded. That sound about right. Yep. On a scale of ranks, where would you put something like that? Like a rank 4 or 5 probably. It's hard to tell when the power gets that high up there and completely eclipses my own. Noah cursed under his breath. This time the severity of the situation impressed itself on Lee as well. She chewed her lower lip. Well, Lee hedged. It's not like it's attacked the area yet. It could be killing people somewhere else, or it could have run off to find somewhere safer to terrorize. Lovely, Noah said, struggling not to laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Vermal had possibly made the worst summoning attempt in the history of mankind. Not only had he failed to bind the demon he'd actually intended on calling, but he'd mistakenly let out a second demon and also likely called Noah's soul to him, crushing his own in the process. Well, we're in a right pickle. At least I finally have some damn answers, though. Sorry, Lee said. I should have told you earlier. It's not like it would have changed anything. Noah rubbed the bridge of his nose. And I already said I understood why you didn't. I would have done the same in your shoes. I suppose I kind of am doing the same now that I think about it. What do you mean? Lee asked. Noah just shook his head. Not yet. We've both got some secrets, and I don't feel comfortable outing mine yet. Maybe once this whole thing is dealt with, I can start to be a little more open. Lee nodded her understanding. Okay, the demon isn't really your problem, though. You don't have to deal with it. Maybe not, Noah agreed. But it's close to arbitrage, which means my students are in danger. If I reported it, I get the feeling that either nobody would believe me or I'd get questioned far too closely for my liking, not to mention I'm still technically a suspect for the whole Hellreaver thing. You did the Hellreaver thing. Suspects can be guilty, Noah muttered. Let's not worry about that. Forget the demon for the moment as well. I'm still sorely lacking in information about myself. I don't think the Linwicks are going to suddenly vanish anytime soon either. What are you thinking? Lee tilted her head to the side. It'll be difficult to get much more information out of Braden, and I already told you everything I know about Vermal. There isn't a whole ton of stuff left you can do if you're trying to impersonate him. Noah rubbed his chin and sighed. That's not true. I can think of one thing in particular that could possibly get me a lot more of what I need. I honestly don't care about the Linwicks, but they aren't going anywhere. I need to deal with them in a way where they'll leave me alone. What are you going to fight them? Lee snorted in amusement. You're a rank 1. Rank 2, once I combine my runes, Noah corrected, then paused. Well, assuming my current combination works. I've got a lot of theory work I need to get around to doing now that I'm basically there. I have a lot of things in general that I want to do, actually. Like what? Right now, learn body imbuement, Noah admitted. And that's just one of many things I still haven't gotten a chance to really explore yet. There's got to be more to this place than just arbitrage. Exploring would be nice, Lee said, letting her eyes drift past the plants and into the sky above. I want to do that. And you would have learned some imbuing already if you hadn't skipped class to punch monkeys. Noah opened his mouth, then paused. An idea started to take root in his head. It wasn't the smartest one he'd ever had, and that was saying a lot with the events of the past few weeks. And yet the more he thought about it, the more it started to grow on him. Despite his best efforts, a spark of excitement lit in his stomach and a grin crossed across his features. What are you doing that for? Lee squinted at Noah. I have a plan. That's uncomfortably close to what you said when you were fighting the Hellreaver. I never said that. You implied it. Noah grunted. This one is better, much better. Lee cocked an eyebrow. A field trip, Moxie asked, aghast. What in the world are you talking about? Do you realize you're currently under investigation? And Braden said he was one of many investigators, right? Moxie leaned back in her chair and sent Noah a befuddled look. Yes, logically they'd bring in more than just one person, and there aren't that many suspects, are there? You and Lee are both major ones, but since Lee isn't part of the school, it's just you. Nobody else used the transport cannon to get there, though there were a number of adventurers and other travelers close enough to the area to be considered a suspect as well. There's also the possibility that someone teleported out. So sure, they aren't thinking you did it right now, but that doesn't mean they'll let you waltz off. What if I went with one of the investigators? Moxie opened her mouth. Then she slowly closed it. What? Braden is my brother. What if I head home on a field trip? There's something important that I need to do there, for all of our safety. He'd accompany me, and that would mean the school has no reason to suspect or worry about anything. But why would you ever possibly want to go to the Linwick estate? Moxie glanced over Noah's shoulder and around her room, checking to see if they'd somehow been followed. She gave him a worried look. Nobody is there, Noah promised. Lee is watching to be safe. Then why? Moxie asked. What if someone you know? The chances of someone really recognizing Vermeil are much higher at his home estate than they would be here, where he barely interacted with anyone in a positive enough manner to be remembered. First, just let me know if it's possible. I don't want to get my hopes up any further before I know for sure. I suppose it could be, Moxie allowed, rubbing her chin, especially if Braden goes with you. Considering the Linwicks paid for the Hellriver ape to be brought here in the first place, nobody would think they'd go light on you, even if you're part of the family. I just don't see what you'd accomplish, though. And what about your students? Noah chewed his lower lip. What's more dangerous, staying here where there might be a demon lurking and waiting to start slaughtering people, or bringing them to the Linwick estate after I let them learn runes from our book? Follow-up question. Noah raised a finger. Let's say someone got their hands on another noble house's greater runes and learned them. Would anyone be able to tell? Moxie let out a long-suffering sigh. If you manage to find runes just lying around somewhere, throw them out. They're almost certainly fakes. Assume they aren't. If you know for sure they aren't, then it would be very difficult to trace anything. Runes are often slightly different from each other, so there's a chance that you might have learned a very specific rune that the noble family intentionally kept secret. But as long as you don't go showing anyone the exact rune you're using, you're fine. Okay, great. Noah rubbed his hands together. I've got one more question. If I reported that a super powerful demon was sitting, likely near school grounds, and planning to kill a lot of people, would anyone believe me? Not a chance in all the hells. And if you reported it, equally as likely, the higher-ranking mages would have noticed any monster that powerful. Why are you asking this, Vermeil? It's not a very comforting line of questioning, because there is one. Moxie pressed her lips together tightly. I'd ask if you were serious, but I'd hope you wouldn't lie about something like this. I'm not lying. Then either the stronger mages have taken care of it, or it's strong enough to hide itself from them. Arbitage won't listen to either of us. I don't suppose you've got someone more credible you can pull from. Afraid not. Shit, Moxie said. And that leads me to my second question. What's more dangerous, the Linwicks or the demon? If you aren't lying, then it's the demon, Moxie said immediately. For the rest of us, that is. For you, the Linwicks, without a doubt. That, Noah said, holding up a finger, is only if they think that I am Vermeil. What are you talking about, Vermeil? Not Vermeil, Noah corrected, allowing the coldest grin he could manage to stretch across his lips. As far as the Linwicks are about to be concerned, I'm the demon. Moxie opened her mouth, then she closed it. A pensive look passed over her face as she realized what Noah was implying. You're going to pretend that the summoning went exactly as it was supposed to, and that the demon is actually trapped inside you. Exactly. That would account for the missing memories and give me a perfect position to hide and wait out this whole debacle while I figure out what the Linwicks were actually up to and just how much threat this demon will actually pose. And what about when they test you? There's no way they'll just take your word for it. Moxie crossed your arms. They'll test you. How are you planning to pass off as a demon that powerful? I've got some ideas on that, Noah replied. I'll need to do a little research on demons to make sure I properly understand how they work and what they act like, but I think I could pull it off. Moxie chewed her lower lip. If there's really a powerful demon here, getting away is a good idea, and now would be the best time to do it since there are still a few months until the next exam. If Braden agreed and you really did manage to pull a fast one over the Linwicks, then you might be onto something. But what about your students? I'll have to speak with them. I haven't been doing my job ever since the exam. I've got some makeup to do, a lot of it. I'm going to tell them everything I just told you. They need to be able to make an informed decision themselves. I see, Moxie said. Well, it sounds like you've actually put a little thought into this. It's not the best plan, but if you really do manage to keep your cover, it isn't terrible. I might have to take Emily somewhere as well. I don't want to be around when a high-ranked demon attacks. Even with equivalently strong mages, there's going to be a lot of damage. You could come with us, Noah offered. I promised to let you shadow my training, but then I didn't do anything since then. There will be a lot of opportunities for that at the Linwick estate. A bark of laughter slipped out of Moxie's mouth. Seriously, did you forget who I am? I'm a Tauren Vermal. If I showed up at the Linwick's estate, even with you, I'd probably get killed in my sleep. There's no way I can go there, and I wouldn't send Emily there either. Noah winced. He had forgotten. Oh, right. You might join for the first portion of the trip, though, Moxie mused. I've been meaning to get her some more practical survival experience. As long as we break away before we get too close to the Linwicks, everything should be fine. Trip, Noah asked. They used a portal to send Brayden here. I thought they'd let us use that again. Brayden got a portal because it was an urgent matter. Magic like that needs a specialized, high-rank mage. There's no way they'd waste time and energy making a portal back for you. It's going to be a week or two of normal travel. Ah, I suppose Brayden would know the way back then, Noah said. I'll just have to convince him this is the right call. I don't think that should be too hard. You'll join us then, assuming Isabel and Todd agree to go. If you can convince Brayden that it's a good idea to let us come for the first part of the journey. If you're finally ready to get your ass in gear and show me what I was originally waiting for, then I'll come. Just don't get your hopes up too much. I don't think you're going to be able to convince Brayden. I'll focus on Isabel and Todd first, Noah said. I think you'll be more than pliable. I'm going to go find them before it's too late today. Moxie shrugged. You know where to find me. Don't get killed by a demon on the way out. Noah rolled his eyes and headed out of Moxie's room, closing the door behind him before starting down the hall toward the exit of the T building. When he stepped outside, Lee was already waiting for him, leaning against the wall. Did you find what you needed? Yeah, did you overhear? I did. I've got very good hearing. Good senses in general. I gathered, based on how you kept smelling things that shouldn't actually have any smell. I'm not sure how you watch over things from outside, but I'll just trust that it works. Do those senses of yours happen to know where Isabel and Todd are? They're next on the list of people to speak with. I can find them. I memorized their scents, Lee said. On a list of things that I wouldn't want to be caught dead ever saying, that would be pretty close to the top. Fantastic. Could you get them and tell them to come meet me in our classroom? It's better than my room, considering Brayden is still sleeping in there. It won't take long. Lee nodded and blurred, sprinting off faster than Noah's eyes could track. He shook his head in disbelief. She's supposed to be rank 1. Now that Noah thought about it, they'd never really addressed her rank after the demon revelation had come out. There was a very good chance that Lee had told him she was a rank 1 to keep his guard down when he'd originally thought she was a skinwalker. I'd put her more like a rank 2 or 3, I think. She was able to fight Moxie, but Moxie also wasn't using magic, which is the majority of her strength. Not a very good reference to judge things off. Noah shook his head. Didn't particularly matter at the moment. He had more important things to worry about. When Lee got back, he'd just ask her. He headed over to his room in Building G, following the winding hallway that he'd now grown somewhat familiar with until he stepped through the doorway into the room. The desks were still aligned from when Moxie had fixed them, but the light filtering in through the roof was dim due to clouds obscuring the lowering sun. Noah walked over to stand by the podium. And then he did one of his least favorite things in the world. He waited. Lee didn't make Noah wait long. She walked into the classroom just 20 minutes later, joined by Isabel and Todd. Both of the students had confused expressions on their faces. Is this an extra class or something? Isabel asked. Things are going crazy right now. I'm not sure this is the best time to do it. Someone killed the Hellreaver ape, so I've heard, Noah said. He cleared his throat and tapped a finger on the podium. This won't take too long. I just wanted to discuss something with you. Isabel and Todd exchanged a glance, then lowered into 2 of the desks. Normally, when I hear that, it means I'm in trouble, Todd said. Neither of you did anything wrong. Don't worry, Noah said with a wave of his hand. It's more on my end, really. I'd like to apologize. Apologize? Isabel asked. For what? I've been a piss-poor professor over the last few days. After the exam finished, I let a personal project consume too much of my time. As your professor, it is my duty to ensure that you receive all the time you're entitled to. My own pursuits should be done without impacting yours. I just figured you got tired after suddenly doing work after years of being a bum, Todd said, rubbing the back of the head. I do that too. You are a student. I'm a teacher, Noah said. The standards are different. I don't rely on your continued interest. That's all on you. If you don't put effort into the class, then that's on you. But if I don't put the effort in, then I'm hindering you. This isn't me trying to get pity. I am simply making a promise to do better in the future. I didn't say that, Noah said, clasping his hands together and leaning forward. I won't make you do this, but I'd like to request both of you make a promise that you won't share anything that I'm about to share with you. Isabel and Todd's eyebrows rose. Whoa, a secret. I'm in, Todd said with a huge grin, on my runes. Wait, Noah snapped, not a rune oath, a promise, a normal one. Todd blinked, then nodded. Okay, I swear not to share anything you tell me in the next 10 minutes with anyone else. Isabel shot Todd a sharp look, then shook her head and sighed. I swear not to share anything you tell me in the next 10 minutes with anyone else. Just tell me the juicy things, Todd said eagerly. Come on, you know something about the Hellreaver, don't you? Lee, please ensure we aren't disturbed, Noah said. Lee nodded and slipped out the doorway. Yes, Noah said once she'd left. Todd rubbed his hands together, raising slightly from his chair in excitement. Oh, that is too cool. So was it a conspiracy? Are the Linwicks trying to take down Arbitage because they don't like how the school is using their money? Or is it a rival family? Is it the Torrens? Noah opened his mouth, then paused. Just how into gossip are you? Todd reddened and sat back. He cleared his throat. Not at all. I just pick things up every once in a while, you know. It isn't on purpose. He's obsessed with it. Fortunately, he still knows how to keep a secret when he's properly motivated, Isabel said. You've got my interest too, though, especially if something bad is happening to the noble houses. Right, well, I won't beat around the bush. I killed the Hellreaver ape. Isabel and Todd stared at him, both clearly waiting for a punchline to a joke that never came. The grin on Todd's face faltered. What, you? It had a grudge against me, Noah said, because of all the monkeys I killed in the forest, and I felt the same way toward it. Gods above, Isabel murmured. It was a great monster, a weak one but a great monster. You're rank 1. How did you possibly manage to take it down? If it was Magus Moxie I would have seen it, but rank 1. I cheated, Noah said plainly. It shouldn't have been my victory, but it came down to me or it. Unfortunately, I think you can imagine what the problem is now. Yeah, Todd said, quickly turning serious. You're dead if they figure out you did it. Are they onto you? Do you need our help escaping? Noah chuckled. No, but you aren't that far off either. I don't think they really suspect me for the same reasons you were surprised, but I've recently learned about a significant threat in the vicinity of Arbitage, a demon to be precise, one that's around rank 5. It isn't anything I can deal with or even report due to the circumstances of the Hellreaver. Thus, you're leaving, Isabel finished, her face darkening. I'm proposing a field trip, Noah corrected. I won't leave if you don't. The threat hasn't acted yet, so who knows? Maybe it won't, I don't know. Where would they even let you go? If they suspect you of something, they won't let you leave Arbitage, Todd said. The Linwick estate. One of the investigators is my brother, Noah said. I'm pretty sure he'll agree to take us there. There's an obvious drawback, though. Yeah, we have their runes, Isabel said, swallowing heavily. That's not the safest spot for us to go, which is why I won't make the decision for you, Noah said. He pushed away from the podium and stepped around it. Don't choose now. Think on it overnight. I don't think they have any way to detect your runes are from them, but I'm not sure. It may very well be safer to stay here. I won't choose for you. We'll think on it and tell you our decision by tomorrow morning, Isabel said, exchanging a look with Todd. It sounds like we might be in danger either route we take. Possibly, Noah agreed. For now, I'll wait until my brother wakes up from the drunken stupor I put him in. I've got to convince him anyway if we want to get anywhere. You put an investigator in a drunken stupor while he was investigating a murder that you did, Isabel asked, raising an eyebrow. No comment, Noah replied. That's badass, Todd said with a huge grin. Were you always this awesome? I'm not sure awesome is the right word here. Isabel shook her head. This is some pretty dangerous information, Professor. Why did you share it with us without using a rune oath? Maybe he thinks we're going to get killed, Todd said. Could be possible, especially with a rank 5 demon strolling around. It's not that, Noah said with a sigh. I was thinking about rune oaths actually. This might as well be our lesson for today. I haven't been a great teacher these past few weeks, so it's time I get started again. A lesson about rune oaths? Todd asked. He scrunched his nose. What about you just tell us how you killed the Hellreaver? That sounds a lot more fun. Another time, Noah replied. You can start, though. Tell me what a rune oath is. Unbreakable promise, Todd said promptly. One that screws both people over if one of the two dies. It can shatter your runes or even kill you. Right, Noah said with a nod. Let's focus on the first half. Unbreakable is a really bold word, don't you think? I'd say it's pretty accurate. Isabel crossed her arms and leaned forward, her brow darkening. I've seen how they work. I've seen what they do. There's a can of worms behind those words. I'm not arguing that they work, Noah said, raising a hand. Rather, I'm arguing how they work. Let's make a hypothetical. You and I are mortal enemies. We've been trying to kill each other for years. We're tired. We want out of the fight, but neither of us trust each other. Sure, Isabel said with a shrug. I see where you're going. So we make a rune oath to stop fighting each other. Great, Noah said. Tell me what oath you'd swear. Isabel thought for a few moments. Beside her, Todd's brow furrowed in concentration as well. Something simple, maybe. Like I promise not to harm you as long as you do the same toward me, Todd offered. Noah hid a smile. This was a far cry from their first lesson, where both Isabel and Todd had been barely willing to cooperate with him, much less actively volunteering information without him prompting them. No, Isabel said, shaking her head before Noah could even speak. That leaves way too much up for interpretation. Harm is too subjective of a word. What if I reached a higher rank than Professor Vermal? I could do something to him that I don't consider harmful and possibly slip past the rune oath's restrictions. As long as he survived, I wouldn't get any backlash. Damn, good point, Todd said, pursing his lips. What would you do then? I'd have to really think on it, Isabel admitted. I can't come up with a single oath that could possibly encompass everything this quickly, and therein lies the problem, at least for me, Noah said. I'm not saying that rune oaths don't work, but I'm not a contract expert. The more general I make the terms of the oath, the less it actually binds you, and the more specific I get, the more loopholes I leave. If I extensively studied rune oaths, I'm sure I could figure out a way to write one that was borderline unbreakable by all but another expert. There are people that do that, Todd provided. They aren't cheap though, figures. Lawyers exist here too, I guess. As I said, they've got a place, Noah said with a nod. I had Moxie swear a rune oath just a little while ago. So why not us? Todd asked. Because you're my students, Noah replied. Moxie has her own commitments to her family and the school. If she didn't swear a rune oath, there are probably people that could have forced her to answer the question. This way she has an excuse to avoid it. Granted, if she really tries, I have no doubt she could find a way to slip around it. But the two of you didn't ask to be dragged into this. Moxie's family will protect her if things go poorly, but you don't have that, do you? Isabel and Todd both looked to the side. You didn't make us swear an oath because you want us to have a way to wash our hands of you if someone figures it out, Isabel asked. Yes, if someone tries to force information out of you, just give it to them. Nobody can do that to Moxie, but from everything I've seen, they won't have such scruples with you. You are not responsible for my failures. I'm your teacher. The burden is on me. I'm not telling anyone shit. That's not how I do things, Todd said, crossing his arms. He paused for a moment. Okay, normally it is, but not this time. Me neither, Isabel said. I'm not helping any nobles. Good riddance to the Hellreaver. I certainly won't complain, but don't put yourselves in any extra danger, Noah said. And you might not want to be too happy the Hellreaver is gone. It was what was keeping the monkeys in a state where we could train easily against them. I'm afraid I've messed up our practice grounds. We can just go somewhere else, Todd said. Yeah, Isabel nodded. We have to start fighting monsters that think for themselves eventually. I agree, Noah said, but keeping the training wheels on can't hurt. Either way, we'll figure something out. There are other places with great monsters. For now, though, I need the two of you to think on what you want to do in regard to the trip. We will, Isabel promised. Tomorrow morning next to the transport cannon. Tomorrow morning, Noah confirmed. Take this seriously, Todd. I see that look in your eyes. Todd cleared his throat. Yeah, we will. I always do, Isabel said. Good, Noah said. He bid them farewell and left the classroom. There was still a lot he had to prepare for, no matter what decision his students made. I've been meaning to ask, Noah said as he and Lee headed back toward his room after dismissing the students. He lowered his voice. Are you really just a rank one? Lee sent him a shifty gaze that Noah was starting to get familiar with. She turned her eyes away and cleared her throat aggressively. I'm not mad, Noah grumbled. I just want to know how much stronger you are than you implied. Rank 3, Lee admitted. Rank 1s of Da'a, my kind, don't last very long. Either you get stronger quickly or you die. Noah nodded his understanding. They walked in silence for a few minutes. What did you teach while I was out? Noah finally asked. I've been lax on my stretches again, but I'm sure you've covered more than that. Basics of imbuement, Lee replied, clearly relieved to break the silence with a new topic. Moxie and Emily already knew all of it, but it was new for Isabel and Todd. At least it should have been from what they said. What's that mean? Noah asked, pausing as they grew closer to the T building. Lee's eyes lit up. Oh yeah, you weren't there. Todd already knew how to imbue. How, why? Did he study? No, get this. He was doing it on accident, Lee said with a snicker. Can you imagine that? He was mistakenly doing body imbuement. He's a natural at it. Didn't even realize what he was doing until I pointed it out. Noah blinked in surprise. Seriously, that's great to hear. But what was he? Noah trailed off, realization washing over him. Damn, that explains a lot. He was imbuing his eyes to use his heat rune, wasn't he? Yep, not the most advanced application, but imbuing a body part tends to make it better at whatever the aspect of the magic you're imbuing it with. So with heat, they got better at sensing heat. I suppose they might have also gotten really hot as well, but that's why intention is important when imbuing anything that's actually meant to do something. Interesting, Noah mused. Any idea why Todd was so good at it? None. He clammed up when I started asking questions, and I didn't really care too much. It's much more fun to just practice. Isabel wasn't too bad at it herself. We just practiced some basic body imbuements and got into a little sparring. I didn't even know it was possible to do temporary, on-the-spot imbuements like what Todd was doing. Haven't been able to replicate them myself yet. They reached the entrance of the T building and headed inside. Noah glanced over at Lee as they headed up the stairwell. You'll have to catch me up on this stuff before our next class. It shouldn't be too hard. I don't have to worry you accidentally killing yourself with overdraw. That'll shave off a lot of testing time. Noah repressed a grimace. Lovely. Arriving at the door, Noah could hear Braden's snores even before he unlocked it. He and Lee silently stepped inside. What now? Lee whispered. I don't know about you, but I'm not sleeping in here. I never said anything about sleep. He's going to be out until tomorrow at the earliest, Noah replied. He walked over to his desk and scooped up his quill, ink bottle, and a pile of papers. Sliding his flying sword into his belt, he crept back out. Hunting again? Lee asked once he'd closed the door. Noah chuckled. Considering I'm still a suspect, that's probably a monumentally stupid idea. I won't deny it's tempting, though. It's been too long since I filled my runes. I had to spend a bit of energy making Moxie a greater wind rune, but just a few kills should get that taken care of. So what are you doing? Theoricrafting. Noah held the papers up in front of him. How much do you know about rune combinations? It's got to be at least a good bit since you're rank 3. I know some. I wasn't lying about having runes that humans don't, though. I'm not sure how relevant my information will be to you. Well, then you can just keep me company. I'm going to go to the library and see what I can dig up on combinations. There's nearly nothing there, but I'm sure there's got to be at least a tidbit of information. In the meantime, do you think you could compile some information on demons? I need to know a lot about them. The library? Really? You? Hey, I've used it before. Just because I don't like sitting still much as of late doesn't mean I'm incapable of it, Noah muttered. You have no idea how much I'd rather just go punch things and use magic. Luckily, learning new magic is interesting, and I can't afford to just keep making decisions based on what's fun. Miracles do happen, Lee said, but you're right, I doubt you'll find much there. Noah glared at her. Aren't you supposed to be encouraging me? I'm relaxing. That was one of the things I wanted to do as part of the contract, the one that isn't technically enforced. Oh, whatever, I'm still going to try my luck. Lee snickered again. They headed across the campus, the dusk light washing over them and making their shadows dance in its orange hue. The library was largely empty when the two arrived. Two librarians sat at the desks, taking to each other in hushed tones even though nobody else was there. When Noah and Lee approached, the two fell silent. Can I help you? One of them asked, pushing a strand of hair out of his pale face. I'm looking for information on rank 2 runes. The librarian glanced at the ranking on Noah's uniform. He twiddled his thumbs together. What sort of information? I'm limited on what I can share by your rank, I'm afraid. I'll take just about anything. Maybe just a list of rune names to start with. Anything you can get beyond that would be appreciated. After a moment of consideration, the librarian nodded. I can help you with that. He stretched his hands out, causing a current of green and yellow energy to arc across his fingertips. It swirled into a spark, then expanded. A disk of spinning sickly green light lit the dim library entrance. The librarian reached into it and pulled out a short stack of books, handing it to Noah. 2 outdated dictionaries on discovered runes. No information on their make, the librarian listed. 1 compendium of rank 2 monsters and 1 travel guide of Arbitage and its surrounding areas. What? Lee arched an eyebrow. You're in the middle of the aisle. Do you see anyone else here? Noah just shook his head. He flipped the first book open and started to read. He had the whole night to kill, and he had to give the Hellreaver ape one thing: it had made him very good at functioning on small amounts of sleep. Hours ticked by. Noah's quill scratched messily on his paper, laid out on the travel guide and braced against his leg, as he compiled what little information that he could from the books the librarian had given him. Sweeping shad. Molten flame. Churning wind. Freezing wind. Cracked hail. Reaping grass. The list went on, but it didn't take Noah too long to spot the common pattern in the rank 2 runes. Just to confirm his suspicions, he nudged Lee, who currently had her nose buried in a book about baking. What? Lee asked. I'm getting to the good part in the story. That's a recipe, you know, never mind. Could you tell me the real name of one of your runes? Or is that too secret? Lee shrugged. I don't care that much about it. Only humans have the weird hang-up. Strong runes don't matter if you can't use them. My shadow-based rune is called Cursed Concealing Shadow, an extra descriptor for every rank. I really want to know what a rank 5 rune would be called then. Would it be the world's most ungainly mishmash of words? You could trick your opponent into saying it out loud and then kill them while they fumbled over it. Noah chuckled at his own thoughts and Lee tilted her head to the side. What's wrong with it? Nothing, sorry. I just thought of something funny. Can you say what runes went into it? 4 greater shadow runes, 2 cursed runes, and 1 concealment rune. 3. I'd imagine the more runes you combine, the harder it'll be to find another combination that works when you hit the next rank, so simple names would probably be better for the long term. Do all of your runes have 3-word names? Lee shook her head. No, my shift runes don't. They're called true shift runes, all greater. Do they only have shift runes as components? No. There's also an absorption rune in the mix. Noah nodded thoughtfully. 2 runes in the mix likely made a more focused result, but that would also limit the functionality of the rune. Ideally, he'd be able to find a combination that covered a wide spread of things without being so complicated that it would be impossible to combine in the future, but that was a reach. He jotted down his current runes on the paper. Wind. Wind. Lash. Lash. Vibration. 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 Noah tapped his quill on the paper. Intention matters when you imbue things. I assume it also matters when you combine runes. Lee nodded. Yes, but you can only work with what you've got. Logically, if I left these alone, I bet they'd just end up becoming something like flowing ash or shaking ash, something like that. The ash is indeed interesting, but I'm not sure if it's the exact combination I want. Sunder will let me test out a bunch of combinations, but if I have to refill my runes every single time I swap them out, this will take forever. Not to mention I'll waste all the energy I've gathered on. Wait, normally people only use a small amount of energy to imbue their rune on something. That lowers the capacity of the rune until it's filled back up to its max capacity again, like chopping off the top of a bucket and gluing it back on. But they also can't split apart runes after combining them. Lee, what now? I'm getting to the good part. How much of a rune can you imbue? As much as you want, I guess, Lee replied, but only an idiot would imbue too much of their rune at once. You can't control it if you fully imbue it, so it's basically useless unless you're trying to give it to someone. Why? Because if I keep a giant collection of runes that I've completely filled, I can mix and match them. I can use Sunder to then split them apart and store them by completely imbuing them in the paper, removing them from my mind while I test other combinations. If someone else tried to do this, it would be all over the moment they combined their runes, as then they wouldn't be able to ever take them apart again, so there'd be no point to it, but that's not the case for me. I can just keep testing combinations until I find the perfect one. I can find the perfect combinations for every single rune I make. Noah swallowed as a tingle ran down his spine and up his arms. The scope of the idea was terrifying. It would mean eventually walking around with a veritable armory of full runes. If anyone found out, he'd have an enormous target painted on his back. Then again, that's already true for just about everything associated with me. If I can pull this off, I could be more powerful than any other mage my level. I'd be able to swap my runes to anything I needed and save the old ones by imbuing them entirely into something. That also means I don't have to be as careful with my first combination, so long as it actually works. And even if it doesn't, I know Sunder can split it apart. You're drooling, Lee said, looking at him from over the top of her book. Noah wiped his mouth and his cheeks turned red. Sorry, I got really excited. About what? Something stupid, Noah replied, struggling to contain his excitement as he set the books back down. I need to get a little more energy for my runes. Care to help? It's about time I reached rank 2. Despite his excitement, Noah stopped before he and Lee just walked off the campus. He was still a suspect. If they saw him leaving, there was no way he'd be able to play it off. He could always try to use the transport cannon, but the less anyone thought about him, the better. And as such, that was how Noah found himself standing in the garden as the moon rose overhead, waiting for Lei and saddled with a new promise. I don't see how collecting a few monsters for me to kill is equivalent to 10 gold to use for shopping. That's such a scam. A whole month of salary in exchange for a few measly monsters. Lee is just taking advantage of how impatient I am, that brat. Noah, of course, didn't entertain the thought of simply waiting until they were on the road to find some monsters to kill. There was only so much sitting around he was willing to do, and considering Braden was currently making his room uninhabitable, this was as good a time as any to finally make some progress on his runes. He still did have to wait for Lee to get back, though. Mercifully, Lee didn't take long. Perhaps the thought of all the things she could spend Noah's 10 gold on motivated her, because she returned less than 10 minutes later, dragging several things. Noah stared at the battered tarp bags Lee had slung over her shoulder like some perverse, twisted Santa Claus. One of them twitched. It had been far too little time for her to get to the scorched acres and back. Lee, Noah said slowly. I told you to get me monsters. What do you have in there? Monsters, Lee replied cheerfully. Go on, stab them. I am going to open this bag, if there's a human inside it. They're skinwalkers, Lee rolled her eyes. They smell different. It was pretty easy to spot them, especially because they were lurking in alleys hoping someone would be stupid enough to walk past them. It was easy to steal a few bags and nap them. Go on, stabbing time. Noah pressed his lips together. He wasn't quite sure how perverse Lee's humor was. There was the very mild possibility that she'd actually grabbed a bunch of random people and stuffed them into the bags. He used his rusty flying sword to cut a hole in one of the bags. They were already bloodied, so it wasn't like Lee was about to be returning them anytime soon. A furious eye stared out of it at Noah, centered in the middle of someone's chin. Noah stabbed it. Energy slithered into his body, all pouring into his greater wind rune since the rest of them were already full. He grimaced in distaste. Right, it's a skinwalker. Why was its eye there, though? Not very convincing. If you bounce them around hard enough, they can forget what they're supposed to look like. Lee shrugged. I wasn't particularly gentle. That would have meant taking longer, and you aren't a very patient person. Go on then, there's another. Noah shook his head and stabbed it. A moment later, he superstitiously wiggled the sword around in the bag to take a glance at what it was he'd just run through. He quickly looked away. When Lee said they could get a little scrambled, she meant it. The skinwalker's face looked like it was stuck in a washing machine. Energy rushed into his body again. His rune hummed within him, and he let out a satisfied sigh as he felt the power coming off each of them finally equalize once more. They were all full once again. Told you, Lee said. They had more energy than most of the monkeys I killed, Noah observed. They didn't put up much of a fight, though. I almost feel bad. You paid 10 gold for an express service. You got an express service. Now you're complaining about it. Okay, sorry. I hope express service includes taking care of the corpses. Of course it does, Lee said, affronted. What sort of business do you take me for? Noah didn't grace her with a reply. Lee gathered the dead monsters up and zipped away, presumably to eat the bodies and somehow dispose of the bags. Hopefully, they didn't get found by anybody who was particularly prone to fainting. He smiled to himself as he felt the power of his runes shifting within his soul. They were ready. It almost felt like they were asking him to combine them, and Noah wanted to oblige. He nearly did it at that very spot, but he forced himself to wait until Lee returned. She strolled back up to him several minutes later and gave a curt nod. They're tossed. Good. I've got a question, Noah said. I'm about to combine my runes, but I don't want to do something stupid. Is there anything I should know other than intent matters? Lee rubbed the side of her neck and frowned in thought. After a few moments, she shook her head. No, combining things is pretty easy as long as you're concentrated. The hard part is not combining them into something completely useless. You're sure that your current runes will go together. If they don't, you're going to be in trouble. No, I won't be. And no, I've got no idea if they'll work. The ratio seems decent to me, though. Although maybe I should have another wind rune and one less ash rune. Ah, screw it. I'm not waiting for that. If this doesn't work, I just split them apart with Sunder. How long will combining my runes take? A minute or two. It's fast. Just stay concentrated. I'll keep watch to make sure you don't get interrupted. You'll see what to do the moment you try. It's instinctive. Even for someone not from this world, I suppose we'll see. 7 beautiful, fully charged runes formed around him. Above them, Sunder and Combustion swirled in the air, waiting for their turn to be summoned. Noah turned in a slow circle, taking a moment to admire them. Let's see. Lee said that this would just come naturally. Combine, mix, do something. Noah envisioned the runes converging on each other. To his surprise, a thrum passed through his mental space and they started to move. The circle fell apart, his 7 runes floating to hover before him. Pressure emanated off them, resisting his will as he tried to merge them together. It was nothing compared to the energy that Sunder put off, and while comparable to Combustion, it was still far less. Without too much difficulty, Noah brought them closer and closer. The edges of the runes began to touch. A dull whine filled Noah's mind and he focused on his goal. Sound and heat, possibly. Even though he'd yet to actually manage to make a proper spark with vibration, he knew it was possible, so it wasn't too far of a stretch. His brow furrowed with concentration and the runes continued to merge. Lines overlapped one another and the whine grew louder. Noah wasn't sure how, but his soul form was sweating. The runes started to shudder with energy. Power crackled around them, hissing and popping as 7 became 1. Noah's mind resonated with their energy, and the only thought left in his mind was his vision of what he sought. And then, with a brilliant chime, they snapped together. The clean note was followed by a sharp click, almost like popping the cover onto a metal container. It was, for lack of a better word, satisfying. A blast of energy washed out of the rune and a flash lit up the darkness. Noah blinked in surprise, taking a step back and raising his hands defensively. Spots floated in front of his eyes for several moments. He slowly let his hand lower, squinting. Floating before him was a single rune. Its energy was a ruddy vermilion and gray mixture, and it was made up of long flowing lines and sharp jutting angles in a circular pattern. Pyroclastic resonance. A huge smile crept across Noah's lips. The combination had worked. He stepped closer to the rune, examining it more closely. It glowed with energy from all the previous 7 runes, but it wasn't full, it was just a little over half of the way there. It felt exactly as powerful as all 7 rank 1 runes had been, even when it was only partially full. It's not just that, though. Combining them will let me do a lot more with an individual rune and also opens up a lot of room to make more runes. It's a massive net gain. Noah walked in a circle around the rune. The pressure washing off it didn't seem constant. It was stronger in some locations than others. A small frown flickered across his features. The more Noah looked, the more something felt flawed about the combination. Unlike the even rings of pressure that had come off all the rank 1 and master runes, this one felt bumpy. Damn, the combination isn't actually perfect. That has to be it. Too much ash, perhaps. I need to get another rank 1 greater wind rune, I wonder. Noah pulled himself out of his mind space and found Lee standing before him, watching him curiously. Did it work? Yeah, Noah said with a grin. It worked. He went to stand and nearly headbutted Lee in the stomach. She grabbed him before he could and Noah grunted in surprise. What the hell? Relax. You just let a ton of energy seep into your body. Combining runes makes a reaction that releases power, so you're stronger and faster than normal for a few minutes until your soul absorbs everything, Lee said. How full was your rune? The more synergized the runes you combine are, the more max capacity you'll have compared to what you initially had. About 50%, Noah said, blinking as Lee helped him sit back down. If there's a perfect combination, then I've heard that your rune can be as low as 10% full because of how much the capacity has grown, Lee said. 50% is pretty decent. All that excess energy will help expand your soul and then dissipate. Just sit for a bit. What rune did you get? Pyroclastic resonance. Fancy name, Lee observed. Might be difficult to combine. Are you just going to focus into it? I think I'll figure something out, Noah said with a wry smile. Even if the combination wasn't perfect, he was beyond excited. The next step was already waiting for him to take it. I need to do something. Do you have a piece of paper or something on you? I need to imbue a rune. Lee blinked in surprise. It's a bit early. I wouldn't imbue anything quite yet. Wait until you've filled it at least a bit. Noah opened his mouth. Then he slowly closed it. Telling Lee why he wanted the paper would technically also give away exactly what Sunder did. He chewed his lower lip, then nodded. That isn't something I can share. Sorry, Lei. Right, I got ahead of myself, Noah said sheepishly. Do you know if I can still form rank 1 runes, or do I have to somehow go straight to rank 2? Nothing would stop you from making rank 1 runes again, but it would just be a waste of energy in many cases, Lee said with a frown. Your soul absorbed the excess energy from the combination, so it'll be able to handle you forming a rank 2 rune directly. The increase in your soul's size is enough to let you hold another rank 1 rune, so you could combine another set of 7 rank 1 runes into a new rank 2 rune, but starting from scratch again would be a lot of work. And that extra rune won't be usable since your body can only handle using 7 at once, so it's just sitting there until you combine it. Ah, that explains it. So every time I combine runes, it'll make my soul grow a little larger and give me more room to house a bit more, eventually allowing me to get another set of 7 rank 1 runes. That way I can continue to combine runes rather than having to imbue the existing ones onto paper to make space. Convenient. Would that mean I could technically combine 8 runes? Noah asked. Lee shook her head. Not unless you want to blow your combination up. Only 7. Never more, never less. Nothing else will work. I have no clue why, but that's just how it is. I see. So aside from making it normally, I could just find a rank 2 rune in nature on a monster or buy it from someone. Lee nodded. Yes. You could also get rid of your current rank 2 rune if it didn't work right or the combination was very poor. Your soul can handle rank 2 runes now, so you don't really need that initial combination, but it's a big loss if you give it up. That's a lot of wasted energy, not to mention the soul damage that you probably took if your combination failed that badly. Makes sense. Back up a moment. I want to test this thing out, Noah said. He waggled his fingers, then held a hand out. Lee quickly put some distance between herself and him. Noah paused for long enough to make sure she wouldn't mistakenly get caught up in anything, then called on the magic of his new rune. It flowed instantly, and Noah whistled softly. His lips tingled as magic poured out from between them and the air around his head warmed. The note sounded off more haunting than it should have been. Impressive, Lee said sarcastically. That was the spookiest whistle I've ever heard. I hope your magic leans more toward the pyroclastic side than the resonant one. Noah ignored her. He called on combustion, just drawing a small droplet of the master rune's strength, then snapped his fingers. A spark of flame rolled up from his fingers, and Noah whistled once more. The flame lunged, following the call of his voice. It whipped around his head like a flaming bullet, the whistle elongating into a shrill, screaming note as the fire accelerated. Then it vanished, burning away and leaving a grinning Noah sitting before a wide-eyed Lee. That was a good bit cooler, Lee admitted. Noah's smile widened. He was going to have a lot of fun with this. Lee, what? Lee asked, raising her head up from the small mound of leaves she'd piled on top of herself. It had been an hour and a half since Noah had combined his runes, and while he'd been playing around with his new magic, Lee had tried to make herself a cocoon of dried leaves. It wasn't working too well. I've got another question. Just how hard is it to find a perfectly combined rune? A good number of powerful demons had them from what I've heard, but in terms of people, I actually met not many. I've only got one myself, and I found I've got no clue what actually went into it. I'd say it's probably really hard, especially up here. Noah nodded thoughtfully. That lined up with his own suspicions as well and made him lean even harder toward building a massive library of runes to mix and match. If he found a perfectly combined rune, great. He wasn't going to rely on luck, though. One more question, then. How much would it cost for you to get me one more skinwalker? It's a service to the university, after all. These things are dangerous. Lee let out a long-suffering sigh. You suck. Do you see my blanket? Do you see what you did to it? 1 gold. 10. Absolutely not. That's an entire month's pay. Won't the school pay you more now that you're a rank 2? Noah paused. Probably. But I'm not paying you 10 gold for what amounts to about 10 minutes of work for you. 3 gold. 3 gold isn't enough to buy anything. Are you kidding? That's 3 of my fancy uniforms. That's enough to buy so much. Lee pushed herself out of the pile of leaves and flicked one of them from her hair. Wait, really? I thought a meal was 1 gold. 1 silver, Noah said, aghast. Oh, whoops, I mixed up gold and silver. Noah's eye twitched. You're telling me you would have gotten those monsters for 10 silver, 1 gold it is. Lee zipped off before Noah could say anything else. He drew a deep breath and let it out slowly. Somehow it felt like he'd just gotten scammed by a child. He rubbed his forehead. Either way, he'd gotten what he needed. Lee was out of the area for a little while. Noah took the grimoire from his side and flipped it open, flapping through the pages until he arrived at a blank one near the end of the book. There weren't many blank pages left, but he'd only need one for his purposes right now. Noah grinned to himself, closing his eyes and slipping into his mind space. It felt a little odd to only see a single rune appear from the darkness, but he was about to rectify that. Sunder lowered, shifting down to hang directly above Noah as he approached the greater pyroclastic resonance rune. At least, he assumed it would still be called a greater rune, considering every rune that had gone into it had been greater. He swallowed heavily, pausing for a moment. A flicker of indecision ran through his body. If Sunder didn't actually work exactly how he thought it would, all his progress would be gone and he'd be back to square zero or worse, left with a damaged rank 2 rune stuck in his soul. Noah's eyes narrowed. I'm not second-guessing myself. I saw the vision. I know how Sunder works. I've seen it work on monsters. I know it can do this. Intention and power is all that matters. He reached up and touched Sunder. Energy sparked, pouring through the back of his hand and into his body. His veins darkened, but to Noah's surprise, the intensity of the pressure was slightly better than it had been the last time he'd called on Sunder. It was still overwhelming, but not quite nearly as bad as it had been. Reaching rank 2 and getting that extra energy to strengthen my soul did a lot. I wonder if I'll be able to properly control Sunder soon. Noah's veins pulsed black, and his bones creaked under the pressure of the master rune. Grimacing, he raised his other hand and reached for the pyroclastic resonance rune. Thoughts of the Sunder rune would have to wait before he let it rip his body to shreds on accident. Energy sparked at Noah's fingertips as they brushed across the rank 2 rune. Then it leapt free, slipping from his body and instantly relieving the burden. Noah let out a relieved breath and straightened as a black line flashed, splitting the air. It carved straight through the center of the rune. Energy swirled around it as the lines of the rune pulled apart, swirling into the dark expanses. 7 sparks glittered from the destruction, blooming all around Noah. One by one, his former runes snapped back into existence around him, each one burning with power. Noah held his breath for a moment longer, waiting to see if anything else would happen, but it didn't. He let it out in a huff. It works. Each of the runes was completely full as well, which pleased Noah even further. Combining the runes hadn't drained their energy. There had simply been more energy to fill in the rank 2 rune because of their synergy, even though it wasn't perfect. That does beget the question of what energy was actually used to combine the runes then. It had to be something, and if the power didn't come from runes, then it must have come from elsewhere in me. Is there another energy source that I'm spending and unaware of? I'll have to look into that. Noah would have loved to fiddle around with his runes more, but he still had work to accomplish before Lee got back. He opened his eyes, dismissing his mental space, and looked down at the blank page in his grimoire. Pressing his hand to it and envisioning his greater wind rune, Noah gathered a small portion of the energy, about half of what he'd used to imbue the rune for Moxie. He pulled the energy away, draining it permanently and sending it out through his fingers. Lines seared into the paper, forming swirling lines. Noah raised his hand away, smiling as he saw the wind rune manifest itself. When he gently probed at it, he could still feel the energy lying within the paper. That'll do. Noah closed the book and lowered it. Now, all he had to do was wait for a little longer until Lee got back. Got it, Lee said, dropping down beside Noah over an hour and a half later with yet another bag slung over her shoulder. He swore, jumping and turning to look in her direction. What happened? Noah asked. It took you so long. Did anything go wrong? No. I got distracted watching a squirrel sleep. Noah resisted the urge to grind his teeth. Lee was doing him a favor. It had only been an hour. That was still far faster than it would have been had he done it himself. Lee nodded. It was pretty hard to find. I don't think there are many more on campus. It doesn't help that I've been killing them the last few days. I got hungry. Noah opened his mouth. Then he let it close with a click. Technically, Lee was just helping the school. There wasn't exactly anything to complain about there. Good job, I think, Noah said. Just don't get caught, sure thing. I was planning on doing that before, but now that you've told me not to, I'll make sure to keep that in mind. Lee tossed the bag onto the ground in front of Noah. Noah rolled his eyes and grabbed his sword, running the bag through. There was a strangled hiss, then it deflated. A rush of power entered Noah's body, and he caught a glimpse of a warped face through the hole in the bag before he looked away. He didn't need to look to tell that the energy had already refilled his greater wind rune. Do you just hit them on everything in your path? Noah asked, repressing a disgusted grimace as he nodded to the bag. Well, I don't exactly try to avoid things. It keeps them less aggressive, Lee replied. Don't feel bad. They're pretty stupid. I never said I felt bad. We're doing them a favor. Maybe they'll come back as something less evil. Who knows? Could be that death is just the end, Lee said with a shrug. I guess you wouldn't care, given that you seem to be immortal. No, death is. I'd say it was no problem, but it was really about 1 gold worth of a problem. Why'd you need another one so soon, though? Wanted to test out gaining energy in my rank 2 rune. Noah stole a page from her book and shrugged. Are you complaining? It's a free gold. Fair enough. I'm going back to sleep then. Don't make me mess my leaf blanket up unless something is actually wrong. One more thing, could you think about what it means to be a demon and try to summarize it? I'm going to need to learn how they act if I'm going to pass off as one. Lee snorted. That's easy. How do humans act? Well, I guess it depends on the Yup, they're all different, but a lot of us tend to be pretty arrogant. If I had to choose a defining trait, I'd go with that. Well, maybe think on typical traits and stuff like that. Just something I can work with. Sure, I'll see what I can come up with. As soon as he arrived, Noah gathered his energy and enveloped the 7 rank 1 runes, bringing them together. They merged easily, sliding together without any issue. There wasn't even the resistance he'd felt the first time he combined them, and he soon found himself standing before a pyroclastic resonance rune, 50% of the way full. Weird. Why was it so easy this time? I didn't even feel the energy go off. Is it because my soul already adapted to housing rank 2 runes? Fascinating. It's like a balloon then. It got stretched out from the initial combination, but was still stretched after I sundered it. I bet I'll get some more growth when I form another rank 2 rune then. Either that or I'll have to wait for rank 3. Depends on how much each one makes the proverbial balloon stretch. Yet another thing to look into. Damn. At this rate, I'll forget my list of things I want to research before I manage to get around to solving them. Noah let his eyes open and dismissed his mental space. There was still one last thing to do before he'd be satisfied for the night. He glanced down to Lei, who was now a small mound in the ground. Shaking his head with mild amusement, Noah took out his grimoire and flipped over to the greater wind rune he'd imbued in it. Placing his finger on the page, Noah pictured the rune in his mind, and then he drew. Energy coursed from the book and into Noah's body, forming into a brand new rank 1 greater wind rune in his mind. Noah's lips stretched into a wide grin as he felt the rune awaiting his command. He glanced down at the book, but the rune was still there. He'd managed to avoid draining all of the energy. Perfect. Maybe I'll be able to salvage the page. This is incredible. Once this wind rune is full, I'll replace one of the ash runes and see if that's the perfect combination. Noah resisted the urge to let out an evil laugh. He'd never been one for them, but he felt like the world was opening up before him. Had Lee not been trying to sleep right next to him, Noah might have actually let it slip. Instead, he sat down on the ground and leaned against the light purple trunk of a large tree. It wasn't the most comfortable place he'd ever slept, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Tomorrow, he was going to put his new rune to use. He almost felt bad for whatever monster happened to be in his way. Almost. Noah's sleep was interrupted by a hand violently shaking his shoulder. His eyes snapped open and a blade of wind swirled to life at his fingertips as he jumped back, preparing to dive out of the way of a slasher. Moxie yanked her hand back, vines whipping around her defensively. "Whoa, relax," Moxie said. Noah blinked. He let his magic fade away, slowly lowering his hands. "Moxie, why are you here?" "Because I was looking for you, idiot. You weren't in your room." Braden was snoring too loudly. I could tell. "He slept through me breaking in," Moxie said, her lips pursing. The vines slithered back into her clothes and she shook her head. "It doesn't matter. I figured something out. I'm glad I caught you alone. You're in danger." "Actually, I'm not." "Lee isn't a skinwalker," Moxie said, cutting Noah off. "I was thinking about what you told me. I've been studying skinwalkers. At first, I thought she was either a very powerful one or a new breed. We know so little about the monster species that it was possible, but after what we talked about yesterday, I realized I was too focused in. Maybe I'm the idiot." Moxie. "Not now," Moxie snapped. "Just listen. I don't know how I didn't catch this sooner. That demon threat you were worried about, it's not hiding out and lurking. It's in plain sight. Lee is the demon." Moxie stared at Noah, waiting for him to react. He just rubbed the back of his head. "Is that a bad thing?" Moxie blinked. Then she drew a deep breath and let it out in a violent huff. "Yes, skinwalkers are motivated by hunger as far as we're aware. Demons aren't. There's very, very little known about demons, but we know one thing: they're incredibly dangerous. They seek out suffering. I could possibly believe that a skinwalker could be convinced to lie low, but not a demon. It's more likely that she's just biding her time, waiting for the proper moment. I don't really think that's the case. I don't know a lot about demons, but even if Lee is one, aren't there different kinds or something? She's not like that. You've spent a good amount of time with her. You know that. Demons are one of the most dangerous monsters that have been discovered since the long night. You've got no idea what you're talking about if you think there's the slightest possibility that a demon would ever be benevolent. They are literally born with runes that can only gain power through causing suffering. Wait, there are runes that can get strength through things other than just normal energy. Yes, they're damn it, Vermal. Not now. Focus. Where is Lee? We need to find a higher-ranked teacher and take her down before she starts killing people. She's the threat you were so worried about, and she's probably just hiding her rank. I don't know what her endgame is, but it doesn't matter. If we don't act now, I don't want to think about how much damage she could cause." Noah opened his mouth, then paused. "How do I know Lee wasn't actually the literal demon that Vermal was trying to summon?" "She says she just slipped through, but I don't have a way to know that for sure. I could try to make her swear a rune oath, but if Moxie is right, then I doubt she's going to." "No, she wasn't lying. I refuse to believe it. Moxie's fears aren't unjustified, but Lee isn't like that." "I don't think you're correct," Noah said. "I won't try to pretend I understand much about demons, but I know Lee. She's not some scheming monster that's just waiting to strike when my guard is down. You said yourself that not a lot is known about demons, right? Maybe she's different. It's not fair to treat her like that when we have no reason to believe it. She's a demon." "Vermal," Moxie clenched her hands. "Something tells me you don't have any idea how serious this is. Stop being idealistic for a moment. Ignore your emotions and think logically, you idiot. I also liked Lee, but we need to put the students first. She's a threat. She is not. Vermal, enough. We both know that I know more about this than you. You aren't just betting your own life on this. It's the lives of your students and mine as well, not to mention anyone else who could get caught up in this. It's not a bet, I trust her. And besides, even if I'm wrong, it's only. It's only what? Moxie asked. Death. Yes, never mind. Noah shook his head. That doesn't matter. Have you even considered speaking to her for a second? Out of the corner of his eye, Noah saw the pile of leaves that Lee had buried herself beneath shift. He gritted his teeth. The worst possible thing that could happen would be for Lee to reveal herself now. He wasn't sure Moxie wouldn't just attack on sight. Speak to her. Why? I'm not immortal, and we know how fast she is. I'm not confident I could beat her in a fight. We need a stronger professor to handle this. Not to trick her, Moxie. To find out if she's really this terrible being like you're making her out to be. Moxie's brow furrowed. Then her eyes went cold and she shifted her stance, understanding washing across her features. You already knew. Only for a day, Noah replied. And I know she wouldn't do anything like what you're saying. Just have a conversation with her, Moxie. Give her a chance. Keep your guard up more around her or something, but it's completely unfair to judge her for what rumors you read in a book. You can't say that we know almost nothing about demons and also say every single one of them is evil. Moxie drew a deep breath and let it out slowly. I'm sorry, Vermal. I can tell you want to see the best in everyone. I wish I could do the same, but I put the life of my student above my feelings. And not just her, the lives of your students. Surprisingly, even your life. I won't let you risk everything because of a gut feeling. I came here to warn you, but if you aren't cooperating, then I'll just have to do things without you. Noah's hands clenched. He gritted his teeth and reached into the pocket of his coat, pulling out his pipe. Despite having it for some time now, he still hadn't had a chance to use it properly. It was on his list of things to try now that he'd gotten combustion, but he just hadn't gotten around to it yet. Noah pinched a large bunch of the flashgrass off and put it into the pipe. Please don't, Noah said softly. This isn't about what we want, Moxie ground out. It's about our students. We can't let emotion cloud our decisions. She spun. Noah drew on his wind rune and shot forward, passing Moxie and spinning to face her. Moxie's lips pressed together and vines curled at her feet, slithering out from the hems of her pants. Don't, Moxie warned. You know what happened the last time we fought. Noah put the pipe between his teeth. That was last time, Moxie. Things change, just like people. That's how it works. And that's why you should be giving Lee a chance to at least give you her side of the story before you do something rash. She'd never do something stupid like trying to fight you. He put extra force on the last sentence as he saw the leaves twitch. If Lee came out, the chances of him convincing Moxie of anything would probably drop to zero. She'd assume they were working together to actually try to kill her, and then all holds would be off. Last chance, Moxie said, her tone banded with steel. Get out of my way, Vermal. I don't want to hurt you. You're a decent person, but I've made my stance clear. Noah raised a finger to the pipe. The flashgrass combusted instantly, a thin plume of smoke rising into the air as it started to burn. Maybe we'll just have to let our magic do some of the talking. You don't have a shield. If you attack me, I'm going to treat you like a real enemy. You're aiding a demon. There won't be any talk afterward. You'll be dead, only if you win. The plume of smoke rising up from Noah's pipe erupted, turning into a writhing snake of flame. Ash intermixed with the fire, roiling like a black sea within it. Vines whipped out for Noah. He shot himself out of the way with a burst of wind, leaving a trail of glittering black and red smoke behind him. It whipped down, burning through several of Moxie's vines. The acrid smoke stung Noah's throat and his eyes watered, but he grabbed all of it before it could enter his lungs and forced it away. He exhaled, blowing a thick cloud of the smoke out toward Moxie. Then, as it passed by his lips, he ignited it with combustion. A sheet of roiling fire washed out in a roar. Moxie's eyes widened and she thrust her hands toward it. Her body flashed green as her shield lit up, blocking the attack. At the same time, the plants all around Noah rustled to life. He ducked under a flower as it whipped past his head, then narrowly avoided a huge tree branch as it creaked down, trying to impale him. Damn, this is the absolute worst spot for me to try to fight Moxie. There's going to be too much damage if I let this go on for more than a few seconds. This fight can't drag out. The last of the flames faded away, revealing Moxie had enveloped herself in a leafy cocoon. Noah's magic had scorched it, but her plants had somehow avoided catching fire. The cocoon unfurled and Moxie stepped out, her face cold. You hit rank 2, Moxie said. Noah drew in another deep breath, catching the smoke and allowing it to curl out from his lips. This was going to have to be fast. Moxie was too smart to let the fight run long, and she was still stronger than he was. He blew, causing the cloud to stretch out before him and carrying it even further with his pyroclastic resonance rune. Then he let out a sharp whistle. The fire cloud lurched forward, expanding like a blanket toward her even as Noah combusted it. Moxie whipped vines forward, attacking him and blocking the explosion at the same time. She was already starting to adapt, but Noah had no plans of letting her figure any more out. As soon as the fire blocked him from her vision, he dropped to the ground and, using the cover of the flame as a shield, darted forward. Moxie spotted him quickly and went to redirect her magic. Plants grabbed at Noah's feet, nearly tripping him up. He directed the cloud of smoke between them and ignited it. Moxie flinched back as the fire erupted, and she raised her hands defensively to keep it from reaching her. Noah called on combustion once more, but he didn't summon any flame. Instead, he canceled it, turning the air inert. The ash went out instantly, starved of any way to ignite, and Noah threw himself through the cloud. He slammed into Moxie, driving his shoulder into her stomach and knocking her to the ground. The breath was knocked from her lungs with a whoosh, and her eyes widened as she tried and failed to draw a breath. Noah grabbed her in a bear hug, not letting her escape. Enough of this. I could detonate my magic right now. Would your shield save you? Just listen to me, damn it. Moxie pressed her lips together, not willing to waste air on responding. Despite that, her plants swayed at the ready, refraining from attacking for the time being. Noah's lungs started to burn from lack of oxygen, but he was in a better spot than Moxie was. If Lee wanted you dead, she would have fought. Even though this is to protect her, she isn't doing anything. What? Moxie asked. Noah released combustion and air rushed back into their lungs. He jerked his chin toward the pile of leaves. Lee, come out. They rustled, and Lee's head poked out of the pile. Her eyes were slightly redder than normal. Moxie stiffened in Noah's grasp. If she was the self-centered monster that you think all demons are, don't you think she would have helped me fight you? Noah demanded. You were threatening to get her killed. I don't understand, Moxie muttered. Is this a plan, just to trick me? How could it be? You're the one that came to find me, Noah replied. Lee sniffled. She turned and shot off in a blur, vanishing into the garden. Moxie stared at where the demon had been standing. Then she slumped in Noah's arms, and the garden was silent once more. Noah released Moxie, rolling to the side and rising to his feet. You're smart, Moxie, but how do you know that the information you have on demons is correct? Has Lee ever given you a reason to doubt her? Moxie didn't stand. I don't know, but what if you're wrong, then Lee kills us? I'd rather be wrong and be the idiot that trusted my friends than the monster that turned against them because they were told to. When you die, it won't matter anymore. You'll have to live with your decisions, not your fears. And if you live on fear, that's all that you'll have left to keep you company. Moxie didn't respond immediately. She slowly sat up, still looking at where Lee had been. We weren't friends, co-workers at best, Noah shrugged. If that's what lets you sleep at night. We only knew each other for a little while. Time is such a weird thing, Noah said with a frown. I don't see the obsession with it. Short, long, whatever. What matters is how you spend it, not how long you have. And in the long run, you don't have all that long anyway. What's that supposed to mean? Moxie asked, finally looking up at Noah. What's gotten into you? Forget it, Noah said with a sigh. If you try to attack me again, I don't think I'm going to be able to win. Not without using Sunder, and that means one of us isn't walking out of here alive. You're saying you won't try to stop me if I go after her. I'm saying you'll win. I've already told you my stance. Why do you care so much? Moxie asked. Why go through the risk? It doesn't make sense. You're putting yourself on the line for someone you aren't even responsible for. Is it responsibility, or is it avoiding the responsibility by just assuming the worst to skirt the problem? Noah asked. I'm not saying you should blindly trust every demon. That would be stupid. But you haven't even tried talking to Lee to find out more. You're just jumping to conclusions. Moxie sat upright. She flicked some flecks of ash from her shoulder, then rose to her feet, pulling her gaze away from Noah and toward the direction that Lee had gone. Her hands clenched. Noah remained silent as Moxie stood there. He'd already said his piece. There wasn't anything else he could say that would change her mind. How do you know you're right? Moxie finally asked. What if you trust the wrong person? Noah shrugged. Then you die. I already told you. But dying is one moment. Living is every single other one. Focus on all the moments you actually live through, not the single one at the end. If you decide that trusting Lee is the wrong decision, then decide that. But make sure you actually believe it. Moxie swallowed. I need to think. Then think. I'm sure Lee didn't value your opinion of her at all. She definitely didn't care that one of the few people she's met thought she was a bloodthirsty monster that was just trying to manipulate them for their own selfish gains. Damn it, Vermal. What do you want from me? I have a duty. I never said you didn't, Noah said. I'm a terrible professor. We've established this already. Why do you care about what some evil monster like me thinks anyway? Seems odd. I'm sure some people would think your trust of me is nearly as bad as trusting Lee. Moxie's fists clenched and she looked away. Vines slithered at her feet, whipping in anger as she withdrew them and pushed the rest of the garden back to its original state. Some of the plants had been burnt and damaged from the fight, but she shifted those parts farther away from the path to hide them. I'll hear her out, Moxie said. Take me to her. Nope. What? I don't know where she is, Moxie. There's no conspiracy or grand plan here. She just ran off because you hurt her feelings. If you want to do something about that, then go find her yourself. I don't belong in that conversation. If you think she's just some monster, then go find those other professors and hunt her down. I'll be sitting here. Doing what? Waiting, Noah replied, to see if you're an idiot or not. Moxie sent one last look at Noah, then turned and strode off. Noah lowered to the ground, crossing his legs as he sat and pressing his palms against his knees. A minute passed. He let out a heavy sigh and massaged his forehead. Damn, that could have gone better. She hates me. Lee stepped out of the bush behind Noah. He looked over his shoulder at her but didn't say anything. See, that's how people are supposed to respond, Lee said, nodding in Moxie's direction and flopping down beside him. She's probably going to go find professors to hunt me. Maybe Noah allowed. Do you think they could catch you? Depends, not if they're rank 3, but if there are rank 4 professors probably. I see. I think Moxie was just scared. She's trying to protect her student and isn't thinking rationally. Or maybe she's trying to think too rationally and isn't considering her own experiences in comparison to what she's been told. Does it matter? Lee asked. She's still going to try to kill me. I'm going to leave and now you might as well. Noah shrugged. What I told her about you goes for me as well. We've already established that I'm an idiot. Lee snorted, then sniffled again. Noah didn't look back at her. There wasn't much privacy outside, but it was better than nothing. You can't just sit here if you want to find out, Noah said. She did go looking, you know. So what? So nothing. It's up to you in the end. You're the person that Moxie needs to apologize to, and if you don't want an apology, that's up to you. But if you want an apology, you're going to need to let her give it to you. And if she's just going to find professors to kill me, maybe she is. I don't know, Noah replied, rubbing his chin. I suppose the logical thing to do would be to get out of here just in case. Avoid the risk. Maybe you could rejoin the kids and if we end up deciding to leave the school. Or you could be an idiot. I'm always partial to the latter option. Lee shifted behind Noah. He waited a few moments, then turned around. She was gone. He let out a thoughtful grunt and turned back around to rest his chin in his palm. He just hoped that he'd read Moxie correctly. Moxie found Lee sitting in the shade of a gnarled tree. She could have sworn she'd just passed the tree a minute ago and seen nothing there, but it was a moot point now. The two stared at each other for several seconds. With slow, deliberate steps, Moxie walked up until she was a few body lengths away from Lee. Then she sat down. Neither of them spoke. They just sat there, silently watching one another. Finally, Moxie let out a slow breath, adding to the gentle rustle of the garden plants around them. How do I know what? Lee asked. That I'm not going to try to kill everyone. Yes, how am I supposed to prove it? Moxie looked to the side. I don't know. They fell silent again. The breeze rustled Moxie's hair and chilled her skin as the sun dipped below a heavy cover of gray clouds, removing its light from the day. How long does it take to become friends with someone? Lee asked abruptly. Moxie blinked. What? I don't know. It's not like there's a timer on it. It just happens. Would you hurt your friends? I don't have friends, Moxie said promptly. They're not appropriate for me. I can't afford them yet. You need to buy friends. Moxie frowned. No, but you need to be able to provide for them. Friends are people you protect, and I'm not strong enough to protect anyone yet. If I was, I wouldn't be worried about you. Why are you asking this? Because I'm curious. If there isn't a limit on how long you have to know someone, then Vermal is my friend. Isabel and Todd are my friends. I thought you were one too. Moxie pressed her lips together. Can demons have friends? I thought you valued suffering and power more than anything else. I don't think so, Lee said softly. I haven't had any before. The damned planes aren't very good for caring about people. I just wanted to leave. Helping people feels good. I didn't think anyone would ever care about learning from me. That's the reason I teach. No, damn it. I'm not agreeing with a demon. I know what they are. I've read about them. They're manipulative. This is just a trick, but what if it isn't? Why didn't you tell anybody earlier? Moxie asked. If we'd known instead of me suddenly finding out. You would have tried to kill me then as well. That's what all humans do. I know. I wouldn't have even told Vermal if I could have. I didn't want this to end. Moxie closed her mouth. Lee was right. The time when she'd learned hardly mattered. Demons were too dangerous to be left alive. Right, but humans just kill everything they don't like, Lee said, cutting Moxie off. Her eyes flickered with anger. I can't blame them, but it pisses me off to see you acting so much better than us. You're exactly the same. How many monkeys has Vermal killed? And I saw that professor trying to cheat to make Isabel lose the exam. How is that any better than anything demons do? That's not the same thing. Moxie didn't actually say her thoughts out loud. They sounded weak, even in her head. Between us, I'm the only one that hasn't acted according to my so-called nature, Lee continued, rising to her feet. You did exactly what the other demons that I did manage to speak to said you would. Vermal is the only one that didn't, and that's only because he. Lee cut herself off. He's an idiot. Yeah, Moxie continued, shaking her head. If everyone was like how he is now, maybe the world would be a different place. But more realistically, we'd just all be dead. He's not strong enough to act the way he does. You need strength to show mercy, and I don't have it. Then maybe you aren't stronger than he is at all. Moxie rose to her feet as well. It doesn't matter. My duty is to my student. I need to protect her. That is my duty. And I've been teaching her how to fight. I've been teaching you. Moxie bit her inner cheek. How am I just supposed to trust you? Would this have been any different if you'd found my identity out in a year rather than now? No, then it doesn't matter. Nothing I could do would ever convince you. Even if I made a rune oath, you'd just think the wording was some form of trick. They're not exhaustive. There are always workarounds. So what am I supposed to do? Moxie demanded. I can't trust you. You can't trust me. I never said I didn't trust you. Moxie faltered. What? You showed up alone. Doesn't that mean you trust me at least a little? Moxie paused. I didn't think you would attack me. Why? Moxie ground her teeth together. She was losing ground so fast that it felt like it was falling out beneath her feet. I don't know, is it because you still wanted to be friends? I don't have friends. Why not? Lee asked. Friends help each other. It's nice. Do you want to be a demon? Because that's what I used to hear other demons say when they turned on each other, breaking their alliances for just a little more power. You sound just like them. What's wrong with trying to trust people? Isn't it better to be betrayed than to be alone? Moxie's hands lowered to her sides. Despite herself, a quick burst of bitter laughter slipped out of her lips. Spoken like someone who's never been betrayed, Lee stared at Moxie silently. Moxie's heart twisted. Damn it, you really thought I was your friend? Moxie asked. Lee didn't respond. Moxie's eyes prickled. She blinked in surprise, raising a hand to her face. It was wet. Then you really can't trust me, Moxie said. Don't you see what I'm saying? If you feel that I betrayed you, there's no way you could possibly. I still trust you, Lee said. I still want to be friends. How Moxie demanded. A small smile flickered across Lee's face. Maybe I'm just a bit of an idiot. Moxie stared at her. She felt like her mind was trying to split itself in half. No option felt like it was the right one. No matter what she did, the alternative could come back. She could fail. She could fail again. Her chest tightened and her stomach flipped. Moxie's hands clenched at her sides. It isn't just my life I'm betting. But she could have made a move already. I was so panicked about there being a demon. But what if? I'm just going in circles. This is pointless. I don't want to live like this. Moxie slowly raised her gaze again. I'm sorry, Lee. I may have misjudged you. Lee blinked in surprise. You want to be friends. Isn't that what you wanted? Yes, but I didn't think you'd actually do it. Moxie stared at Lee. You came here fully expecting that I would betray you. Again, it would technically just be once since you'd just be sticking to the first betrayal. But yes, I don't want to be alone anymore. I know what I'm supposed to do. Emily's safety is the only priority. I shouldn't risk it, even if I believe Lee. But the Torin family doesn't know. This is a decision I can actually make for myself, one where they don't have a knife to my back. When was the last time I could actually do that? If you aren't planning to hunt me down, I can offer you a rune oath, Lee offered. Then again, if you're planning to kill me and you make one of those, it's not going to go too well for you when the oath rips your runes up as I die. Noah's words echoed irritatingly at the back of Moxie's head. Am I going to be an idiot or not? If I accept the rune oath, that would help ensure Emily wasn't at risk, but it would show that I don't actually trust Lee in the slightest. I know what the Torrens would do. But if I accept the oath and Lee does find a way to wiggle out of it, I won't be able to safely fight against her because I'll cripple my own runes if she dies. I'm not an expert on rune oaths either. I couldn't make one that was really effective on the spot. Even if I could maybe, just this one time, I can trust someone because I choose to, not because the family told me I had to, even if it isn't the right move. It's not just Lee I'm putting my faith in here, it's Vermal. I don't need a rune oath, Moxie said, clenching her fists by her sides. And that clearly goes both ways, just like you said. I want to believe you, Lee, but I need to protect Emily as well. Just promise me that you really don't have any plans to ever hurt Emily or any of the other students. A normal promise, not a rune oath. Lee inclined her head. I promise. They were silent for a few moments. Moxie blinked a few times in rapid succession and glanced over her shoulder, clearing her throat. Is that it? I haven't done this before. I don't know, Lee muttered. Neither have I. It doesn't feel like enough. Moxie bit her lower lip. Vermal was right. I didn't actually use what I knew of you when I made the judgment. I just listened to some vague warnings in an old book without putting any thought into it. This was wrong, even if my suspicions were right. It's okay. I forgave you already. That easily, Moxie demanded. But how do you know that I'm not? Lee took a step toward Moxie. Then she reared back and punched her in the face. Moxie swore, stumbling back and raising a hand to her stinging cheek. The blow hadn't been anywhere near the strength that Lee could have used. She knew from the training sessions they'd had. There, Lee said. Is that better? Somehow, yes. Moxie rubbed her cheek, working her jaw. I suppose I deserved that. Usually, demons solve their problems by trying to beat each other to death. I never really liked the idea all that much as I prefer being alive, but I suppose there's an appeal to a good punch. A small smile crossed Moxie's lips. I suppose there is. Should we head back before Vermal starts wondering if we're killing each other? Lee asked. Moxie nodded. That might be a good idea, yes. Noah busied himself by playing with his rune. He'd already lit the flashgrass on fire, so there was no reason to waste the smoke. From what he could tell, he still had good control over ash, likely due to the pyroclastic aspect of the rank 2 rune. However, his control over wind with it was nearly non-existent. His only remaining wind magic was from the greater wind rune. He made a few low-pitched, trilling notes by whistling, then warped them. The air heated around him as he played with the sound they made, as dissonant as it was. Definitely vibration in that. I wonder if it works just as well as a vibration rune, though. Noah pressed his hand to the ground and sent a small pulse of energy out into it. The dirt beneath him whumped, bouncing up in a circle around him like water on the surface of a submerged speaker. Noah grinned and raised his hand. Good. I've still got access to most of my magic then. I'll have to figure out what else I can actually do by combining the ash and sound then. Noah wasn't sure how much time had passed, but he looked up, tearing away from his thoughts as he heard the sound of leaves crunching around the edge of a nearby shrub. Lee and Moxie stepped out from behind it. Moxie's face had a bright red imprint of a fist on it. I see you've come to an agreement. Not really, Moxie said. Yep, Lee said. They glanced at each other. Moxie chewed her lip. I'm still thinking stuff over, but I may have been acting a little too rashly. I heard Lee out. Ah, good, Noah said. He rose to his feet, brushing the dirt off his pants. I was starting to get bored. I'm glad to hear that we've gotten things fixed up. It's about time I go find my students and see what their thoughts are. Do they know? Moxie asked as Noah turned to head out of the garden. He paused and glanced back at her. They don't know a lot of things. That's why they're students. It is my job to evaluate challenges and make sure that they only face what they're ready to handle. So long as they don't go trying to kill anyone they shouldn't be, I reckon everything will be fine up until the Linwick estate at least. That still needs some thinking. Moxie cleared her throat. I already spoke to Emily about things, and she's more than willing to get some more training in, especially since you promised to give a proper demonstration of those aggressive training techniques you use. Good to hear. In that case, I'm heading out. I can find Braden and make sure you meet him before he wanders off somewhere, Lee offered. Lee just nodded. She hopped, grabbing onto a low-hanging branch, and swung herself over the tall shrubbery, vanishing behind it. Moxie's eyes traced her through the air. Not having second thoughts, I hope. No, Moxie replied, walking with Noah as he headed out of the garden. Nothing like that, at least not about Lee. Noah raised an eyebrow, but Moxie didn't expand on her words. She looked lost in thought as they emerged onto a cobbled path and continued onward toward the G building. They walked in silence for a few moments before Noah broke it with a question that had been building ever since he'd combined his runes. Why does the first rune combination matter so much? Moxie glanced over at him, pulled from her mind. What, with lesser and greater runes. There was so much importance put on it and making sure that the combination was good, but in the end, you're still a rank 2 mage. Couldn't you just break the combined rune if it was bad? It's not like you lose rank 2 status, so you could just replace it with a different rank 2 rune. There are some people that do that, Moxie said. They both stopped talking for a moment as they passed by a group of other professors. Once they were gone, Moxie continued, but it's dangerous. When you combine a rune, you're binding it together with energy from your soul. That makes it very closely integrated to you. If you shatter it, your soul takes some severe damage and it can last for years or even be permanent. There's a chance the effects won't be too bad and you'll get away with it, but I'd rather not gamble with my future with such poor odds. I see, Noah said slowly. But what about imbuing it? Moxie asked with a wry smile. You aren't the first to think of that. Fully imbuing a bad rune would probably have better chances, but you'd still be completely giving away part of your soul. That's not going to be pretty. I suppose that makes sense. I wonder just how bad the damage would be, though. Is my own soul recovering faster than it should be for some reason, or have I just not taken truly bad soul damage yet? One more question in this vein. If people can fully imbue runes, what stops large families from just farming them? Force some poor sap to donate his rune and give the whole thing to someone else. Moxie's face darkened. Some do, but nobody would dare admit to it in public. That goes strictly against the treaties that were established after the war between the bastions. Also, it isn't proven, but a lot of people believe that if you fill your runes yourself, you have a much better control over them than anyone who just picked up a full one. And none of that even mentions the price. Catch paper isn't all made the same. No material is. Containing runic energy is not easy. The catch paper I gave you could handle up to one full rank 1 rune. If you want something that can handle a full rank 2 rune, you're going to need to shell out a lot more gold. Higher up you go, the better material you need. It goes the same way for imbued items. It's why good shields are so expensive, and shields are the most basic items on the market. Core but basic. Noah blew a raspberry and shook his head. Makes sense. Good stuff doesn't come cheap. Damn, I was hoping. Hoping for what? Moxie asked as they drew up to the front of the G building. Were you going to look into imbuing things more? You skipped those lessons with Lei, so I figured you weren't interested in it. I was tied up in extenuating circumstances. Noah cleared his throat in embarrassment. I assure you that I'm very interested in just about everything we can do with runes. Speaking of money, actually, just about how much would Slasher Claws and other bits sell for? I've got a bit of a collection. It depends who you sell them to. They wouldn't be worth all that much here since we're right next to the Scorched Acres, but you might get a decent price if you try to sell them near the Linwick estate. Good point. I suppose I'll lug them with me, Noah said. They reached his classroom in the center of the building and stepped inside. Isabel and Todd were both already there, waiting. 2 leather bags sat on the tables behind them. We'll go, Isabel said before Noah could even speak. Ah, well, that was fast. Any questions? Are you going to be able to give us any more answers safely? Todd asked. You didn't want a rune oath last time, but this feels pretty important. Are you sure you don't want one? He probably doesn't want his soul scarred when you burn your own head off with a fireball, Isabel said with a laugh. She grabbed a bag off the table and tossed it to Todd before picking up her own. We're ready to leave. Maybe I should go get Emily, Moxie said. I thought this would take a bit longer. What can I say? Noah asked. I'm very efficient. Maybe it's rubbing off on Isabel and Todd. Let's get going. Only step left is to convince Braden that this is a good idea, and I'm going to need to speak to him privately for that. Are you going to threaten him or something? Todd asked as the group headed out of the classroom. Of course not. I don't think I'd last very long in a fight against him, Noah said with a laugh. No, I've got other methods. I can be very convincing. Moxie, could you and the kids meet me at the base of the transport cannon once you've gathered Emily? I'm going to branch off to meet Lee. Moxie shrugged. That's no problem with me. Just try not to piss off anyone too important. No promises, Noah muttered. What? Nothing. Brayden and Lee were both in Noah's room when he got back. Lee had perched herself on top of a stack of papers that she'd moved on top of his desk, and Brayden was sitting on the barrel of rum that Noah had bought the previous night. Once Noah arrived, Lee hopped down and slipped out the door behind him, pulling it shut. You took your sweet time, Brayden said through a yawn. I've got work to do, Vermal. Last night was nice, but I can't slack off all day. Of course, I understand. I only asked you to speak with me again because this is about work. Brayden tilted his head to the side. About work, the Hellreaver. Related to it, Noah said. He glanced over his shoulder. Brayden took the hint and summoned his shield, sending purple light washing over the room. You can speak freely, Brayden said. What is it? Do you know something? I'd say it's more than just something, Noah replied. You asked me what I was doing, if everything was going according to plan. Brayden nodded slowly, not sure where Noah's angle was. Yes, father was impatient. There's only so much time we have to work with, but you assured me there was nothing to worry about. There isn't, Noah said, because there's nothing left to do. You'll have to forgive me, I've been very careful, and I had to make sure that everything was properly aligned before I told you anything more. Anything more about what? Either you've done it or you haven't. You wait. Brayden's eyes narrowed. He took a step back, then studied Noah's face closely. What are you saying, Vermal? What do you think? Noah asked. You know me better than most, Brayden. Brayden glanced down at the barrel beneath him. His gaze sharpened as he looked back up at Noah. Were you celebrating more than just my arrival? I was, Noah said with a wry smile. I was drinking to success, both of our success. Yours for discovering who killed the Hellreaver. Mine for accomplishing the task that I set out so long ago to do. Brayden's eyes went wide. He slowly raised to his feet, watching Noah in disbelief. You mean you've had it, this entire time? It took longer to find a balance with it than I thought. Housing something this powerful inside your body isn't easy, Noah said. I wasn't lying about that amnesia when you went off to our estate, but now we've come to an agreement. Brayden swallowed heavily. I don't believe it. It's over. No, Brayden, Noah said. It's only getting started. I need you to take me back to father. It's time we had a chat. The rest of that conversation didn't take long. Brayden had bolted to his feet, excitement and trepidation intermixing in his features, firing off a series of rapid questions. Before Noah could even try to think about answering them, Brayden said that he needed to prepare for the trip and promised to meet at the transport cannon at Noah's suggestion. Then he vanished out the door, leaving Noah staring at his receding back. Well, Lee said, slipping into the room. That went quickly. Easier than I thought it would be, Noah admitted. It sounds like everything is lined up. Except for my shopping, Lee said. You owe me a lot of that, so I do, Noah agreed. He fished in his bag and pulled out a gold coin. He was already running short for the month, but it wasn't like one gold was going to buy anything life-changing. Noah handed it to her. I'll get the rest when I get paid. I might be selling some monster parts when we get to the Linwick estate. Moxie said they won't go for much here. Lee took the coin happily, and Noah set about stuffing his travel bag full of everything in the room that looked like he might need it. A quill, a pot of ink, several sheafs of paper, and all the spare clothes he could fit. Do you need anything, me? Lee asked. No, what about that demon info then? Honestly, I couldn't think of a ton, Lee admitted. Most of the strong ones were assholes. They'd never admit that something scares them, even if it does, and they're incredibly arrogant. They're also usually more than happy to break contracts whenever they can if you give them room to. Who would have thought, Noah said with a dry smile. Lee cleared her throat. Aside from that, they were all pretty different, and I didn't really know any of them that well. No different than you and some random human. Then I suppose we're good. Let's head to the transport cannon and meet up with the others. Todd and Isabel were already there when Noah and Lee arrived. They'd claimed a bench together with Emily, but there was no sign of Moxie. Where's Moxie? Noah asked, coming to a stop beside the students. Lee crouched next to the bench and picked up Todd's bag, shuffling through it. Todd raised a finger, then lowered it as he decided against questioning Lee. Isabel gave him an approving nod, and Noah suppressed a laugh. She's still getting some things for the journey, Emily said. She shouldered her own pack, which Noah couldn't help but notice looked considerably more comfortable than the ones Isabel and Todd had, and leaned forward. I've never managed to convince her to let me out of Arbitage, no matter what the situation was. How'd you manage it? Bribes. What? Emily's eyes widened. You found something she wants. Impossible. Tell me, what's that supposed to mean? She's not that much of a sourpuss. I was joking, Noah admitted. I just convinced her it would be the best choice we could make for the time being. Besides, there's that survival exam coming up pretty soon. A month and a bit, I think. This is good experience. Emily's face fell. Blast. I was really hoping there was something that would actually work to bribe her with. She's just too damn rich. Rich? Is that why Moxie gave me so much money when I asked for a loan for a few days? Whoops. maybe read into that a bit too much. I never knew she was rich, Noah said conversationally. He left the sentence off, hoping the silence would spur Emily into saying more. To his pleasure, it did. She's a Tauran, Emily said, a note of pride in her voice. Main branch too, one of the mages with the most potential we've ever had. She could have been a soldier, but she chose to be my teacher instead. Todd glanced at her, blinking in surprise. The way you say soldier makes me feel like it's more than just someone who fights, since that's what everyone seems to do here. Maybe a specialized warrior. That guy I ran into a while ago mentioned soldiers as well. Silvertide, I think his name was. Why didn't you become one? Noah asked. Decided against it. Emily grimaced. Never mind. It's not important. Being a soldier isn't everything it's held up to be. She's much better off in a safer job like teaching at Arbitage. There's a big difference in defending one of the bastions and risking death every day for the small chance of getting famous. Todd's fist clenched around the edge of the bench. That's not true. Soldiers are the ones that discover a lot of the new runes. It's not about getting famous. It's about finding new magic and getting stronger because you want to push yourself. Emily shrugged. I won't argue with that. You're not wrong, but it doesn't change the fact that most soldiers get themselves killed before they accomplish anything. There's a reason you don't see many noble soldiers around. We actually value our lives. Todd's eyes tightened in anger. He shifted, then caught himself as he glanced down at Lee, who was still ruffling through his bag. Pressing his lips together, he leaned back into the bench. Emily rose to her feet, spinning toward Todd. Are you implying that anyone could possibly give better training than Magus Moxie? Your teacher hasn't even shown up for half the classes in the last few days, and now he's a suspect for what? Todd asked, cocking an eyebrow. Killing a great monster. How can you simultaneously imply that he isn't good at what he does and he killed something that would normally need a rank 3 to take down? I'm right here, Noah said. Both of them ignored him. Lee pulled an orange out of Todd's bag and stared at it curiously. She poked at it with a finger, then held it up and gave it a small squish. He's a mage, just like Moxie, just worse. Emily took a step toward Todd, as if Todd snorted. He's a soldier pretending to be a mage. Noah didn't get a chance to ask what Todd meant. He heard footsteps behind him and turned as Moxie walked up, a glower on her face. What is going on over here? Moxie asked. We were having a discussion, Emily replied tersely. Lee squished the orange. It splattered everywhere and she jumped up, looking sheepishly at the pulped fruit in her hand as everyone spun to look at her. Isabel quickly looked away, her cheeks reddening as she tried to suppress a laugh. Oops, Lee said, holding the mess out to Todd. It was soft, so I wanted to squeeze it. It didn't squeeze very well. Oh, you can keep it, Todd said. Lee looked down at the remains of the orange. What do I do with it? Normally, you eat it, but... Lee threw the entire thing into her mouth, skin and all. It's kind of mixed up with the peel now, Todd finished. Lee swallowed once without chewing. It's mushy. Because you squeezed it, Todd muttered. Emily snickered. Well, that's one way to diffuse a situation. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but well done. Well, that's that, Noah said before Emily and Todd could get back into things. Are you all ready? Braden is going to be finding us shortly, and then we can get going. Moxie nodded. I just had to collect some things for the trip. I'm ready. Is he going to meet us here? He said he'd find me, Noah replied. I don't suppose anyone brought a deck of cards. Nobody had. Luckily, the argument didn't restart now that Moxie had arrived, so they all just sat around awkwardly instead. Noah spent the time leafing through his grimoire, scanning the runes and pondering what rune he'd try to make after he perfected pyroclastic resonance. They didn't have to wait too much longer. Before the sun could make its way too far in the sky, Noah heard the telltale thuds of Braden's approach. It really was impressive he couldn't tell if the large man was intentionally loud or if he just couldn't help himself. It sounded like a herd of stampeding elephants had all been overlaid into a single spot. Noah snapped his book shut and turned as Braden came to a stop beside them. He carried an enormous leather bag over one shoulder, and the sun glinted off the hilt of his uncomfortably large sword. Vermil, Braden said, clapping him on the shoulder. I've got everything all settled out. This will be an enjoyable trip. His gaze raised to the rest of the group. Hello, Lee said, waggling her fingers at him. Braden inclined his head to her, then looked at everyone else. And the others, of course. You wouldn't want to abandon your duties as a teacher, even during a personal errand. He didn't sound too convinced about it. His eyes fell on Moxie and his face tightened. Why are you coming? We're working together on a joint exercise right now, Noah replied smoothly. Moxie and I have very different areas of expertise, so we decided it would be best to intermix our knowledge to make sure our students got the best we could offer. Right, Braden said slowly. How magnanimous of you. We won't be following you all the way to the Linwick estate, Moxie said. Is there a problem with that? None at all, Braden replied, so long as you can protect yourself. More is always better on the roads. I'm glad to hear you think so, Noah said. Shall we go then? In a moment, Braden replied, I'm still waiting on the last two people to show up. There are others, Noah asked, tilting his head to the side. Who? Braden glanced over his shoulder, then raised a hand in greeting. Noah followed his gaze and his stomach clenched in distaste. Walking down the road toward them were Magus, Alan, and Edward, both carrying travel packs. God damn it. The expressions on Alan and Edward's faces soured just as fast as Noah's did. They ground to a halt, looking from him to Braden. "Why are they here?" Alan asked, his tone clipped. Braden looked from Alan to Noah, blinking in surprise at the tension between the two groups. "Vermal is reporting back with me, and he didn't want to leave his students behind. I figured we could take care of two problems at once. You know, I'm with Alan on this one," Noah said. "Perhaps it would be best if we left these two particular groups separated. Magus, Alan, and I don't see eye to eye on everything, and I suspect we'd have some difficulty on this trip." "I vehemently agree," Alan said, crossing his arms. "The idea of sharing travel accommodations with this man for any longer than I absolutely need to is abhorrent. His attitude may rub off on Edward, and isn't he under investigation?" "Yes, by me. And good to hear about your complaints," Braden said. "I don't care about them. I'm not doing this trip twice. We don't have the luxury of using a portal unless you want to go find someone to make it for us and have the coin to spend for their time and energy. Of course, you're welcome to go on your own." Alan pursed his lips, then shook his head. "Very well. So long as Magus Vermal keeps his distance, we will do the same." "I can work with that," Noah said. "I wonder why Magus and Edward need to get to the Linwick estate." "I'll have to keep an eye on that. Maybe there will be something useful." "Is there anyone else coming?" Lee asked. "At this rate, we might as well pick Arbitage up and drag the rest of the school along with us." To Noah's surprise, Braden snorted in amusement. "No, this is everyone," Braden said. "More than I expected, but Vermal does have a way of surprising me. This'll be a 1.5-week trip, maybe a bit less if things go well, but they never do. Let's get it moving. The less time we waste, the faster I can get back to things that are actually relevant. I don't have a wind rune, so I won't be flying around anywhere. This will be a fully walked trip. Have any complaints, feel free to go on your own." Nobody said anything. "Do I need a tent?" Noah broke the silence. "Or will there be enough lodgings on the way?" "I never use one," Braden replied with a shrug. "It'll be fine. It's not the weather that we'll have to be worrying about." And with that, they were off. Noah and Moxie exchanged a glance as they fell in step, their group staying a ways ahead of Alan and Edward, who sullenly stayed behind the party. Braden's long legs set his pace at such a rate that Lee and Isabel had to power walk to keep up with him, and Noah wasn't doing much better off. They crossed campus, heading through the market square and past a section of buildings that Noah had never been in before. He kept himself from craning his neck around too much. "Once we get back, I'm going to take a little time to actually explore the area. I keep telling myself that, but I haven't really had a chance to just sit and get to know the world yet. Maybe I'll have the opportunity to do that at the Linwick estate." The odd group made good time, but Arbitage was massive. After 2 hours of walking, they'd only just left the main buildings of the campus behind. It was another 3 hours before they finally broke away from the last vestiges of the campus. The paved path turned to a wide dirt road, and the number of travelers passing by them steadily decreased. Throughout the entire day, Edward and Alan never grew close to them. They kept back, whispering to each other in hushed words. Noah was perfectly happy with that, although he couldn't deny being somewhat curious as to what they were talking about. He considered trying to use his pyroclastic resonance rune to try to pick up the vibrations from their voices, but he still hadn't had nearly enough time to figure out how the rune worked to try anything like that. And that would also probably require body imbuing, the lessons on which I unfortunately missed because of the Hellreaver blasting my mind with psychological warfare. Stupid monkey. I'll get Lee to fill me in tonight. Once they'd completely broken away from Arbitage, what greeted them were long, sweeping plains of grassy hills. The grass was a deep, ruddy yellow and orange that almost reminded Noah of the scorched acres, but it wasn't actually dead. Dotted throughout the grass were stout bushes with long, bright red flowers sprouting all over them. They rippled easily in the wind like miniature fires, and many of them were concentrated around the path that they were on. The bushes leaned toward them as they passed, brushing against their skin. Noah stepped to the side, avoiding one of the grasping flowers. "I've never liked them much either," Braden said, glancing back at Noah. "Weird little suckers. They're trying to take the energy from our runes. Luckily, these are far too small to actually do any damage. Arbitage just keeps them around as a statement." "They're pretty," Isabel said. A flower reached for her and she plucked it from the bush. Rest of the flowers on it hissed and peeled back away from her. "And the bushes learn to avoid you if you carry one of these around. That's kind of gruesome. You're basically carrying around one of its children," Todd said as Isabel stuck the flower above her ear. "Effective though," Braden mused. "I've never heard about that particular strategy." "Not bad. I don't want a flower in my hair though." "Why not?" Moxie asked. "They're rather pretty." "Allergies," Braden replied with a grunt. "I don't want to break out." Well, that wasn't the reason I thought he was going to give. Fair enough. The rest of the day passed quickly. The bushes petered out the farther they got from Arbitage until they only dotted the landscape around them rather than covering it. As the moon started to rise over the horizon, Braden finally slowed his walking speed near a large clearing at the side of the road. A big pit in the center of the clearing still had several logs sticking out of it, though several of them were little more than charcoal. We'll rest here for the night, Braden said, trudging over to the fire pit. He raised a hand, running his thumb along a wide gold ring on his index finger. It shimmered purple. Braden waved his hand through the air, leaving a streak of light behind. A pile of dry grass poured out of the rift in the air, falling into the pit. The energy faded away a moment later, and Braden lowered his hand, sitting down with a yawn. Does anyone have any fire magic to get this lit? I can do it, Noah said, walking up to the edge of the pit and kneeling beside it. He touched his hand to the grass and used combustion. The grass ignited instantly, and the flame quickly swept through the dry kindling. Within moments, a dull fire had roared to life and was steadily starting to consume the larger logs. Edward and Alan stalked up to the side of the pit. You, Alan said, pointing at Isabel. You've got a stone rune. Make housing, would you? I'd rather not sleep without any cover at all. How the hell did he know? Noah tensed, readying his magic, but something gave him pause. Alan hadn't spoken as if he'd caught Isabel in something. It was more like he was just speaking a fact. That wasn't how he would have approached it if she was in trouble. A small smile flickered across Isabel's face. That would probably be some good practice, though I'm not sure if you're confident enough in my abilities to sleep in any form of structure I create. I wouldn't ever want to disappoint a magus, though. Isabel knelt, pressing her hands to the dirt. It rumbled, and a sheet of stone rose up from within it. Several more followed, molding themselves into a rough cone shape with a gap at the front. A droplet of sweat rolled down Isabel's forehead, and she pushed herself back to her feet, letting out a small sigh. I don't have enough energy to make more than that right now. Maybe in 10 minutes or so. Alan let his gaze sweep over the cone, then ducked inside. He prodded at it, then stepped back out. Acceptable work, even if my rune is completely wasted on someone of your stature. Isabel, you sly girl. You took a second greater stone rune to hide the fact that you got the first one from me if anyone questioned it. That's brilliant. Isabel caught Noah's approving look and flashed him a quick grin. She turned her back on Alan and Edward, walking over to sit on the side of the fire pit opposite to Braden. Todd joined her. Lee, care to catch me up on what I missed on body imbuement? Noah asked, rubbing his chin. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to be doing some combat practice again. I'd imagine that there are probably some monsters in the area. There are, Braden put in. If you want to do any training against them, though, I'd recommend the hour before the sun rises. The most dangerous ones like the cover of the dark, but the scavengers pop out in the late evening and early morning. Nice to see you caring about something other than well, Braden said, turning away and starting to wander off. You needed a break after all that work you've been doing. So body imbuement, Noah prompted Lee. Is it similar to normal imbuement? It is, Lee said with a nod, but it's harder than imbuing a lot of normal materials because you're working with organics that you actually care about. You're going to want to start just by using a very small amount of energy to trace your rune on the chosen body part. Then every day you retrace it. That'll steadily build up your body's relationship with the imbued part instead of a sudden transition that does a lot of damage to your system. Noah nodded his understanding. That makes sense. It's a long-term modification rather than just a sudden change. Clever. I had a good teacher, Lee said, her eyes darkening. You did. Moxie asked, walking up to join them. I thought. Failure, Lee finished. I blew my limbs off a few times. Emily winced from behind Moxie. That's a lot of healing potions. Was your family very wealthy? Lee blinked, then giggled. Rich in strength. How has your imbuing been going? Emily screwed her face up and crossed her arms. Badly. I can't get my nature rune to bind with my stomach. It just keeps fading away. Use a little more energy, Lee advised. That's the imbuement that Moxie has, isn't it? It is, Moxie allowed. But my rune was rank 2 when I imbued it. More energy to work with. I didn't use your technique, though. I just did it in one go. Had some potions on standby in case I messed up. Did you? Emily asked. Moxie winced. Yes, a lot. Body imbuement is difficult, Alan said, speaking to Moxie directly for the first time since they'd left Arbitage. Attempting it with rank 1 runes is dangerous. Why are you taking these risks with your student? Vermal, I understand. His pupils are not of worthy cloth. It doesn't matter if they're injured. Noah's eyes narrowed. Is he trying to bait me? Moxie mentioned that he might have been biding his time to get back at me, but there's no way Braden would side against me, right? Gah, I hate this prick. I'll just wait. Now isn't the time. Don't talk about my students like that, Noah said curtly. They achieved results on the last exam, and that's all that matters. Alan grunted. He ducked into the small shelter that Isabel had built him and turned his back on the rest of the group. Sour old man, Moxie muttered under her breath, drawing a snicker out of Lee. Edward glared at her, but he didn't dare speak out against Moxie. Don't be too hard on him, Braden said. Father went to school together with Alan, even though Father hit rank 4 well before he did. Alan typically means well, even if he isn't the best about showing it through words. Braden traced his hand through the air again. The ring on his finger twinkled. This time, he reached into the rift and pulled out a large wooden box. Braden popped the top off, revealing an assortment of meat and cheeses. Shall we eat? Braden asked, setting the box down. Actually, I don't care if you join me. I'm eating, though. Anyone else is welcome to as well. Dinner went quickly, though it was one of the few times that Noah had actually eaten, instead of sustaining himself off monsters in recent memory. It was strange he'd thought that he'd value the taste of food more than many other things after spending so much time dead. Instead, after the first meal or two, it had lost a lot of its call to him. It was just another way to survive. That didn't stop him from stuffing his portion of meat and cheese into his mouth happily. Isabel erected several more stone tents in the time it took them to all finish eating and start preparing for the night 7, to be precise. Once food was done, Braden clapped his hands on his knees and rose to his feet. "I'll take first watch. Moxie will take second. Alan will take third. Verma will take fourth." "Good," they all nodded. And with that signal, everyone headed off to bed. Noah stepped into the small hut that Isabel had made. He was tempted to slip right back out into the night, but that was a poor idea. He couldn't risk someone seeing him leaving. Waiting too long wouldn't be optimal, as then he'd have less time to find out what monsters were in the area and figure out how to fight them. "I'll wait for Braden and Moxie to swap shifts. That should be the best time for me to sneak out." And so, Noah settled down. He had some time to kill, and it was as good a time as any to practice some body imbuement now that Lee had given him the rundown. Braden stretched his arms over his head and yawned. He glanced up at the moon, which was now well along its track through the sky, and rose to his feet. Brushing dirt off his backside, he thumped over to Moxie's stone tent. He wasn't particularly silent, but the dirt helped muffle his steps far better than stone. He rapped his knuckles against the stone. Moxie stepped out an instant later, ducking through the dark opening. "That was fast," Moxie muttered. Braden shrugged. "They always seem fast to the sleeping and long to the waiting. There shouldn't be much trouble, if any at all. Even a Tauren should be able to handle this." A tiny grin flickered across his face, making it impossible to tell if he was trying to insult her or was just playing around. Braden turned and headed off to his own tent, which was over twice the size of the others. Moxie watched him leave. A vine slipped from the cuff of a sleeve and curled around her palm. She absent-mindedly stroked it with a finger, like one would pet a snake. The fire had burned down to dull cinders, and a thin pillar of smoke curled into the bluish-purple sky. A breeze, just enough to bring goosebumps up on her skin, swept through the camp. Moxie walked up to the fire pit and looked into the embers. The night was quiet, almost. A rumble shook the camp. She sent a glance back at Braden's tent. He was snoring, loudly. Moxie's eye twitched. She paused for a moment, waiting to see if anyone would wake up. Nobody did. Well, at least he was fast. Moxie's hands tightened into fists. She knelt and the vine pushed itself into the ground, pulling away from her as Moxie stood back up. The vine grew in size, rising until it stood taller than the tents. Its tip curled into the shape of an eye. "That'll do for a few minutes." "That's all I need." Turning, Moxie strode away from the camp. The open plains weren't the best for hiding, but they were sloping enough that after just a few minutes of walking, she completely lost sight of it behind one of the other hills. Moxie's eyes swept across the red grass, now dulled by the moonlight, and landed on a large bush. She approached it, trepidation building in her chest, and knelt on the ground beside it. Pulling a small seed out of her pocket, Moxie pressed it into the dirt. Even as she leaned back, a small crack came from beneath the ground. Soil churned and rose as a form pushed out from it. Within moments, an old woman had risen from the ground. She leaned heavily on a wood staff that was only slightly less wizened than she was, and her thinning white hair was pulled into a bun behind her head. Despite her age, the woman's eyes were full of with intelligence and a warning of danger. She looked around, adjusting her grip on the staff, and grimaced. "What is this location, Moxie?" "Such ugly surroundings. We're on a trip, Magus Evergreen," Moxie replied, bowing her head slightly. "It has been a long time since you last reported," Evergreen said, disapproval in her tone. "And now you go on a trip. What has possessed you?" "I have been very busy. More has happened than I had expected." "A lot more," Moxie said, forcing herself not to let any of her emotions show in her body. Evergreen was a master of reading body language, among other things. "More that happens, the more you should be reporting," Evergreen said curtly. She tapped her staff against the ground. The ground beneath them cracked and shifted. Roots swirled out from beneath it, rising up and forming a dome above the two of them. "It has been weeks since you last spoke with me. What has happened?" Moxie bit her inner cheek. "A lot, Magus Evergreen. Out with it. Are you a chided schoolgirl or a Magus of House Tauren? What has gotten into you?" "Nothing. I am just tired. The Hellreaver ape is dead." Evergreen arched a thin eyebrow. "Dead. Fascinating. The Linwicks must be furious. When did that happen?" "Very recently," Moxie replied. "Within the week." "Fascinating. Continue. We will discuss more after your report is complete." "Emily passed the exam." "Of course she did. She's a Tauren," Evergreen said, speaking as if Moxie were a child. "Next, girl. The Hellreaver was interesting, but I'm more interested in the Linwicks. You told me you were getting close to one that could be easily manipulated. What is the progress on that?" "We are traveling together as we speak." "Alone?" Evergreen's eyebrow rose even higher. "I did not realize you possessed such talent. Perhaps even the prickliest of roses still has a flower." Moxie's eyes narrowed. She didn't dare let any anger slip through the mask of her features. "Not alone. We go with our students and Braden in the direction of the Linwick estate. The Linwick estate, whatever for. Do you plan to strike on your own? No, it is a training field trip. A training trip, yes, I see, Evergreen said, piercing Moxie with her cold gaze, an odd choice. There is no doubt in my mind that Emily would have passed this upcoming exam without such a frivolous waste of time. What if she is injured? Arbitage is safe. The wild is not. You were never this reckless before, Moxie. Not nearly as safe as you think, Moxie swallowed. I believed it would be a good teaching opportunity for her. Evergreen scoffed. Delusional child. Still believe you're a teacher after all this. The old woman stepped forward and jabbed her finger into Moxie's chest. She winced but didn't move. You are not a teacher. You are a guardian, a servant. Your job is to protect Emily, to do what she asks, and to ensure no harm comes to her. Yes, you may share knowledge to make sure she isn't completely incapable, but I would not have her pure line stained by your incompetence. The teaching will be done by a proper member of the Torin family once she is strong enough. There is no rush to push her to greatness. That is how the great fall. Once she reaches rank 4, we will have more than enough time to properly bring her up. Moxie's back stiffened with anger, but she bowed her head in understanding. Of course, Magus Evergreen, but she wanted to go on this trip. Evergreen pursed her lips. She walked in a circle around Moxie, forcing her to turn to keep her eyes on the older woman. Then I suppose you are doing at least part of your job. Moxie remained silent, waiting for Evergreen to speak again. You didn't finish answering the question. What of this strange Linwick that you encountered? Will he be pliable to our plans? Or is this just a dalliance, another way for you to try and skirt your duties? I would never dream of acting against the Torin family's will. Fast response. Very practiced, Evergreen said with an approving nod. Good, then all goes well with him. I am unsure how useful he will be, Moxie said, choosing her words carefully. I may have overestimated the strangeness I told you of. He is still a Linwick. I had just avoided him for so long that he managed to start improving himself in that time. Evergreen's lips pursed in annoyance. Disappointing. You made it sound like he trusted you enough for us to manipulate him. Are you certain there is no further path here? None, Moxie said firmly. He is the same person I always knew, just with a cover of respect. He may share something of relevance about the Linwick family in time, but he is not worth us putting any extra attention to. And what of the Hellreaver? I am unsure, Moxie replied. She used every single strand of training that the Torrens had inadvertently given her over the years to make sure her face remained as straight as possible. There are several under investigation. Who? I do not know all of them, Moxie admitted, but you know at least some, Evergreen said. Moxie's fingers twitched at her sides. Vermal was under suspicion. Fascinating. One of their own and a rank one at that. How could that be? Moxie just shrugged. After a moment, Evergreen yawned and glanced at her fingertips. They'd started to blacken like the ends of a rotting plant. We run out of time. Is there anything else that you need to inform me of today? Nothing right now, Moxie said. You shall continue doing what you have been then. I am not convinced that the connection to this Linwick is not an angle we can use. You were so confident before. Pursue it. I expect to see results, Magus Moxie. We do not keep you around for mediocrity. Understood, Magus Evergreen. Good. Continue on your path then. If Emily has requested this, then you shall continue to do as she asks. Ensure she does not come to harm, though, Moxie. I trust I do not have to tell you what will happen if she does. And what of her own feelings? Moxie asked, a spark of rebellion igniting an instant before she could crush it out. What will she think when she learns of all this, and that her teacher never had any choice in the matter? Evergreen's lips twisted into a cold smile. That's hardly your concern. Watch that flame inside you, girl. It's not healthy for plants to be near such heat. They're likely to burn. Black wrinkles spread across Evergreen's skin, quickly covering her entire body. It deepened, expanding to her clothes and hair. Then the elderly woman fell away, blowing into thin scraps that dissipated in the air. The root cage peeled away from Moxie and slithered back underground, leaving her alone in the darkness. Moxie's hands clenched at her sides as she looked at the dirt before her. She bit her lip so hard that the taste of copper filled her mouth. Then she rose, brushing the dirt from her pants, and headed back to the camp. For some reason, the night felt colder than it had been when she'd left. Braden's snores covered Noah's steps as he padded out of the camp. As soon as he'd heard the large man fall asleep, Noah had slipped out of his tent and crept away. He'd caught a glimpse of Moxie beside the fire pit before he left, but she still looked half asleep and hadn't noticed his departure. Noah continued for a few minutes, cresting hills until the camp was behind him. The cool night prickled against his skin and made his chest yearn for, well, something. He wasn't exactly sure what. The hills around him were fairly empty. There were bushes, grass, and the wind. Normally, that would have been perfect. However, Noah was currently in the business of trying to find a monster to annoy, and there was a very stark lack of monsters in the area. He jogged, keeping to a straight line to try and make sure his trip back to the camp would be as easy as possible. Of course, he'd memorized the way, but that didn't mean he couldn't get lost. Noah continued for a little under half an hour, finding nothing but more and more bushes. Braden had made it sound like there would be a large number of big monsters roaming around at night, but as far as he could tell, he was alone. Or more likely, I can't see them. Nighttime predators are often stealth hunters, right? More birds maybe. The sky was empty, devoid of everything but the moon and some wispy gray clouds. Noah squinted, trying to tell if something was somehow blending into the night, but he found nothing in the air. Okay, maybe no birds here. Underground then. I've been walking for quite a while and haven't found anything though. I wish I could have left my gourd back at the camp so I could be a little less careful, but the risk of someone finding it while I was out is just too high. Noah knelt, studying the grass at his feet. Aside from its color, it really did just look like normal grass. He chewed his lower lip. If I were a monster hiding underground, what would make me want to come out? I suppose predators usually don't expect prey to be strolling around casually. It's possible they're avoiding me because they don't know how strong I am. That means I need to sniff one of them out. Noah's gaze landed on one of the bushes that dotted the landscape. They supposedly drew runic energy out of passersby. That meant they had energy themselves, and typically, whenever there was a resource to harvest, there was something there to leech off it. He approached the bush carefully. It was a good bit larger than the ones that had been along the path near Arbitage. Noah walked in a circle around it, keeping his magic ready to jump aside at the first sign of trouble. He pushed some flashgrass into his pipe, though he didn't light it yet. Noah completed the circle and crossed his arms. It was a bush, and now he felt like an idiot. The flowers were all closed for the night, and they didn't even lean toward him when he passed by. Noah nudged one of them. The bush rippled, leaning away from him. Noah suppressed a laugh. He poked the bush again, then shook his head. If these are the monsters in the area, I don't think I'm going to be able to get all that much training in for the kids. But if they feed off energy, there has to be something in the area that actually has said energy. Where is it? Noah prodded the bush again. Once more, it leaned away from him. A small frown crossed Noah's face. What good does pulling away do a bush? It's not like it can go anywhere. There was a soft shuffle from behind Noah. He spun as the ground behind him started to churn and shift. A long nose poked up out from the ground, followed by a shaggy, tubular body. What looked like a huge mole clawed its way free, snuffling aggressively as it turned to look in Noah's direction. It was a little larger than he was tall and about twice as long. The monster didn't have any eyes, but it clearly knew exactly where he was standing. Noah shoved his gourd into his travel bag and tossed it to the side as hard as he could, giving it a boost of wind to make sure it went far enough. The monster's nose twitched and it stood perfectly still, trying to figure out where Noah was. He watched it, ready to move at a moment's notice. Noah was pretty sure he could have killed the beast already, but that was defeating the purpose of why he was here in the first place. Did the bush somehow summon this? Maybe a symbiotic relationship of some sort? Noah waved his hand. The monster didn't respond to it. It looked to be well and truly blind. He gently shifted his weight, his magic at the ready. Not an instant later, the mole lunged at him, snapping with wide, sharp teeth. He launched himself back with a blast of wind, hopping as he hit the ground to keep his momentum. The moment Noah's feet touched down, the mole whipped its head toward him and bit at him again. Noah resisted the urge to ignite the flashgrass in his pipe. The purpose of this wasn't to kill the monster. He and the mole spent the next minute in a strange dance where he led and it followed, matching every single move but never quite able to catch up with him. Noah moderated his usage of the Greater Wind Rune, using as little energy as possible to make sure he didn't run out midway through the fight. It wasn't full, so there wasn't nearly enough for him to practice as much as he would have liked. Luckily, even though the mole's movements were snappy when it struck, the monster wasn't particularly fast itself. Noah confirmed that he could outrun it, then sprinted back to make sure it didn't lose interest and leave. For the most part, the monster just snapped at him whenever he grew close. It would only give chase for a short while before pulling back, seeming more interested in protecting the bush than attacking him. Interesting. Not nearly as dangerous as some of the stuff in the Scorched Acres. They're a bit fast when you're close to them, but not anything too crazy compared to slashers or maulers. I wonder if they use hearing or some form of tremor sense to figure out where I am. Noah lifted himself into the air with a burst of wind. The mole turned toward where he'd been standing and Noah clapped his hands loudly in the air above it. Tilting its head slightly to the side, the mole shifted from foot to foot. It didn't move again until his feet hit the ground when it charged him upon landing. Noah dodged the monster again, skipping back until it gave up on the attack. None of its moves were exactly the same, but it clearly had a preferred style of fighting. Noah was confident that both Isabel and Todd could handle it, but it wouldn't be as straightforward as the monkeys had been. I really need to find another great monster and make sure it doesn't get any pieces of my soul so don't have to kill it again. Damn Hellreaver, causing me trouble even after it's dead. Oblivious to Noah's internal debate, the mole sniffed at the red bush. Content that it was safe once more, it started to bury its way back into the ground. Noah approached it and the mole froze, jumping up and turning toward him. Not the best memory on these things either. Does it have no object permanence? I can't imagine these were what Braden was talking about when he said there were threats, though. The back of Noah's neck prickled. He couldn't place exactly what it was, but all the fights he'd been in over the course of the last few weeks had trained a sense that he couldn't exactly place. It wasn't one of the normal five senses as much as a combination of all of them, and it was telling Noah that something was wrong. He ignited the flashgrass in his pipe and spun, searching for the threat. It wasn't the mole, as the monster was still sitting beside the bush. He tensed his muscles, waiting for something to jump out of the ground. Instead, it came from the sky. A streak of black flashed through the night, moving so quickly that Noah barely even saw it. It slammed into the mole, which let out a shrill shriek of terror and fury. As the two collided, Noah got a glimpse of the fast-moving form. It resembled a vulture, but its body was pitch black and sleek. Its talons were long and curved. They left deep gashes across the mole's back as the two monsters struggled, but it was clear that the bird had a huge advantage. Even though it wasn't quite as large as the mole, the bird shredded the other monster within moments. It whipped its large, pointed beak down into the mole's head, killing it with a hollow thud. "Filthy little thief, that was my kill." The bird ruffled its feathers, hopping onto the dead mole's back and staring at Noah down the bridge of its beak. It looked to be sizing him up, but something was giving it pause. After a moment, Noah realized that it was the light coming from his pipe. Scared of fire, Noah wondered aloud, igniting the smoke. A flash of flame rose up into the air, and he let out a low hum. It swirled around his head, then shot for the bird. It squawked and fluttered back, lifting into the air to avoid the magic. Its ascent wasn't particularly graceful or fast, but the moment it was in the sky, Noah nearly lost sight of it. The bird blended into the darkness so perfectly that it might not have even been there without the bright grass to contrast against it. Noah snapped his fingers and ignited the smoke around him once more. Several streams of flaming ash shot out toward the monster, lighting the area up. It screeched, pulling away once more and taking higher to the sky. Even though he knew where it was, Noah could barely spot the monster. He whipped a blade of wind at it, and the bird tried to dodge to the side, but it wasn't fast enough. It carved across its chest, cutting through thick feathers and sending several fluttering to the ground. That was evidently far too great of an insult for the bird to ignore. It dropped like a rock, shooting straight for Noah. A series of sparks went off around him as he ignited the flashgrass, sending it streaking straight into the bird. It flew straight into the expanding cloud of superheated ash and screeched in pain as the smoldering motes enveloped it, catching on its feathers and setting it alight. The bird flapped desperately, trying to get away, but Noah had no intentions of wasting free energy. He touched the cloud of smoke that still hung between him and the bird and poured energy into it. A deep thrum echoed through the night, traveling along the motes of ash and into the bird's body. It shuddered violently, its beak clacking against itself. The ash solidified an instant later, turning into a sharp spike of embers and ash. Noah drove it forward into the back of the bird's skull. An instant later, energy rushed into his body. The bird crumpled to the ground, and Noah smiled. It had about as much energy as the maulers did. Not exactly the most dangerous enemy he'd fought, but their camouflage made them considerably more of a threat than most of the enemies in the scorched acres. Our target for training will be the moles, then. In the early hours of the day, the birds won't be anywhere near as dangerous. Now, let's see. I need to find some more moles to practice on before I go making any claims. I'm going to need more bushes. A lot more bushes. Noah practiced throughout the rest of the night, all the way up until just before it would be around time for his watch. He was faster than he had been in the scorched acres, though he had to take more frequent breaks to recover the energy in his wind rune as it was no longer full. Easily 2 or 3 dozen of the moles fell to Noah's hand under the dull moonlight. He liberated them of their teeth. He wasn't sure what else on them would be worth much, and the idea of carrying a bag of eyeballs or other organs around just didn't sit right. They'd all be mush by the time he got them to the Linwick estate. When the morning started to approach once again, Noah was very confident in his abilities to handle the moles. He'd spent the majority of his time sitting around and goading the monsters into attacking, trying to determine just how dangerous they were. To Noah's delight, he suspected there was likely a great monster somewhere in the area. The moles, while definitely not quite as one-minded as the monkeys, definitely acted the same. They wouldn't show up until he started messing with one of the bushes, after which they would arrive and attempt to protect it. A small part of Noah almost felt bad for what he was doing. The moles weren't aggressive, and they had no interest in him the moment they left the bushes alone. Unfortunately, they gave fairly good energy, and Noah wasn't about to risk trying to use his training method if there was any chance the monsters would act irrationally. Besides, he was only killing them. There were worse things in life. Noah made his way back to the camp in the very, very early hours of the morning. As he crested a hill in the direction of the camp, his stride slowed as he spotted Lee at its bottom, stuffing the remains of a monster into her mouth. She glanced up at him, then waggled her fingers in greeting and swallowed. Letting out a loud burp, Lee skipped up to him. "Have you been following me this entire time?" "Yup. Watching you toast that bird was fun. The feathers didn't taste too great, though." Noah opened his mouth, then shook his head. "You're telling me that the monkeys did taste good, better than the bird. It was too bony." Lee arched an eyebrow. "What, couldn't find any great monsters to kill?" Noah cleared his throat. "Look, that wasn't my fault. It started things, did it? Depends if you count monkey attacks as part of its own will. If you do, then yes. Whatever helps you sleep at night. When you aren't hunting monsters, that is. Noah shook his head and chuckled. Let's get back to camp before someone starts wondering where we went. You're the leader, Lee said with a shrug. Do you think Todd and Isabel can handle fighting the brown tubes, the moles? Noah asked. I think they should have no trouble with it, but I'll probably have to enlist your help to make sure nothing goes wrong. Now that I combine my runes, I don't have a great way to act defensively with my ash. I think the manner to fighting the moles is straightforward, though. We'll start slow and see how things go. Lee nodded, and they made the rest of the trip back to the camp in silence. The pillar of smoke rising up from the campfire had doubled in intensity. Someone must have restarted the fire at some point throughout the night. When they drew near, Lee gestured for Noah to step closer to her. She pressed a hand to his shoulder, and a ripple of dark energy washed over both of them. Noah glanced down at his hands, surprised to find that he could barely make them out even though he knew exactly where they were. He only knew Lee's location because he could still feel her hand. They crept into the camp, keeping as far from Alan, who was on watch, as possible. Lee dropped Noah off at his tent, then broke contact with him. His body rippled and swam back into view. Damn, that camouflage is powerful. No wonder Lee's able to sneak around the way she does. Noah didn't think he had all that much time left before Alan would come wake him up for his watch, but after the whole debacle with the Hellreaver, he was reluctant to waste even a single moment. Getting energy from killing monsters was great, but nothing truly replaced sleeping. He leaned against the side of the hut and closed his eyes, letting himself slip into oblivion. Alan woke Noah up some time later for his watch by rapping on the side of the hut and glaring at Noah until he rose. Without a word, the rank 4 mage swept back into his own lodgings. The night passes silently, even if it was a bit chilly. Noah scanned the air for more traces of the dark birds, trying to see if there was any way to pick them up. At first, he had absolutely no success. But as the sun started to creep its way up from the horizon, he caught flickers of shadow flitting through the sky. None of them ever tried coming near the camp, and Noah suspected that the campfire was the likely culprit. Even the faintest amount of light was enough to turn the bird's near invisibility into a mere cloak. As Noah sat there, watching the sky, Moxie slipped out of her stone cone. She let her gaze roam over the camp before walking over to join Noah. Anything? Moxie asked. Nothing too interesting. Boring night, Noah said. Yeah, likewise. They both fell silent for a few seconds. I've got a question, Noah said, breaking the silence. What is it? Moxie asked, glancing at him. When you had that whole thing with Lee, why didn't you think I was also one? Moxie blinked, then shook her head with a chuckle. Oh, I did, for a moment. Then I realized that you were way too incompetent. If I was going to believe literally anything I've read about Lee's kind, then you wouldn't fit the bill at all. Too many stupid questions and asking me for money, then actually returning it. Impossible. It was pretty obvious that you weren't one. Somehow that feels like more of an insult than a compliment, Noah muttered. Moxie grinned and shrugged. Take it how you want. Change of subject then. Do you happen to have a book on the locale? Noah asked. Or at least some information on the monsters here. I didn't bring one with me, but I did scan through one some time ago. I've taken this path before, Moxie replied. There are a few monsters in the area, snufflers, darkwings, and root fiends. I suppose there are also the plants, but I don't know if you can classify those as monsters. Snufflers are the moles, darkwings are the birds. Didn't run into any of the last ones, though. What about great monsters? Noah asked. Moxie shrugged. It's possible. A lot of great monsters are pretty good at hiding. They're often intelligent enough to understand that others want their rune both human and monster. Only the most powerful wander around without any concern. What about? The Hellreaver was put there by the Linwicks on purpose. It was basically bred to use the Master Rune, Moxie said with a chuckle. It was basically a spoiled brat with a Master Rune, just there to provide a good exam location for Arbitage. It was also a sadistic bastard. No, I'm not biased. Ah, Noah said. He sat down near the fire, stretching according to some of Lee's lesson plans. He hadn't been the absolute best at keeping up with things over the past few weeks, but he was getting better and he could feel his body getting slightly more limber as well. How long do you think it'll be before Alan or Edward blows a gasket? A gasket? Moxie frowned. Whoops, ignore that. Nonsense words because I'm tired. Noah arched his back and something popped. He let out a content sigh. Until they get mad is what I meant. Moxie shrugged. Who knows? Alan hates your guts, but he's pretty well known for being a measured individual. I doubt he'll actually attack you directly. Edward is a different concern. You do realize they're almost certain to leave a complaint when you get to the Linwick estate, right? I figured. Nothing I can do about that. I wasn't going to let either of them push my students around. I'll stand by everything I did. Moxie glanced to the side. At least you actually do what you say. What's that supposed to mean? Never mind, Moxie said, shaking her head. I'm going to go for a run around the camp to get warmed up. Are you planning to teach that lesson you promised today? Yeah, in a few minutes I'll go around and get the students. Good, I'll be done by the time they're awake then. Moxie jogged off. Noah watched her leave, then turned to get Isabel and Todd nearly walking straight into Lee as she materialized beside him. Noah bit back a curse. God, Lee, can't you make a little noise? No. It's more fun this way, Lee replied. She glanced over Noah's shoulder at Moxie. Did she seem to be acting a little odd to you? A bit, Noah said with a slight nod. Is she still uncomfortable about you know? Lee shrugged. Maybe, I don't know. I've been trying to give her a little room to think. That's what you're supposed to do when you make someone mad, right? I am not the person to ask for relationship advice, Noah said. Life is too short to worry about it. Just do what makes you happy and doesn't screw over too many people. Now I'm going to go get Todd and Isabel. Do you want to wake Emily up? Sure, Lee replied. They split off, heading to the appropriate stone tents. Before Noah could even reach his, Todd stepped out, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He stretched his arms over his head and yawned, then rolled his neck. Sup, teacherman, Noah rolled his eyes. You look very relaxed. Sleep well, like a baby. I can't say dirt is my favorite mattress, but I've slept on worse. I saw you talking with Lee. Does that mean we have a class? Indeed we do. And speaking of Lee, she's taught you imbuement, right? Yeah, apparently I've been doing some body imbuement without even realizing it. Makes sense in a roundabout sort of way. Todd chuckled. Really? Why? Todd's smile faded. Maybe later, Prof. It doesn't really matter anyway, just some stuff from the past. Sure, I've got something for the present anyway. Noah pulled his grimoire out and flipped to the back, where there were still a few open pages. He tapped it with one finger. Think you can imbue this? Todd blinked, then grinned. Ah, yeah, I can do that. Give me a moment. He took the book from Noah and headed into his tent. At the same time, Isabel walked out of it. Her eyes flicked down to the book, then over to Noah. Good morning, Professor. Are we going to get to hunt again today? Yeah, we are, Noah said, eager. It's been a bit since I got to put more energy into my runes, so yes. I'd also like to get some materials from them. I've heard the Linwick estate is pretty big, so there's probably a nice market there. Some spending money would be useful. The tone in Isabel's voice and the way her gaze had followed Todd when he'd walked into the tent with Noah's grimoire made it very clear that she didn't mean she wanted money to spend on trinkets. Already looking to get your hands on some new runes. Good. Keep that drive up, Isabel. Then we'll make sure you can get some good practice in this morning. I'll save the proper explanation for when everyone is back, Noah said, rubbing his hands together. We just have to wait for. Todd strode out of the tent, a smug grin on his face, and held the grimoire out to Noah. He took it, flipping to the rune in surprise. Todd couldn't have taken more than 10 or 20 seconds to get it imbued. That was fast, Noah said. He's a natural at it, Isabel said, rolling her eyes. Don't give him too many compliments or his head will inflate. You're just mad that I'm better than you at something for once. Todd snickered. Isabel glared at him. I am not. Sure sounds like you are. Isabel let out a huff. Professor, when can we get to the training? I want to wipe that smirk off Todd's face. Once Emily and Moxie get back, Noah replied. Maybe start with some stretching. I'm still doing that myself. None of them were about to argue with that, so they all walked over to an open space in the grass and continued stretching while they waited for Moxie and Lee to show up with Emily. It took a few minutes, but the entire group had soon gathered once again. Edward and Alan woke as well, but they retreated to the far end of the camp. That suited Noah just fine. The less he had to interact with either of them, the better it would be. Braden watched them all stretch with a furrowed brow, but he didn't say anything. Once they'd all finished, they prepared to head out of camp to find some monsters. The sun was still just barely poking over the horizon, so there would be at least an hour until it was proper daylight. More than enough time to practice against a few snufflers. I'll admit, whoever names things managed to get a good one this time around. Snuffler, you hunting? Braden asked. Yeah, we're just going to be doing a quick lesson before we head off. I trust that's okay, Noah asked. Fine with me, Braden said. Yell if something goes wrong and you need help, we'll do. They headed off and thankfully, Alan and Edward stayed behind. There was no need for secrecy this time around, so Noah took them over to a bush that was only a short walk away from the camp. Where's the monster? Todd asked, glancing around as Noah came to a stop before the bush. You can't tell me we're about to beat up a plant. The plant is involved, but it isn't our main goal, Noah replied. The snufflers are. Before we get started, let's briefly discuss them. They're blind, but can feel tremors in the ground with pretty high accuracy. Snufflers aren't the fastest monsters I've seen, but they're not particularly smart either. Kind of a mix between the small monkeys and the slashers, but without the claws. That doesn't sound too dangerous, Todd said. We can just stay ahead of them then, right? What about their moves? A little more varied than what we're used to, Noah admitted, but varied in a different way. The only thing I've seen them do so far is bite, but it's not in any specific manner or pattern that I've found yet. That means your goal won't just be to predict an exact movement, but to keep distance between yourself and its mouth. That means Isabel's at a disadvantage, Todd said, glancing at Isabel. I'll just go last. Isabel chewed her lower lip in thought. I'll need to see how you all fight them, but I've got some ideas. Are they smart? Todd asked. No. And more importantly, they only care about protecting these. Noah nodded in the direction of the bush behind him. They basically don't care about anything else. I don't think snufflers should be much of a challenge for anyone, but it's a good point to get started, especially since I took a bit of an unintended break. Can I go first? Todd asked, rubbing his hands together. I want to test out some of the body imbuements I've been working on, sure, after I demonstrate, though. There's no point taking unnecessary risk. Everyone back up, please. We don't want the snuffler getting distracted and going for the wrong person. They all took several steps back. Noah waited until there was enough distance between all the spectators and the bush, then walked up and prodded one of the flowers. It flinched back, curling in on itself. Noah pulled his pipe out of his pocket and packed some flashgrass into it, combusting it and placing it between his teeth. The ground behind Noah let out a telltale crack. Noah turned as a snuffler burst from the ground, letting out a warning hiss. Todd immediately burst into laughter. That thing looks stupid. It kind of does. Stupid won't stop it from ripping your face off if you aren't careful, Noah said. He scuffled a foot on the ground. The snuffler lunged at him and Noah dodged to the side, its jaws snapping through the air where he'd been a moment before, but it redirected itself the moment it hit the ground. Noah had discovered that the snufflers, while not very creative, were very persistent. As long as he was in the vicinity of the bush, it would continue chasing after him until one of them was dead. Notice how it moves, Noah called, dodging to the side again to stay ahead of the tubular monster. It doesn't relent. You aren't going to get a moment to sit around and charge some magic up. It isn't very strong, but it keeps coming. He hopped back several times, avoiding a series of bites from the increasingly agitated snuffler, then launched himself over its head with a burst of wind. The moment Noah's feet touched the ground, the snuffler rushed him once more. How fast can they turn? Todd called out. Can you run circles around it? Let's find out, Noah called back. He skipped to the side, narrowly avoiding the monster's snapping jaws, then sprinted toward its backside. The monster rotated, but its unwieldy body didn't lend itself very well to keeping up with his wind-enhanced movements. Noah had to slow himself down to avoid mistakenly running an entire lap around the snuffler and ending back up in front of its teeth. He tried to position himself at its back, causing the mole monster to just rotate in a constant circle. It's not smart enough to try moving in the other direction, Isabel observed. It's pretty much only dangerous when you're directly in front of it then. How tough is its hide? Emily asked. Noah drew on his runic magic, gathering the smoke as it rose from his pipe and let out a low hum. A hot spike of ash jutted down, piercing into the back of the snuffler's neck. The monster's legs buckled instantly as the ash cut through its spinal cord. He dismissed the spike, turning it back into smoke, then reformed it through the snuffler's eye to make sure it was dead. Noah stepped back, then paused. He walked up to its head, plucked the teeth from its mouth, then straightened and rejoined his audience. Any more questions? Noah asked, making sure to direct the smoke coming from his pipe down to the ground and away from all of them. Just because he could keep himself from inhaling it didn't mean it would be good for anyone else. If you weren't using magic to speed yourself up, would you have been faster than it? Todd spoke up after a moment of silence. Noah thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, it's still faster than I am. Maybe if I had some body imbuements it would have been different, but I'm still unfortunately lacking there. The students exchanged glances. Let me at it, Todd said, rubbing his hands together. I want a shot, sure. Let's go find another bush and you can help yourself, Noah said with an encouraging nod. Lee and I will be watching, but pretend we aren't. Gotcha. The group walked over a short distance to the next bush, then spread out to give Todd some room. He approached it on his own, then glanced back at Noah. How do I get it to come out? Just poke at the bush. Yup, perfect, Todd said. He grinned, turning to face away from the bush and reaching out for it with one hand. He waved blindly for a moment before his hand found a flower. It yanked back, and almost instantly, the ground before him started to rumble. Flames sparked on Todd's knuckles and raced down his arms, coursing up to his shoulders and burning brightly. They'd definitely grown stronger since the last time Noah had seen Todd using them. He raised a hand, forming a swirling marble of flame. Before the snuffler could even come out of the dirt and show its location, Todd fired the beam of heat. It slammed into the ground, earning Todd a shrill shriek of pain as a snuffler clawed its way out of the earth, its namesake nose twitching aggressively. Had a large burnt patch on its forehead, but the ground had absorbed the brunt of Todd's attack. I told you not to be impatient, Isabel yelled. It's called a preemptive strike. Todd complained, but he didn't budge from his spot. The snuffler continued to hiss in anger as it waited to feel where Todd was, but the boy stood as still as ice. Nice. Don't rush things, especially against something that can't actually see you when you don't move. I should have asked this before, but how's its hearing? Todd called. The snuffler took a step in his direction, its mouth opening and letting out a low, warning hiss. Not the best, Noah called back, but not the worst either. Todd formed another ball of fire in his hand. Then a grin stretched across his lips and he dismissed it, deliberately raising a foot and scuffing the dirt. The monster lunged at him with a high-pitched snarl. Todd bounded back, taking far higher to the air than Noah would have expected from a mere jump. The snuffler skidded to a stop before it could stampede over its own bush and blindly swung its head, trying to locate Todd. The moment his feet hit the ground, the monster charged him again. A thin beam of heat leapt from between Todd's fingertips, catching the snuffler in the shoulder. It burned a deep hole into the monster, eliciting a screech of pain, but it didn't stop its charge. Todd vaulted to the side again. Once more he moved nearly twice the distance that Noah felt a normal jump should have been able to carry him. Skidding across the dirt, Todd spun toward the snuffler and fired another 2 beams of flame. The first one barely missed the snuffler's head, scorching the monster's hair but failing to do any lasting damage. The second caught it right in the side of its head. Almost immediately, the smell of burnt hair and cooked, rancid meat filled the air. "Ha!" Todd crowed, pumping a flaming hand in the air. "How'd you like that? You could have killed it much earlier," Emily said, crossing her hands. "Mediocre performance at best. You were just showing off, I was not." Todd crossed his arms. "It's called practicing. Just because I can catch it off guard doesn't mean I should. This is training for other monsters, stronger ones. If I waste it, then I get the real practice against something that kills me in one blow. Damn straight." "Good job, Todd," Noah said. "That was very well done." "Isabel was right that you probably could have waited a moment longer, but why don't you share exactly what you did so we can all learn from it?" Todd shrugged. "I imbued my eyes with a heat rune to see where the snuffler was beneath the ground. They're about 10 to 15 feet down, by the way. It moved a lot faster than I thought it would, though. Came at an angle toward me instead of going straight up, so I wasn't ready to catch it quite on time. That made me miss the first spell. What about the enhanced jump?" Moxie asked, more body imbuement. Todd's grin grew wider. "Yeah, both of my legs are imbued with a fire rune. It's not the most comfortable, so I see why you were saying it's better to wait until you have ranked 2 runes. My legs get really, really hot when I use the imbuments. If they were a little more optimized for energy rather than just pure fire, it would be a lot better. Still, it works." "You did great," Lee said, giving Todd a thumbs up. "Should have punched it a little, though." "Maybe next time," Todd said. "Isabel, you next." "How about Emily goes?" Isabel suggested. "Judging by the look she's giving you, I think she wants a chance to demonstrate her own abilities." "I absolutely do," Emily said, cracking her knuckles. "I'm going to beat your—" "Emily," Moxie snapped. "Speak as appropriate for a Tauren." Emily scrunched her nose in annoyance. Yeah, whatever, let's do this. These things are easy. I'll show you how it's done, Todd." "Ah, a little rivalry. Always good for making sure everyone pushes each other harder." "Perfect." "Well," Noah drawled, gesturing to another bush a short way from them. "There's no shortage of bushes, and we've still got some time before the sun is properly up. Let's get to it, shall we?" The group relocated to the next bush, staying back to giving Emily room to fight. Noah had yet to see her actually using her magic yet, and he couldn't deny his interest to see what Moxie's student could do. There was a small, slightly over-competitive part of him that wanted his own students to be more impressive than she was. "That's pretty petty of me, I have to admit. I never said I wasn't petty, though. Best of luck, though, Emily." "I don't want you to do bad, I just want Todd and Isabel to do better." Noah glanced at Moxie, only to find that she was sending him the same, slightly guilty look that he was giving her. They both cleared their throats and looked away, realizing they'd basically had the exact line of thought running. Emily tapped a band on her wrist, and a shield washed over her skin, glittering with blue light. Both Isabel and Todd pursed their lips. Noah couldn't blame them. No matter what he said, having access to a shield was a massive advantage, especially if it wasn't used as a crutch. They could push themselves harder and try riskier moves with one. Unfortunately, Noah couldn't afford them, and that meant his students could either. "Good luck," Isabel said, smoothing her features out. Frost washed across her hands and traveled outward, solidifying into the limbs of a large bow. An arrow materialized in its string, stretching out from her pale fingers, and she pulled back on the string. The arrow blurred forward, turning into a white streak and slamming into the snuffler's shoulder. The monster lurched toward Emily, stumbling on its injured shoulder, and snapped at her. She skipped back, backpedaling to keep distance between herself and the monster. If it hadn't been injured, Noah was pretty sure it would have caught Emily. However, that wasn't the case. It was injured, and Emily stayed ahead of it without any difficulty. Drawing back on her bowstring, another arrow materialized from the air and she launched it into the snuffler's chest. "She has both water and ice runes," Moxie said, more than a little pride in her voice. "She gathers the water in the air, then condenses it into ice." "Impressive," Noah said. "No body imbuments." "Not yet," Moxie said with a shake of her head. "I'll give it to Todd, he's a natural. I don't think I picked them up that fast myself, and I had great tutors." "Hey," Lee exclaimed, glaring at Moxie. "What's that supposed to mean? Midway through the last class you taught, you got distracted by a butterfly. It flew in front of me. That's just asking to get eat. Are you telling me you wouldn't have done the exact same thing?" Moxie wisely chose not to answer that particular question. There were some arguments that couldn't be won, and then there were some that shouldn't even be started. This was one of the latter. Meanwhile, Emily was having absolutely no difficulty handling the snuffler. Every arrow she struck the monster with slowed it even further, and she eventually put one between its eyes, putting it down. Impressive display of accuracy. They're perfectly spaced. She could have killed it with the first shot if she'd wanted to. But that also wasn't really the point of this exercise. I suppose this might have been a little too easy for her. She's had a good teacher for quite a while, after all. "Good job," Noah said, giving a polite clap. "Very beautifully executed." "Agreed," Moxie added. You could have kept a little farther ahead of it, though. Have you been working on your body imbuements? Emily's smile flickered and she cleared her throat. Her ice bow faded away into mist and she brushed her hands, walking back to join them. I've been trying, Moxie asked. They won't work yet. Todd sent a smug look in Emily's direction. Noah looked at him down the bridge of his nose and Todd quickly let the smile drop away. Progress is progress, Noah said. You'll get there. It's important to remember that everyone that puts effort in is going to be good at their own thing. We complement each other. It's good to be competitive and push to improve, but don't let that turn into animosity. Take the opportunity to learn when someone is better at something than you are, then return the favor when the time comes. Moxie nodded in agreement. Good advice, Isabel. Are you ready to take your turn now? Isabel flexed her fingers. She let out a sharp breath and nodded. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go find the next bush. Hours ago, in the cover of the night, Lee crouched on the top of Noah's stone tent, hidden by the cold embrace of her runes. She watched as Moxie crept away from her spot where she was supposed to be keeping watch. She saw Noah set off no more than a minute later, likely heading to go hunt monsters, and before she could decide which of them she wanted to bother following, a third person slipped out of their tent. Isabel poked her head into the darkness, then silently broke away and headed for the hills. Is literally anyone actually planning to stay the night here? At this point, we might as well not have set it up at all. After a moment of deliberation, Lee tailed Isabel. Moxie and Noah could both handle themselves for the time being, and as much as Lee wanted to figure out what Moxie was up to, it would have been worse if something happened to Isabel. The girl was completely oblivious to Lee, even looking straight at her several times as she turned, presumably to make sure nobody had noticed her escape. Lee had to cover a snicker. Nobody's going to spot you leaving because none of them actually stuck around. Once Isabel had put enough distance between herself and the camp, she reached into one of her pockets and pulled out a slip of paper. Lee's eyes shifted, turning a duller shade of yellow. Her vision focused in on the paper. A dossier on the locale, 1 page from one at least. I didn't realize you were allowed to pull pages out of books. That's convenient. Isabel scanned over the paper, squinting at it in the moonlight, then accelerated her pace. Lee strolled behind her, completely unnoticed as they pressed deeper into the night. Before long, the camp was far behind them. Only then did Isabel slow down. She let out a slow breath, a flicker of worry passing over her face before she crushed it out and set her jaw. After giving one glance at the paper, she approached a large, red flowered bush. I've been wanting to see how those feel. I bet those flowers would make a really soft bed. Nice and tickly, kind of like the fires in the damned plains, but cuter. Isabel folded the paper back up and slipped it into her pocket. She pressed a hand to her chest and drew out a shimmering blue sword. Then she knelt, laying her free hand on the ground. As Isabel lifted it, a stone slab rose out of the ground. Strands of rock wound around Isabel's arm, attaching it to her like a makeshift shield. Gritting her teeth, Isabel tried to lift it. The shield didn't budge. It was too heavy. Isabel jabbed her sword into the ground, then pressed her hand to her heart again. She pulled a strand of glittering blue energy out, then pressed it into the stone. Bands of light spiderwebbed out through the rock, giving it a faint shimmer. Isabel rose to her feet, this time lifting the shield with little difficulty. Nodding to herself, she picked up her sword and approached the bush. Lee tilted her head to the side curiously as Isabel tapped her foot at the base of the plant. I wonder what she's doing. The plants didn't seem to be that dangerous up here. Back in the damn plains, there were a few that were basically just bait that some monsters used to lure fools close so they could eat them, but I didn't notice any signs of that here. Isabel nudged the plant again. The ground beneath her feet shuddered. He tensed, dropping into a fighting stance and raising to the balls of her feet. Isabel jumped back, and the ground a few body lengths away from her split apart. A ridiculous tubular monster clambered out from beneath the ground, its long nose bouncing as it took rapid, deep sniffs of the air. Lee nearly burst into laughter on the spot, but she managed to suppress it. Distracting Isabel now would be really bad. I'll save the laugh up for when I can actually get away with it. Isabel swallowed heavily. Then she charged. The moment her foot hit the ground, the tube-shaped monster bolted in her direction. Isabel raised her shield and slammed it into the ground, bracing against it with her full body. Blue light glittered along the stone an instant before the monster slammed into it with a loud crack. Isabel skidded across the ground, stumbling and nearly losing her balance. She caught herself and slammed the shield down again, barely managing to get it braced before the monster was upon her again. This time, Isabel managed to hold strong. A tremor ran down her arms and she hissed in pain. Even as the monster reared back to dart at Isabel again, she shifted and thrust her sword out, catching it across the face. The monster hissed in pain, but that did little to give it pause. It slammed itself into her shield again, and again. Each time its sharp teeth scraped across the stone. Isabel flinched back with every blow, her muscles trembling as she tried to hold the much larger creature's strength back. Then after several nerve-wracking strikes, Isabel spotted an opportunity as the monster backed up to bite at her again. She lunged forward, lowering her shield and driving all her weight into the sword. It slammed into the monster's eye, biting deep and killing it instantly. It crumpled to the ground at her feet. Isabel bent over, dropping her shield and sword to brace her arms against her knees and gasp for air. She slowly took control of herself again and picked her weapons up, setting back off. Lee glanced back at the monster, then followed after Isabel. Over the course of the next few hours, Isabel sought out half a dozen more of the monsters. On the next one, she encased her legs in stone as well. The one after that, she formed a chest plate. Each time she fought one of the monsters, Isabel added an extra piece of armor. Each one flickered with strands of blue light that wound throughout it. Lee couldn't help but be impressed. For someone with no body imbuements, Isabel was carrying around an enormous amount of weight. Every fight that Isabel took, she pushed herself harder. She pressed the limits of what she could do, trying to find the balance of how much she had to defend and attack. Isabel replaced her sword with a glowing spear, giving her the reach to jab at the monsters from behind the spear, but occasionally opted to drop the shield entirely to try and get a more powerful blow by two-handing the weapon. Lee could see Isabel steadily losing energy, even with the refreshers that she should have gotten from killing the monsters. She didn't have many runes yet, and the amount of magic she had to be using to keep the whole set of armor up was probably enormous. A flicker in the air caught Lee's attention after Isabel managed to take down another of the strange monsters. A dark form flew in circles high above. Lee's eyes narrowed and her vision shifted. It was a monster. A fairly large one, and it was eyeing Isabel. Lee glanced at the girl, but she was still recovering from her last fight. The bird dove. Lee blurred. She launched off the ground, slamming into the bird. Claws erupted from her fingertips, and she dug them into the monster's neck, ripping its head clean off. Lee's momentum carried her through the air in a shadowy blur, bringing the two halves of the dead bird with her. She hit the ground in a deceptively soft landing. Opening her mouth impossibly wide, Lee shoved the entirety of the bird down her gullet. She grimaced in distaste, then turned back toward Isabel. The girl was so exhausted from the fights that night that she hadn't even heard what had happened. Lee shook her head in a mixture of amusement and respect. One by one, the stone pieces of armor that Isabel had collected crumbled and fell away from her. She took several more deep breaths, then straightened. Isabel sheathed the spear within her heart, then turned and headed back in the direction of the camp. Lee followed behind her, stopping by each monster to devour its remains. Luckily, no more birds caught sight of Isabel, and the rest of the trip went uninterrupted. By the time it was over, it was already starting to near morning. Turning on her heel, Lee set out to figure out where Noah was. She suspected that he'd probably left a bunch of monsters lying around in his wake, and she was still hungry. "Whenever you're ready," Noah said. Isabel pressed a hand to her chest, drawing a slender blue sword of energy out from within her heart. She flicked the blade, lowering into a fighting stance as she approached the bush and nudged it with her foot. Lee tilted her head to the side, a pensive frown on her face. Noah didn't have any time to ask her what the source of the confusion was, though. A snuffler rushed out from the ground, spraying dirt into the air with the force of its arrival. Its snout instantly moved to point at Isabel as she dashed in its direction, not even waiting for the monster to finish clambering out of the dirt to attack. Isabel was fast, but it didn't look like she'd managed to get any body imbuements working yet, which made the snuffler faster. Isabel dodged to the side as the snuffler lashed out with its mouth, trying to bite down on her. She'd moved a little earlier than Noah would have. While that made the dodge safer, it also gave her less time to counterattack before her feet hit the ground again and alerted the snuffler of where she'd landed. Twisting her body, Isabel brought her sword down toward the snuffler's neck. The blade bit deep into its flesh and it thrashed instantly, lunging for her. She let the blade dissolve instantly, jumping back to avoid the initial attack and buying herself enough time to reform the sword. The snuffler charged after Isabel. It snapped at her heels, growing closer with every dodge she made. Noah watched every move, his back tense and hands clenched at his sides. Isabel was playing it a lot closer than he'd like. Yeah, I know I'm being hypocritical, but we had much more practice against the monkeys before she started fighting this dangerously. This is her first slasher. Damn, I'm a terrible influence. Isabel vaulted backward in an impressive display of acrobatics, narrowly avoiding getting chomped on the arm. As soon as she landed on the ground, she burst forward. The snuffler, which had expected Isabel to be standing in the spot she'd landed, didn't even realize she'd moved toward it instead of away from it until Isabel's sword was buried in its eye. She wrenched herself upward, using the sword like a lever to fling herself into the air and over the monster. As soon as she was above its head, Isabel spun and dissolved the sword, forming a new one and plunging it into the monster's other eye. The snuffler crashed to the ground, skidding a foot before coming to a stop. Isabel hopped down, allowing her blue sword to fade away and let out a slow breath. "What?" Isabel asked, noticing the looks they were giving her. That was a bit risky, Todd hedged in the style of someone who had tried and failed to convince her of something before. "Clean kill, though, aside from the first move," Emily said. "Also, you fight like you have a death wish." "Borderline suicidal," Moxie agreed. "Effective, though. You're going to be a menace once you get those body imbuements working properly." Noah noted that Lee still looked confused at Isabel's performance. He would have understood both impressed or worried but not confused. Nothing about it had been particularly confusing. Odd, the ground thudded behind Noah. He spun, half expecting a snuffler, but found Braden instead. Noah lowered his hands and shook his head. "You are too big. Has anyone told you that? I thought there was a monster coming up on me." Braden smirked, "And that's just how I like it. Time to get moving. We're going to be wasting daylight soon." Noah nodded. "We'll do this again tomorrow." "Good job, everyone. Think on how you did and what you can improve while we're on the road. When we make camp for the night, we'll all discuss and see where we can all improve." And with that, they set back off. Isabel took down the stone tents she'd made for everyone, and then the group left the campsite behind, returning to the road. The day went quickly, with nothing of any real importance happening. Braden seemed to know exactly where he was going, and Noah wasn't going to complain about that. Edward and Alan continued to bring up the back of their small line, refusing to interact with anyone else. About an hour before the sun could completely set behind the clouds covering the horizon, they drew up to another campsite. It was evident that this road wasn't all that uncommon to travel. Noah and Moxie went over everyone's performance in their first fights with the Snufflers, discussing what the students had done best and what they could do better. Once they'd finished that, Isabel erected the stone tents once again. As she worked, Noah spent some time to seriously consider his body imbuements. He'd yet to properly start any of them, largely because he wasn't sure what rune he'd actually want to imbue. He only had a rank 1 wind rune, so that wasn't particularly inviting. Pyroclastic resonance was stronger, but he didn't like the idea of putting ash inside his body until he knew exactly what he wanted it to do. Intent was important when combining runes, and there was no doubt in his mind that it was equally as important when doing body imbuement. Sticking a bunch of ash inside himself without actually having a plan of what it would do was probably a horrible idea. That left him with his master runes. Sunder was off the table before the dinner even started. That was just asking to chop something important off. And so all that remained was combustion. That could work, actually. I don't know exactly how combustion engines worked on Earth, but I'm pretty sure it was pretty much just using a spark to light gas, causing expansion that pushed a piston that pumped the engine. Could I just do that to my muscles? Doesn't sound very pleasant, but seems viable. Maybe. Noah shelved the topic for the night. The combustion engine idea seemed promising, but he wanted to test it out on something physical before he used his own body, and found out that the imbuement stuck around between deaths. While Noah had been lost in thought, the rest of the group decided to follow the same watch system that they had the previous night. Noah took the first few hours to get some rest for himself, then crept out of the camp as soon as Moxie and Braden swapped watches. Unbeknownst to him, Isabel and Lee did the exact same thing. The next morning dawned on them as it always did, and after another set of practice hunts on the Snufflers, they were off once more. Unfortunately, their day didn't go nearly as quietly as the previous one had. It started off just about the same, struggling to keep up with Braden as he strode along the dirt path. The sun beat down on them, but a nice cover of clouds occasionally obscured it, keeping the day from getting too oppressive. A gentle breeze rustled the grass and shrubbery around them. More than a few times, Noah wondered just how many Snufflers there were in the area. It seemed like nearly every single bush had one at least. The ones that weren't directly along the path did. Is there like some underground city of Snufflers, or are they more solitary and just sit around, protecting their bush? I presume they're getting energy from it, similar to the Fluffants in the Windscorn Plateau, but at least I could see what was happening there. Damn, I'm curious. While Noah, and judging by the blank looks on their faces, just about everyone else was lost in thought, the horizon shifted. Even Braden didn't seem to notice it at first. A hill, which were generally known to stay in one place, twitched. The movement was followed by a series of popping, crunchy tears. This time, nobody missed it. They all snapped awake, jerking their heads toward the source of the noise. The top half of a hill rose into the air, an expansive network of roots popping free of the ground and tearing as they failed to contain the hill's ascent. Massive, gnarled limbs made of woody, root-like material unfurled from beneath the hill. They dug into the grass, ripping large chunks of it away in clods and throwing them to the ground. Gods above, what in the damn plains is that? Emily asked, taking a step back in horror. Speak like a noble, Emily, Moxie said, speaking more on instinct than thought as she stared at the enormous monster in awe. It was easily 2 stories tall, and each of its fingers was probably a few times taller than she was. Root fiend, Braden muttered, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Damn big one, something woke it up. We're nowhere near it, Edward exclaimed from the back of the group. How could we have possibly woken that big creature up? Can you defeat it? Yes, but I can't protect you at the same time, Braden replied. That's got to be a rank 3. Biggest root fiend I've ever seen. Moxie and I can cover the kids, Noah offered. Braden shook his head. No, you can't. It attacks through the ground just as easily as above it. Unless you're a rank 4 or already have experience fighting one of these, you're not going to be able to hold all of its attacks back. They're fairly stupid monsters, though. As long as we don't move, it shouldn't come for us. I thought you said something got its attention, Edward said tersely. Doesn't that mean it's already coming for us? Something. Not us, Braden corrected. Just don't move. A bassy roar ripped out from the root fiend. It ripped another huge portion of the hill away, revealing a jagged wooden face with two glowing red eyes and teeth made of sharpened bark. Each tooth was several times bigger than Braden, and they were so large that they forced the monsters into a permanently open position. Something shot up from the ground, flying at the monster's face. It hurtled through the sky with incredible speed, glowing with brilliant energy that could have only been runes. Another roar split the clear day. The root fiend swung its arm in a huge, sweeping arc. The glowing dot flitted to the side, avoiding the strike effortlessly. Slammed to a halt, revealing the form of a heavily armored man floating in the air, his hands outstretched before him and swirling energy gathering at the head of a huge hammer in his hands. He reared back, growing so bright that he was nearly a miniature star, and the root fiend batted him out of the sky like an annoying pest. Noah's eyes widened. The man had been shot straight toward them. Noah reached for his magic, wanting to send a powerful gust of wind into the man before he could collide with the ground. Moxie and Braden both stepped forward, calling on their own magic. None of them were fast enough. The man spun midair. He slammed feet first into the ground like a human meteor. Wisps of white and gold smoke rose off his heavily battered armor as the man rose, brushing his arm off like he'd taken a slight tumble rather than been sent hurtling into the ground from several stories up. "My apologies. I did not expect to see travelers here," the man said. He gave them a sharp salute. Behind him, the root fiend roared in rage. It took a step toward them, shaking the ground with its enormous weight. A beam of red light shot up from somewhere behind the hills, catching the monster in the side. It screamed in pain and twisted its huge body, searching for the source. The man before them didn't seem to even notice. "I hope I haven't inconvenienced your trip too much," he continued. "Please remain here for a few minutes until we have this handled. We're rooting out root fiends in the area, if you'll pardon my pun. My partner and I didn't quite do our due diligence to make sure there wasn't anyone in the immediate zone before starting the fight with this one." "You intentionally attacked that thing?" Edward asked, aghast. The root fiend let out another pained roar as a second beam of red light caught it in the side, scorching its wooden body. The monster reared back and drove its hand into the hillside with a brilliant crash, shaking the ground beneath all their feet. The monster straightened, turning its gaze straight toward them. Its red eyes burned with malicious fury. "Of course I did," the man said, turning back to look at the huge monster. "It's my duty. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gavin, soldier of the Arbalist Empire. Now please excuse me. My partner needs a little assistance." Gavin adjusted his grip on his hammer. Noah's eyes caught on the inscriptions covering the shaft of the weapon. They weren't exactly runes, at least. He couldn't see where one ended and the other started. There was certainly something, though. Long, jagged lines ran all along it, interweaving and mixing in patterns. The rest of Gavin's armor was similarly decorated. If it was just an artistic statement, it was very extensive. Gavin's hammer hummed. A faint whine filled the air and he knelt, his greaves lighting up with a faint golden energy. The ground beneath Gavin shattered as he launched into the air, ascending to the skies in a streak of energy. The root fiend reached out to grab Gavin. He flitted out of the way, just moving enough to avoid getting hit without wasting any extra time. Gavin shot up to the root fiend's head and reared back. A shockwave rippled out of the back of his hammer. It flashed forward, leaving a streak of light in its wake, and smashed into the root fiend's head with a massive explosion. The sound of shattering would split the day as the enormous monster stumbled back, a large chunk of its jaw demolished. Gavin's hammer seemed to jump in his hands. He flew after the root fiend, avoiding its attempts to bat him out of the air, and readied another strike. A furious roar ripped free of the root fiend's mouth, and spiky growths erupted all over its body. One of them caught Gavin straight in the stomach. Noah heard Isabel and Todd both draw in sharp breaths, and he couldn't deny the flash of concern that passed through him as well. It was for naught. Gavin's armor glittered with black light, and he was thrown back, but his armor didn't break. He spun, aiming a hand behind him. A ring of red, shimmering sigils appeared behind him, and he jerked to a halt. The soldier drove his hammer into the center of the circle. Electric maroon light surged into the head of the weapon, and it bulged. Fragments of stone rose away from it, vibrating with the intensity of the magic filling the hammer. Pieces fell away, only to be grabbed by tendrils of red light and yanked back into place. Its head seemed to be in a constant state of splitting apart and reforming itself. Even from where Noah stood, he could feel the pressure washing off the hammer in Gavin's hands. His hair raised as if a current of static electricity was washing over him. It's like he's got a miniature star trapped in that thing. What rank do you have to be to do something like that? The root fiend let out a furious roar and swept a hand for Gavin. A beam of red energy shot up from behind the hills, catching the monster's hand before it could complete its path and knocking it back. The root fiend stumbled, clutching the smoking hole in its wrist and shaking the ground with its steps. Behind Gavin, the red circle faded away, fully drawn into his hammer. He lit up with golden energy once more and blurred toward the root fiend. Zipping past its attempt to strike him, Gavin arrived beside the monster's head and swung. His hammer connected with it, letting off a sound like a pealing bell. A brilliant red flash lit up the sky, followed by an explosion that had such force that it made Noah's teeth rattle in his head. An enormous chunk of the root fiend's head vaporized, turned to cinders and ash instantly. The monster flew backward, slamming into a hill with a loud crash. Noah stumbled as the ground quaked beneath his feet. Gods, that's insane, Todd breathed. Can you imagine being able to do that? That root fiend barely managed to take 2 blows from him before going down. The monster twitched. Noah's eyes widened. Evidently, the root fiend must have heard Todd's dismissal of it because it wasn't down for the count. Lurching upright, the monster pushed itself back to its feet. Roots wound up from the site of the huge wound in its head, knitting itself back together. Within moments, the massive monster was whole once more. It reared its head back and let out a furious roar. Then it lifted both of its hands and aimed at Gavin. The man tossed his hammer behind him, where it floated patiently in the air, and crossed his arms before himself. His armor shimmered, then unfurled around him like a flower blooming for the first time. Discs of metal whipped around Gavin's hands. Golden light traced across them as they merged into a large circular shield covered with sigils similar to the ones that had been on his hammer. Noah squinted, trying to make out any runes on them, but everything seemed like nonsensical squiggles. Either the runes were somehow blocked from his vision, or they were in a language that Vermal hadn't known. Huge wooden spikes erupted from the root fiend's palm, hurtling through the air and smashing into the barrier Gavin had erected. They shattered against the glowing metal like the world's largest, loudest hailstorm. As soon as the barrage stopped and the root fiend lowered its hands, letting out a cry of fury at its lack of ability to harm the soldier, Gavin reached back, even as his armor reformed around him like flowing water, and grabbed the shaft of his hammer. He gave it a violent twist. Head of the hammer shuddered, then shattered apart in a burst of red light. Tendrils of crackling red energy shot from the shaft, latching onto the pieces of metal and pulling them back. They formed into the long, pointed tip of a javelin. Energy sparked and swirled around Gavin as he took aim. His hand lit with golden light that poured into the weapon, coursing through the interweaving designs within it. With a roar, he let the javelin loose. It streaked through the air, slamming clean into the root fiend's head. Wood erupted, folding in on itself as the javelin passed clean through the monster, piercing through it and slamming into the hills beyond. Gavin was far from done. He extended his hand, curling his fingers. Runic energy lit up all over his armor once more, and an arc of red light sparked between his gauntleted fingertips. Thousands of pieces of metal ripped out from the hillside behind the root fiend, ripping back through its body on their way back toward Gavin. The shaft of the weapon followed after them, shooting through the already reforming hole in the root fiend's head. It slammed into his hand, and the head of the hammer reformed at the weapon's top. The damage that it had done to the root fiend was extensive. The monster smoldered from a dozen different wounds that covered its body, and it didn't seem to be able to heal nearly as fast as Gavin could inflict damage. And then the ground erupted. Dozens of huge roots shot out from the ground below Gavin, reaching up toward him. If he'd been standing on the ground, there would have been almost no time at all to respond. He wasn't standing on the ground. Gavin swore, thrusting his free hand toward the ascending roots. Part of his gauntlet flashed with red light, and a huge circle traced itself through the air below him in an instant. A massive beam of energy erupted from it, slamming the roots aside like the foot of a giant. It crushed them into the ground, ripping their fibers to shreds. The root fiend lunged for Gavin, clearly hoping he'd been distracted enough by the attack to land a blow on him. To Noah's surprise, it was right. The monster's massive clawed hand enveloped Gavin in an instant. "Shouldn't we help?" Moxie asked tersely. "I'm not so sure he's winning." "He's fine," Braden said with a shake of his head. "There's nothing to worry about. Just watch and stay out of his way." Soldiers typically don't enjoy anyone getting in their way. They're pretty picky about things. "Have you dealt with them a lot?" Todd asked. Braden glanced back at Todd, looking at him out of the corner of his eyes. Unfortunately, a shrill shriek ended their conversation. Beams of red light burst out of the root fiend's hand, glowing so brightly that Noah nearly had to avert his gaze. The monster's hand trembled as it tried to keep Gavin crushed within it, but it was futile. Its grip was forced open. With a roar, Gavin burst free of the monster's hand, surrounded by a brilliant swirl of red energy. Fragments of wood fell away from the root fiend's crumbling hand, and it swung its other one at him. For a monster as big as that is, it doesn't have a ton of variation. I was thinking this might be a great monster, but Sunder didn't react to it, and it seems a bit dim. Can normal monsters really get this big? Gavin whipped his hammer down. It was an amusing sight if the circumstances were ignored. A man more than several hundred times smaller than his opponent was trying to stop its hand by swinging the equivalent of a toothpick at it. His hammer connected with the root fiend's wrist. A ring of red magic washed out and the monster's hand shattered, smashed to pieces. Gavin flew into the air as the root fiend screamed in pain. Its hands started to reform, but not in time to stop Gavin from arriving above its head and raising his hammer. It formed back into a javelin, and matching the monster's cry with one of his own, he launched it downward. A red streak of lightning flashed through the air and struck the root fiend in the top of the head. There was a brilliant crack as it carved through the entirety of the monster's body and slammed into the ground beneath it. The root fiend's cry went silent. It swayed in place for an instant. The light in its eyes went out, and the roots that were working to heal its wounds withered and dried. And there it remained, casting a shadow over the landscape. Gavin's hammer flew back into his hand, back in shape once more, and he floated down to a hill beside him. His armor was still humming as he approached them, lifting the helmet from his face to reveal the visage of a man far younger than Noah had expected. He couldn't have been older than 30. "Apologies, folks," Gavin said, pulling a gauntlet off and wiping the sweat from his brow. "I wasn't expecting such a resilient root fiend. They're usually a lot easier to take down. Nobody got caught up in the fight, right?" "We're all fine," Braden said. "You're incredible," Todd breathed, his eyes wide with wonder. "And poorly at that, you lout." They all turned as a red portal split the air open and a young woman strode out from within it. She wore light metal armor, clearly chosen to be functional but not nearly as unwieldy as what Gavin wore. Gavin cleared his throat. "Sorry, Jess, I didn't mean to use so much energy." "Stop showing off so much next time," Jess said, shaking her head in mock anger. "Don't be too impressed with Gavin's magic because half of it isn't his, it's mine." Gavin rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "This is Jess, my partner. She does all the imbuements on my weapons. Might as well call me your battery at this point. You nearly drained all the magic out of my runes. You barely even used any of your own power. My magic isn't really suited for this kind of encounter," Gavin said. "Besides, this is hardly the place. I'll cover your dinner or something." Jess grinned, and Noah got the feeling she'd gotten exactly what she'd wanted from the start. "Great, I'll be choosing the place." Yeah, Gavin grimaced and turned to the group. "Again, I'm sorry for interrupting all of your travels. We'll have this root fiend cleaned up and out of the way shortly. You're free to continue on as you will. How many imbued weapons do you have?" Todd asked eagerly, completely ignoring Gavin's polite suggestion to get moving. Noah didn't say anything, as he'd been wondering the exact same thing. "I've imbued every piece of his armor and have more imbuements than I can count on that weapon of his," Jess said, a note of pride in her voice. "All optimized to draw as much energy out of the environment and as little out of me not that Gavin ever manages to keep from draining my runes. You have any interest in becoming an imbuer?" "I'm going to be a soldier," Todd said firmly, "but I know imbuers work very closely with soldiers." Jess smirked. "I wanted to be a soldier too, but I found it much more relaxing to have someone else do all the fighting while I get to do the fun stuff with rune research. Gavin might get to have the fancy stuff, but I couldn't do any of it without Jess," Gavin finished. "Not the really fancy stuff, at least. That's too intricate to do on the spot. I remember pretty much standing in the exact same spot you're right now, son. Keep your studies up. Being a soldier isn't easy, but it's rewarding. And dangerous," Edward said under his breath. "I'll stick to just doing stuff the normal way." If Gavin overheard him, he didn't care. "We've got more ground to cover today, so we'll have to be on our way," Gavin said. "Best wishes to all of you. Take care on the road. Come on, Jess. Let's." A rumble shook the ground beneath their feet. Before Noah could even finish processing it, a second vibration followed up the first one immediately afterward. Two hills near them let out a series of pops and rips as they tore free of the ground, unfurling into large root fiends, both slightly shorter than the one Gavin had just killed, but nowhere near any less intimidating. "Oh shit," Gavin breathed. "Jess, get them out. They must have woken up from the fight." "I can't," Jess replied through gritted teeth. "I'm nearly out of energy. A long-range portal like that is beyond me right now. I just wasted a bunch portaling over here to save time." The root fiends roared in unison, their burning eyes turning to land straight on the group. Noah reached down to his pipe and packed some flashgrass into it. Beside him, both Moxie and Braden gathered their magic. A chill prickled into Noah's back, marking Alan's powers as he readied them as well. "What rank are you lot?" Gavin asked. "We have 2 rank 4s, a 3 and a 2. The students aren't prepared for this," Moxie said. "We'll distract one of them if you can get the other." "Understood. Just focus on holding it off," Gavin said, slamming his helm back over his head and readying his weapon. "We'll handle ours and get to you immediately afterward." Smoke poured out of Noah's pipe as he ignited the flashgrass. "Stay back," Noah warned the students as he and the other professors eyed the approaching root fiend. "Whatever you do, don't engage it." "Even if we're having trouble." "Understood. But what about Isabel started?" "No," Noah said flatly. "No matter what, you stay out. If you get a chance, run. Just don't draw the monster's attention to yourselves." He didn't get time to wring a confirmation from them. The nearest root fiend let out a thundering screech and took a step toward them, its mouth parting in a woody grimace. Noah summoned his magic and combusted the smoke coming from his pipe. Then he and the other professors charged. Purple energy spilled from Braden's hands, covering the ground before them and solidifying into a dull, crystalline structure. It stretched out across the ground, quickly covering the surrounding red grass all around them. "This'll keep the roots from breaking through beneath us," Braden said. "Watch out for roots that come over the sides and don't step off unless you don't value your life." A sudden series of loud cracks beneath their feet proved Braden's words. Noah could just barely make out several roots bunch and splatter against the shield beneath their feet, failing to break through it. The more I see Braden use that shield, the more I realize I should get my hands on one as soon as I can. They're clearly more than just basic defensive tools. I'll slow its feet, Alan said, frost gathering around his feet as he ran beside Moxie. Moxie, focus on restricting its movements. You should be able to control it to some degree, right? I can try, Moxie replied. It's still a monster, not a plant, but I can probably bind it up. Then do it, Alan said. Braden, can you handle finishing it off, or should I? I'll focus on keeping us alive, Braden replied. If things are looking bad, then I'll step in, but our defenses go down the moment I stop concentrating on them. The root fiend's roar shook the air. It lifted a foot, bringing it down hard on the purple sheen that Braden had covered the ground with. A loud clang echoed out, and Braden's lips thinned, but his magic didn't falter. Alan accelerated, growing half an inch in height. Noah nearly missed a step and fell flat on his face. Ice had formed into skates on Alan's feet, and he was literally sliding across the ground and with more speed and confidence than any Olympic skater that Noah had ever seen. Do a pirouette. I'll give you extra style points if you land it while killing the root fiend. Smoke trailed behind Noah, slithering at his back as he gathered enough to work with. The biggest drawback of the pipe was its lack of ability to generate a lot of ash immediately, as he had to wait for it to kick up and give him enough to work with. It didn't look like it was going to matter much for this fight. The root fiend was so huge that even though they were sprinting at it, Noah was pretty sure it would be at least a minute before he reached the monster. Alan was another story. The rank 4 professor peeled away from the rest of them quickly, ice frosting the ground beneath his skates as he continued to accelerate. His arms took on a white sheen as two massive axes formed in his hands. A ramp of ice formed before Alan and he launched into the air, hurtling toward the root fiend. The monster spotted his approach and swung an arm in his direction, roaring a challenge. A pillar of ice erupted from the ground to Alan's side, piercing up to rise beside him instantly. Alan slammed an axe into the pillar, redirecting himself and releasing the weapon. The root fiend's hand demolished both his pillar and the axe, and Alan slammed into its chest. He drove his axe into the monster, then reared back. Ice condensed into another axe. He drove it into the root fiend's chest, then ripped the first axe free. Using the weapons like ice picks, he started to ascend the monster's chest. Noah resisted the urge to slow and stare in awe. He's a prick, but a capable one. Noted. Noah grabbed his flying sword and threw it to the ground. With the root fiend's attention on Alan, he was more than willing to get closer. It jerked to life and he launched forward, shooting past Moxie and nearly splattering himself on the monster in the process. His flaming ash hurtled behind Noah like the tail of a dragon, desperately trying to catch up to him. His whistle was lost to the wind, but its effect weren't. The fire instantly swirled and shot for the root fiend's head, striking it between the eyes. The monster's skull singed. It roared, taking an earth-shaking step back and batting at its face. Wind whipped in Noah's face as he flew around it, checking how much damage his attack had done. The results were far less than he'd hoped. He'd scorched its head, but the root fiend was already starting to heal the damage he'd done. If he was going to do serious damage to the monster, he'd need to use more energy or a different approach. Wood creaked as the root fiend's body rippled with spikes. Noah quickly put distance between himself and the monster, but Alan was still on top of it. He craned his head back to see how the older professor would handle the attack. To his surprise, the root fiend had frozen midway through. The spikes that had started to emerge from within it trembled, as if it were locked in an invisible battle. Moxie stood at its feet, vines trailing from her arms to the monster. Her hands shook with concentration, but she'd managed to lock it down. Alan continued his ascent, climbing to the monster's neck. Ice swirled into another huge axe in his hands, and he reared back like a woodcutter before bringing the blade into the root fiend's neck. A loud crack echoed through the day. The axe bit deeply into the monster, burying itself several feet into it. Ice spread from the wound, worming deeper into the root fiend's body. It roared, lashed out with its leg, ripping Moxie's fines apart. Ice flashed across Alan's body an instant before the root fiend brought its hand down on its neck with a brilliant crash. In the distance, Noah dimly picked up the sounds of Gavin and Jess's fight against the other root fiend, but he'd completely zoned them out. His eyes were focused on the spot where Alan had been standing. Is he dead? The root fiend's arm jerked. It shuddered, pulling at its neck. Fingers of frost curled over its palm and down its fingers. A grin crossed Noah's features. The monster's hand was stuck to its neck. Alan had frozen it. Noah launched himself at the root fiend's head once again. It spotted him coming, one of its burning eyes flicking up toward Noah. Roaring, it swung its free hand. Noah jerked down, barely avoiding getting swatted like a fly before readjusting his course and flying himself straight into the monster's forehead. He grit his teeth trying to slow, but hit it with more force than he'd been intending. The impact nearly knocked the pipe from between Noah's teeth, but he managed to grab onto the monster's craggy features. His sword slipped from his feet, plummeting to the ground below. Noah ignored it. He dug his hands deep and sharpened his heated ash into spikes. It peppered into the monster's eyes and lips, probably feeling like dozens of annoying little bee stings. Annoying or not, the root fiend roared in fury. The movement nearly knocked Noah free of the monster's head, but he managed to keep his fingers dug into the gnarled skin. He clambered up its head, then called deeply on his magic, and sent a powerful vibration ripping through the monster's insides. It occurred to Noah a moment too late that it probably wasn't the best idea to make the thing he was only barely holding on to start to shake. A violent tremor rocked the monster, and its teeth cracked as they knocked against each other. A second shudder ran down the root fiend as Alan shoved its hand away, emerging from a sphere of hardened ice to hack at the monster's neck with his axe again. Frost continued to spread from where he stood, and it already covered the shoulder he stood on. The root fiend raised a foot, trying to take a step forward. Vines shot from the ground and wrapped around it, yanking the monster back down. More and more vines erupted from beneath and along the monster, binding the monster tightly and restraining its movements. Wood creaked as the vines started to squeeze, trying to wring the life out of the root fiend. Roots churned beneath Noah. The monster was likely repairing the damage his magic had done to its insides. I bet Sunder could take this down, but using it here is a terrible idea. I can't let anyone else know I have it. Vines snapped beneath Noah. The root fiend tore its foot free of Moxie's vines and stomped on the ground, shaking the earth. Moxie stumbled and Lee darted to her, yanking Moxie back an instant before the root fiend's foot slammed down where she'd been standing. Can't you do anything more? Noah yelled to Alan. We aren't doing enough damage to it. I'm doing more than you are, Alan roared back. It's resistant to cold magic because of how quickly it regenerates. I'll kill it, but it won't be fast, and that's assuming I don't get squashed first. We need Brayden to act. Noah risked a glance back down at the ground. Ripples of energy were washing across the shield that Brayden had put on the ground, and most of them were concentrated around the students. The root fiend was barraging the shield with attacks, trying to break through it. Brayden's face was taut with concentration. Despite his words and disinterested attitude toward the students, he was holding the defenses firm. Brayden is protecting the kids. He isn't going to be able to fight without putting them at risk. Then shut up and wait, Alan snarled. There's nothing else I can do against this. My domain isn't going to be useful against anything like this. It's too damn big. I'm not a damned soldier, I'm a professor. Domain? What the hell is that? The root fiend roared again. Vines tore away as it ripped itself completely free of Moxie's hold. More vines reached out, trying to rebind it. The monster reached up toward Noah with one of its enormous hands, blocking the sun out and casting a shadow over both him and Alan. I've got an idea, Noah yelled. Keep it off me. I'm not your servant, Alan roared back, but a wave of ice shot past Noah's back and slammed into the root fiend's hand, shoving it to the side just enough to force it to miss. A white chain materialized in Alan's hands, ending in a long, jagged point. Alan slammed the chain into the root fiend's neck, driving it deeper with a powerful blow before grabbing the other end of it and jumping over the monster's side. His skates scraped against bark as he accelerated, leaving a trail of ice behind him. Alan skated down the root fiend's arm, going in increasingly tight circles around it and binding the monster with the chain. Alan jumped free, swinging back to the monster's chest. The chain creaked behind him, tightening and pulling the root fiend's hand into a scrunched position. Ice groaned as it tried to keep the monster contained. Noah summoned all the ash he gathered since he'd lit his pipe, gathering the huge cloud of molten smoke. Then he sent it flitting through the opening of the root fiend's mouth. He continued to pour smoke into the monster, drawing it from the flash grass the instant it emerged. His pipe sputtered as he drained the imbued grass of its energy, but Noah didn't dare cut corners. With the amount of smoke he was about to use up, he wasn't going to get another shot anytime soon. The root fiend roared in fury. Alan's ice chains shattered, but vines rose up from its own body to take their place. The root fiend stumbled as Moxie's vines wound between its feet and crawled up its side, worming their way into its body. This should be enough smoke. Noah reached out, touching a thin strand of smoke that connected him to the huge mass of it churning within the root fiend's body. He drew every last speck of energy within his pyroclastic resonance rune, and he felt the magic thrumming in his body like the beat of a drum. Smoking kills kids, Noah muttered to himself. Then he called combustion. A flash leapt down the thin trail and into the root fiend's mouth. For an instant, there was silence. Root fiend's eyes bulged as a massive explosion rocked its insides. The roots beneath Noah ripped and tore apart, flinging from his spot on its head. A tongue of fire ripped free of the monster's shoulder. A second one burst from its mouth. Within an instant, a dozen spots on the root fiend's body erupted in flame. Its head cracked as a huge ball of fire rolled out of its mouth, ripping huge chunks of it apart. The root fiend crumpled, falling inward on itself as the fire consumed it from the inside. Flames spread throughout its dry body, overwhelming its regeneration. The monster's screams were quickly swallowed by the roar of the fire, leaving Noah plummeting toward the ground in silence. Noah slowed his fall with a powerful gust of wind, trying to keep himself from turning into a pancake the moment he reached the ground. A a group of vines rose up, curling into a disc beneath him. Noah slammed into them, knocking all the air from his lungs. He groaned at the force of the impact, but it was better than having every bone in his body turn to mush. The vines dropped him into Moxie's arms. She set him on the ground, keeping a hand on his shoulder to steady him. He appreciated the gesture as his entire body felt like it had been wrung dry from the amount of magic he'd just burned through. A shudder rocked Noah's body as energy poured into him. It filled his Greater Wind rune instantly and flooded into his rank 2 rune, giving it at least 20% more of its capacity before sputtering out. Noah drew a sharp breath and clutched his chest. "Are you okay?" Moxie asked worriedly. "Yeah, just a lot of energy," Noah managed, staring at the root fiend in awe. What a rush! No wonder people go after powerful monsters like this. It wasn't even a great monster, and it gave me this much energy. Noah shook his head and looked toward the other root fiend. His heart skipped a beat. It stood tall, its eyes blank and empty. Sprouting from the center of its chest was a huge golden blade, still smoking with energy. The roots around the wound had peeled back in a desperate attempt to avoid the burning energy, but it was to no avail. The magic sputtered out, and the purple shield running along the ground slithered away as it returned back to Braden. Gavin and Jess both sprinted up to the group, slowing as they saw that the other root fiend was dead and everyone else was still alive. Gavin's eyes caught on the smoking remains of the root fiend, and he let out a slow whistle. "Who did that?" "He did," Jess said, bracing her hands against her knees and taking a few short gasps of air before pointing at Noah. "I saw him jump off the root fiend's head like a suicidal maniac a moment before it blew up." "Damned planes," Emily breathed, staring at Noah with undisguised shock. "How did you do that?" "Lots of smoke in an enclosed space," Noah replied. "Explosions cause expansion, so I realized that if I pumped it full of enough gas and then lit it up, boom. Anti-smoking advertisement." Everyone stared at Noah. "Did he get hit on the head?" Gavin asked. "Vermal is always like this," Moxie replied, but even she looked impressed. Braden studied Noah, his expression unreadable. Beside him, Alan and Edward both stared in disbelief. Noah couldn't help a tiny smirk from flickering across his lips. Who are you?" Alan finally managed. "You aren't a rank 2. "Sure I am," Noah replied. "As I said, it was just an application of some basic physics, if you can even call it that. Basic logic, maybe. Nothing that anyone else couldn't figure out. I just happened to have the proper skill set to capitalize on it." Alan stared at Noah down the bridge of his nose, as if trying to mesh the man standing before him with the one that had clocked him in the chin during the exam in the Scorched Acres. Noah could practically see the gears turning in the older professor's head. "Are you playing at some sort of game?" Edward asked. "Why do you act so incompetent when you can do that?" Edward gestured vaguely at the smoldering remains of the monster behind them. "I don't know about him, but I'd do it just to see that look on your face," Todd said with a smirk. "When are you going to show us how to do that, Teacherman? You've been holding out." Gavin's gaze crawled across Noah so closely that he suppressed a shudder. It felt like the soldier was trying to dissect him with just his gaze. "Have you had any soldier training?" Jess asked. "You fight like one. I was watching." Noah shrugged, slightly uncomfortable with all the attention he'd gained, not intentionally. "Well, if you ever give up on being a professor, you might want to consider a career change," Jess said with a small laugh. "We could use someone with that kind of creative thinking." "Back off," Braden said playfully, slapping Noah on the shoulder with a huge hand and nearly swatting him into the ground. "He's a Linwick. One of ours. You're kidding. Seriously?" Gavin asked, blinking in surprise. "Not main branch," Braden admitted, "but neither am I. Makes more sense." "I was wondering when the noble families started sending their own into the meat grinder," Gavin said, an edge of bitterness in his voice even as he chuckled. "Either way, we'd be happy to have someone like you." "Vermal, was it? Well, they probably only attacked because we were here in the first place," Jess admitted. "I'm glad nobody was injured, though. Truth be told, we're probably in all of your debt. Our duty was to keep citizens out of the fight, and we got you wrapped up in it." "All's well that ends well," Braden said with a shrug. "It was a good exercise. I haven't had to properly use my shield in a while." "Then we'll be off and not hold you any longer," Gavin said. "If there's anything we can do for you, ask around for us. I've got to go get a team to help me clean this mess up." Gavin pressed a hand to his armor. It flickered with golden energy and disassembled, forming into a long board on the ground by his feet. Jess stepped onto it, holding onto his shoulders. After a farewell nod, the board flared with energy. It launched forward, taking to the sky and bringing the 2 soldiers with it. Todd watched them leave, longing in his eyes. Isabel nudged him and Todd shook his head, tearing his gaze away. Alan continued to stare at Noah as if he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. "What?" Noah asked. "Did you really think I was that incompetent? Do you really want me to answer that question?" Alan asked. Noah laughed, much to his annoyance. "No, I'd rather you didn't." "You're really a rank 2? "Yes, why would I lie about that? I only recently ranked up." Alan grunted. "Who trained you? Who trained you?" Alan pursed his lips. "Very well. Braden, we should continue. It is possible that this fight could have caught the attention of more monsters." Braden nodded. "I was about to suggest the same. Let's get moving. No point wasting good time." And with that, they were off once more. Noah could practically feel the gazes of Alan and Edward burning into the back of his neck as they walked, but the two remained at the back of the party, back to their silent, sullen selves. Lee, who Noah had lost track of during the last few minutes, emerged beside him and Moxie. Moxie gave her a small nod, which she returned. Noah wasn't sure what it was about, but at least it looked like they were getting along. "You never really answered me," Emily said, increasing her stride to walk beside Noah. "How did you do that?" "I already said. A lot of smoke. It's really unhealthy for you, especially when it explodes." "Not the magic," Emily said. "You're a rank 2, but you charged that thing without a second thought. Didn't you hear Braden say that it was a threat to even rank 3s? You could have died, but I didn't even see you blink." "Ah, that's because death doesn't matter. You should try it sometime. The first few years aren't all that bad. It's the waiting that really sucks." "Fear is a tool," Lee said, answering for Noah. "It lets you know when you need to run. Some enemies can't be defeated, but at the same time, too much of it holds you back. Understanding your abilities will let you determine when you should flee and when you shouldn't, so he just understands what he can do very well." "Something like that," Noah said. "A lot of training in the field builds confidence and experience. I also knew I had some good backup. I wouldn't have ran at that thing like an idiot if Moxie and Alan hadn't been backing me up, or if I hadn't known that Braden had you all protected. Well, I would have if I was alone. That wasn't really the question." "Magus, Moxie, and Alan aren't trained to fight, though," Emily said. Noah repressed a laugh. "Sounds like somebody hasn't seen Moxie when she's mad, or when she's trying to convince me she's an ally." "They look pretty effective to me," Noah said dryly. "That's different. You're professors. Of course they're very talented at magic, that's their job, but they aren't soldiers. Their job is research and studying, not fighting." Moxie's eyes flicked away and something passed across her face. Her face was back to normal so quickly that Noah barely even noticed it. Was that shame? Embarrassment? "Odd, you did see Alan, right?" Noah asked, sending a glance over his shoulder. Not to compliment the guy, his head is big enough as it is, but he was skating circles around the root fiend. "That doesn't look like something all that easy to accomplish." Emily cleared her throat. "Alan is the head of the trick skating club on campus. He's shown me a few tricks." Noah nearly missed a step. "What? He's the skating instructor," Emily repeated. "A really good one. I've been in his after-school class for about a year now. He does a lot of tricks like that. It's part of the show." "Huh, well, that's not something I would have guessed. I guess we all have to have hobbies," Noah said. "Exactly," Emily said. "Which is why I want to know what yours is. How'd you fight like that?" "It's because all he does is fight," Todd said, walking up beside Emily. "He has no other hobbies. He's a soldier in a professor's clothes." "The teacherman?" Todd put extra emphasis on the last word, making Noah's nickname sound like an off-brand superhero from a failing franchise. "How did he even come up with that?" "Please don't spread that around," Noah said with a defeated sigh. "But Todd is right. I'm afraid my knowledge in all areas other than punching things really hard and making them blow up is sorely lacking. I trained Todd and Isabel for it by having them fight monsters over and over, remember. That translates. Doesn't help them do much other than kill monsters, though. I'm lucky Moxie has partnered with me, to be honest. I'm going to be needing her expertise for literally every part of this other than killing. Killing monsters is all that matters," Todd said. "Kill monster, get energy. Upgrade runes. Kill bigger monster. Easy." "You're an idiot," Emily said, snorting with laughter. "He's right. You really do need a proper teacher if you think that's all there is to runes." Todd and Emily glared at each other. "Ah, lovely, all is back to being as it should." As they continued walking, Noah couldn't help but notice that the rest of the group had fallen silent, all seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Lee seemed to be watching Isabel, who was continuing to send glances over her shoulder at the remains of the root fiends receding behind them. Moxie just looked straight up sick, though she was fairly good at hiding it, and Braden seemed pensive, for lack of a better word. Noah repressed a sigh. Something was clearly up with everyone, but he had no idea what it was. "I'll have to pull Moxie aside soon. I also need to figure out what a domain is." Alan seemed to treat it like it was important. "Tonight should be good. The more I learn, the more I realize I have absolutely no idea just how deep all of this goes." They didn't need to camp out that night. As the evening started to fall, the wooden walls of a village appeared over the hills. Shingled roofs of both wood and stone houses poked over its walls, and several small pillars of smoke rose up from chimneys within it. The faint scent of cooking meat and spice hung in the air, just enough to make everyone salivate. Not a single word was said between any of them as they accelerated, making toward the town. There weren't any guards at the open gate, and the motley group strode inside without difficulty. Packed dirt paths ran down the road, trodden down by years of movement to form roads. The majority of the town was clustered at its center, while the living areas were scattered along the town's edges. Noah could hear the sound of avid conversation coming from deeper into town. As they headed deeper, it became clear that almost everyone had congregated around two large, two-story buildings near the town center. Neither of them had any identifying signs, but it was clear by the tables past their windows and the smell of food coming within them that they were inns. The stars are nice, Braden said, striding up to the door and ducking down as he pushed it open, letting golden light from inside wash out onto the evening shadows, but I'd much prefer a real bed. Isabel and Todd both glanced at each other uneasily. Before Noah could speak up, a frown flickered across Braden's features. I'll pay since I'm the one suggesting it, Braden said. It'll go on the Linwick's tab anyway. With that, he strode inside and thumped into the tavern. Noah and the others followed Braden in. Every single eye in the tavern turned toward them as Braden's imposing form lumbered over to the counter and slapped a gold coin down on the counter. It looked puny in his fingers. Rooms for all of us, Braden rumbled. Meals as well. The barkeep, a diminutive woman with graying brown hair and a pudgy face, swallowed and took the coin carefully. She reached to give him change, but Braden shook his head. Put the extra money in the food. I don't need your coin. Braden turned toward the tables, then paused. Braden reached up and traced a purple line through the air with a finger. Everyone in the tavern stiffened, but Braden just reached inside it and pulled out 10 more gold. He stacked it on the counter. It's not this expensive to stay for the night, the barkeep stammered. You don't have to. Braden turned and lumbered away, his eyes on an empty table with 4 chairs around it near the corner of the room. People shuffled their chairs out of his way as he passed, craning their necks to watch him pass. He stopped at the side of the table and studied one of the chairs. It looked like a doll toy in comparison to him. Braden grabbed a nearby table and pulled it over, then sat down on top of it. The wood creaked dangerously underneath his weight. That's what the extra gold was for, I think, Noah said. The barkeep swallowed and nodded, carefully taking the gold and shuffling off into the back. Noah and the others walked over to the table, and Braden gestured for them to sit down. Nobody budged. Braden bared his teeth. Sit down. Isabel and Todd were the first to move, taking 2 of the chairs on one side of the table. Braden pointed at Edward, then tapped the table. Swallowing, the Linwick boy took his seat. Alan sat down across from him. I'm not sitting on the table, Noah said. I'm pretty sure it would break if we put any more weight on it. Braden snorted. It'll break anyway. Sit somewhere else then. I'll babysit the children. I'm sure you'd like a break at this point. Alan didn't look too pleased to be included in the group of children, but he just shook his head and didn't say anything. Noah shrugged. He wasn't exactly frothing at the mouth to spend time with Alan yet. Noah walked over to a table a short distance away and flopped into one of the chairs. Lee and Moxie sat down beside him. He couldn't help but notice that the tavern was still silent, as it had been ever since Braden entered. Braden seemed to notice it too. He turned, making the table creak again beneath his weight, and glared at the room. Get back to it already. Instantly, everyone burst back into chatter, not willing to anger the huge man. Noah suppressed a laugh. That was some seriously impressive work back there, Moxie said, keeping her voice just loud enough to be heard over the conversation around them. Maybe you getting the best of me back in the garden wasn't just a fluke. Well done, I nearly got squished. If Lee hadn't grabbed me, I don't think my shield would have blocked the root fiend's foot. Lee shrugged. It wasn't much. It was enough, Moxie said, her lips thinning. But I shouldn't have been that close in the first place. I didn't perform the way I should have. It's fine, Noah said. We won in the end. But we could have lost, Moxie said. We only get one chance at these things. I can't afford to be making mistakes like that. Noah opened his mouth, then closed it. I guess you're right about that. It makes me think about what Emily was talking about, though. What exactly is the role of a professor in relation to a soldier? I thought professors were meant to fight and hunt monsters too. Moxie let out a small breath of air. Professors are researchers. We're paid by Arbitage to mentor students and research rune combinations, as well as what monsters have what runes, among other things. Sure, we're meant to be able to fight, but we're not meant to be able to fight, if you know what I'm getting at. Noah scrunched his nose. I guess. Just what are we supposed to be teaching if not just fighting? Moxie shook her head. The proper ways to interact with other nobles. You know what you saw me teaching Emily. Strategy. Ways to run businesses. Basic knowledge. Survival skills. Fighting as well, obviously. It's a big part of the curriculum, but it's not the whole part. We aren't soldiers. So I'm learning, Noah said. About those things you listed off, all the ones that weren't fighting, actually. They can sit in on my class, Moxie said, rolling her eyes. I was wondering when you were going to ask. Maybe you should as well. One certainly wasn't enough. That's honestly a really good idea. Brilliant, Noah said. He glanced at Lee. Maybe both of us need this. Why'd you look at me like that? Lee asked. Are you implying that I don't know how to interact with people? Just a bit. A waitress interrupted their conversation, walking up to their table to place a basket full of bread and butter down before them. Before she could even leave, Lee grabbed a huge handful of the bread and squished it into a ball before popping it into her mouth. The waitress swallowed. She picked the basket back up and headed back into the kitchen. Okay, I might see your point, Lee said through a mouthful of bread. She swallowed, then wiped her mouth with a napkin before shaking it in front of her face. I know how to use this thing, though. Good job, Noah said dryly. The waitress re-emerged, this time with 2 baskets. She set them both back down on their table before hurriedly retreating to avoid having to get any more. Noah grabbed a roll for himself. Say, Moxie. Yes, Noah lowered his voice and leaned close to her ear. I've got another question. The hell is a domain? Moxie snagged a roll of bread herself and cut it open, slathering some butter on its inside with a knife. She lowered her voice to match Noah's volume. Do you know how to do literally anything other than fight? Do you want an honest answer to that? Moxie sighed. Domains are the reason that there's such a big power discrepancy between rank 3 and 4. The gap. Noah nodded knowingly. Ah yes, the gap, of course. Domains are the manifestation of your runic magic around you. They let you keep other people's magic from getting inside your body unless they can overpower it, and also let you summon magic without having some form of physical contact with the space you're trying to bring it into as long as it's within your domain. Damn, that's significant, especially if the range of this domain is large. That could be a huge boost in power. And that's not even the only benefit you get from reaching the mid-ranks, Moxie continued. The lengthened longevity is a real nice benefit as well. The what? You get to live longer when you reach rank 4. The one thing that I'm still actually worried might take me for good is old age. Either that or I end up in a revival loop of dying and waking up constantly because I'm so old that all my organs shut down on me. I can avoid that by getting to the next rank. 250 years, Lee put in. That's how much more you get at rank 4, for us at least. For us as well, Moxie said with a nod. And then more with every rank after that. The headmaster is rank 6, and I've heard he's over 700 years old. Holy shit. Goodbye, death. I'm going to live forever. Take your lines and shove them up your ass. Noah popped the bread roll into his mouth and chewed thoughtfully. Moxie specified that rank 4 was the entrance to the mid-ranks, which implied that ranks 1 through 3 were low, and there was probably a set of them that were classified as high above that. 7 through 9, Lee said, reading Noah's lips before he could even bring the question out. He cleared his throat. The high ranks. I know, right, Moxie drawled. Good for you. I'm not sure if I'll ever even reach rank 4, Lee said with a small frown. My runes aren't really that well combined. Surviving the ascent through rank 4, it's not common for my kind. We don't usually have the liberty to make sure our combinations work well due to the competition. Usually the force of the ascent ends up ripping us to shreds. I guess that's what makes the ones that survive so strong. Is that why you're still rank 3? Noah asked, slowly pulling more puzzle pieces together. There's some form of bottleneck that separates these rank groupings. Presumably, passing the bottleneck is also what lets people's souls expand enough to get the domain. Moxie grimaced. You don't have to put it that bluntly. I'm having difficulty determining what my strategy is going to be for my rank up, and I can't really afford any combinations. Guesswork is a terrible idea when your entire future is at stake, so I'm just sitting on it for now. I could fix that for you, all of it, but that would involve revealing Sunder's power. I can help both of them, but this isn't the time to reveal Sunder, especially not before we get to the Linwick estate with all this other shit happening. I will do it, though. I need my allies powerful. They've both been stuck for a little while, though. There's no need to jump the gun. Your family doesn't provide you a rune combination, Noah asked, frowning. I thought that was kind of the point of noble families. Moxie's features hardened. No, they don't. That was clearly the end of that particular conversation. Noah glanced at the other table, but they'd all gotten their food and were furiously eating to avoid drawing Braden's ire. No more than a few seconds later, the waitress arrived at their table and deposited 3 bowls of stew before them. She darted away the moment the food was out of her hands. Lots to think about, but no point rushing it. For now, I've already got enough to focus on improving. I want to figure out what other rank 2 runes I can get my hands on and push my pyroclastic resonance rune farther. I know it can do more than what I've seen, especially with the resonance aspect, but for now, food. The rest of dinner passed by quickly. Braden had clearly paid far more than the inn had expected, because the waitress came around with an individual key for all of them. It didn't take long before everyone had gone up a thin set of stairs at the back of the tavern to retire to their rooms for the night. Noah was pleased to find that, while plain, the bed in his room was more than comfortable, and it was certainly an improvement over the ground. Before going to bed, he spent an hour on body imbuement. He was leaning heavily toward testing out combustion, but the master rune just didn't seem to work the same way others did. Even though he could tell it had an energy capacity, when Noah tried to imbue it, the rune stubbornly resisted. He didn't want to risk pulling too much of its power and end up mistakenly permanently imbuing himself when he still didn't know if they would stick around through death. So Noah ended up spending more of his time fiddling with the master rune than actually imbuing it. Eventually, when it started to get really late, he headed to bed. The night passed in a flash, and before he knew it, the sun was crawling through the lone window in the room. By the time Noah rolled out of bed and headed down the stairwell back into the tavern below, several others were already there. Braden stood beside a table, next to Lee and Moxie, who were sat at it. He'd opted not to even bother using a table as a chair. Morning, Noah said, walking up to join them. Are we setting off? Soon, Braden replied, I want to restock. I typically travel alone, so I'm running out of supplies at a rate faster than what I'd prefer. The innkeeper is already out getting what I asked for, so I'm just going to hang around a little. Good opportunity to explore the town, Moxie offered. It's been a while since I've been outside of Arbitage in any capacity other than work. There might be something interesting. In this little rundown hole, Braden cocked an eyebrow, then shrugged. Help yourself, Torin. I've never actually gotten a chance to do anything outside of Arbitage other than kill monsters. I'd love to see what a normal town is like. I'll check it out as well, Noah said. Lee, you coming? Nah, sounds like a lot of effort, Lee replied, covering a yawn and draping her arms over the back of her chair. I'll stay here and sleep. Braden just nodded. He still looked a little more absent-minded than Noah recalled him being when they'd first met, as if he were lost within his own head. Keep an eye on everyone else. Don't wander off for too long. We leave in an hour, Braden warned. Moxie and Noah both nodded. Moxie rose from the table and pushed her chair in before heading out of the tavern, Noah on her heels. The town looked a lot more welcoming in the daylight, though it was much more tightly packed than he'd grown used to after spending months in Arbitage. Where are we headed? Noah asked. Is there a market square or something? There should be a street of merchants somewhere, Moxie replied. This town is pretty small, so I'm not sure how big the market will be, but you never know where you'll find a hidden gem. They strolled through the city streets, moving at a brisk but comfortable pace. Several passers-by made a double take when they spotted Moxie's uniform, but nobody bothered them. If anything, people made extra effort to avoid getting in their path. Unless Moxie herself has been here before and has a reputation, then Arbitage has quite the reputation. Or is it just the rank on her uniform that has the reputation? Noah drank in the sights of the town as they walked. The majority of the traffic around them, as little as it was on foot, though there were a few people walking around with hand-drawn carts. The town itself strongly resembled what he would have imagined a medieval one would have looked like, though it didn't smell nearly as bad as he would have suspected such a place would have had he been asked back on Earth. It didn't take him and Moxie long to locate the market area. It was only a street behind where their tavern had been, and already had inviting smells rising from within it. Several multicolored cloths crisscrossed through the air above it, providing shade to the variety of wooden carts that had been arranged along the street. Not all the carts had anyone sitting at them, but all of them had their wares laid out. Trusting people. Probably a pretty tightly knit community then, if they're trusting the other merchants to watch over their stuff. Noah let his gaze roam over the carts. It reminded him of a farmer's market more than anything else. There were dozens of fruits that he didn't recognize along with quite a few that he did. The carts bore everything from basic weaponry and utensils to small paintings on pieces of wood. He half expected the merchants to start calling out to them as they passed, but nobody addressed him or Moxie. Are they uncomfortable? Noah opened his mouth to voice his thoughts when something caught his eye. He grabbed Moxie by the sleeve, staring at a table piled high with papers, each one bearing a rune. Holy shit, Moxie, Noah breathed. Look at that. He's got hundreds of runes just sitting around. The merchant, a bearded man with a barrel chest, noticed the interest in Noah's eyes and grinned. He grabbed a sheaf of papers and waved them around encouragingly. 10 gold per rune, the man said. A good deal, one you won't find anywhere else. Noah walked over to the stand, his brow furrowed. Moxie had said that the runes cost hundreds of gold, but the merchant was selling them for what was essentially a pittance granted, not one he currently had the funds for. He picked up one of the papers, then shuffled through a pile. He pulled out a rank 1 greater fire rune and pursed his lips. It wasn't a secret that there was a lot of variation in runes, even of ones that had the same type, but it looked pretty different to the fire rune he did Todd replace in his book. Moxie grabbed Noah by the arm and pulled him away from the stand like a lost child. The merchant rolled his eyes and muttered something under his breath. What? Noah asked. Did you see those runes? Never buy runes from a random market vendor, Moxie said, shaking her head. I was about to ask about that. Just how much variation can there be in a rune? Noah asked. The one I saw on that paper looked pretty different from the fire rune I have, like really significantly different, almost like a completely different rune. Because it's a bad forgery, Moxie said. How do you think the noble houses have kept the prices on runes so high? Even if there's a chance of them burning up when you learn them, it wouldn't be that difficult to mass-produce a rune as long as you've got enough monsters to kill and time to waste. Runes don't regulate themselves. Noah opened his mouth, then let it close. His lips pressed thin as he realized what Moxie was implying. They flooded the market with fake runes, not just them, to be fair. A lot of people will skimp on the energy they need to imbue from their rune, leaving you with a pretty picture that doesn't have enough energy to actually let you learn it. The noble houses haven't helped, though. They consistently pump fake versions of runes into the market to make sure that the only people you can safely buy from are their own vendors. That's pretty damn dark, Noah said, glancing over his shoulder at the merchant. So he was knowingly trying to scam us. Moxie shrugged. Maybe. Most of the people selling runes aren't the ones using them, especially if they're in small towns like this. He probably just picked up his stock from someone else who got it from someone else. There's always the chance you get a good rune in the pile from someone who legitimately imbued it, but it's just gambling, not worth the money. Why the noble houses are so dead set on keeping runes restricted, I obviously understand the whole power thing, but this almost seems like a step beyond that. Moxie let out a heavy sigh. She paused by a cart selling fruit pies, nearly causing Noah to bowl into her. Moxie dug a few silver coins out of her pocket and bought 2 pies from the vendor, then headed over to a bench in a gap between the carts. She sat down and Noah took the spot beside her. Lots of reasons, Moxie finally said before taking a bite out of the pie. She chewed for a moment before speaking again. Power is the biggest one, but fear plays a big part into it as well. The Arbalist Empire is isolated, and we like it that way. Elaborate? Noah asked. Moxie took another bite out of her pie. The headmaster is a rank 6. He's the most powerful mage I know of. The leaders of most noble houses are around rank 5 or 6, and I don't know anyone that's a higher rank. Not locally, at least. Empire means there's an emperor or empress, doesn't it? What about them? There's no emperor, Moxie said, reading Noah's features like a book. Not anymore. I'm not going to give you an entire history lesson, you lazy bum. Go read a book about this. Noah grimaced. What about an abridged version? The Arbalist Empire was the site of an enormous war a while ago, before I was born. A bunch of mages got killed in the fight. That's kind of how wars work, but the casualties were too high for either side, and they still had other enemies. They agreed to stay out of the area, giving the weaker mages a chance to grow in strength without getting crushed just by being a bit too close to a rank 7's runes or something. I see, Noah said slowly. But what does that have to do with not wanting people to learn runes? Are they worried that somebody will reach rank 7 and start blowing stuff up? Moxie snorted. No, they're worried that someone else will reach rank 7. Every family is desperately trying to figure out how to hit the highest ranks possible, but combinations get incredibly complicated once you get that high up. But if enough people get a chance to fiddle around, eventually someone will get it right. They don't want that risk. Why not just combine a bunch of the same kind of rune if they're that set on getting someone to rank 7? Have you ever seen what happens to someone that only has a single type of rune? Nope, it's not pretty, Moxie said, especially not at the higher ranks. Runic power needs balance. Too much of one type without anything to hold it back and your body won't survive the experience. Like how my other runes pushed back on Sunder and let me use its power. So if they'd all been mini Sunder runes, I wouldn't have been able to resist it at all. That's concerning, but it does explain a lot. Moxie stuffed the rest of the pie into her mouth, then took a bite out of the next one. She wiped her mouth and let out a short laugh. I say all that, but I know there have been rank 7s in recent years. It's just that nobody wants to admit it, and the rank 7s usually get out of here as soon as they can. When you're that powerful, why bother being beholden to a bunch of idiots? Just do what you want and leave. I'd imagine that there's also the fear of what would happen if a bunch of powerful people started popping up in here, right? Noah guessed. I mean, if the strong folk are still out there and they see new strong ones in the Empire, what's to stop them from coming back in? That as well, Moxie agreed. She polished off the rest of her pie and brushed her hands off. Well, decent little market, but nothing really caught my eye. Unless you want to waste some coin gambling on runes, I'm done here. You said you did your body imbuements a different way than how Lee did them, right? Noah asked as he and Moxie made their way back toward the tavern. All at once, Moxie said with a nod. Never thought about trying to do it in layers before, which is a bit stupid of me, I suppose. It makes sense. Gradual change is always better than a sudden one. I missed the classes where Lee started teaching body imbuement, but did Todd follow your method? Noah asked. He was using it a while ago, but somehow by accident. Is there some way to test out a body imbuement or otherwise make sure you don't get a bad one? Moxie thought for a moment. That's a good question, actually. I never really thought about it because I was more focused on the others since Todd wasn't having any difficulties. I can't think of any way to really do a body imbuement quickly or temporarily. You can always remove them, but your body isn't catch paper. It's not going to be a fun experience, so you can definitely remove the imbuements if they don't work, Noah asked. Moxie nodded. Most people remove them when they reach the next rank. No point keeping a weaker imbuement. It hurts, but as long as you aren't doing it constantly, you'll be fine. Good to know. No reason to keep holding off on my own imbuements much longer then. Just need to figure out exactly what I'm going to go for. Interesting. Maybe Todd stumbled into something different then. Either that or he's just a natural at imbuing himself and got really lucky with an imbuement that doesn't suck. They reached the tavern a minute later, stepping through the doors to the sight of the rest of their group gathered around one of the tables. Braden was in the process of pushing several large bundles of cloth into a glowing rift in the air before him. He shoved the final one through, and the purple wren sealed up. Braden brushed his hands off, turning as he spotted Noah and Moxie out of the corner of his eye. Good timing, Braden said. I'm all packed up. Shall we? I'm eager to get back on the road. Throughout that day, Noah's thoughts remained on his body imbuements and runes. He barely even noticed the hills going by as they walked. If something happened, he was sure somebody would get his attention. The biggest point of body imbuements would be to help make up for my shortcomings. Ideally, I'd like something to make me a bit harder to kill. The problem is, I don't see how pyroclastic resonance is going to do much in the way of protecting. Noah idly called on the rune as they walked, feeling the magic as it coursed through his fingertips. He wished he could take out his journal and write down his thoughts, but that would have been pretty difficult to do while they were walking. Instead, he just let his thoughts drift. The rune had demonstrated that it could do everything with ash that a normal ash rune could, and it also had control over a degree of flame. Noah hummed to himself, pulling a tiny tendril of ash out from his bag and swirling it across his knuckles. A flicker of a frown crossed over Noah's face. I want a way to use this in my body imbuement. What benefits could it give me, preferably ones that help me stay alive? Noah tapped his fingers together, generating a silent but steady rhythm. He focused on it, calling on the pyroclastic resonance rune and channeling it into his fingertips. Nothing changed, but he could feel his fingers warm slightly. Intent. Need to figure out exactly what I'm going for. It might be a bit of a stretch, but could I somehow generate ash from the vibrations, rather than just controlling them? Having a way to actively make it rather than carrying around a tool to do it could be beneficial. That does kind of go against the whole premise of not being able to generate something from nothing, though. Maybe an energy transfer of some sort would work. He continued to tap his fingers together, not fully paying attention to his own hands as much as his thoughts. A spike of pain suddenly shot through Noah's fingers and he yelped, shaking his hand off and sending an accusatory glare at it. Noah paused. A tiny tendril of smoke was rising up from his reddened fingertip. He'd managed to heat his nail and burn the flesh beneath it. Oh shit. The energy from the vibration was enough to generate enough heat to burn me. That's similar to what combustion does, but it's the vibration itself that carried the energy. That could have some uses, especially if I combine it with combustion. I just need to figure out how to imbue it. Maybe it's time for some drastic measures. The beginnings of a plan started to etch themselves into Noah's mind. Perhaps he was approaching the body imbuements from the wrong angle at least, the wrong angle for when pyroclastic resonance was involved. It wasn't a defensive rune at all, and even if he could find some way to use it protectively, it probably wouldn't be that well suited to it. Nobody said it had to be defensive, though. There was one problem that Noah would never get away from, and perhaps this was the solution. Instead of protecting me from other things, I can make pyroclastic resonance protect me from itself, or rather, ash and smoke. That way I won't have to worry about injuring myself when I'm using it. I also just filled my greater wind rune. I can redo my pyroclastic resonance combination, assuming nothing goes wrong in the process. I think I'll do the imbuement first, as I need to test if body imbuements can be removed anyway. Also, I really want to see if my thoughts are right. I'll fix the rune up and do it again if I'm correct. Noah's lips tugged up in a grin. He brought the rune to the front of his mind, channeling its energy, and started to imbue it one thin layer at a time upon his lungs. The process wasn't comfortable. It felt like he was inhaling hot steam. It took him several tries to figure out exactly how much power he needed to use, but now that he actually had a plan of what to do, he started to make progress. The pain was annoying, but his desire to see the results muted it enough for him to keep it from showing on his face. Night couldn't come soon enough. When they set up camp and headed to bed, Noah didn't waste a second. He hadn't completely finished imbuing the rune, as he wanted to put more energy into it, but the beginnings were there. The moment Moxie and Braden switched watches, Noah slipped out of the camp. He left all his belongings behind in the stone tent Isabel set up, then waited several hills away. From previous nights, he knew it would be a few hours before Lee showed up, so he took that time to continue working on the imbuement. He used more energy than he probably should have, and his lungs felt raw and overcooked after a few hours. Lee had implied it was best to do the process over a few days, not just one. Patience has never been my strong suit. This is tolerable, so there's no reason to go any slower. This is just the first half of my plan. Noah kept at his imbuement, continuously reinforcing his lungs with the pyroclastic resonance rune over the course of the night. He was so focused on his task that he barely noticed Lee's arrival until she tapped him on the back of his head. "What are you doing?" Noah jerked his head up. He coughed, letting a tiny stream of smoke out of his mouth, then cleared his throat. Body imbuement. I couldn't figure out what effect I wanted to imbue, got a bit distracted. After sitting around for a while, I suddenly had an idea. Lee arched an eyebrow. "I'm surprised it took you this long. I was expecting you to have fully imbued something the day I told you about it. For a moment, I thought you'd actually gotten a bit better at waiting for things." "Perish the thought," Noah said. "I used up all my caution waiting this long. I've got a great idea and I didn't want to wait around before testing it." Moxie confirmed that imbuements can be removed pretty easily, so I doubt they'll stick around after death. "I suppose they wouldn't. What's your idea then?" "Not yet. I'll jinx it if I say it out loud," Noah said. "You know a bit about master runes, right? I'm trying to imbue combustion, but it won't work. Do you have any idea why?" Lee chewed her lower lip in thought. "Maybe it's because their power is unique. There can only be one of any master rune at a time, so if you're trying to imbue it on something, you'd technically be splitting it." Noah blinked. "That's an interesting thought. Maybe I have to imbue the entire thing at once. I've been trying to do just a bit of it. That seems dangerous. Would you even still be able to control it if you imbue the whole thing? That's a good point. I need to find a way to know. A cut off midway through his sentence. He tilted his head to the side. Huh, what? Lee asked. Why do you think the Hellreaver always had a fire around it? Noah asked. That's the rune's active ability, so it should have been something it would have to intentionally do, but it was doing it while it was asleep. How, and more importantly, why? I am not sure, Lee admitted. That's a good point. What are you thinking? You think imbuing the rune completely will let you somehow use its powers? I know the spot you imbue it is what matters. Noah chewed his lower lip. What if you imbue your soul? The runes are already there, and it's a real thing that we can tangibly see. Why wouldn't we be able to imbue that? Lee's mouth worked. I have no idea. I never thought of that. You think that's what the Hellreaver did? Only one way to find out, Noah replied. Keep watch over my body, please. Then he closed his eyes and slipped into his mental space. Darkness bloomed all around him, and his runes shimmered to life. His soul was largely undamaged, as it had been a good bit of time since he'd taken a lot of serious death. If there was ever a time to fiddle around with his soul, now felt like it. Still, Noah paused. His body was arguably the safest thing to mess with. When he died, his soul was what stuck around. If his suspicion was wrong, there was a chance of damaging himself permanently. I can't think what else the Hellreaver possibly could have imbued, though. It had the rune constantly going off. The only way that would happen is if it was an imbuement, and it would have lost control of the rune if it had imbued it on its body. This is the only possibility. I'm confident that I'm correct. The logic adds up. I just need to have the exact right intent when I imbue this, or I'm going to end up with my own ring of fire following me around. If I limit the amount of combustion's power I'm drawing and leave the rest in my soul, then I should be able to regulate it. Noah steeled his thoughts. As if sensing his intentions, the runes shifted around him. Combustion lowered, floating down toward his outstretched hand. Noah looked around, then settled at a spot near his feet. It was as good as any other. All of it was his soul, after all. He extended a mental tendril, calling on combustion's power, and started to gather it. Master runes were all or nothing. There wouldn't be any layering involved. More importantly, Noah didn't even have to run all of the rune's power through his body. He was pretty sure that would end up burning him alive. All I have to do is move it. It's already in my soul, after all. If I can just permanently combine the two, I shouldn't even need to handle all the strength at once. Then, as long as my intent is to keep the power I draw from it limited, I should be able to handle it. Noah took a deep breath. Then he pulled at combustion's power, directing it into his soul. The master rune resisted at first, but Noah wasn't trying to draw it into his real body. He was just moving it. Go into my lungs and leave through my breath unless otherwise directed. Let me use my breath to control your powers. Keep the amount of energy that passively flows out so low that it doesn't actually have enough to combust. I don't need to set myself on fire randomly. Only have enough flowing to establish access to the reservoir and leave the rest in the soul. The rune stretched out like a piece of taffy, reaching out toward the spot in his mind space that he was directing it toward. Redoubling his focus on his goal, Noah pulled harder. A loud twang echoed through his mind. The rune sprung, shooting from its spot in the sky and into the ground, condensing into a smaller version of itself that was roughly the size of Noah's body. Instantly, a wave of heat rolled over him. Noah tensed, then opened his eyes. He let out a slow breath, grimacing as a very, very uncomfortably hot breath washed out of his mouth. It was just a few steps below scalding, but it was bearable. He'd done it. Vermal, Lee asked, taking a cautious step back. You look red. Noah looked down at his hands. His entire body felt warm. In the back of his mind, he could feel a steady flow of energy traveling throughout his body and through his veins. It was most concentrated in his lungs, just like he'd been aiming for. Less to his taste was the color of his skin, which had turned several shades pinker from the newfound heat running through him. He looked like a cooking shrimp. Pressing his lips together, Noah pushed back on the power, trying to stem the flow a little more. It took conscious effort, but the stream stemmed and Noah felt himself cool. He let out a slow breath. It wasn't quite as hot as the first one had been. It worked, Noah said, a huge grin breaking out across his face. I knew it. You can imbue your soul. And upon the occasion I ever really need the rune gone, I can probably just cut it out of my soul with Sunder. It might not be fun, but I've recovered from soul damage before. I also don't think the body imbuement is perfect. It feels a bit separate from my lungs, and even though I feel the runic magic in them, they feel not great, I guess. Probably because of how quickly I did the imbuement. I'll have to fix that soon. Not something anyone would do with a rune that they can grow out of, Lee mused. But a master rune well, there's not much information on them. You might have stumbled onto something. Might have, Noah asked, gaping at Lee. Look at this. He raised his fingers to his lips, pressing them together and resonating them. It didn't take much to make them burn, forming a tiny wisp of smoke. Noah shook his hand off and inhaled quickly, swallowing the smoke. Then he allowed the flow of energy in his breath to increase and blew as hard as he could. There was a whoosh as the smoke ignited. A tongue of fire burst from his mouth, searing into the ground. So you can breathe fire now, but you have to set yourself on fire in the first place to do it, Lee said. She didn't sound too impressed. It's not just that. I've got combustion and pyroclastic resonance working perfectly together. Lee stared at him. Then she waggled a hand back and forth in the air, giving him another shrug. You don't understand, but I'll just show you, Noah said, grinning. He opened his mouth, then paused. Actually, I don't know how loud this will be. Do you think you could get my flying sword? Lee grimaced. I don't want to wait that long, I'm impatient. Just hold on to WH. Lee grabbed Noah, slinging him over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Then they were gone, the ground blurring beneath her feet. Noah clutched onto Lee's back, desperate to keep from falling and turning into a skid mark on the ground, and that's only a slight exaggeration. Lee didn't seem to tire, running at the exact same speed for nearly 10 minutes. By the time she finally slid to a stop, Noah's stomach was in his throat. He flopped down to the grass and let out an explosive breath. You're insane. I'm impatient and it's getting worse by the second, Lee said. She gestured impatiently. Come on, we're far from the camp. Show, I want to see. Noah clambered back to his feet, shaking his head and getting his wits back about him. Fine, watch. He drew in a deep breath, and he felt the combustion rune shift in accordance to his will. Instead of igniting, the flow of the air around them froze. Lee's eyes widened as she tried to breath in and found that the air no longer worked in her lungs. Noah released his breath, letting the air back to normal. I figured out how the Hellreaver did everything, Noah said. The flow of its breath is what matters. That's what made it able to control things so easily and without pause. I think it was using fire runes in addition to combustion, which is why it always had fire around. It must have been pulling in embers from the ring of fire it always had and using those as fuel to breath fire. But I don't need a permanent flame ring. My pyroclastic resonance rune can vibrate things until they burn, and then I can combust that smoke. Interesting, Lee said slowly. But how do you avoid burning yourself? You aren't fireproof. Even if you reinforced your lungs for the initial formation, what about everything else? Noah's grin grew wider. That's the secret. The passive effect of the combustion rune is the most important part. I'm rendering the air next to my skin inert so it can't burn. It's still hot, but by using pyroclastic resonance, I can condense the flame into a thin stream, keeping the heat trapped within it until it leaves my body. The rune I imbued in my lungs makes it so that I can use the vibration from my breath to control the ash when it's in my lungs without having to focus specifically on it, and it also keeps my lungs from getting toasted by the hot ash or fire. Show me again, Lee demanded. I'll do one better. A vibration tore through the grass at his feet, causing it to start smoking from the intensity of the tremors. Noah drew in a deep breath, sucking the streamers of smoke into his mouth, then exhaled. A cloud of superheated ash ignited in his lungs, washing out from between his lips. It blanketed the air before him, swirling out into patterns before forming into the shape of a snake and swirling around Noah. It doesn't just burn out, so I can keep it around, Noah said. And I can make so much more smoke and ash through this than having to rely on just my pipe. But more importantly, I've got an emergency move. If I'm ever at risk of dying well, my body burns just as well as grass does. I doubt anybody will expect that. Noah was tempted to test just how effective that would be, but he crushed the urge. He had more than enough to try out now, and killing himself just to see how much damage it would do would mean his students would be at risk the next day when they trained. I'll get my chance, but it isn't now. I'm not the only one I need to take care of. Okay, that's pretty damn cool, Lee admitted, staring at the cloud of smoldering smoke around Noah. You're like the Hellreaver, but slightly less fat. Slightly? Noah demanded. Lee snickered. You going to test it out more? I wouldn't mind you cooking my meals for me. Oh, absolutely. I'm just getting started at scratching the surface here. If I can condense this energy and use it inside my body rather than just in my breath, I might be about to get a whole lot stronger. What are you waiting for then? Lee asked. I want to see. Not yet, Noah replied. That's going to need some fine testing, or I'll end up blowing a limb off. I can't afford to die right now, so it'll have to wait until I've got a moment where the death won't matter. Lee scrunched her nose in annoyance. But why would dying matter? Shit. I never actually told Lee I can't use magic for a while after I die. Recovering from dying isn't that easy, Noah finally said. I need my full attention when I'm training Isabel and Todd. I don't want to risk them getting hurt because I'm distracted. Oh, Lee said. That's a good point. Fine. Can we go cook some monsters then? Yeah, Noah replied with a grin. I hope you're hungry. Noah stared the snuffler down, not budging a limb as he inhaled, drawing the smoke rising up from the grass around him into his lungs. It had only been a few minutes since he'd bound the combustion rune to his soul, but he already had a new idea. He wanted to test one that would be even safer than what he was already doing. He exhaled, blowing a thin stream of ash into the air toward the snuffler. The amount of smoke he could gather with his new method was far more than what the pipe could produce in a short amount of time, and he planned to take advantage of it. On top of that, his strategy against the root fiend had been devastatingly effective. There was no reason not to give it another shot. The smoke pooled around the snuffler, darting into its mouth. The monster choked and coughed in surprise, lashing out blindly as it tried to figure out where Noah was. Noah exhaled until his lungs were empty, then let combustion free as the last wisp left his lips. He snapped his fingers, and all the smoke condensed into thin tendrils that struggled to break back apart. A flash sparked, racing down the thin stream and up to the snuffler. There was a flash, followed by a roar of flame as the monster exploded in hundreds of little detonations. Chunks of its furry flesh splattered across the ground, catching flame as the rune continued to drain power. Noah had to make a conscious effort to restrain it before the flame could spread any further. He could feel the energy in his pyroclastic resonance rune drain at an alarming rate. Even though he'd only used on the body imbuement, it had taken nearly half the power in the entire rune just to do that. Lee and Noah stared at the smoldering corpse. I almost feel bad for it, Lee said. That was brutal. And cool. You gonna put that fire out so I can eat? Noah inhaled and the fire sputtered out, vanishing. Lee grinned and grabbed the monster, shoving it into her mouth with a slew of incredibly unsettling crunching sounds. Noah glanced away until she was finished. That's pretty effective, Lee said. More like an explosion than just fire. I condensed the smoke and shoved it into small spaces. I also tried using a lot more energy from combustion than I normally do, Noah said, swallowing heavily. Apparently, it can do more than just ignite a fire. It can make the actual combustion a lot more aggressive. That's a lot of words for saying you've got an explosion rune. Noah couldn't argue with that. Combustion was devastatingly effective, especially when combined with ash or presumably anything that could expand rapidly. The ability came at a hefty cost, as keeping it safely contained and making sure he didn't blow himself up drew a huge amount of energy from his runes, but it was clearly worth the effort. So again? Lee asked. Yeah, Noah said, flexing his fingers. Again. I've got a lot more to practice before the sun comes up. I just need to let the energy in my runes recover first. That night was not a good one for the snufflers. Noah's new method of applying combustion was far more effective than he'd dared to hope. He did genuinely start to feel pretty bad for the poor snufflers, as few of them even realized what was happening before they were turned into meat fountains. Several of the dark feathered bird monsters tried their luck as well, but Lee pointed them out far before they could strike, and each one met a fiery, explosive end. It was great practice, though. The energy from killing the monsters was steadily filling his runes, and he presumed the local bushes likely appreciated his efforts in clearing out their predators. At least, I think they're feeding on the bushes. As long as they are, I can fancy myself a protector of the bushes. If they're not, I'm just committing genocide against a bunch of innocent furry monsters that are just trying to hang out underground and protect their favorite bushes. When Noah voiced his thoughts to Lee, she stared at him in befuddlement. If they didn't want to die, they should have been stronger, Lee said with a shrug. Not exactly the attitude I want to foster with my students there, Lee. Noah decided to ask Braden about the snufflers the following day. Perhaps he'd know a little more about the monsters, and if Noah was doing too much damage to the local environment during his practice. He and Lee returned to the camp shortly afterward, and that involved another uncomfortable ride over Lee's shoulder. They slipped past Moxie's watch with the power of Lee's runes when they got back. The rest of the night passed easily, and the following morning's training went just as smoothly. All the students continued to improve, wasting less energy with their movements and defeating the snufflers in increasingly fast times. A competition had sparked between Isabel, Todd, and Emily, and Noah encouraged it. But between the three of them, Isabel had grabbed the lead by its reins and held tightly onto it. No matter how hard Todd and Emily tried, it just felt like Isabel had fought a dozen times more enemies than they had. That seemed to cause Emily no end of frustration while simultaneously filling Todd with smug pride. Even though he wasn't the one winning, he took it as such. That sentiment was echoed in their imbuement practice with Lee that morning, as he'd pulled so far ahead of both Isabel and Emily that he might as well have been teaching the class. As they all returned to the camp to prepare to set off for the day, Todd drew up alongside Noah. You're doing great. Noah clapped Todd on the shoulder. Keep it up, Todd. You're blowing it out of the park with your work on body imbuements. I actually had a quick question about how you do your body imbuements. That's good timing, Todd said. I've got a question as well. You can go first then, Noah said, waving for Todd to continue. I'll go second. Todd glanced from side to side, then lowered his voice. Okay, why do you have so much heat coming off you? It feels like you should be on fire. Yes, that Noah said, clearing his throat. I was working on some body imbuement. You've got a fire rune, Todd asked, blinking. Not exactly, but my rank 2 rune has some heat aspects. Hot ash, you know, Todd said, rubbing his chin. Well, it certainly doesn't look very comfortable. I was really careful to limit the power of my body imbuements that used heat or fire runes to make sure I didn't overheat. You might want to tone yours down a little. He sounds so confident talking about this stuff, and it doesn't even come off as overconfident. It's more like he's just stating facts. Did Todd really only just learn about body imbuements? I'll keep that in mind, Noah said. You know a lot about body imbuements, Todd. Is Lee really that great of a teacher? Todd's gaze shifted, and it was his turn to look uncomfortable. The expression only lasted for a few moments, but it was enough time for Noah to catch it. Yeah. Just came to me, I guess. Makes sense, you know. Like when you do something and you know you're just great at it. But what was that question you wanted to ask me? I was going to ask about how you did your body imbuement on your eyes, Noah said, rubbing his chin. It had to be something temporary or fast to apply, right? Since you didn't actually know how to do body imbuments yet. Todd gave him a one-shouldered shrug and responded immediately, his eyes shifting away from Noah once more. Honestly, it was a bit of a mistake. I just envisioned the rune overlaid over my eyes. I've since properly imbued them to rectify all the issues that doing it like that could cause. It's not something that I'd try to replicate. It was probably really dangerous, and I got lucky that it worked right. That was a really fast response. Flat tone, too. Did he rehearse it? Now might not be the right time to push the matter. We're too close to camp. Gotcha. Figured it was worth asking. Noah chuckled. No need to worry about it, then. The rest of their walk to the camp was silent, and the group set off once again with Braden at the lead shortly afterward. Most of the day passed much as the others had. They traveled through long, sloping hills, continuing to follow the dirt path. The grass grew shorter and darkened to a ruddier, burnt orange color. There were fewer snuffler bushes the deeper they traveled, though they seemed to get progressively larger and less kept. As the evening grew closer, a sharp wind picked up, carrying with it a strong chill that did little to affect Noah. A blanket of clouds crawled in front of the sun, turning what remained of the daylight into muted shades. We'll be stopping earlier today, Braden announced. We're getting closer to the deadlands, and I'd prefer to get through it in one day. Sleeping there isn't ideal when I have all of you to protect. No training tomorrow morning. Why not? Lee asked. We aren't in this deadlands place yet, are we? Braden grunted. Getting through the deadlands will take basically all day, but we should be able to make it if we keep a good pace. That hour will mean the difference between getting out of it in the evening and getting out after nightfall. What kind of monsters can we expect in the deadlands? Emily asked, while Noah was still trying to figure out a way to ask that very same question without coming off as an idiot. Dead ones, Braden replied, a flicker of a smirk playing across his lips. Unfortunately, the type that won't stay dead. Most of them aren't too problematic, but there are a few that are a bit faster than I'd prefer. Nothing that's a threat to me, but it's a different story for you lot. Alan, you know I've got no issue with your capabilities, but we both know you haven't been in a real fight in years before that root fiend attack, Braden said, looking down the bridge of his large nose at Alan. The family sent you to Arbitage because of your exceptional research and dedication, not because of your spry limbs or powerful magic. You're a good rank 4, be happy with that. Nobody should try to be someone they aren't. Alan pressed his lips together and looked away, acquiescing the point and falling silent. Braden shook his head and stepped off the road. Noah couldn't help but notice that there wasn't a campground this time around. Isabel, mind doing that stone trick again? Braden asked, glancing over at her. Isabel blinked in surprise at Braden addressing her by name. She nodded, then set about doing just that. While she worked, Braden pulled his basket of travel supplies out of a purple rift and set out dinner for all of them. About an hour later, everyone had eaten and camp had been set up. Everyone retired to their stone tents while Braden took first watch, and roughly half of them were waiting for all the others to fall asleep so they could sneak out. Noah slipped through the cover of darkness, picking up speed as he put the camp behind him and strode into the night, moving in the direction that they'd come from. He wasn't sure how close they all were to the deadlands, but he didn't want to mistakenly stumble into it and end up in a fight. He wouldn't need as much distance as he had the previous night. If everything went according to plan, this would be fairly silent. He probably could have even done it all in his tent, but there was always the off chance he blew himself up in the process, which would have been mildly inconvenient. Noah pulled his grimoire out and flipped to the few empty pages at the back, sitting down in a small valley between two short hills. He leaned against the cold grass, chewing his lower lip in thought. My greater wind rune was filled from killing the root fiend, so I can try modifying the combination using Sunder. I think replacing one of the ash runes would be the best move here. The ash is just being moved around by the wind, after all. But if I swap the greater wind rune in, that means I'll lose the ability to move my flying sword around. I should probably imbue a copy of it first so I can replace it. Making a copy will mean I'll have to kill some monsters to fill it back up. Noah tapped his fingers on his chin and thought for a few moments. Finding a few more snufflers to kill wouldn't be that difficult, though it would mean he'd have to travel a bit farther from camp to make sure nobody spotted the fight. I wonder the pyroclastic resonance rune has filled a lot since I initially got it. When I sunder it, all that energy be wasted. But if I imbue a good portion of it and just leave a bit left, I can save most of that energy. If I then sunder the partially filled rune, I wonder what will happen. Would I get 7 partially filled rank 1 runes? Moxie did warn me that you need better catch paper for a rank 2 rune though. I wonder if Vermel's book was made out of the good stuff. If it isn't, I'm going to end up wasting a good bit of energy. Then again, I'm sure it won't fail instantly. I'll probably have a moment to react if things start going badly. Might as well find out. It's for science. Noah pressed his hand to his grimoire and called on pyroclastic resonance. The rune thrummed to life, filling him with energy as he pulled at the power within it, separating off a little more than 50% of it. It was the largest imbuement he'd ever attempted, and the rune resisted his efforts for several seconds. Finally, it gave in. The energy peeled away with a pop, flowing through his fingertips and onto the catch paper. A sizzle rose up from the book as the pyroclastic resonance rune burned into it. Almost immediately, the corners of the page started to wrinkle and burn. Noah cursed under his breath. The paper was most certainly not the high-quality stuff, but it wasn't burning too fast either. But if he moved quickly, he could probably pull the rune out of the catch paper before it burned away. Noah quickly flipped the page and imbued a sliver of the energy from his rank 1 greater wind rune. It took to the paper easily. Noah didn't waste any time reveling in his success. He closed his eyes and slipped into his mind space without delay. Even as the runes sprung to life around Noah, blooming from the encroaching darkness, he called on Sunder. Cold energy rushed through Noah's veins, turning them a dark gray. He gritted his teeth, and his other runes all lit as they helped him push back against the master rune's immense pressure. Noah extended a hand, not daring to channel Sunder for any longer than he needed to, and touched his finger to pyroclastic resonance. Energy rushed out of his body. Noah swallowed as a black line carved down the center of the rune, splitting it clean in two. At the same time, a flash of pain lit in Noah's lungs. He hissed as the pyroclastic resonance rune he'd imbued on them burned away, its connection to him severed completely. Noah ignored the pain. He couldn't risk delaying any longer. This is it. Please work. Magic poured out of the rank 2 rune, turning into twisting arcs of light. They swirled out, warping into familiar shapes. The energy seeping out of the runes slithered into them, and 7 rank 1 runes formed in the air before Noah, but they weren't complete. The runes flickered faintly, losing luster with every second. Strangely, the runic energy coming off the 7 runes still felt like it belonged to pyroclastic resonance rather than multiple individual ones. A frown crossed Noah's lips. They're not going to hold together. Guess that's what happens when you don't have enough energy. But when I saw the vision of Sunder being used, it looked like he chose 1 rune out of all the others. There's a chance they were all full already, but if all the runes are pulling magic from the same rank 2 source. Noah willed the energy to focus on one of his old greater wind runes, disregarding the others. Almost instantly, he felt the flow of magic in his mind space shift. The greater wind rune he was concentrating on brightened, the cracks covering it starting to fade. At the same time, all of the other runes quickly started to deteriorate. Yes, there was a loud snap. The other 6 runes shattered, their energy fading into the ether and leaving Noah with a half-full greater wind rune for his efforts. It floated next to the mostly filled greater wind rune he'd had before sundering pyroclastic resonance. Perfect. I can focus the energy from a rune I sunder into one of its components, keeping that one at the cost of the others. I think it's still better to sunder a full rune so I can keep all 7, but this is still very useful. Now I just need to fully fill one of my greater wind runes, then imbue the other one, and claim the pyroclastic resonance rune I put in my grimoire. Noah willed energy out of the half-full wind rune and into the other, much like a combination. To his delight, the magic flowed freely, and a few moments later, he had a completely full greater wind rune. He quickly opened his eyes, leaving his mind space and looking down at his grimoire. The page bearing the pyroclastic resonance rune was burning at an alarming rate. The smoldering edges had nearly reached the rune itself. Noah quickly flipped the page and slammed his hand into the book, shoving the partially filled greater wind rune into it in the fastest imbuement he'd ever done. Not even waiting to see how it went, Noah flipped the page back and pressed his hand to the pyroclastic resonance rune, drinking it in greedily and entering his mind space to properly form it. Energy flooded Noah's body as the rune poured in through his hand. He knew it well enough to easily form the image in his mind. Energy flooded through the complicated set of lines, burning so brightly that he had to avert his eyes for a moment. Then, with a brilliant flash, the rune snapped into being. A small amount of its energy had burned away in the process, likely due to the catch paper's failure, but there was still over 50% of it. A relieved grin stretched across Noah's face and he flopped to the ground in the darkness of his mind, letting out a slightly hysterical laugh. It worked. Ha. And on top of that, it looks like I didn't suffer any soul damage from sundering the rune, probably because I undid the combination rather than removing it. Now all I have to do is sunder this, swap one of the ash runes for the full wind rune, and recombine it. I've gotten this far, and I've still got a good bit of energy to hold Sunder's pressure back. Let's do this. Despite his words, Noah waited a few moments for his hands to stop trembling from the mixture of excitement and anxiety running through him. When he got complete control of himself again, he clambered to his feet and called on Sunder. He knew exactly what he needed to do, and he did it. Sunder flooded through Noah's veins. He reached out, carving pyroclastic resonance in twain for the second time that day. Energy flashed. 7 runes peeled out from within it, each one completely full. Noah flicked his fingers, pushing one of the ash runes out of the way and calling the wind over in its place. 3 vibration, 3 wind, 1 ash. His new combination waited eagerly for him to bring it together, and Noah wasn't one to keep others standing around. He brought his hands together, gathering the energy swirling in the runes and pressing it into one. A vision of what he wanted was so clear in his mind that it might as well have already been reality. Lines carved through the darkness, each one drawn exactly as Noah had envisioned it. After getting to use the rune and see how it interacted with combustion, he understood it far better than when he'd first formed it. And from the energy, pyroclastic resonance bloomed forth once more, but this time it was more. The pressure coming off the rune was uniform, and the light in it was dim. After all, it was only 10% full. He'd formed a perfect rune. Energy from the rune's combination poured out and into Noah's soul, expanding it even further. It wasn't nearly as much expansion as he'd gotten from when he'd first combined a rank 2 rune, but it was still noticeable. Probably from the increased pressure that comes from a perfect rank 2 rune as compared to an imperfect one. Noah let out a slow breath and let his eyes open, greeting the cold breeze of the outside world with a smile on his face, one that quickly faded as he realized just how cold it was. He wrapped his arms around himself and shivered. The body imbuement from his previous rune had burned away while he was upgrading the rune, which meant he was no longer generating heat. He headed back toward camp, gathering the energy from his newly improved pyroclastic resonance rune and starting to imbue it in his lungs again as he walked. It was just a repeat of the previous time he'd done it, but there was no need to rush things too much, and he didn't want to mistakenly damage anything in the process of the imbuement. Noah returned before Moxie's watch had ended, a good bit earlier than he typically came back to camp. Lee was nowhere to be seen. She tended to do her own thing for the first portion of the night, though Noah wasn't exactly sure what that thing was. It wasn't like he'd be able to find her, even if he wanted to. Lee's hiding abilities were just too good. Unfortunately, that meant he was going to have to get back into camp on his own. Moxie stood guard, a vine curled around her feet and rising up to give her something to lean on. Noah crept around to the backside of the camp, trying to make as little noise as possible, but there really wasn't a lot to hide behind. He only made it a few steps toward his tent before a vine curled out of the ground at his feet, snagging his foot. Noah cursed, yanking himself free and turning, only to find Moxie standing before him, lowering her hands from a fighting stance with a frown. "What are you doing?" "I heard something shuffling around and thought there was someone sneaking around the camp," Moxie said in a whisper. "I was going to the bathroom," Noah replied. "I didn't want to wake anyone up. Why creep back in? You could have just walked, you know. What did you want me to announce it to the world?" Moxie rolled her eyes. "Whatever. Just go back to bed and try to act slightly less suspicious if you're going to leave. I nearly attacked you." Noah gave her a mock salute and slipped back into his stone tent. He still wasn't done for the night, though. There were 2 more things he wanted to do. The first was fairly easy. Noah opened his book back up and imbued the extra greater ash rune he had sitting around within its pages. Noah flipped back to the page bearing the greater wind rune and entered his mind space, drawing the rune into himself. It was only about 60% full after he'd used it to fill up the wind rune he'd combined into pyroclastic resonance, but now he'd be able to use his flying sword again. Noah then gathered his belongings and sat against the wall, closing his eyes and focusing on his body imbuement efforts once again. When weariness started to seep into his mind, Noah took a break for the rest of the night to sleep. He didn't want to mistakenly mess something up because he was too tired to picture a line properly. Braden was true to his word. The following morning, before Noah's watch was even over, Braden woke all the others and they departed almost immediately, not wasting a single second. Nobody looked particularly pleased about that particular development, as Braden had gotten started before the sun could even start rising above the horizon. The landscape darkened, even as the sun rose. Dark orange grass turned gray a dull yellow, and the bushes dotting the landscape were replaced by dry, woody bunches that didn't have a single spark of life within them. A strange, earthen scent rose from the ground. It was a mixture of compost and musty foliage that, while Noah couldn't say was disgusting, it certainly wasn't enjoyable. He scrunched his nose, searching for the source of the smell, but couldn't find anything that could have been causing it. The sun poked out from the clouds after several hours of walking, but even its rays were muted and duller than they should have been, and the world was cast in shades of gray. Even the air felt heavy and oppressive. That didn't make for great conversation. They walked in silence, just focusing on walking fast enough to keep up with Braden's aggressive pace. The sun trekked through the sky, but the mood never shifted. It was, without a doubt, Noah's least favorite environment in the Arbalist Empire thus far. He even preferred the scorched acres to it, if just because there was actually something to do there. The dreary, endless landscape didn't do wonders for any of their attention. Noah's focus was on his body imbuement as he continued to layer the rune onto his lungs. Moxie and Emily were both focused on a vine she had playing across her fingertips, while Todd and Isabel were absent-mindedly tossing a stale piece of bread to each other. Edward and Alan, of course, remained at the back of the group, and refused to interact with anyone else any more than they absolutely had to. But even if any of them had been actually paying attention to where Braden was leading them, they probably wouldn't have been prepared. There was no warning or any indication that something was wrong. One moment, they were all walking in a spread-out group behind Braden, following him along the packed dirt path. The second there was a hole in the ground where Braden had been standing, Noah blinked, not registering the man's disappearance for a moment. There had been a flicker of white an instant before Braden had vanished, but by the time that information actually registered with Noah's mind, the ground beneath them rumbled. "We're under attack," Noah yelled, grabbing for his pipe. He didn't see the enemy yet, so there wasn't a need to start using his body imbuement, yet especially since he hadn't quite finished reapplying it yet. "What happened to Braden?" Moxie asked, staring at the hole in shock. Vines slithered out from beneath her robes and wound into the ground, forming a flat platform beneath her and Emily. "Forget what. We need to figure out if he's still okay," Noah said, rushing up to the side of the hole and stuffing flashgrass into his pipe. He squinted into the darkness, calling on his pyroclastic resonance rune. Something was deep within it, a flicker of dull, yellowed white in a sea of black. "Braden," Noah yelled, "say something to me. Are you alive?" A rumble echoed out from deep within the hole. Noah threw himself back as something roared out of the depths toward him. He hit the ground and rolled, barely keeping hold of his pipe as he shot back up to his feet. An enormous, writhing worm had pierced free of the ground. It was covered with jagged spikes all along its body, and pulsating tendrils of gray matter ran throughout the pale flesh beneath the bone plating covering it. It was easily just as tall as the root fiends had been, and maybe even taller if it straightened up. The monster's face was made of 3 segments, each covered with jagged, curved teeth. Letting out a raspy hiss, the monster curled down and snapped out, going right past Noah and aiming for Alan. The rank 4 yelped in surprise and blasted the ground before him with ice, forming a thin barrier. Moxie's vines whipped through the air, grabbing both Alan and Edward. They cried out as she yanked them to safety an instant before the worm demolished Alan's barrier and plowed through the ground where they'd been standing. Moxie dumped both unceremoniously on the ground and tossed several seeds onto the dirt. They wormed into it, and 3 huge vines sprouted an instant later. They wound up around Moxie, each one the width of her entire body and covered with jagged thorns. "What was that supposed to be, Alan?" Moxie hissed as the worm retracted, coiling back into the air and flaring its mouth in fury. "I wasn't ready." Alan snapped back, pressing his hands together before him. "Where's Braden? Does it matter?" Lee asked, bouncing from foot to foot and watching the worm with a wary expression. "We should focus on not getting killed." Noah still didn't have nearly enough smoke gathered to effectively do any damage to the enormous monster. He gritted his teeth. Vibration was a possibility, but getting that close would also mean the creature could crush him with a single twitch. If he were alone, that wouldn't have been an issue, but with others here. The worm thrashed and Noah dove backward. Spiked bone whistled just past him as the worm used itself like an enormous weed whacker. As it hurtled toward Moxie, she gritted her teeth and thrust her hands toward it. Her vines flowered and multiplied, turning into a small wall of incredibly dense foliage. The worm slammed into it with a crash, and the dirt creaked as her vines desperately fought to keep their purchase. Isabel stomped the ground. A thick wall of stone rose up behind Moxie's plants, reinforcing them. They started to creak as the worm pushed against them. A streak of fire leapt from Todd's hands and hit the worm in the face, but it didn't even seem to notice. "Alan," Moxie screamed. "Do something." Alan spurred out of his shock, ran forward and thrust his palm against the worm's body. Ice washed out from his palm, digging into the monster's body. It was the exact same move he'd used against the slashers and the root fiend to significant success. This time, however, the worm lurched and pulled back, rising into the air and forcing Alan to jump back. His ice cracked and fell away, failing to find purchase on the monster's body. Another ominous hiss rattled out of its chest and it reared back, preparing to strike at them again. "What do I do?" Lee asked urgently from beside Noah. "I can't." A loud crack split the air. The worm froze. Its body trembled and it abruptly thrashed its head to the side, letting out a screech. All of them took a step back. Isabel stumbled as the ground beneath her cracked. Noah scrambled to his feet and dove, driving his shoulder into Isabel and taking them both to the ground. Isabel grunted in surprise, but Noah didn't have time to check on her. He spun, gathering all the smoke he'd prepared, but nothing emerged. Isabel scrambled back on all fours, then pushed to her feet. She stared at the bulge in the ground warily. "What's going on?" Edward asked, his eyes flicking around desperately. "What was that?" Another spot in the ground bulged. 3 more followed after it in rapid succession. The worm suddenly went stiff. It pitched forward. Moxie's vines thrust upward, slamming into the worm and throwing it to the side so it didn't land on top of them. The monster hit the ground with a loud crash. All of them stared at it, breathing heavily as adrenaline coursed through their veins. "What in the damn plains happened?" Moxie asked. The ground trembled. They all jumped back, readying their magic. A purple line carved across the ground and Braden's large hand shot out it. He grabbed onto the dirt and pulled himself out of the energy, covered in white dust and dripping blue ichor. Braden pulled his other hand out, driving his sword into the ground. There were 3 large, pulsating masses of sickly purple flesh speared on the large blade. Blue liquid trickled from them, splattering to the ground as Braden clambered free. "Braden," Isabel exclaimed, "I thought you died." Braden let out a bark of laughter. He wiped some of the grime from his face and raised his sword, shaking blobs from his sword and into the purple rift before him. Once they fell through, it closed with a snap. "I'm not killed that easily. I got caught by surprise, but the fastest way to kill a paleworm is to stab its hearts. Once I was inside it and realized what happened, I just kept going deeper until I found what I was looking for. Were there any injuries? I was hoping it would be too preoccupied with me to put up any real fight. Oh shit, it wasn't even trying to attack us specifically. It was just thrashing around and trying to get rid of Braden. Just how strong is he?" "None," Noah said, shaking his head in disbelief. He snuffed out his flashgrass and put his pipe away, not even having gotten a chance to use it. "Badass," Todd muttered under his breath. Braden wasn't looking in his direction, but Noah could tell he overheard the comment by the flicker of a smirk that played over his face. "Alan, make yourself useful and freeze me, would you?" Braden asked, flicking some of the ichor from his hand with a grimace. Alan's brow crinkled with distaste, but he stepped up and sent a wave of ice into Braden's body. It washed over the man, covering him in a thin layer of white frost. Braden shook his head, then violently brushed himself off, peeling the ice away with a satisfying crackle. It took a lot of the dirt and grime with it, leaving him mostly clean again. "As I said, the Deadlands aren't a particularly enjoyable trip," Braden said with a grimace. "Shall we continue? We've still got a lot of ground to cover if we want to get out of here by nightfall." To all of their relief, there were no monster attacks that day. Either they just got lucky, or the other denizens of the Deadlands had seen what happened to the paleworm and were actually smart enough to not risk trying their chances. Whatever the reason was, as night fell, they left the dry grass and sickly smells behind, stepping out onto a plain field. It was far flatter than the area near Arbitage was, with little in the form of anything. It was actually fairly impressive just how flat the area really was. Noah could practically see the horizon itself stretching out around them with absolutely nothing to block it. They traveled for a few hours in the cover of the night, walking by the light of the moon, before Braden brought them to a halt and they set up camp. That night passed quietly, and Noah spent all of it focused on his body imbuements once more. The following morning, they were off. If anything, Braden seemed to increase his pace now that they were out of the Deadlands. The rest of them struggled to keep up with the large man, forcing him to irritably slow down multiple times to let them catch him. In that manner, several days passed. Noah wasn't sure if there were actually any monsters of note in the flat grasslands, but he certainly didn't spot any. He tried hunting around for them a few times at night, in between relayering his body imbuements, but all of his efforts turned up nothing but grass. He wasn't actually sure if he liked the new area more or less than the old ones. While the travel was far easier than it had been, now he didn't have much to train either himself or his students again. Of course, that gave him more than enough time to perfect his body imbuement. By the end of that week, Noah had pyroclastic resonance imbued on his lungs once more, and in a much neater fashion. Several tests proved that, while he still used enormous amounts of magic when using the combined strength of pyroclastic resonance and combustion, the magic was considerably more efficient than it had been. Better yet, the imbuement didn't feel nearly as shoddy as his first one had been. His lungs and the imbued rune had meshed as one, and he could have sworn that they felt stronger and more resilient, even though he couldn't actually explain how he knew that. But with no monsters to hunt, Noah just joined Lee in her morning classes. They sparred against each other rather than monsters, not using any magic to avoid injuries. Unfortunately, that did mean that their training sessions were a mixture of stretching and getting suplexed by Lee whenever the opportunity arose. When the end of the grasslands finally showed itself on the 9th day of travel, Noah was relieved. The dirt path became cobbled, forking and heading in multiple different directions. Thin rows of trees stretched out in the distance, all standing tall but far apart from each other. Noah wouldn't have admitted it to anyone, but it had been so long since he'd actually gotten a chance to do something other than stretch or spar that he was starting to get antsy. He wasn't the only one that looked relieved to see the end to the grasslands, though. Throughout their trip, Isabel had progressively been looking more and more tired. She'd formed small bags under her eyes and often lagged behind the others, blinking herself awake when she realized she was nearly all the way back with Edward and Alan. Noah had been nursing his suspicions that she was probably practicing or training at some point during the night, and several times he'd headed out trying to spot her. While he found her tent empty several times, not once did he actually manage to find Isabel. After confirming with Braden that the area was truly devoid of any monsters of relevance, Noah didn't press the issue. Isabel had every right to push herself to become stronger, and he wasn't going to stand in her way. She talked to him about it when the time was right. When they reached the beginning of the cobbled path and the true end of the grasslands, Moxie stopped walking at the fork. Noah paused, turning back to look at her. Is something wrong? This is as far as Emily and I will be going, Moxie said. Braden gave a small, slightly approving nod. He really hadn't spoken to Moxie or Emily during their travel, but his distaste for her seemed to have slightly lessened throughout the course of their trip. Considering the Torrens and the Linwicks supposedly hated each other, Noah was pretty happy with any progress they made. Wise decision, Braden said. Even if you're not half bad for a Torren, it isn't a good idea for either of you to be showing up on Linwick property. Nothing good would come of it. Where are you going to go then? Noah asked, trying not to let his disappointment show on his face. He was well aware Moxie was probably making the right decision, even from what little he knew about the Linwicks, but losing one of his two allies, and one of the only people in this world he considered a friend, was still a bit of a letdown. We'll train for the survival exam, Moxie replied with a small grin. Honestly, I'm pretty sure this trip was already pretty good training for that, but Emily needs to get some time out in the woods on her own. There are some in the area that'll serve as a good practice run. How are you going to get back to campus? Todd asked. Traveling back on your own could be pretty dangerous without Braden to help. Depends, Moxie replied. How long are you lot planning to stay at the Linwick estate? Just until Vermel's name is fully cleared of this whole debacle. Braden let out a snort, as if this idiot could have managed to take out the Hellreaver at rank 2. I don't know what Vermel's been feeding you about his capabilities, but you might be overestimating him. That wasn't half bad, Braden. You actually sounded somewhat believable there. You're getting a bit better at lying, so it won't take long? Emily asked. Not long at all, little Torren, Braden replied. We might be there a week or two at most, but it probably won't even be that long. Just enough to touch bases and for me to get my next mission. Then we'll be back off and I'll herd you all back to Arbitage before I get it going. We'll meet you back here in 2 weeks then, Moxie offered. Braden shrugged. Works for me. Don't be late. I won't wait. I'm never late, Moxie replied. She sent a pointed glance at Noah. Unlike some. Hey, I haven't been late in a while, Noah protested. And keep that up, especially if you're meeting with anyone important, Moxie said, her voice taking on a serious note. Good luck, everyone. You too. Take care, Noah said. Watch out for snufflers. Moxie rolled her eyes. She and Emily waved goodbye, then set off down one of the winding stone roads leading off to the side. Braden didn't waste a moment in setting off as well, forcing everyone else to hurry to keep up with him. How are the monsters in this area? Noah asked after a few minutes. Anything we should be aware of? Braden shook his head. We're already in Linwick territory, even if we're at the edges of it. Everything here is pretty safe. We'd be more likely to get attacked by other mages than by monsters in this area, and nobody would be stupid enough to attack me. Yeah, I don't blame them. You're a mountain of a man. At least this means I don't have to stop Isabel from doing whatever it is she's been doing at night. If I can avoid addressing it while Alan or Edward might overhear, that's probably for the best. And so they continued on. 2 more days passed in a blur. Noah put extra effort into Lee's training, pushing his body as hard as he could. He couldn't ever actually catch up with her flexibility, but reducing a little more of his clumsiness would be incredibly helpful in fights. Noah also spent a significant amount of the time they spent walking brainstorming on his runes. Now that he'd perfected pyroclastic resonance, he had to decide between forming more of the same rank 2 rune or getting new ones. He came to 2 main conclusions over the course of the next 2 days. The first, and most important, was he needed something with a little more wind in it. In addition to the significant benefits of being able to fly, vibration still depended heavily on the element it passed through. He'd be able to strengthen pyroclastic resonance even further when he combined it into a rank 3 rune if he could build something up to increase his wind magic. Noah also determined that furthering his fire capabilities would be an equally worthy pursuit. While Noah wasn't exactly sure the direction he wanted to take it yet, it was a logical continuation of his current path. On the 12th day of travel, the grassy landscape was finally broken up by tall, gray buildings in the distance. They stretched into the sky, scraping through the clouds and casting a long shadow over the grass before them. A huge wall surrounded them, marking off a massive city. Holy shit, I thought this would be an encampment or a big mansion, not an entire city. Sure, it's smaller than Arbitage, but that's not a damn estate. Whoever named it needs to read a thesaurus. Ah, Braden said, pausing. We've nearly arrived. Not bad. We've made pretty good time. Only because you're actively doing everything you can to run our legs into the ground, Edward said, taking the moment to catch his breath. Why do you walk so fast? Edward, Alan snapped. Respect. Because I have long legs. You should have considered having longer ones yourself, Braden replied. Then he set back off, and Noah could have sworn Braden was walking even faster than he had been moments before. A few hours and a lot of uncomfortable fast walking later, Braden finally slowed his pace once more. They drew up to a massive gateway manned by 2 heavily armored men. Twisting, sharp lines ran along the shafts of the spears in their hands and covered their armor. I bet they're soldiers. They both remind me of Gavin, and his weapon had similar patterns. I'd be willing to put money on those lines being some way to disguise the runes that were imbued onto the weapons. Braden, one of the soldiers, said, tapping the butt of his spear on the ground in salute. Welcome back. You returned faster than expected. Did something go awry? Something like that. I've got news, and it was important enough to make a quick return. Could you note down that we've got some travelers passing through with me in Vermal? Braden gestured back to Isabel and Todd. The guard nodded. Names: Isabel, Todd, Lee. One more thing, Braden said, raising his hand as the guard turned to leave. What is it? Please find my father and let him know that Vermal is coming. Tell him it's urgent. Wait, what? That's way too fast. Should I settle in or something first? Noah asked, aware of how weak his own argument was before the words even came out of his mouth. Braden glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Don't start doing this shit again, Vermal. There's nothing to be cautious of here. You don't have to prepare anything for this. Just relax for once, man. We're in the Linwick estate. The guard gave Braden a salute and strode off. Noah watched him leave, a pit building in his stomach. Alan, I assume you can handle yourself, Braden said. Braden didn't give Noah the chance to even try to protest anymore. He took Isabel, Lee, and Todd by the shoulders, looping his massive arms around them. Lee, hold on, Noah said, pulling his travel bag and gourd from his belt and handing them to her. Could you take these? I don't want to have to carry them around. I'll pick them up soon. Put them somewhere safe and out of the way. Lee blinked, then nodded, taking both from Noah. Come on, Braden said, pulling them all away. Noah was left standing around like an idiot beside the one remaining guard. Do you need help? The guard asked, squinting at Noah. It's been a while since you've been home. I have to admit, I barely even recognized you, Vermal. How long has it been? 2 years, 3, something like that, Noah said with a non-committal nod. I've had my nose buried in the books for a while. Barely remember anything about this place. It's funny how quickly you forget home, you know. Tell me about it, the guard said with a knowing nod. I got sent out to the Redden Marsh a year ago and spent a month there. A month doesn't sound like much until a dozen bloodflies are trying to fly up your ass. I swear I've been jumping at bugs ever since. Hate the bastards. What does that have to do with home? It's a bit of a nightmare for me, the guard continued, rubbing the back of his head and letting out a chuckle. My daughter loves bugs. She keeps bringing the cursed things home and showing them to me. I can't bring myself to tell her to stop, though. They make her so happy. When I first got stationed in the marshes, the thought of her was the only thing that kept me from offing myself. And now I feel like a prick. At least he's really talkative. I could probably. And then after 2 weeks, I damn near forgot it. The guard's brow darkened and his knuckles tightened around the shaft of his spear. Can you believe that? Forgetting the face of your own daughter. That marsh did things to me. When I got back, I swore to myself that I'd never let myself forget her face again, even if she keeps bringing me blasted bugs. Forget feeling like a prick. I'm a prick. This poor bastard. What matters is that you're here for her now, Noah said, clapping the guard on the shoulder. And you're a better man than I probably would have tried to convince her to pick up a new hobby and hoped that she found something slightly less bug-affiliated. The guard chuckled. The thought has tempted me many times. You're a parent as well. Afraid not, Noah replied. A teacher, though, that's what I've been doing at Arbitage. Well, among killing a ridiculous amount of monkeys, murdering the Linwick's gift to the school, collaborating with the enemies of the Linwick house, and summoning a demon. Just the little things, you know. How is it? What teaching? No, Arbitage. The guard glanced from side to side, then lowered his voice. You seem like you care. It's hard to find someone of a like mind, and I'm worried, you know. Worried about what? Noah asked, matching the man's tone. Well, you know. Arbitage is the closest of the bastions, but I've heard just about everyone there is a noble. I'm clearly not, considering I'm working the gate. There are rumors that the teachers don't care as much about the non-noble kids, but you don't seem like that kind of person to me. You have no idea. How do you know? Noah asked, blinking. I could be. Nah, father's insight, the guard said, tapping his forehead with a knowing smile. I can tell. I also have an empathetic light rune. Helps a lot for judging the people that stroll through the gates. You care about your students. Huh, I guess there really is a rune for everything. That's a pretty damn useful one. I wonder if he can read minds. That would be seriously concerning. I bet someone has that ability somewhere. I'll need to figure out a way to deal with that. Noah pictured a giant chicken bouncing around in his head, rapidly making it change colors. The guard's face didn't even twitch. Okay, probably not reading my mind. The rumors are right, Noah said, keeping his voice conspiratorial. Neither of my students are nobles, and they've run into obstacles left and right. I honestly don't know anything about the other bastions, but assuming they're better, don't send her to Arbitage unless you're certain her teacher isn't going to screw her over. None at all, Noah said, reaching out to shake Frederick's hand. You know, it's been quite a while since I've actually been back to the Linwick estate. Do you think you could do me a favor? What is it? I'm a bit worried about stepping on someone's toes, Noah admitted. He shifted uncomfortably in his place, doing his best to look scared. Considering what would happen if he got caught out in his lie, it wasn't too difficult. I'm not much of a noble myself, even if I'm part of the outer branch, which isn't saying much. Has anything changed a lot since I was here last? Frederick pursed his lips. Things are restless. I don't really know enough to actually say why, but I know there are a lot of rumors going around that another war might break out. against the Torin family. No, Frederick shook his head, an internal one. It's all rumor, mind you. Please don't go around spreading that I mentioned that. I don't need to get disciplined. My lips are sealed, Noah promised. Did the rumors mention who was being problematic? Frederick swallowed heavily and looked around again, checking to see if anyone was in the area. Luckily, the gate and the road leading deeper into the city was empty. He lowered his voice again, speaking in little more than a whisper. Dayton. He just got back from a 3-year-long excursion and reached rank 5, and he's publicly disobeyed the head of the family several times now. He's got a lot of supporters that want the Linwick family to take a more active role and start pressing to get stronger. I'd steer clear of him. He's bad news. Noah dug through his memories. He vaguely recalled Dayton's name from the book that Moxie had gotten him. The man was a main branch noble, but he'd been listed as a rank 4 like Braden. As far as he recalled, the head of the family was a rank 6. Frederick saw the thoughts crossing through Noah's eyes and shook his head. I know what you're thinking, Frederick said. I never said I thought he'd actually win if there was a rebellion. Dayton is talented, but I'm worried he's a bit, weak, Noah offered. Frederick's eyes widened and he shook his head vehemently. No, pampered. He never even went to one of the bastions. His parents got him monster-infused baths and sourced all of his runes for him. All he's done is combine them and kill the monsters they deliver to him. He's got a big following, but the head is hundreds of years old. He'll crush Dayton like a bug. Noted. Stay the hell away from Dayton and don't get caught up in any rebellion bullshit. I wonder how Frederick would react if he knew that Linwick's dad was trying to summon a demon and start a little rebellion of his own. Actually, what kind of political influence was he even aiming for? Killing the head of the family. That seems ambitious. Guess I'll know soon. Frederick tapped the butt of his spear on the ground and shook his head. I should hope not. She's still 6. Isn't it a bit early to be thinking about what college she's going to? Maybe the colleges will change a lot before she gets around to going to school, Noah said. Who knows? Try to find me again when you're about to send her out. Maybe things will be better. Should I ask why? Now I really want to know. Noah didn't get a chance to ask. As he opened his mouth, he saw Braden striding back out of the streets and heading toward him at his patented brisk pace. Noah took a step back from Frederick. Take care, Frederick said, raising a hand in salute. And feel free to bring your students by my house for dinner someday before you leave. My wife always makes too much. He headed into the city, walking up to stand before Braden. What are you doing? Braden asked. You need to go meet father already. He thinks Vermal is paranoid about everything. I can use that to my advantage. Just putting some feelers out to make sure the city hasn't changed much since I left, Noah replied. You never know who's listening. Braden pressed his lips together. He glanced over his shoulder, then started off down the road. Noah fell in step beside him. I keep telling you that there's nothing to be worried about, but if it makes you feel better, then I suppose you can go ahead. Are you sure about that? Noah cocked an eyebrow. Sounds to me like things are shifting. Braden didn't respond, and Noah took the opportunity to get a better look around the city. It looked just about like a normal city would have, with rows of stone houses lining the road. He wasn't sure what he'd been expecting. You might be right, Braden admitted. It will be best for all of us if you get this over with quickly, but good luck convincing father of that. Maybe you'll succeed where I failed. They walked in silence for a few moments. They took a turn down a large, busy road, but Braden's bulk made everyone in their path quickly move out of the way. After just a few more minutes of walking, they came to a stop near the gates of a considerably wealthier district of the city. The houses within it were made of marble and polished stone rather than just brick, and another guard stood near the gate. Braden didn't even need to say anything. As soon as the guard saw him, the man pushed the gate open to let them inside. Not the most relaxed atmosphere, Noah observed once they'd passed him. Yeah, Braden said. It's fine. None of this is our concern. They came to stop before a large mansion on the side of the road. A tall ring of multicolored, thorny shrubbery rose up before it, walling off a large garden. White brick made up a pathway through the garden, leading up to the imposing wooden door. It stood open, allowing access into a red-carpeted hall. We're here, Braden said. Let's go. I don't care what your reasons are. If you keep father waiting after all this time, he's going to be furious. Noah and Braden headed down the path and into the mansion. Their steps echoed ominously through the tall ceilinged rooms, and Noah fought the urge to glance around like a complete moron. It was possibly the richest place he'd ever set foot in. Just the rug beneath his dirty shoes alone felt like it cost more than his entire year's salary as a rank 1 professor. Beautiful statues sat on pedestals along the walkway, interspaced between doors all along the walls. The carpet led up to a large stairwell that went both up and down, and distant music came from above them. Noah's ears instantly perked up. It sounded vaguely classical, but with a bossier twist. It had been so long since he'd heard actual music that. Vermal, Braden snapped. Are you okay? What? Noah asked, blinking. I asked if you're ready, Braden said. You know how father is. No, I don't. Not really, Noah admitted. But do I have a choice? Braden grimaced. Just fill him in. He's possibly even more paranoid than you are, but I know he'll listen to you. He always has. If it'll help, call for me. I doubt he's going to suddenly start caring about what I've got to say now, but you never know. Braden grunted. Don't make it weird. Just go down and talk to him already, and get that look off your face. I made sure that everyone else got a nice room to lounge around in. They're going to be living it up while we actually put the work in. Like he always is, Braden said, shaking his head. Stop stalling. Go, whelp. Here we go, I suppose. Time to go back to lesson number 1. Noah headed over to the stairwell, still straining his ears to listen in on the music above, then reluctantly started to head down. The stairs wound around in circles, bringing him deeper into the mansion until the music was a distant memory. They set him off in a thin hallway. It was dimly lit by 2 lanterns that housed flickering purple flames within them on either side, and a row of doors ran up to a larger one at the end of the hall. It didn't take a genius to figure out where Father was probably waiting. Noah steeled himself and walked down the hallway. I wish some of these doors were open. I want to see what they've got down here. Who puts their super special office in a basement anyway? Is his mom running the house? Maybe she got fed up with seeing him and banished him to the basement. Noah arrived before the large door. He pursed his lips, then raised a hand and rapped against it. The knocks echoed through the silence. Then slowly the door ground open entirely on its own. Dramatic. Let me guess, he's going to have a cat in his lap and some overpriced wine on the table. Probably a giant chair for himself as well. Can't go wrong with those. Noah stepped inside, bracing himself for the worst. Instead, he found a plainly decorated office. A nice but undecorated wooden desk sat in the center of the room, beside several bookshelves full of an assortment of small items. There was a small, cushioned chair set up for visitors to use before the table. Across from it sat a man that didn't look a day over 40. His face was tanned from the sun, and his clothes weren't much nicer than what Noah wore. If Noah had run into the man on the street, he would have assumed he was just headed to work. And yet, despite his appearance, something about Father set his hair on end. The man he sat in a chair identical to the one across from him. As Noah stared, a tiny black puff of fur poked its head over the table. It was nearly a perfect sphere, with 2 glistening yellow eyes. Well, at least I got the bit about a cat right. Vermal, the man said, his tone even and measured. Please sit down. It has been longer than I expected. What has caused the delay, and do you return with good news? The door ground shut behind Noah, sealing off the escape. Noah approached the table, but he didn't take a seat. He leaned his arms on the back of the chair. Is it safe to speak here? Father's eyes wrinkled in amusement, and he interlaced his fingers on top of the desk. Oh, Vermal. From prying eyes and ears, there is no safer place in this mansion. We are alone, completely and utterly alone. A flicker of light danced from Father's fingers. It arced into the floor, and streamers of energy raced along the floor and up the walls, lighting up dozens of sharp, jagged lines. They covered every single surface, interweaving in a tapestry of magic. He's got the entire room imbued. Holy shit. I've added extra protection since you were last here, Father said, raising his hand and letting the light fade away. Of course, that isn't all I've added, but some must be kept close to heart. A surprise is not a surprise if you share it. Of course, I couldn't agree more. Then tell me, Father said, a flicker of impatience dancing in his eyes. Were you successful? There are 2 ways I can take this. I can keep pretending to be Vermal and convince Father that everything is as it was. I could pretend I've got amnesia from summoning the demon, but it's still Vermal kicking around and fully in control, with the demon bound within him. I'd keep tiptoeing around and trying to get him to answer questions without him even realizing he's doing it. But if he's anywhere near as paranoid as Vermal supposedly was, no, that won't work. He'll catch on that something is off. I need to take a completely different approach to this, one where I'm not on the back pedal. The smile fell off of Noah's face. What do you think? Father tilted his head to the side with a frown, and Noah realized what it was that had been throwing him off. It was his eyes. They didn't match any of his expressions. Even though his face changed around them, Father's eyes were dead and empty. 2 hollow pools, unresponsive to the world and full of nothing but contempt. You dare challenge me, dare? Noah asked, his voice cold. You sent your son to call on me. He came begging for my help. The price was paid in the blood of your lineage. You are the one who dares. Father stared silently at Noah. Noah matched his stare. Where is Vermal? Father asked, his face completely unchanged. Time to make a bet. I don't think you ever gave a shit about Vermal. You were using him as a tool to summon a demon. No father that cared for their son would do that. And just from a look into your eyes, I don't think you care about anyone other than yourself. He is dead, Noah replied flatly. You killed him, but the attempt drew my attention. I wasn't planning to follow up at first, I admit. I didn't care, but I've grown bored. I killed the pathetic monkey in the forest for sport, but it didn't put up the challenge I sought. I trust that you have accounted for this. I would be terribly unhappy to find that you brought me all the way here without any sort of plan. Father rose from his desk, but Noah didn't budge. He just watched the man as he stepped around the desk and approached him. As he moved, a ripple of magic traveled throughout his clothes. They were imbued, just like the rest of the room. How can I trust you? Father asked. You have admitted that there are no constraints on you. The summoning failed. My son is dead and you puppet his body. Trust you? Noah burst into laughter. What a concept. A man such as you does not know the meaning of the word. What need do the strong have for trust? Our power is our trust. I came here because I was interested in the type of man that send me his son as sacrifice. Why would I care if you trust me? An uncontrolled weapon can harm its wielder just as easily as their target, Father said, taking a step back and swallowing heavily. Stay away from me. If you make any aggressive moves, I... Control is an illusion, Noah said. Come now, drop the act, Father. You were prepared for this. I pose you no risk in this room. Why pretend? Speak to me as an equal, or I will determine that you are prey. Father closed his open mouth, pressing his lips together. The fear vanished from his face as if it had never been there. Very well, demon, you are correct. You cannot hurt me here. If you knew this, then why did you come? I did not lie. I am interested, Noah replied with a shrug. You spent such effort to find me. It would have been rude not to visit. And how do I know that you do not simply seek my head? I should purge you on the spot. Noah burst into laughter. Please feel free, I don't care about this body. Your son was too weak to contain my power. I have hundreds of clones that I have split my strength between. Killing this form is no more trimming my hair. Show me, Father said. Noah smirked. Why? You are still operating under the illusion that I have come to do your bidding. Your son failed. He did not bind me to his will. His body is mine to do with as I please. If you wish for my aid, you must treat with me yourself. Only a fool treats with demons, and a wise man has someone else do it for him, Noah said with a wide grin. A wiser man would have chosen someone outside of his family, though. How much damage do you think I could do if I decide you've wasted my time? How many bodies would I be willing to cut in exchange for a break in the tedium? To Noah's surprise, Father smiled. He turned his back on Noah, reaching into his bookshelf and pulling out a bottle of wine. Father set it on the desk, then pulled 2 crystal glasses out from a shelf within it. Enough posturing, Father said, pouring the wine into the glasses. There is another man that treats with demons. And what would he be? One with the strength to meet with them on equal terms, Father replied, pushing one of the glasses over to Noah. My son did not fail. He was a gift. Noah picked the glass up and studied it. A poor one. The runes were not to your liking. He attempted to bind me. He failed. Surely you would have expected as much. It would have been an insult to your power had we not attempted it, Father said, taking a slow sip from his glass. It is your turn to cease the games. You came here to speak with me. Let us both drop the pretenses and do just that. Sit. Noah pulled the chair out and sat down across from Father. He took the glass, raising it to his lips and taking a slow sip. Now we both push to see how much the other one knows and what we can get from each other. I can't show the slightest sign of weakness, or he might realize that I'm not actually a demon. The real game begins here. Nearly a minute passed before either Noah or Father spoke again. The two of them sat, sipping their drinks and watching each other quietly. Noah's throat and chest tingled. The alcohol was nothing like what he'd had before. It was simultaneously hot and cold, and it tasted vaguely of mangoes. He wouldn't have said it was his favorite beverage, but it was certainly interesting. He was more than comfortable with the silence. There were a great many things that Noah was too impatient to wait for, but this wasn't one of them. If Father was going to try to make him uncomfortable with the silence, he was going to have to wait a good bit longer, several hundred years longer. Sure enough, Father finally broke their silent battle with a slow, satisfied sigh. It is good, is it not? What is? Noah asked. Father looked mildly offended at the question. He raised his empty wine glass, then poured himself another cup, the wine. Food has lost most of its appeal to me, Noah replied with a shrug. It is sustenance. I prefer to feed off killing. It's more efficient and lets me fill my runes faster. I abhor wasting time, and most meals tend to be just that. Father pursed his lips. We are of different cloth. I find meals to be a moment in which great power can be seized. Political power, not that of runes. When men's stomachs are full and their minds satisfied, they are most willing to give me what I wish. And I find that most of what I want can be achieved by killing what stands in my way, not as cunning as one would expect of a demon. Let me ask you something, Noah said, setting his glass down and crossing one of his legs over the other as he lounged back in the chair. Have you ever had an ant problem in your kitchen? Small little bugs, all getting into your food and ruining it. That would be a problem for my servants to deal with, Father replied, but I trust it has happened. Imbuements that are not upkept are prone to failure, especially on large buildings. It is likely that bugs have gotten into the house before. And how do you think your servants purged those bugs? Noah asked. Poison or some other equivalent manner. Why did they not attempt to outwit them? Surely that would have been wiser. What if the ants had outmaneuvered your servants and tricked them? Father's brow furrowed in anger, though his eyes remained just as dead as they had been. You imply that humans are nothing more than ants to you. Noah let out a heavy sigh. You are still posturing. Am I wrong? What could you possibly do to me that could inconvenience me any more than an ant could? I could kill you. Noah tilted his head to the side, copying the movement that Father had made just a minute before. No, you couldn't. I already told you this. You cannot kill me. I will tell you what you can do. You can cut my hair. The loss of this form will not bother me in the slightest. A likely story, Father said, leaning back in his chair and swishing the wine in his glass around, looking as nonchalant as if he was talking to a mere servant bringing him the daily news. Everyone would wish others to believe that they are immortal to keep them from making moves. It is a rudimentary trick. You are a powerful demon, yes, but an archdemon you are not. Noah's lips peeled apart in a toothy smile. Father snorted. Vermal could not have summoned such a creature. Noah studied his fingernails. Vermal is dead. I told you that he died in the attempt that opened a portal to your plane of existence. Father shifted ever so slightly in his seat. It was subtle, but he wasn't just ignoring the words Noah was saying. He was considering them. Anyone who was suitably paranoid would, of course. If there was even a slight chance that Noah was telling the truth, dismissing it could be disastrous. An archdemon walking around in a form such as yours. Do you know what your problem is? You're too focused on trying to figure out where I'm lying rather than what I'm offering, Noah said, shaking his head. And worse yet, you have failed to offer me anything that would garner my interest. Why should I prove anything when you have nothing to offer? Those who come asking must be the ones to provide proof, Father countered. You came to me. Give me a reason to not only believe that you are who you say you are, but also one to prove that you are not simply planning to betray me at the nearest opportunity. Noah tapped his fingers on his empty glass. I can answer the first one, but not the second, because you cannot prove it, because I will not parley with ants. Father set his glass down with an audible clink. You are arrogant. It comes with power or stupidity. Also comes with power, Noah said with a wry smile, and is of no consequence when faced with ants. Stupid or clever, they die all the same. Father grunted. And what is it that you seek of me? I would know your desires before I even waste my time trying to wring the truth from your lips. Knowledge, Noah replied immediately. There is no greater power. You wish access to my libraries. Noah repressed a gag. Absolutely not. I want access to someone who knows everything in your libraries, as well as access to the libraries as well should I need them. I cannot be bothered wasting days away. Is that all? Father asked, his features unreadable. Of course not, but it is the first. Our relationship will be one of give and take. Your offer will be access to the information I request. The Linwick estate has rune combinations compiled over centuries. We have runes that have been lost to the world for years and waiting for someone with the proper affinity to put them to use once more. Father raised an eyebrow. But what will you give in return for accessing all this information? Your life. Father burst into laughter. Only a demon or a fool could be so arrogant. My life is not yours to give. You do not have any runic pressure coming off you. You cannot be higher than rank 3. And I told you that I split my strength amongst hundreds of bodies, Noah replied with a shrug. This one is rank 2. Some are weaker. Others are stronger. All serve a purpose. I have no reason to believe you. We are at an impasse. You do not have a way to prove you have the power you claim. I suspected you would say as much, Noah said, rolling his neck. I will prove it, but it will be costly. Oh, Father gave Noah a patronizing smile. Very well then, demon. Tell me, how will you prove this power of yours? By calling one of my other bodies, Noah replied. Father blinked in surprise and Noah's smile grew larger. You look taken aback, Father. I knew what kind of person you were by digging through what remained of Vermal's soul. You are not one to blindly work with me. Still words and no proof, Father said. Show me. Send for my clone. They have taken the form of a woman called Lee, and is currently with 2 students that I brought with me from Arbitage. A demon that brought along its students. Father didn't bother to hide his incredulity. They are part of a web I weave. Bring the clone, Father grunted. Noah didn't see him make any moves, but the door behind them rumbled open and a guard strode into the room not even a second later. Go find the traveler named Lay that was brought here by Vermal and Braden, Father instructed. Bring her directly to me. The guard saluted, then strode out of the room. I will need to speak with my clone privately, Noah said. I have taken measures to ensure that the clone itself does not realize its true purpose, and they use magics that I would not share so freely. Father waved his hand. You may speak in silence. My ears are not what they once were, and this room is well protected. Braden will make a sound shield around us, Noah said. He is capable of using his magic to do that. Father's eyes narrowed slightly. He'd clearly been planning on listening in somehow. It wouldn't surprise him if the room amplified all the noise in it so that Father could hear it. Very well, Father said. Is there anything else? Would you like some fruit and cheese as well as a maiden to satisfy you during the process? I admit that I am starting to get slightly hungry, Noah said, pretending to consider Father's sarcastic offer for a moment. And you said that you do not enjoy eating human food. A liar once, a liar again. My hunger was not directed toward your fruits and cheeses, Noah said with a cold smile. I find the challenge to be the most interesting part. I do not believe you have anything of interest to offer me in the realm of meals. Both of them fell silent. Noah expected it would take quite some time to find Lee and bring her over, but he couldn't have been more wrong. After just barely over 10 minutes, the guard's footsteps echoed down the hall through the open doorway, and he emerged with Lee and Braden in tow. You were not instructed to bring Braden, Father said. His voice was soft, but it had an edge of cold steel to it. Yes, he was, Noah said, matching Father's gaze. The old man's dead eyes burned into his, filled by years of scheming. But compared to the vast, all-consuming nothingness of the afterlife, they were nothing. Father flicked his fingers at Lee. Speak, then. Noah stepped out into the hall and turned to Braden. Please make your sound shield around us. It is for the good of the family. Braden glanced at father, who inclined his head. Extending a hand, purple energy washed forth from Braden and formed a cube around Noah and Lee. Noah waited until it had taken complete shape around them before speaking. What's going on? Lee asked. The old guy is way older than he looks, by the way. I know, Noah said. He stepped close to Lee, lowering his voice as much as he could. Where did you put my belongings? Stuffed them in a closet like you always do. Is it empty? Yes, I got my own room and it's in there. Noah nodded. Turn into me and act like an aloof asshole. Don't give any answers to anything he asks. I'll be back shortly. We're playing a game with father, a similar one to what we played already. Lee's eyes widened as she registered what Noah was saying. Then a grin played across his lips. Ooh, I see. Dangerous could be fun, her body rippled. Lee pressed her hands to her face and hunched over. Her skin bubbled, shifting in tone as her body expanded. Clothes tore at the seams as she enlarged, forming into a perfect copy of Noah and straightening back up. Braden's eyes bulged and he looked from Noah to Lee in shock. Noah gestured for him to lower the purple shield, which he did. You may leave, father told Braden, not taking his eyes off Lee. Braden opened his mouth, then snapped it shut and nodded. He strode back into the hall, passing by Lee and Noah as they walked back into the room. The door ground shut behind them. There are many ways to replicate a body, father said. This is hardly proof. This perfectly, Lee asked, glancing down at her torn-up clothes. You'll be paying for these, by the way. Father's brow furrowed. The quality of the copy is not the question. It is the validity of your claim. I thought you might think as much, Noah said. He let out an exaggerated sigh. There will be a time when you regret this decision, but I knew you would make it nonetheless. As such, we will have to ensure you get the most value out of it possible. What are you blathering about? Father asked. Noah approached father. Stand. A threat, on the contrary. Do you have a dagger? One of your own collection, please. Let us not leave room for trickery. Father blinked, then rose to his feet. He walked over to one of the shelves, pulling a plain but beautiful dagger from one of them, and headed back to stand before Vermal. Will this suffice for your show? Noah reached down and took father's hand, guiding it up to his throat. He locked eyes with the man, just like hair. Noah grabbed father by the shoulders. Perhaps it was surprise, but father didn't try to yank away. Noah's blood poured down his neck and seeped into his clothes. A cold, flat grin stretched across Noah's lips, even as he felt the world starting to go dark around him. I'll be seeing you soon, father. Vermal's hand slipped away from father's shoulders and his corpse pitched forward, crashing to the stone floor and lying still. Blood pooled, running through the grooves in the floor and staining father's shoes. No matter, the floor has imbuements to help clean the blood away. Father knelt beside the corpse, grabbing the body by its hair and studying the wound closely. There was no heartbeat. He pressed his hand to the body, checking several locations. If it's a copy of a corpse, it's a good one. There are a lot of monsters that can replicate human appearance, but very few that can keep it after they die. Father pulled sharply on Vermal's hair. The body dragged along the ground, leaving a streak behind it. He shook his head and rose back to his feet. Not a skinwalker. Would have deformed. You, father said, looking up to the second Vermal standing in the room. Wait outside the room. We will speak again once your proof has arrived. Vermal shrugged. Father sent a mental command to the door and it ground open. Vermal stepped through it and the door closed behind him. Father's shoulders tensed for the few moments that the door was open, but he let them fall slightly once the door was shut, and he felt the full protection of the room kick back on. There were only so many imbuements one could have to keep his enemies from entering, and most of them only truly worked in full strength when the entire circuit around the room was complete. Father stepped over Vermal's body and approached his desk. He picked up the bottle of wine and carefully put the cork back in, setting it back on his shelf. Father flicked his sleeve, dislodging a small pouch that had been hidden within it and catching it in his palm before it could hit the ground. He dug a fingernail into the thin fabric, cutting the waxy cloth and lifting it to his mouth. A trickle of blue liquid ran out of it and onto his tongue. Energy churned in Father's body as he swallowed. The antidote was far from the most pleasant thing he'd ever ingested, but there weren't many substances that could truly suppress the alcohol he'd been drinking. It had taken him years to build up a resistance to it, and it wasn't even effective against humans. Father's stomach clenched, but his features didn't show even the slightest amount of discomfort. He sent a glance at the half-empty bottle. I'll be glad to avoid having to buy this again. It cost 10,000 gold per bottle, and the damn poison only lasts a month after being made. For something that's meant to rip an intruding soul out of a body, I suppose that's a good price. On second thought, I could always run into another person that I suspect of possession. Can't take the risk. I'll have another bottle purchased by tomorrow. Father crossed his arms behind his back and looked down at Vermal's corpse. It had been 3 years since he'd last seen the boy. He looked scruffy. Dark bags under the eyes, long hair, but he was unmistakable. His body was, at least. From the moment Vermal had stepped into the room, Father had known it wasn't Vermal in his office. Not only had he failed to say their password, but the gait at which he walked was completely different as well. Boy's dead. No matter. He wasn't going to survive summoning a demon of that strength. He was dedicated, but nowhere near as competent as he believed. Not a major loss. He did his job and died, just as he should have. It will remain to see if he succeeded, though. If that was a mere possession, the poison would have ripped the monster free of the boy's body at best, or shredded its soul at worst. That means the creature I'm speaking with is truly part of that body. A demon is indeed the most likely conclusion, then. But an archdemon? I should think not. Not once did he actually say he was an archdemon. He just implied it. Probably means he suspects I can tell if he's lying or not, so he's leaning toward half-truths to keep deniability. Father drew on his runes and sent a mental command to the room around him. Steam hissed from a dozen hidden vents along the floor, letting out a thin layer of fog. It rolled across the ground, washing over Vermal's corpse. Blood evaporated at its touch, staining the smoke red. An instant later, there was another hiss. A strong suction drew all the reddened mist out of the room, to a set of vials where it would be distilled so Father could study it further later, though he suspected he already knew what he would find. The blood will be that of a normal human body. I am quite certain that this is a demon, likely around rank 4. It was arrogant, but not overly so. The fact it didn't push back too hard when I got aggressive, but still held its ground means that it isn't trying to get into a pointless fight with something it views as a threat, but it's still hungry or bored enough to hear me out. Father grabbed Vermal's corpse and pulled it up. He sent a pulse of runic energy through his hand and into the body, turning it stiff as ice. He propped it up next to his desk and smoothed its clothes out. There are more tests I should perform to ensure that this is a demon, but all signs point to it. Well done, Vermal. I will continue to apply mild pressure and determine just how powerful it is. When the demon returns, it will make a show of asking for payment for its death. I will put up mediocre resistance before giving in the initial information it asked for will cost me nothing. Then I shall determine exactly what its true nature is. The demon is hiding something, of course. All things do. It is only a matter of time until I discover what it is. Noah's eyes snapped open. The jolt of life ran through his new body, joined by a dull, throbbing headache. As before, when he was the one to strike the killing blow against himself, the pain from his death was considerably less. He couldn't see anything in the darkness that he'd arrived in. Something sharp jabbed into his back. Noah shuffled around, finding his travel bag and slipping his hand into it to grab a change of clothes from within it. As he dressed himself, Noah mentally thanked Lay. He'd paid careful attention to the path Sunder had dragged him back to his body through, and knew that he was currently laying in a closet, presumably one that was inside the house that Lee had been delivered to by Braden. She'd done a great job of following his request. Noah tugged on his shirt and swung his jacket over his shoulders before reaching out and blindly feeling for the door handle. Finding it, he pressed his ear to the wall for a moment to listen. It was silent. He slowly turned the handle and slipped out, closing the door behind him. Lee had been given an expensive room for her stay. The bed had brilliant red bedding covered with swirling gold weaving. It was covered with plump pillows, and the open door leading to the bathroom revealed beautiful tiles and a marble tub. Noah closed the closet door and slipped over to the open window. He poked his head out, scanning the street below. It was between several other large houses, cast into shadow by their height. He climbed out of the window and clambered down the side of the building, dropping to the ground once he was low enough. Noah landed with a grunt, then straightened and strode out of the alley at a brisk pace. Having memorized the direction back to the mansion that he'd just died in, Noah made good time. Just about 5 minutes later, he was standing before the path winding through the garden before the mansion. Noah headed inside and strode down the stairs. He entered the hallway of doors in the basement, where Braden and Lee both stood, staring at each other. Braden turned as Noah arrived. He blinked, then rubbed his eyes. Am I dreaming? Braden massaged his forehead. Vermal, why are there two of you? How did you get outside of the room? What is going on? Sorry, Noah said. I'll explain later. It has to do with, well, you know. Braden grunted. You really can't tell me here, in our own house. Nowhere is safe, Noah replied with a shrug. You never know. Yeah, Braden grumbled. He sent another glance at Lee, then walked up and rapped on Father's door. A moment passed and it rumbled open. Braden watched silently as Noah and Lee walked inside and the door shut behind them. Father sat at his table once more. He'd somehow cleaned Noah's body and clothes from the blood on them and had it standing like the world's most realistic wax statue beside his desk. Hello, Father, Noah said, pushing arrogance into his voice. I hope I didn't keep you waiting long. You have indeed made your point that you have multiple bodies, Father allowed. He pressed his fingertips together and tilted his head to the side. Color me convinced. I believe you are a demon just as you claim to be. He didn't say archdemon. Guess that was too much of a reach. I never actually said I was an archdemon though, so it's not like he caught me in a lie. I bet he came to the same conclusion though. Then it comes to the matter of my payment, Noah said. Information is not free. Why should I pay for what you did to yourself? I did not force you to do anything, Father said. I simply spoke. You were the one who cut your own throat. We both know that words and information is just as powerful as a blade. Noah walked over to the chair and leaned on its backrest. And the information I am asking you for costs little. You lose nothing by giving it to me, and you lost much with your death. No, so we would be even, Noah said with a smile. I think that is fair, is it not? I can always collect my payment in blood. You are well defended here, but I have many bodies and the other Linwicks are not nearly quite so safe. Threatening my family will gain you nothing, Father said. I care nothing for those outside of my branch. I did have my suspicions, but I suspect the attention I would draw would be considerably more problematic for you than the actual deaths. Father inclined his head. Perhaps, then we have a deal. A restricted one, Father said after a moment. I will give you some of the information you seek, but I will not reveal all of our rune combinations or catalogs. There are some that would be too valuable for the services you have already given, and I offer this only in a gesture of goodwill. Part of it will include a discussion on how you may help me with my current goals. Perhaps we will be able to reach a satisfactory arrangement for both of us. We shall see, Noah said noncommittally. Who will bring me the information? I will have them arranged to meet you. In the meantime, I will gather my resources and prepare for our true discussion, Father said. Braden will show you to a room where you can stay in the mansion. No, Noah said with a sharp shake of his head. I will maintain my reputation as it has been. It benefits me to be seen as the fool that Vermal set himself up as. Keep relations between us strained to the eyes of an outsider. An approving smile flickered across Father's lips. Very well, you will return to your students then. Are they also clones? Would I tell you if they were? I could always find out. Cutting hair, yes. He's testing to see how much I care about them. I have to be really careful here. Noah gave a one-shouldered shrug. If you're willing to pay what I charge. My last death was a gift. The children serve roles that will further my own ambitions. If you cut those threads short, then I will expect to be recompensed for all the difficulties you cause. Are you really willing to pay that much for the sake of pointless curiosity? A fair argument. Then in return you will avoid meddling in my own affairs. If you can set such rules, I think it only equal that you offer the same as you request. You're going to have to be a little more specific on what you want me to avoid. I don't make it a habit of agreeing to things that I don't fully understand, Noah said. Care to elaborate? I can arrange for that. I'm looking forward to our partnership, Demon. What name do you go by? I'm pretty sure that's a trick question. Lee didn't have a name when she arrived. I haven't had a need for one thus far. Father's expression didn't change in the slightest, so it was impossible to tell if the question was actually meant to have been a trap or not. Perhaps Spider would be apt after your example with webs, Father suggested, until you decide on a better name. Spider it is then, Noah agreed. One more thing, Braden. He is a problem. Father tilted his head to the side. No, but he is unaware of what happened to Vermal. He will not approve. I'm going to have to do something with Braden somehow. If Father knows how much Braden actually cared about Vermal, it's possible he'll try to spin things in a way that turns Braden against me. But Father should also realize that Braden will probably blame him for Vermal's death if it gets out, so he'll almost certainly agree to this. That would prudent, Father said with a nod. We'll not speak of it then. Have Braden take you to your housing with your students then. We will speak again soon. I will send someone to give the information you have asked for tonight. The door rumbled open behind Noah and Lee, allowing access into the hall. That went about as well as it could have. Tonight, I'll finally be able to answer some questions about the world. Just one thing left. Do you plan to keep that as a souvenir? Noah asked, nodding to his body. Did you want your cut hair back? Energy is energy, Noah replied with a shrug. Help yourself. I did tidy it up for you after all. It would be a shame to waste a good body. Lee stepped forward, grabbing Noah's body. Her mouth cracked as it opened wide. Noah held eye contact with Father as she devoured him whole, crunching his bones in her mouth as she swallowed. Until we speak again, Noah said, inclining his head slightly. He and Lee turned toward the door. Until then, Father agreed, completely unperturbed by the scene he'd just witnessed. I am very much looking forward to seeing what we can do together, Spider. As soon as Noah and Lee stepped out of the room, the door slammed shut behind them. Lee's body rippled and she shrank back down, returning to her normal appearance. She pulled at her torn clothes and frowned. Luckily, Noah wasn't all that much larger than she was, but they'd still ripped slightly at the seams. What is happening? Braden demanded, looking from Noah to Lee. I feel like I'm having visions. Are you Lee? Is Lee? Lee is Lee, especially when others are concerned, Noah said, cutting Braden off. How am I supposed to tell you that your brother is dead? I can't keep this act up forever. Eventually, I'm going to slip up and you might genuinely be the only person in existence that would even care. Then Braden gestured vaguely in their direction. An illusion, shape-shifting of some sort. You tell me. Not many have this many puzzle pieces, Noah said. You know why I was at Arbitage and what we were working toward. Braden slowly closed his mouth, looking at Lee with a growing frown. He glanced back to Noah. It's her, isn't it? She's the, the demon, not the one you're thinking of. Not my place to say, Noah said with a shrug. Ask Father if you really want to know, but Lee's on my side. The question still remains to be seen if my side will line up with yours, though. I can't imagine Father wanted to summon a demon for any savory activities. Suppose I'll find out when he tells me what he wants. Does it matter? Lee asked. Nothing has changed. No, I suppose it hasn't, Braden said, scratching his chin. You sure you can't just say what's going on? I'm so confused. Maybe after everything has settled down, Noah suggested. Until then, Father said you'd take us back to our lodgings. I'm pretty exhausted after that talk, so I'd love to settle in for the rest of the day. Actually, I'll be staying with Lee, Todd, and Isabel, Noah said. I've still got my teaching duties to uphold, you know. Right. It's so easy to slip back into role as an enforcer for the Linwicks that I forget you've got your own roles now, Braden said with a chuckle. They headed out of the mansion and set off along the street, passing by a group of armored guards. So how long will you be staying? Not sure yet, Noah replied. I'm still just planning on 2 weeks, but we've still got some time until the survival exam. We're going to have to get a little outside practice in before then, and I don't want to be away from Arbitage for too long. I just want to make sure. Everything is good with Father. Braden nodded. Yeah, I don't know how much free time I'm going to have while I'm here, but maybe you can loosen up now that your guard doesn't have to be quite so high. Noah just cocked an eyebrow. Braden rolled his eyes. Fine, fine, keep the stick up your ass, just make sure you get a little rest. If you don't, Father is going to bleed you dry. Braden's words sounded like they came from experience, and Noah didn't doubt him for a second. The three of them arrived at the house that Noah had just slipped out of a few minutes before. Here we are, Braden said. Lee's in the top room. Isabel and Todd are on the lower floor. There are some extra rooms, so you can take your pick. I'll try to carve some time out for dinner, but I've got no idea what Father's plans are. He's going to want to give me my orders for my next task, and I do still have to figure out a cover-up for the Hellreaver. Maybe we'll just get a replacement monster sent over and brush over the whole thing. Not sure if Arbitage will take that as an answer, though. Braden trailed off, rubbing his chin. He blinked and shook his head, suddenly remembering that Noah and Lee were still standing there. No need to wait on me, Braden said, shaking his head. He raised his hand in farewell and strode off down the street, turning a corner and vanishing from sight, though Noah could still hear Braden's heavy steps for a few seconds after losing sight of him. How did I do? Lee asked, walking up to the door. I tried to avoid saying too much. Perfectly, Noah replied as they walked inside. He bit back a frown as a thought struck him. Just how extensive is Father's paranoia going to be? Is it possible he's got some form of listening devices in our rooms? How freely can any of us even talk? I'll have to make sure to use words that don't actually bring any suspicion on the off chance that he can hear me. Your true form was definitely intimidating. We'll have to get you some new clothes, though. Lee nodded. I'm sure the old guy will pay for it. He smells like money. What do we do in the meantime, though? More practice. Among other things, Noah said with a nod. He glanced around the expensive interior of the house. There was a closed door across from them, and a stairwell to their left that led up to the top floor where Lee's room was. Across from the stairwell was a large dining room and a kitchen. Presumably, Isabel and Todd's room was the one beyond the door. The absolute best defense I have is when I'm talking to someone that I would logically hide my demonic nature from. As long as I'm around Isabel and Todd, I can act normally. Even if Father can overhear me, it won't matter. What other things? Are we going to check out the new city? If you are, I'll have to determine if sitting around and doing nothing is more interesting than seeing new stuff. Not today, Noah replied. We've been traveling a lot, and it'll be nice to take a page out of your book and just do nothing for a little. And that'll give me time to recover from dying and get my magic back. Great, Lee said, darting up the stairs. Noah followed after her at a considerably slower pace. Even though his headache was far better than the normal ones, it was still a far cry from comfortable. At least it was bearable. The second floor of the house had several rooms scattered along the hall, and Noah didn't particularly care which one got. After a detour into Lee's room to raid her closet and reclaim his belongings, he took the room across from her and flopped into the posh bed, not even bothering to take his clothes off. Noah crossed his arms behind his head and closed his eyes, letting himself sink into his thoughts. If Father held his word, he'd be sending someone that night for Noah to ply with questions and not have to worry about setting off any alarms. That wouldn't do him much good if he couldn't actually figure out what questions to ask, and that was exactly what he planned to prepare over the course of the next few hours. A knock broke Noah out of his thoughts. It took a second one for him to roll out of bed. He blinked, squinting out the window into the setting sunlight. Somehow hours had slipped away. Noah approached his door and opened it. A woman probably about 25 if he had to guess, with long black hair and wide, circular glasses stood before him, a large book clutched to her chest. She swallowed heavily when Noah's gaze fell on her. My father sent me here, she said, speaking so softly that Noah could barely hear her. Is now a bad time? No, I just got a little distracted, Noah replied. He sent a glance over his shoulder. Is there somewhere we should move to? I'm afraid I haven't had much chance to look around the house yet, but there seems to only be one chair in my room. Maybe the dining hall, she offered meekly. Works for me, Noah said. Lead the way. What's your name? I'm sorry. I should have introduced myself. My name is Janice. Pleasure, Janice, Noah said. Janice was in front of him, so he couldn't see her face, but she was absolutely horrible about hiding her emotion and body language, and it was clear that the woman was terrified. And how much do you know about my situation with father? Only that father told me I am to follow any orders you give me, no matter what they are, Janice replied. They arrived at the table and she pulled a chair out, sitting down. Noah took a spot across from her. Anything. Trying to see if the demon actually likes eating humans, father. That was very kind of him, Noah said. What's your relationship with Father Janice? I'm just part of the Linwick family. One of the offshoot branches, Janice said, adjusting her grip on the book clutched to her chest. I'm not actually his daughter. Most people aren't. Everyone just calls him Father. It's his title. I see, Noah said. Well, how much time do I have? He did not specify a time. Lovely, Noah said. I'll try to keep this shorter for your sake then. No promises, though. I'll start with the easier stuff then, Noah said. Where do the Linwicks stand in relation to the other noble families? We're considered one of the top 10 families within the empire, Janice replied. There isn't a specific rating that would say one family is guaranteed to be stronger than the other. The Linwicks have an extensive network of information and connection to many other noble families that make us powerful politically, even if our fighting force is weaker than some other families. And where do we stand with respect to the Taurans? Politically superior, Janice replied diplomatically. We have far more allies, but their mages are often considered to be considerably more capable. Many of them straddle the line between soldier and mage, but they don't dare a direct attack on us because of our connections. What about other noble families? Anyone that would have a grudge against us? It's possible. There are a lot of groups that don't like the Linwicks, but we don't have any more enemies than any other family. The Taurans would be the most likely suspects for anyone that would try to do anything to us, though they haven't made a move in quite some time. So if there was someone that tried to kill Vermal purely for political reasons, there's a chance it might have been the Taurans, though there's clearly some internal strife in the Linwick family. What about inside the family? Noah asked. There are people that don't like father, right? Janice swallowed. She seemed to be doing a lot of that. Yes, who? Noah asked. If there isn't someone specific that really hates father, then it's probably more likely that the people that poisoned Vermal were going after him directly. The message seemed personalized, so even if the eventual goal was to get at father, the target was still Vermal. Well, that's fine. There are quite a few more things I need answered. This might take a while. Noah had a lot of questions. Unfortunately, the list of questions he was willing to let be reported back to father was considerably shorter than he would have liked. He pried Janice about the Taurans for a little longer, but she didn't know any specifics about the family beyond their strained relations with the Linwicks. He was tempted to press more about basic runes to make sure he really understood them, but the questions would be too odd, even for a demon. Luckily, there was something that even Lee hadn't known much about, which meant it was likely safe territory. Tell me about Master Runes, Noah said, and not just the basic information that everyone has. I want to know details. Why are they the way they are? How come there's only one of each? We can start with those. Nobody knows exactly why Master Runes are completely unique, Janice replied, a tiny amount of confidence starting to trickle into her voice, bringing it a few inches closer to actually being audible. There are a lot of theories, though. The leading one is that they are aspects of the universe made manifest. Why does that make them completely unique? And how come they function so differently to normal runes when you imbue them? Noah frowned and elected not to say anything in response. None of the questions he could ask sounded particularly intelligent, and people tended to keep talking if you kept silent. Janice shifted uncomfortably. We aren't sure why Master Runes are unique, so I can't properly answer that question, but the manifest aspect theory lends credence to why they always exist. You can't destroy part of the universe. Seems like a slightly weak argument, but I can bite for now. I honestly care a lot more about why they can't be imbued the same way normal runes can. When I tried to imbue combustion, it wouldn't work unless I used the whole thing. Does that have something to do with why you can't imbue parts of them? Noah asked. Janice nodded. Yes, Master Runes cannot be split apart. They don't grow weaker or stronger, though their users are often unable to harness the Master Rune's true strength due to their own limitations. Master Runes are perfect constants. You cannot change or modify them. Okay, I'm actually starting to see the universe bit then. If they're always the same, they're basically like laws. Not sure why or how they get into a rune in the first place, but that's a bit too philosophical for a discussion where I need practical answers. That unchangeable aspect makes them difficult to imbue, right? Noah asked, choosing his words carefully. If other people haven't figured out you can imbue a master rune in your soul and keep control over it, then I'm not going to be the one that gives it away. It seems like a conclusion someone probably would have come to already, but Janice needs to confirm that for me. It does, Janice said with a nod. There is only a single manner in which a master rune can be imbued, and it involves binding it to your soul. This is what all great monsters have done. This sort of imbuement provides a series of significant benefits that are not immediately apparent, but the drawbacks are extensive. And that answers that. Expand on that. Well, imbuing a rune on your soul is very strenuous, Janice said. She was talking confidently now, and at a tone that was just as loud as Noah's. The more she spoke about runes, the more outgoing she seemed to become. Overdrawing its powers would inflict soul damage. The imbuement itself could also inflict soul damage if it was done improperly, and that's assuming your soul is large enough to hold the master rune in the first place. Typically, only rank 3 mages have souls large enough to handle bearing a master rune. Oh, what about the great monsters? One such as the Hellreaver that wasn't a rank 3 monster, was it? It is a rank 2, Janice said with a nod. A fascinating specimen. Sounds like someone hasn't gotten the memo yet. Whoops. There is variance in every human and monster's soul, Janice continued, setting her book down on the table. Some people are born with larger souls, some are born with weaker ones. Combining runes increases the pressure pushing on the seams of your soul and makes it stronger, but it's a multiplicative effect. If you have a large soul, you'll recover from soul damage faster and be able to handle more of any runes you imbue in it. There are ways to expand the soul, of course. I'm researching several of them right now. How long would it normally take someone to recover from soul damage? Noah asked, managing to squeeze a sentence into Janet's excited speech. She paused for a moment. An average person would take about a month to heal from a small cut to their soul. Holy shit. If I'm picturing a cut as a small chunk of my soul getting ripped out, then I heal at least 4 or 5 times faster than average. Have you figured out what sets the size of a soul during your research? Noah asked, leaning forward eagerly. A variety of factors. The location you're born in seems to have some effect on it. The children of highly ranked people also seem to have considerably larger souls. We believe this is because the pressure they've been exposed to forces their own soul to adapt in its formative stages. The soul that a child is born with is what sets their path off, though we can do a lot to change and improve it. Now I'm really curious. Is my soul considerably larger than it should be because of the whole demon-tainted waters of life? Or is it because I swallowed Vermal's soul or Sunder itself? Damn. I can't ask literally any of these questions, but this information is already fantastic. Fascinating, Noah said. He drummed his fingers on the table. Let's pull back to the master runes then. What were those main benefits, assuming you properly bound a master rune to your soul? Access and functionality, Janice replied immediately. Imbuing a rune is the absolute fastest way to access its power, and burning it into your soul is no exception. Normally, you have to take a moment to call the energy of your runes from within you and channel it. Imbuing the rune into your soul makes that transition seamless. That must be why soldiers are better at fighting monsters. They've got a bunch of imbued weapons and armor, and a split second matters a lot when fighting really powerful creatures. But even so, I'm pretty sure I can call on my runes pretty quickly. Surely that's a point of diminishing return. The biggest benefit isn't the ability to use it faster, though, Janet said before Noah could ask anything else. It's the ability to use it simultaneously. Normally, you can only control a single rune at a time. However, imbuements are different. They're essentially pre-prepared. Normally, that limits their function. However, runes imbued on the soul can still respond to your desires. That's what makes master runes so effective. It's the ability to use them in conjunction with your other runes. I think I stumbled across that with my whole dragon breathing thing and didn't even realize. That explains a lot, actually, especially about the Hellreaver and how it stopped me from using my magic. If it also had wind runes, I bet it was literally just overpowering my own wind runes and then stopping me from breathing with combustion at the same time. 2 different abilities, not one. And how many master runes could someone have at once? Noah asked. Is there a limit? I suppose that would depend on the size of their soul, Janice said, scratching her chin in thought. I've heard of people with 3, but never more than that. It's not really beneficial to stack up too many master runes. Everyone is always hunting after them, and once you reach higher ranks, it's unlikely that you'll both find and be able to keep a lot of master runes that can actually help you. Makes sense, Noah said. He thought for a moment, reshuffling his questions to figure out what angle he should take next. Asking about master runes wouldn't be too strange, but hyperfixating on them probably would be. Noah spent the next few minutes asking Janice a variety of questions about the Linwicks, tossing in a few random ones about the world as a whole. He'd already gathered a good amount of information about both, but he wanted to make sure that his line of questioning would be in line with something like a demon's interests. It wasn't too hard, considering Noah was pretty sure he knew a good bit less than what a demon normally would have. Janice's voice grew noticeably quieter the farther the conversation drew from runes. Noah tested it, asking a few more general rune-related questions just to see her visibly perk up. He repressed a laugh. At least she knew what she liked. As they spoke, another thought struck Noah. Before, he'd had to be careful about offering runes to Todd and Isabel because there was a chance that the Linwicks would have found out. But now, circumstances were different. He didn't have any reason to tiptoe around the subject, and he planned to take full advantage of it. Did Father say if you could share any actual runes with me? Noah asked. Janice's expression dimmed and she nodded. Yes. He was very strict on what I'm allowed to offer. No matter what you say or provide me with, I cannot give you anything more than what is in this book. She pushed the book she'd been carrying over to Noah. He blinked as he picked it up. It was pretty heavy, a lot heavier than he'd expected it to be. Noah flipped it open, thumbing through the pages. There were dozens of runes within it, and all of them were greater runes. What's the cost? Noah asked. Or was this included with the information? You can't keep the book, but you are permitted to learn 2 runes from it. Noah flipped back and forth through it. All the runes were only rank 1, and while he was working on figuring out what the next runes he'd be combining would be, he still wasn't sure on the exact runes he'd need. On top of that, Noah couldn't help but notice that the runes in the book overlapped perfectly with the ones in his grimoire. Wonder if that's just the standard book they hand out, or if he's reminding me that he already has suspicions about the runes I use. Is there a time limit? He'll be taking the book back tonight. Figures, that's pretty clever. He's trying to bait me into taking runes that are relevant to my abilities, because that would show him what some of my powers are. Lee said you can bind a demon if you know each of its runes, and taking rank 1 runes from this would be a dead giveaway, especially if I was actually a demon. Did he say what I could do with them? Noah asked, looking back up at Janice. Janice frowned and shook her head. No, they were gifts to do with as you please. I do not believe he directly addressed what you were permitted to use your own runes for, and I don't suppose he's included any combinations I can have. Janice swallowed. No, he hasn't. She looks terrified. Does she expect me to rip her head off because she didn't give me what I want? Actually, that might be exactly what she expects. Maybe Father told her I was a demon, but what would he have gained from that? He doesn't strike me as someone who does things arbitrarily. Noah shrugged. Fine with me, I don't need them. The runes, the combinations, Noah replied, a grin crossing his lips. But as a matter of fact, I won't be needing those runes myself either. Since they're mine to do with as I please. Isabel, Todd, please come out here. Janice flinched as Noah raised his voice, then looked over her shoulder as the door to their room opened and the 2 students poked their heads out. Is everything okay? Isabel asked, watching Janice warily. More than, Noah replied. He tapped the book with a finger. The 2 of you have just been gifted the opportunity to each learn a rune from this book by Father himself. Noah had a lot of questions. Unfortunately, the list of questions he was willing to let be reported back to Father was considerably shorter than he would have liked. He pried Janice about the Torrens for a little longer, but she didn't know any specifics about the family beyond their strained relations with the Linwicks. He was tempted to press more about basic runes to make sure he really understood them, but the questions would be too odd, even for a demon. Luckily, there was something that even Lee hadn't known much about, which meant it was likely safe territory. Tell me about Master Runes, Noah said, and not just the basic information that everyone has. I want to know details. Why are they the way they are? How come there's only one of each? We can start with those. Nobody knows exactly why Master Runes are completely unique, Janice replied, a tiny amount of confidence starting to trickle into her voice, bringing it a few inches closer to actually being audible. There are a lot of theories, though. The leading one is that they are aspects of the universe made manifest. Why does that make them completely unique? And how come they function so differently to normal runes when you imbue them? Noah frowned and elected not to say anything in response. None of the questions he could ask sounded particularly intelligent, and people tended to keep talking if you kept silent. Janice shifted uncomfortably. We aren't sure why Master Runes are unique, so I can't properly answer that question, but the manifest aspect theory lends credence to why they always exist. You can't destroy part of the universe. Seems like a slightly weak argument, but I can bite for now. I honestly care a lot more about why they can't be imbued the same way normal runes can. When I tried to imbue combustion, it wouldn't work unless I used the whole thing. Does that have something to do with why you can't imbue parts of them? Noah asked. Janice nodded. Yes, Master Runes cannot be split apart. They don't grow weaker or stronger, though their users are often unable to harness the Master Rune's true strength due to their own limitations. Master Runes are perfect constants. You cannot change or modify them. Okay, I'm actually starting to see the universe bit then. If they're always the same, they're basically like laws. Not sure why or how they get into a rune in the first place, but that's a bit too philosophical for a discussion where I need practical answers. That unchangeable aspect makes them difficult to imbue, right? Noah asked, choosing his words carefully. If other people haven't figured out you can imbue a master rune in your soul and keep control over it, then I'm not going to be the one that gives it away. It seems like a conclusion someone probably would have come to already, but Janice needs to confirm that for me. It does, Janice said with a nod. There is only a single manner in which a master rune can be imbued, and it involves binding it to your soul. This is what all great monsters have done. This sort of imbuement provides a series of significant benefits that are not immediately apparent, but the drawbacks are extensive. And that answers that. Expand on that. Well, imbuing a rune on your soul is very strenuous, Janice said. She was talking confidently now, and at a tone that was just as loud as Noah's. The more she spoke about runes, the more outgoing she seemed to become. Overdrawing its powers would inflict soul damage. The imbuement itself could also inflict soul damage if it was done improperly, and that's assuming your soul is large enough to hold the master rune in the first place. Typically, only rank 3 mages have souls large enough to handle bearing a master rune. Oh, what about the great monsters? One such as the Hellreaver that wasn't a rank 3 monster, was it? It is a rank 2, Janice said with a nod. A fascinating specimen. Sounds like someone hasn't gotten the memo yet. Whoops. There is variance in every human and monster's soul, Janice continued, setting her book down on the table. Some people are born with larger souls. Some are born with weaker ones. Combining runes increases the pressure pushing on the seams of your soul and makes it stronger, but it's a multiplicative effect. If you have a large soul, you'll recover from soul damage faster and be able to handle more of any runes you imbue in it. There are ways to expand the soul, of course. I'm researching several of them right now. How long would it normally take someone to recover from soul damage? Noah asked, managing to squeeze a sentence into Janet's excited speech. She paused for a moment. An average person would take about a month to heal from a small cut to their soul. Holy shit. If I'm picturing a cut as a small chunk of my soul getting ripped out, then I heal at least 4 or 5 times faster than average. Have you figured out what sets the size of a soul during your research? Noah asked, leaning forward eagerly. A variety of factors. The location you're born in seems to have some effect on it. The children of highly ranked people also seem to have considerably larger souls. We believe this is because the pressure they've been exposed to forces their own soul to adapt in its formative stages. The soul that a child is born with is what sets their path off, though we can do a lot to change and improve it. Now I'm really curious. Is my soul considerably larger than it should be because of the whole demon-tainted waters of life? Or is it because I swallowed Vermal's soul or Sunder itself? Damn, I can't ask literally any of these questions, but this information is already fantastic. Fascinating, Noah said. He drummed his fingers on the table. Let's pull back to the master runes then. What were those main benefits, assuming you properly bound a master rune to your soul? Access and functionality, Janice replied immediately. Imbuing a rune is the absolute fastest way to access its power, and burning it into your soul is no exception. Normally, you have to take a moment to call the energy of your runes from within you and channel it. Imbuing the rune into your soul makes that transition seamless. That must be why soldiers are better at fighting monsters. They've got a bunch of imbued weapons and armor, and a split second matters a lot when fighting really powerful creatures. But even so, I'm pretty sure I can call on my runes pretty quickly. Surely that's a point of diminishing return. The biggest benefit isn't the ability to use it faster, though, Janet said before Noah could ask anything else. It's the ability to use it simultaneously. Normally, you can only control a single rune at a time. However, imbuements are different. They're essentially pre-prepared. Normally, that limits their function. However, runes imbued on the soul can still respond to your desires. That's what makes master runes so effective. It's the ability to use them in conjunction with your other runes. I think I stumbled across that with my whole dragon breathing thing and didn't even realize. That explains a lot, actually, especially about the Hellreaver and how it stopped me from using my magic. If it also had wind runes, I bet it was literally just overpowering my own wind runes and then stopping me from breathing with combustion at the same time. 2 different abilities, not one. And how many master runes could someone have at once? Noah asked. Is there a limit? I suppose that would depend on the size of their soul, Janice said, scratching her chin in thought. I've heard of people with 3, but never more than that. It's not really beneficial to stack up too many master runes. Everyone is always hunting after them, and once you reach higher ranks, it's unlikely that you'll both find and be able to keep a lot of master runes that can actually help you. Makes sense, Noah said. He thought for a moment, reshuffling his questions to figure out what angle he should take next. Asking about master runes wouldn't be too strange, but hyperfixating on them probably would be. Noah spent the next few minutes asking Janice a variety of questions about the Linwicks, tossing in a few random ones about the world as a whole. He'd already gathered a good amount of information about both, but he wanted to make sure that his line of questioning would be in line with something like a demon's interests. It wasn't too hard, considering Noah was pretty sure he knew a good bit less than what a demon normally would have. Janice's voice grew noticeably quieter the farther the conversation drew from runes. Noah tested it, asking a few more general rune-related questions just to see her visibly perk up. He repressed a laugh. At least she knew what she liked. As they spoke, another thought struck Noah. Before, he'd had to be careful about offering runes to Todd and Isabel because there was a chance that the Linwicks would have found out. But now, circumstances were different. He didn't have any reason to tiptoe around the subject, and he planned to take full advantage of it. Did Father say if you could share any actual runes with me? Noah asked. Janice's expression dimmed and she nodded. Yes, he was very strict on what I'm allowed to offer. No matter what you say or provide me with, I cannot give you anything more than what is in this book. She pushed the book she'd been carrying over to Noah. He blinked as he picked it up. It was pretty heavy, a lot heavier than he'd expected it to be. Noah flipped it open, thumbing through the pages. There were dozens of runes within it, and all of them were greater runes. What's the cost? Noah asked. Or was this included with the information? You can't keep the book, but you are permitted to learn 2 runes from it. Noah flipped back and forth through it. All the runes were only rank 1, and while he was working on figuring out what the next runes he'd be combining would be, he still wasn't sure on the exact runes he'd need. On top of that, Noah couldn't help but notice that the runes in the book overlapped perfectly with the ones in his grimoire. Wonder if that's just the standard book they hand out, or if he's reminding me that he already has suspicions about the runes I use. Is there a time limit? He'll be taking the book back tonight. Figures. That's pretty clever. He's trying to bait me into taking runes that are relevant to my abilities, because that would show him what some of my powers are. Lee said you can bind a demon if you know each of its runes, and taking rank 1 runes from this would be a dead giveaway, especially if I was actually a demon. Did he say what I could do with them? Noah asked, looking back up at Janice. Janice frowned and shook her head. No, they were gifts to do with as you please. I do not believe he directly addressed what you were permitted to use your own runes for, and I don't suppose he's included any combinations I can have. Janice swallowed. No, he hasn't. She looks terrified. Does she expect me to rip her head off because she didn't give me what I want? Actually, that might be exactly what she expects. Maybe Father told her I was a demon, but what would he have gained from that? He doesn't strike me as someone who does things arbitrarily. Noah shrugged. Fine with me, I don't need them. The runes, the combinations, Noah replied, a grin crossing his lips. But as a matter of fact, I won't be needing those runes myself either. Since they're mine to do with as I please, Isabel, Todd, please come out here. Janice flinched as Noah raised his voice, then looked over her shoulder as the door to their room opened and the two students poked their heads out. Is everything okay? Isabel asked, watching Janice warily. More than Noah replied. He tapped the book with a finger. The two of you have just been gifted the opportunity to each learn a rune from this book by Father himself. Seriously? Todd asked, his eyes lighting up. Father didn't put any limits on what I could do with them, did he? Noah asked Janice. She shook her head. No, he didn't. The 2 runes are yours to do with as you please. You are actually the best teacher to have ever lived, Todd declared, striding up to the table with a huge grin. He picked the book up and flipped through its pages, scanning the runes within it. Let it be known that my loyalty can be bought. You only get 2 runes, Janice reminded Noah. She quailed under his gaze as he looked to her. Just letting you know, if they take your runes, you won't get any. Noah chuckled. Yes, I gathered as much. I have no need of these runes. They aren't rare enough to garner my interest, and refusing to take them is going to keep Father on edge. At the very least, it'll let him know that I'm well aware he's trying to wring information out of me. I do actually need to figure out what my next rank 2 rune will be, though. Maybe I'll visit the markets in the city and sell all the monster parts I've been collecting so I can buy a rune or some catch paper for myself. Todd looked up from the book and handed it over to Isabel. Isabel shot Todd a glance and he cleared his throat, giving Noah an embarrassed grin. She shook her head and looked back down at it, her brow furrowed in concentration. A few minutes later, she closed her eyes and placed her hand on one of the pages. When they opened again, Noah caught a glance of the page. The rune on it was still undamaged. An armor rune. I was under the impression that Isabel was trying to be an agile fighter with that thin sword of hers, but now she's chosen 2 stone runes and an armor one. Interesting. I think I'm missing something. Pay it back by succeeding. Noah passed the book over to Janice, who let out a small, relieved sigh once it was back in her hands. Would Father have punished her had I tried to take more runes? Or was she worried about having to try to stop me from doing it? She's on edge, one way or another. That's all for now, Noah said, nodding to his students. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I've still got to speak with Janice a little more, so don't let me keep you. They nodded and headed back to their room, pulling the door shut behind them. Once they'd left, Noah turned back to Janice and splayed his hands out on the table. Right then, let's get back to the questions, shall we? There are still a few hours of daylight left, and I'd like to make sure I don't keep you too far past nightfall. You know, Todd said, keeping his voice to a low whisper as Isabel shut the door behind them, I think I might be in love with another person. Isabel rolled her eyes. You're an idiot. 2 greater runes, Isabel. 2, keep your voice down, Isabel said, walking over to their window and peering through it. We don't want to interrupt what he's doing. There's clearly some political maneuvering going on out there. Todd scrunched his nose and sat down on the bed. Hate that stuff. Too much effort for me. So did my father, Isabel said, her brow darkening. Todd winced. Sorry, I'm just being angsty. I've got nothing to complain about, Isabel said, turning away and sitting down next to Todd. I'm just a little scared to hope again. I'm expecting him to abandon us at any moment. Even if he did, he's done more for us than any other professor has. I'd say we got a pretty damn good deal if he cut his losses after giving us 2 free greater runes. Isabel glared at Todd and he laughed, ruffling her hair. Isabel sighed, not bothering to even try and stop him. She made sure to turn her head slightly to make sure Todd didn't see the slight smile on her own face. At this point, you've got to be thinking about your rank 2 rune, right? Todd asked, leaning back and propping himself up on his forearms. I already know what I'm going for. A flicker of worry passed over Todd's features. Your father's rune? Isabel nodded. Yeah. Todd opened his mouth, then closed it and shook his head. If anyone can pull it off, it's you, or Professor Vermal. I bet he could do it too. Isabel reached back and shoved Todd in the shoulder, knocking him onto the bed. Todd snickered. What about you? Isabel asked. Todd's laughter cut off abruptly. He was silent for a few moments, then sighed. I don't know. I'm not stupid enough to try to go the path of a true fire. That'll end up capping me at rank 3 or 4 when I just can't handle the combinations anymore. The lack of opposing runic force to keep balance in your soul, Isabel said with a nod. You could get away with it if you had a master rune, though. Todd snorted. Who do I look like to you? They both glanced toward the door, behind which they could still hear Vermal speaking with Janice in low tones. Not him. Not my type, Isabel said with a grin. Good, Todd muttered. Everyone was his type up until a few months ago. Weirdest skinwalker ever, Isabel agreed. Might be my favorite, though. He's not a skinwalker. We already thought about that one. He's held the shape for too long, Todd said, shaking his head. You never found a better suggestion for what he might be. Reformed, Todd offered. Isabel arched an eyebrow. Really, in the span of a day, maybe he had an enlightening experience. He'll probably tell us at some point. Don't really care either way, though. Whatever it was, I like the new guy better. Me too. Isabel nodded. But if you aren't planning to get a master rune, then you need to think about your combination. What rune did you take from the book? Todd glanced to the side. Steel. Isabel shot Todd an amused look. You as well. My dad left a strong impression on me too. Okay, well, don't do what he did. There are limits to everything, Todd, even imbuements. Look who's talking, Todd said with a chuckle, and I'm not going to make imbuements. I'm going to be a soldier. Right, that's why you've already got your eyes imbued, and I'd be willing to bet that isn't all. Someone else is supposed to do that for you, you know. Soldiers work in teams. Well, I'm going to be strong enough to do it all on my own. I don't want to need someone else to be able to fight at full strength. Can't argue with you there. They fell silent for a few seconds, watching the setting sun's rays dance across the dim alleyway through their window, so Todd drawled. Want to take a look around the market? The Linwick estate is huge, so I bet there's some interesting stuff for sale. Isabel hopped to her feet and pulled Todd up. That sounds fun. Through the window, much better than leaving through the door, Todd said. He pulled the window open, letting a gentle breeze into the room. He squeezed himself through, then dropped to the ground with a grunt. You're lucky the windows are so big here, Isabel said, slipping through the window after Todd. Todd stood up, brushing the dirt off his backside. Are you implying I'm fat? This is all muscle. All might be a bit of an exaggeration, Isabel said. She sent a glance back at the house. Let's go. They turned, but not toward the street. Both of them headed into the shadow of the alley, slipping between the house and the wall behind it and keeping to the darkness as they headed deeper into the city. You think they were listening to us? Todd asked. No clue, Isabel replied. Did you really want to take the risk, though? It's only a risk if something happens. Is the asshole we're looking for here? Yeah, I found his name in the lineage book before Edward stole it from me, Isabel replied, her eyes growing cold. He's close to the main branch, so he should be here. I know you've got a greater rune partially filled, but I don't think we're going to stand much chance as we currently are, even if we get the jump on him, Todd warned, moving quickly to keep up with Isabel. Don't do anything stupid, Issa. It's not worth it. I know, Isabel snapped. Todd frowned and Isabel paused, looking back at him. Sorry, I just need to see. I have to know how strong we need to get to kill him. I'm with you either way, Todd said. If it was a month or two ago, I would have been all for taking him out now. I know, Isabel said, a flicker of a smile passing over her lips, because you were basically begging to start going after them. Well, that was before we had any chance of getting strong enough to actually deal with them the proper way, Todd said. Things are different now, and I don't want to get Professor Vermal in trouble. I want to kill the bastards, but I want to do it once I'm strong enough to kill them in the daylight. As do I just need to see his face so I remember what I'm working toward. Isabel's fists clenched at her sides. I won't make you come with me, though. You're right. It's a risk. I just need to see. You know I'm coming with you, Todd said. Just make sure it's only looking. We can't handle him yet. I know, Isabel said. The two of them continued through the alleys for a few more minutes, only stepping out into the main streets after they'd put a good bit of distance between themselves and the house. We can't leave the area or a guard won't let us back in, Todd said under his breath, just loud enough for Isabel to hear him. That's fine. He should be in this area anyway. He's not main branch, Isabel replied, pausing to glance at a tall wooden street sign before turning and heading down the road. Todd hurried to keep up with her. How do you even know where he lives? Todd asked. The book didn't have that stuff. I know where all of them live, Isabel replied, her eyes cold. I wasn't checking the book to make sure he lived here. I was checking it to make sure nobody had killed him before I got the chance. They turned down another street, passing a row of beautiful houses. Several of them had guards posted around the entrances, but the majority were unwatched. Evidently, the Linwicks weren't particularly concerned with trying to attack them inside their own city. Isabel came to a stop near a patch of vibrant yellow shrubbery ringing one of the houses. Todd grimaced at the plants. Man, those are hideous. This is his house, Isabel said, nodding up to a small crest at the top of the building. See the stars with the line running through them. That's his line's symbol. Didn't realize that was a thing, Todd admitted. Did Vermal's family have one of those? No, it's too gaudy and he's under a mage called Father. He's ruthless but not flashy at all. He also wasn't involved. That's good. It would have been a bit awkward if we had to kill his dad, Todd said, peering at the mansion. I don't suppose this is enough of a look for you. Isabel swallowed heavily. Do you think he's home? You're the one that did all the stalking, Todd replied. I have no idea. It's your call, Isabel. Let's wait a little in the street, Isabel said, turning away from the house. There's a bench over there. Maybe he'll come out and we'll get a glimpse of him. Todd nodded, trying and failing to not show his relief. The two walked up to the bench and sat down. Isabel's hand tightened around the metal bar at her side so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Dayton Linwick, Isabel muttered, the words like rancid poison as they passed through her lips. I don't know if it'll be today, but you're going to pay for what you did to our families. Isabel, I don't think he's coming, Todd said. It had been nearly 3 hours since they'd arrived at Dayton's mansion, and they'd been sitting at the bench ever since. Isabel ground her teeth together. What if he shows up after we leave? I need to know how strong he's got. I won't just let this go. It's not letting anything go, Todd said. It's just taking calculated risks. We've been here a while. You've gone this long without actually doing anything. Just wait a bit longer and... That's the problem, Isabel hissed. I've done nothing. It's been years. I have to make progress. Do something somewhere. You are making progress. You're getting stronger. Look at me, Isabel. You know things are off when I'm the voice of reason. I know it's difficult to be so close, but the physical proximity isn't going to get us any closer to actually killing the bastard. It's just a risk. Isabel clenched her fists and looked down at the cobbled road. I know. You were hoping you'd get an opportunity or something because we'd be at the Linwick estate, weren't you? Todd asked gently. I know it's stupid. Isabel looked away. I thought maybe I'd be able to use surprise to my advantage. If he hadn't reached rank 4 yet, then there's a good chance it would have worked. And then what? Todd asked. You'd be dead and there'd be more of them still wandering around. Isabel let out a heavy sigh. Yeah, I know, you're right, sorry. This was a waste of time. Just go back to being the one that makes the smart decisions, please, Todd said, rising to his feet and helping Isabel up. I don't like being the smart one. It's too stressful. There are limits, Todd grumbled. Let's go. Isabel nodded. She sent one last glance back at Dayton's mansion as they turned to leave and froze. Todd, Isabel hissed. What? Look, the door was open. A tall man had stepped out into the night, lit from the back by yellow light within the house. Long blonde hair framed a sharp, thin face with a hawk-like nose. A thin scar ran along the man's chin, just barely visible in the night. He wore clothes made of a vibrant blue cloth and interwoven with flowing gold designs imbued, no doubt. That's him, Isabel whispered. I recognize his nose. Good. Let's go, Todd said, grabbing Isabel's hand. She dragged her feet, looking over her shoulder at Dayton. What if? No, Todd hissed. Snap out of it, Isabel. Come on. She shook her head and forced her gaze away from Dayton. Right, sorry, I just... Doesn't matter, Todd said. Let's just get out of here. Isabel's eyes remained directed over her shoulder, back at Dayton as they strode away, and then he was blocked from her sight by the gaudy bushes surrounding his house. Even as they left, she kept looking in the house's direction and letting Todd lead her. It was silent, aside from the sound of their fast-paced footfalls echoing through the thin streets. They'd only made it a street down before Todd suddenly skidded to a stop. Isabel stumbled, turning her head to look straight ahead again. A heavily armored guard stood before them, his helmet tucked under one of his arms and a large polearm in his other. What are you two doing out so late in this area of town? The guard asked, a note of disapproval in his voice. What branch are you part of? I don't recognize you. Todd and Isabel glanced at each other. We're visiting, Todd said. Visiting or scoping out houses. I was coming to check out a report of some people about sitting around Dayton Linwick's residence. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it? I'm not seeing anyone else on the road. Spies, perhaps? What? No, Todd said. We were just sitting on the bench. Are you even a city guard? Isabel asked, squinting at the guard. You've got Dayton's crest on your breastplate. Aren't guards affiliated with the Linwick estate, not just an individual branch? We aren't on his residence right now, so I don't think you've got any authority. The guard's eyes narrowed. That's none of your concern. And I've got all the authority needed when I suspect you're doing something malicious. You'll both be coming with me. Ah, you found my wayward students. All of them turned as Vermal stepped out of an alleyway, adjusting his jacket. I was wondering where you two had run off to. The guard's eyes narrowed. Who are you? Magus Vermal under Father's branch, Vermal replied, coming to a stop between the students and the guard. They slipped away while I was in a talk. I hope they haven't gotten into much trouble. They have, the guard said. They'll be coming with me to report back to Dayton. A servant in the household mentioned it looked like they were scoping the area out and they've been sitting around in front of it for several hours. In a bench, Todd protested. Is sitting in a place where people are meant to sit not allowed? Vermal asked, tilting his head to the side. Odd. I'm afraid it's past their bedtimes and they get cranky when they're out too late. Dayton can visit us if he's so curious to know why people are using a bench in the way it's meant to be used. That wasn't a suggestion, the guard said, a dangerous note entering his voice. He tapped his polearm on the ground. Come with me. Now, what rank are you? Vermal asked. I won't be taking orders from someone a lower rank than me. I'm a rank 3 mage, the guard replied, narrowing his eyes. Do you have a problem with? Vermal flickered, his body fading as the clouds shifted over the moon and cast him into a shadow for an instant. The guard spun, searching for the professor. Where'd he? Hand erupted from his neck. The guard's eyes widened and he choked, his eyes shifting down to look at his neck in disbelief. Blood bubbled up from his lips as they worked. Vermal's form slipped back into vision behind the guard as Vermal planted his boot on the man's back and shoved him forward, ripping a huge chunk of his neck out in the process. His armor rang as he crashed to the ground and blood quickly started to pool at his feet. Vermal looked down at the man, blood still dripping from his hand. Rank 3 isn't enough to be concerned about. Let's go. Todd and Isabel stared at Vermal in wide-eyed shock. What? Vermal demanded. Are you going to sit around and wait for more of that idiot's goons to show up and try to take you in? Move. That spurred them into action. The three slipped into the alley, leaving the man's corpse on the ground behind them. Vermal moved at a brisk pace, forcing Isabel and Todd to jog to keep up with him as they ducked through the alleys. What in the damned plains? Todd mouthed to Isabel, jerking his head in Vermal's direction. Isabel shook her head in disbelief, unable to even put words to what they'd just seen. Vermal had killed the man without even blinking, and then he'd just left the corpse lying in the street like it was nothing. Matching that up with the kind-natured man that had been teaching them for the past month felt difficult at best. It was like he was a different person. After they'd been walking for a few minutes, Vermal came to an abrupt stop. What's going on? Todd whispered. How'd you know we were there? I can't believe you just killed that guard. I followed you when you left the house. I was just watching to see how things would go. I didn't think anyone would have problems with you sitting and doing nothing, but I saw someone in the mansion spot you and head out to get the guards. I distracted them for a while, but you ended up getting caught as you left. Unfortunate timing. You were following us, Todd asked, blinking. How? You were talking to Janice. Vermal turned and raised an eyebrow. Isabel's eyes flicked down to his waist. There was no gourd or book. He didn't have his travel bag either. You're his clone, Isabel muttered. You aren't Vermal. That was fast, Vermal said, raising a bloody finger to his lips. Between us, yeah, Vermal doesn't need all his secrets getting out. Swallowing heavily and glancing over her shoulder, if you hadn't showed up. Stupid decision, Vermal said with a nod. I don't know what you were doing, but that was damn stupid. You've clearly got a grudge against whoever lives in that mansion. Letting him know that you're going for him is probably the dumbest thing you could have done. He's a rank 5. Rank 5? Isabel asked, her eyes bulging. He was stuck at rank 3 for years. How did he suddenly get so much stronger? Doesn't matter, Vermal replied. You aren't anywhere strong enough to go after him. What were you hoping to accomplish? Isabel pressed her lips together. I was hoping to see. No, you weren't. If you've got such a strong grudge that you take a risk like this, you remember exactly what he looks like. You were hoping he'd see you. You want him scared that you're coming after him. Isabel opened her mouth, then closed it again. She turned her eyes away as Todd sent her a small frown. You aren't strong enough for this sort of game yet. Vermal's clone shook his head. It isn't going to make you feel any better. Just kill the bastard when you're strong enough. All the revenge games will only end up getting you killed as well. Isabel nodded mutely. Get back to the house, Vermal said. It's just around the corner. The real Vermal hasn't noticed you're missing yet. He's too busy terrifying the woman that father sent over to answer his questions. And seriously, don't try this again. You'll be lucky if Dayton doesn't try to put feelers out and figure out what was going on, especially after what happened to his guards. There was only one, though, Todd said. Vermal's clone stared at him. Just don't do it again until you're actually ready to deal with the consequences. Todd pulled Isabel away, heading down the alley and toward the window that they'd left open. Once they'd left, Vermal turned away and hunched over. A shudder racked his body as it shifted, warping and shrinking. Lee looked at her now too long clothes and sighed. She quickly pulled a spare set of clothes out from where she'd stuffed them into the back of the oversized shirt and stripped out of Vermal's training robes, swapping them for her normal ones. It's a little odd that he had guards that were so on edge, though, Lee muttered to herself as she folded Vermal's clothes up. It was like they were actually waiting for someone suspicious. Something's going on over there. She glanced in the direction that Todd and Isabel had headed. Despite what Lee had said, she'd overheard just about everything the two had said. After all, she'd been following just a few feet behind them, cloaked by the power of her runes, ever since they'd left the house. I should probably let Vermal know what's going on, Lee mused, but I don't actually have any useful information yet. I've already caused a little chaos tonight, so I might as well take advantage of it. There's a demon loose in the city, after all. Lee snickered to herself and turned away from the house, heading back in the direction of Dayton's mansion. The night was still far from over. Noah went to his room that night with a head stuffed completely full of new information. Despite his promise to Janice, he kept her nearly 3 hours after the moon had risen into the sky, grilling her on a variety of information, only about 3/4 of which he actually cared about. His questions ranged from prying for information about runes to the Linwicks to what humans did for fun and when their flesh was the softest. Hopefully that would throw Father off enough to keep him from actually figuring out what Noah was really looking into. Of course, he's going to realize I'm going to be trying to throw him off, so some of those questions should get ignored specifically for that reason. Hopefully, a few of the actual questions I had will get tossed out with the stupid ones. No way to know for sure yet. All I can do is wait and see. Noah let out a slow sigh and sat down at the padded chair before the desk. He pulled out the sheaf of notes he'd taken to carrying around and located a quill and some ink. Noah started to write, putting down the most important pieces of information he'd gathered. The Torin family really hates the Linwicks. Moxie might get in trouble if people know we're friends. The Torins are supposedly cruel. Need to confirm this with someone that isn't a Linwick, considering I think we might be a bit biased. Master runes are most powerful when imbued and working in conjunction with other runes. This principle works for normal imbued runes as well, but pulling out a rune imbued on your soul causes damage. Since ranking up means you upgrade your runes, most people don't do it. The damage would be bad for most people, but just a mild inconvenience for me. Master runes are unique, but they're not completely uncommon, especially amongst stronger mages. Father almost certainly has one, as does anyone else higher up in the Linwick or any other noble family. The Linwicks are a powerful family, but they're probably not the strongest in the kingdom. Janice was pretty wishy-washy about who that was. I need to do more research. It's probably not the Torrens either, and I didn't recognize any of the other names she mentioned. We'll have to visit a library and actually figure that out so I know who to avoid pissing off. The Linwicks aren't exactly all friends with each other. Already gathered that much, but Father is at odds with several powerful branches in the Linwick family. Janice was too scared to answer who in particular. I suspect Father will answer this one soon. Father's name is literally Father. Weirdo. The book said that too, but it was a title or something. Janice was adamant that Father was his only name. At least it isn't Daddy. Noah leaned back and let out a small sigh, returning the quill to its resting spot and wiping some of the ink he'd dripped on the table away with the back of a sleeve. The jacket was black anyway. A little extra wouldn't hurt it. I hate all this political shit. I just want to learn more magic and teach my students. And become immortal. That would be nice too. I think I've put in my hours doing real work today. I think that means I can spend some time thinking about my runes without worrying about slacking off. A little fun, a little work. That's the strategy. Noah headed to bed and laid down on top of it, propping a pillow up and crossing his hands behind his neck to get comfortable. Let's see, I'd like to make some music at some point. After hearing whatever it was that Father had playing, I'm jealous. Pyroclastic resonance will help with that, but it's not quite enough to really do anything on its own. I need something to resonate, maybe something with earth so I could make drums, or more wind for wind instruments. Damn, so many options. A smile crept across Noah's lips as he descended into his thoughts, letting all the possibilities of the future dance before him to the sound of distant music that was still just barely beyond his grasp. Something slammed into Noah's stomach. He grunted, bolting upright as all the air was knocked from his lungs and something tackled him. Noah threw himself to the side, calling on pyroclastic resonance and shooting to his feet, preparing to blast whatever had attacked him only to find Lee's face staring at him. Lee, Noah asked, staring in disbelief. What are you doing? Sorry, Lee said. I got a little too excited flinging myself through the window. Noah lowered his hands and shook his head. What the hell were you doing? Flinging myself through the window, I told you. Why? I was running and didn't want anyone to see where I went, Lee replied. And I'd already done a few laps around the other houses, so I didn't want to keep running around. Noah walked over to the window and closed it, pulling the curtains shut before turning back to Lee, who had claimed a spot in the center of his bed. Hold on, maybe we shouldn't talk too freely. There could be ways for Father to listen in on us here. Lee shook her head and tapped her nose. No, it's fine. I checked the room. Runes have a certain scent to them. There's nothing here that I didn't already destroy. Ah, convenient. Then in that case, care to explain why you were running, killed a guard or two, scared a bunch of others. Noah tilted his head to the side, trying to help establish the demon in the city bit. Not a bad idea, but I hope the guards at least deserved it. They were just hired thugs, Lee replied with a shrug, part of some guy called Dayton's branch. I overheard some of them planning to do a shakedown on some people, so I killed them to see how strong they were. And not very strong, not against surprise anyway. I'm sure they'd have put up a better show if they were expecting the helpless old woman who tripped and spilled all her money in the alleyway to fight back. Unfortunately, they were too busy trying to steal all her money. I see, Noah said slowly. And where did you get all that money? Stole it. Figured. Well, what happened next? It's probably a pretty good idea to establish that there's a demon roaming around for our deals with Father, though we don't want to go too far or we could bring someone else down on us. Dayton seems like bad news. Well, I was kind of following Isabel and Todd. They snuck out. No, as I twitched. Okay, they're kids, makes sense. What were they trying to do? Find somewhere private to have fun. They were scoping out Dayton Linwick's house and planning to kill him. You know what I could use right now? Noah asked, walking back over to his desk and sitting down in the chair. Some of Moxie's not alcohol potion. Why the hell were they trying to kill Dayton? I think he killed their parents. Both of their parents, that is. Isabel seems to be the one with the biggest grudge, and they were stupid enough to go after a rank 5 on their own, Noah demanded. Well, they didn't actually plan to kill him yet. Isabel just wanted to look at him. I think she wanted him to know who was coming to kill him. Noah rubbed his forehead. That's why she was looking at the Linwick lineage back in Arbitage. Not sure why she waited so long, but maybe that's when she started to feel like she'd actually have a chance at getting back at Dayton. Damn, did he notice? I don't think so, Lee replied. I pulled them out of the situation, then killed some more guards that had it coming. It wasn't too hard. Dayton's men are idiots. They fell for everything. I'm not even going to ask, Noah said. He chewed his lower lip for a moment. Do you think they'll try again? I scared them pretty bad. Probably not anytime soon, but they definitely will eventually. Eventually is fine, Noah said. If he killed both of their parents, then of course they'll want revenge. I wonder how Todd and Isabel really know each other, but that's for them to tell me. Good job, Lee. I'm going to have a conversation with them soon and see just what they plan to do. They can keep specifics to themselves, but if they're going to bring a whole house down on top of us, I'm going to need to be ready. Just ready, Lee asked. I thought you'd try to stop them or something. I mean, now sure, but why would I stop them? Having a reason to get more powerful is a very good motivator. Noah shuffled through his papers, putting them into order before tucking them back into his bag. So were you running from guards when you flung yourself through my window? Lee nodded. Yup. I wanted to see what would happen if I turned into one of them and tried to breach the gatehouse and figure out what they had in there. And turns out they have runes that detect when someone that isn't a guard enters. They found me. We had a bit of a chase. I got away. They were only rank 3s. Good to know there are ways to detect you, even if you aren't a skinwalker, Noah said. Try to keep things a bit low for the rest of the night, though, okay? We want Father on edge, not furious. I can't imagine he's going to be very appreciative of your efforts. Lee gave Noah a mock salute. No more murdering. Tonight, Noah shook his head. That rune oath really didn't bind you in the slightest, did it? Nope. Lee paused for a moment. Did you want me to? No, Noah replied. I don't really care if you kill people that have it coming, to be honest. Maybe that's callous, but I just don't care. They shouldn't have set themselves against us if they didn't want to die. Dying isn't so bad anyway, just boring. His voice trailed off with his thoughts, and Noah yawned. What do you mean? Lee asked. No problem. Great. I'd be pretty screwed without you. Having to handle this with just one body would be nearly impossible. Likewise, Noah said, be ready for tomorrow. I get the feeling that Father is going to send someone at an annoying time to speak with me. I'm not sure what their goals will be yet, but keep your guard up and if possible, make sure he doesn't get anywhere close to Todd or Isabel. I'll keep an eye out, Lee promised. She slipped out the door, closing it behind her with a soft click. Noah sat in silence for a few moments, then let out a slow sigh. He'd been doing a good bit of that lately, but it felt appropriate. Am I being too cold? I feel like I should have been more affected by Lee telling me she basically baited a bunch of people into getting themselves killed trying to attack her, but it barely registers. I suppose that knowing that they'll get another chance to be less shit of a person the next time around doesn't help there. Hopefully the line goes longer for them than it did for me, but I wouldn't hold any hopes out. Noah shook his head and headed to bed. He wasn't going to get anything else useful accomplished that night, and he wanted to be completely ready for whoever Father sent to speak with him when the time came the next morning or whenever Father decided to send them over. Noah slept poorly that night. Even though he'd resolved to try to get good rest for the following morning, he couldn't get his mind to calm. It bounced infuriatingly from thinking about what he was going to do about Isabel and Todd's situation to trying to figure out what the next rune he'd form would be. And as such, Noah gave up on sleep entirely after about 4 hours of lying around and staring at the ceiling. Noah snagged his grimoire and slipped it into his belt. He took a page out of Lee's book and slipped out of his room through the window, pulling himself up onto the roof of the house and silently walking over to look down at the front door below him. He sat down, leaning against a raised wall, and rubbed his eyes. A yawn slipped from between his lips, but he ignored it. Noah pulled his grimoire back out, flipping through its pages. There were a good number of runes within it, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to make his next rank 2 rune from a combination that Father could predict. I think I should start by narrowing down exactly what I want. It all comes down to the first medium I want to try to work with, earth or wind, I think. It should be something that works well initially with pyroclastic resonance as well. That makes me lean toward earth. Some percussion to add to the symphony. I need to be careful to avoid getting too specific, though. If I do, combining things into a rank 3 rune is going to be a huge pain. Noah wasn't sure how long he sat on the roof, musing over his runes, but by the time he finally turned his attention back to the real word, the sun had started to rise over the rooftops of the Linwick estate. The early morning was a mixture of dull purples and pinks, casting the gray streets in a rosy hue. Noah enjoyed the view for a few moments before some movement in the streets caught his eyes. People had been milling about for a little while already, but most of them looked to be laborers preparing for the day. However, the man that drew his attention stuck out like a sore thumb. while everyone else had a purpose and was either carrying something around or heading down the street with purpose, he was strolling. The man wore light metal and leather armor, and though Noah couldn't tell at the distance he was at, he suspected the armor was imbued. Noah trailed the man's progress as he headed down the street and approached his house. Stopping before the door, the man adjusted his collar and tilted his head to the side. He stood there for a moment in silence. Sunlight reflected off an earring that hung close to his right ear. Noah squinted. He's not wearing any other jewelry. I wonder what the chances are of that being the equivalent of a communication device right out of a spy movie. Surely that would be too obvious. Noah crept down the roof, trying to get a better look at the man below. He was still standing still. It really did look like he was listening to something. Finally, he raised a hand to knock on the door. A grin crossed Noah's lips and he slipped over the edge of the roof. Using a small gust of wind right below, he hit the ground and alighting directly behind the man. "Hello," Noah said, even as the man spun toward him in surprise. "Father sent me," the man said, quickly recovering his decorum. "He's waiting for you, speaking to me himself. I thought he'd be sending someone to get you. The issue you plan to discuss is too significant to allow others to overhear it." "Fair enough," Noah said, yawning. It wasn't a fake, he really hadn't gotten all that much sleep that night. "Same place as yesterday." "Yes, much appreciated." "Have a safe trip back," Noah said, setting off along the road. There was no need to wait any longer, after all. He suspected Lee had probably either watched or overheard the conversation, so he didn't have to worry about Isabel and Todd wondering what was going on. The door to Father's study opened as soon as Noah set foot on the bottom floor of the house. "Well, that's one way to show you knew I was coming." Noah entered the room, ignoring the door as it rumbled shut behind him, and inclined his head to Father. The man sat in his chair, exactly how he had the previous day. If Noah didn't know better, he would have assumed that absolutely no time had passed since their last meeting. "Sit," Father said. "You had a busy night. You must be tired." "I think bored would be more accurate," Noah said, pulling the chair out and lowering himself into it. "I hope you have something suitably interesting for me." The information I got was lackluster. Father gave Noah a slight smile. Yes, Janice was quite on edge. She wasn't expecting the direction you took the line of questioning. A demon interested in politics. Why would we not be? No better way to start a war than through them. Very true, Father agreed, pouring a glass of wine. He offered it to Noah. "This early in the morning, time is all the same when you are within my room. Day, night, it doesn't matter." Sounds like a really roundabout way to say you're a shut-in alcoholic that doesn't leave your mom's basement. Noah accepted the drink. It hadn't really done much to him last time, so he didn't particularly care one way or another. Father seemed slightly surprised that Noah actually took it, but he poured himself a glass, so Noah said, "I trust you're going to actually give me something interesting instead of wasting my time with more posturing." "Of course. As a show of goodwill, allow me to answer one of the questions that Janice shied away from," Father said. He took a slow drink of his wine, then paused until Noah did the same before continuing. "The strongest noble house is the King family. They took that title many years ago, after the Arbalist Empire was established, and every ruler has come from their family ever since." There was a note of something in Father's voice, hunger or jealousy. Noah couldn't place which, but it wasn't anything good. "Below them are the Riven and Heron families," Father continued, tapping a finger on his desk. "Both have focused entirely on the might of their mages and nurturing powerful soldiers and craftsmen. They are allied with the King family, which keeps all three in power." "Clever," Noah said. "So they're basically one large family." "Yes, and that leaves the rest of us," Father said, his brow darkening. "The Linwicks and the Torrens, still powerful noble houses, but locked in a worthless war for years upon years and only weakening each other in the process." "You don't approve?" "Of course I don't." Father shook his head and chuckled. "A waste of resources. The Torrens are fools, but much of my own family is little better. We fret too much over politics and clash internally, keeping us from ever truly growing to the strength we should be at." "Perhaps I am a prophet, but I suspect your request has something to do with this." "Perhaps you are. The Linwicks are like a tree. We must trim the unwanted growths in order to bear the most bountiful fruit. Wouldn't you all be stronger standing together? Not that I care one way or another." "Perhaps, but you are getting ahead of yourself," Father said. "I will not share my ultimate goals with you, but the service I seek is the trimming I spoke of. There are a multitude of Linwick family members that do not deserve the titles they hold. I wish for you to remove them without leaving any connection to me." "I thought this was about some sort of election." "Who?" Noah asked. "We can start with one that you already seem to have your eye on," Father said, sending Noah a knowing glance, "considering you have already begun your assault on him." "Assault?" Noah asked with a half smile. "I'd hardly call that an assault, Father, just a little trimming." Father chuckled. "Whatever terms you wish to use, Spider. I wish for Dayton Linwick to meet an untimely end. I do not care how, so long as he dies and it cannot be associated with my name. And once he dies, deliver his grimoire to me." That was a lot more direct than I thought he'd be. Either he's completely confident I won't betray him, or there's something else he's got. Maybe he thinks that the information he has over me is enough. You know, it probably is. He could cause a lot of trouble for Isabel and Todd if he wanted to, and he already knows that would annoy me at the bare minimum. Whoops. And what will you give me in return? Noah asked. Dayton's soldiers were enjoyable ways to waste some time, but killing a rank 5 isn't a small task, even for me. He is rank 5 in only name, Father said with a derisive snort. A pathetic wretch who can do nothing but revel in cruelty and use his branch's resources to force himself up in the ranks. Even if he possesses a rank 5 rune, he cannot utilize its powers, but he still has a rank 5 rune. You can't expect me to lower my prices just because my target is a bumbling idiot. Perhaps not, Father said, taking another slow drink from his wine. Noah mirrored him, finishing the last of the glass and setting it back down on the table. They were silent for several moments. What do you want? Father asked. You gave me worthless runes, Noah said flatly. You are complaining about a gift. Bad form, Spider. Never said I was one for decorum, Noah said. He tapped his wine glass. More. This time surprise did flicker through Father's features, though it still didn't enter his eyes. Noah was certain of it. The man didn't let it stall him for long, though. He leaned forward and poured Noah another glass. You wish for better runes, then? Let's be honest each other for one sentence, Father. I want runes, but I don't want you to know which ones I take. You want me to kill a man, but you don't want it tied back to you. Father gestured for Noah to continue. He made no moves to pour himself any more of the wine. Noah took a sip from it, mostly to see Father's reaction. The older man had steeled himself once more, though, and Noah received nothing from his body language. I will take Dayton's runes, Noah said. All of them. Father's eyes narrowed. He is the head of his branch. His grimoire is worth far more than his life. Is it worth his death? Father's lips quirked up. Not all of it. You may take a quarter, 3/4, 1/4 and no more. Half and I don't kill the rest of his house in the process. Father tilted his head to the side. What makes you think I care in the slightest about the rest of his house? Your actions follow the path of improving the Linwick family. You spoke of it as a tree, but no gardener wants his tree to die. Even if Dayton is a fool, there are good men and women working under him. Am I wrong in guessing that you plan to take them under your wing? Father watched Noah silently for several seconds. Then he let a slight smile creep across his features. Very astute, Spider. It seems we both have trees we're cultivating. Perhaps in both of our interests we shall avoid salting the ground. A flicker of anger welled in Noah's chest, but he quelled it. Fair play after what I said, but he's still threatening Isabel and Todd. If I accept this immediately, it'll be too obvious I care. He's played his hand, but my cards are still partially hidden. Half of the grimoire, Noah said, crossing his arms. Trees can be replanted, but mine is much younger than yours. 3/8. Noah smiled. One last thing then. Do you need him dead? That is the entire point of this. Is it? Noah asked. You need his branch to fall. Is a coward not worse than a dead martyr? Father burst into laughter. If you could make him show his true colors and flee while denouncing the Linwick name, then I will give you half of his grimoire, provided he doesn't take it with him. Noah extended his hand. Then it sounds like we have a deal. I will have him dead or fleeing within the week. Father grasped it, and they shook. Noah reached down, grabbing the glass of wine and draining the entire thing while keeping his eyes locked with Father's until the door opened behind him, then turned and strode out of the room.